In June, Madrid's sun blazed like a basin of molten gold, baking the Real Madrid Youth Academy's training ground. The grass gave off a faint burnt scent, and the wind when it blew carried a dry scorching heat that rasped against the skin like sandpaper. Lu Xiao's eyes snapped open. The harsh sunlight forced him to squint instinctively, his long black lashes casting a thin shadow on his lower eyelids. The scent of grass, sweat, and cheap sports drink filled his nostrils. His ears caught the rustle of cleats on turf, and from afar impatient shouts in Spanish, the tone overlapping with memories of his boss scolding him for slacking off at work. It was rough and harsh, yet so unfamiliar that it jolted his heart. Damn, Lu Xiao muttered under his breath. His voice was clear and pleasant, carrying a hint of youthful immaturity, but the underlying gloom and exhaustion belonged to the nearly 30-year-old version of himself who had dragged through life in an office. This was not his cramped 10-square-meter rented room, nor the spreadsheet-filled computer screen he had stared at before his sudden death. The peeling walls of that rental could never offer such an expansive view. And where was the cold light of the computer screen? Here only the glaring warm sun. He raised a hand to rub his brow. The skin under his fingertips was smooth and firm, without the rough lines of staying up late or the thin calluses from years of typing. He looked down at his hands, well-defined knuckles long and strong, brimming with the vitality of youth. A thin layer of calluses on the pads from kicking a ball. These were his hands, yet not the hands of his nearly 30-year-old self. They were the hands of an 18-year-old, his own hands. A chaotic flood of memories rushed into his mind, not strange or foreign, but completely his own. His 18-year-old self with triple nationality, Hong Kong, UK, Portugal, had come to the Real Madrid Youth Academy with a football dream. But because of his Asian face and weak football foundation, he had become the most out-of-place oddball in the squad. His nearly 30-year-old self, having abandoned the football dream and degenerated into a corporate drone, worked overtime until 3 a.m., suffered cardiac arrest, and upon opening his eyes returned to this turning point in his life. Ding! The king of the Greenfield all-round star system has been activated successfully. Welcome, host Lu Xiao. The system detected abnormal vital signs and has rewound time to age 18 June 12, 2010 to help you restart your life and unlock the path to football legend. The cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A flicker of bewilderment passed through Lu Xiao's eyes, instantly replaced by intense joy, and the corners of his mouth stretched all the way to his ears. He instantly understood it wasn't rebirth occupying someone else's body, but the system that had saved him brought him back to 18 and given him a chance to rewrite his fate. The Lu Xiao of this world was still him, but the system's appearance meant his life would now take a different path. He knew all too well how pathetic he had been at 18, cowardly bullied by teammates, ignored by the coach, eventually quitting football in humiliation, step by step becoming the person he most despised. This life with the system's boost, he would never repeat the same mistakes. He would never give up football again, nor would he let anyone look down on him or bully him. Ding. Initial gift pack has been issued. Host, please check. Initial gift pack contents: God's Perspective module, permanent God level attribute card 1, can max any attribute to 100, novice attribute panel unlocked. Lu Xiao focused his mind, and instantly a translucent panel appeared before his eyes, clearly listing his current attributes along with system explanations. Just like a game interface, easy to understand. Only he could see this panel, no one else could perceive it. The system, the modules, the attribute panel. These secrets he would keep hidden forever. Host Lu Xiao, age 18, system, rewind, nationality, Hong Kong, China, UK, Portugal, triple team, Real Madrid, juvenile, U19, core attributes: short pass 55, long pass 50, dribbling 45, shooting 42, long shot 40, set piece 38, speed 62, stamina 60, physical 55, vision 58, heading 45, tackle 40, overall rating F, amateur, threshold note 80, is the professional starter, threshold break, through via star inheritance. Lu Xiao glanced at the panel, the smile on his lips unchanged, but a gleam of understanding passed through his eyes. Just as he remembered, apart from speed, stamina, and vision, barely passable. Probably because he had watched a lot of football in his later years and knew a bit about tactics, all other attributes were terrible. Calling them amateur was an overstatement. No wonder he had been sidelined at the Real Madrid Youth Academy, rarely given playing time, and even when he made the matchday squad he sat on the bench without even a chance to warm up. In his memory, his 18-year-old self, because of his Asian face and coming from China, a country weak in football, had suffered discrimination and bullying here. Teammates called him yellow-skinned waste and rice-eating monkey. The coach ignored him and even deliberately targeted him in training, using him as a punching bag. Back then he had been cowardly, insecure, always swallowing his anger. Over time he grew quieter and more silent, eventually losing all hope and giving up football. The old pushover is dead, Lu Xiao murmured in his heart, his tone full of determination. The current him, tempered by society's brutality, carried a backbone of pride deep inside. He hated being defied and hated being looked down upon. In his past life he endured and groveled his entire life, only to die from overwork. This life, reborn with a system, he would live for himself, play football, reach the peak of the world, and make everyone who looked down on him, who looked down on players of Chinese descent, look up and shut their mouths. Power, wealth, he would have it all, and only the best. The house he couldn't afford, the car he couldn't drive in his previous life. This life he would earn them with his own feet. To reclaim his honor, to vindicate Chinese descendant players, to restart the football dream. This was his clearest and most determined goal at this moment without any ambiguity. Use the God-level attribute card to max out vision to 100. Lu Xiao thought in his heart without any hesitation. Other attributes could be slowly trained and improved, but vision was the core of a midfield player, the soul of a commander. With top-tier vision, even if other attributes were weak, he could find his place on the pitch. After all, football is not a solo sport of vision often decides the outcome of a match. Ding. God-level attribute card used successfully. Host's vision attribute has been maxed to 100 God level. God's perspective module has been synchronously activated. It can be turned on in real time, unlocking a 360-degree view of the entire pitch with no blind spots, automatically marking the best passing running routes. As the system notification sound faded, Lu Xiao felt the world before his eyes suddenly become different. Previously limited to a mere dozen meters ahead, now he could clearly see every corner of the entire training ground. The movements of teammates training in the distance, each blade of grass on the lawn, even the subtle expressions on the coaches' faces, and hear their low conversations. Even the sound of wind brushing the grass was exceptionally distinct. Even more delightfully faint blue lines appeared before his eyes. The optimal passing routes and running trajectories marked by the system, clear and intuitive at a glance. He tried glancing at his teammates who were playing a small-sided game, not far away, instantly catching their positional faults, and even accurately predicting their next moves and the direction they would pass the ball. Damn. Awesome. Lu Xiao muttered under his breath, his tone filled with shock and exhilaration. This god-tier vision was simply a cheat. With this ability, even if his dribbling and shooting were total rubbish, he could still be a top-tier midfield commander. He secretly thanked his lucky stars for the system and for coming back. Just as he was immersing himself in the wonder of the god-tier vision, a coarse shout in Spanish suddenly rang out, carrying undisguised discrimination and contempt, shattering his thoughts. Hey, you yellow monkey, what are you daydreaming about? The head coach wants you. Move it, you're like a woman dawdling, you're wasting our Real Madrid youth spot. Lu Xiao looked up. He saw a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth standing with hands on his hips looking at him with disdain, the disgust in his eyes almost overflowing. The youth wore the white Real Madrid youth training kit with a well-proportioned physique and obvious muscle lines. His face carried a hint of unruly arrogance, but his blue eyes were filled with narrowness and prejudice. Lu Xiao's memory was instantly activated. The kid was called Marcos Lopez, the starting midfielder of Real Madrid's juvenile youth team and the distant nephew of the youth director Miguel Palacios. In the team, he was always domineering, relying on his connections to bully teammates, embezzle training supplies, and especially look down on this half-Chinese kid, making it his daily pleasure to bully him. In his memory, Marcos had repeatedly taunted him as the yellow waste and rice-eating monkey, often targeting him in training, stealing his ball, even deliberately ramming him, laughing heartily after knocking him down. And the coach Alberto Miguel always turned a blind eye, even siding with Marcos at times, scolding him for being clueless and deliberately provoking Marcos. Before facing such discrimination and bullying, he would only silently endure, lower his head, not dare to argue, not dare to resist. Over time, he became the most ostracized person in the entire team, not even daring to utter a word of rebuttal. But now he was no longer the cowardly Lu Xiao of before. He had god-tier vision, the confidence to rewrite his fate, and an inherent pride in his bones. He would never swallow his humiliation again. The smile on Lu Xiao's face gradually faded. A chill gleamed in his eyes, his dark pupils heavy as if covered with a thin layer of ice. He did not lower his head and dodge like before. Instead, he raised his head, looked calmly at Marcos, and said in a detached tone that nonetheless carried an undeniable pressure, "What did you just call me?" His Spanish was not particularly fluent, with a faint accent. After all, he grew up in Hong Kong and later went to England and Portugal, so Spanish was only at a basic level. But this accented Spanish paired with his cold tone made Marcos instinctively hesitate for a moment, as if he never expected this normally cowardly yellow kid to dare speak to him like that. The primary reason Marcos could throw his weight around in the squad and secure a starting position was largely due to his distant uncle Paratius, the youth academy director. Otherwise, based on his ability, Lu Xiao had just scanned him with his divine sense, rating Marcos a mere E-grade, barely stronger than himself. He would never have met the starting standard for Real Madrid's juvenile team. At best, he'd be a substitute. Marcos's face flushed crimson, as if he had been publicly slapped, a mix of shame and fury burning within him. He clenched his fists abruptly, his knuckles turning white from the force, and swung a punch at Lu Xiao's face, bellowing, "How dare you insult me? I'll beat you to death, you yellow-skinned waste. You must be tired of living." The surrounding players gasped, some instinctively stepping back, while others watched with excited anticipation, waiting to see Lu Xiao get beaten into a pathetic mess. In their eyes, this cowardly yellow-skinned kid was no match for Marcos, and would only end up spitting teeth on the ground. But what they didn't know was that Lu Xiao was no longer the timid, weak-willed youth he once was. Armed with his divine sense, he could precisely predict every move Marcos made, backed by the mentality and confidence of an adult. The moment Marcos threw his punch, Lu Xiao, relying on his divine sense, clearly captured the trajectory of the swing and the shift in his center of gravity. Marcos, blinded by rage, had lost his composure, his stance unsteady, making the seemingly fierce attack riddled with flaws. Instead of meeting the blow head-on, Lu Xiao sidestepped with a fluid, natural motion, effortlessly dodging Marcos's fist without any hesitation. Simultaneously, he lifted his right foot and gave a light trip, perfectly catching Marcos's ankle. The force was minimal yet sufficient to send the off-balance Marcos tumbling. With a dull thud, Marcos crashed heavily onto the grass, face planting inelegantly. His white training suit was stained with grass and mud, his hair a disheveled mess, utterly humiliated. His chin scraped against the turf, breaking the skin and drawing blood, causing him to wince in pain, struggling to get up for a long while. The entire field fell into stunned silence. All the watching players stared wide-eyed, their jaws dropping in disbelief at the scene before them. No one had expected that this usually timid, bullied Chinese kid would actually fight back and even take down Marcos. And make such a humiliating fall. Was this still the same yellow-skinned pushover who never retaliated? How had he changed so completely? Marcos lay on the grass, his face burning with pain. Not just physical, but a deep sting to his pride. He had bullied others for so long in the squad, never once being humiliated in public, least of all by the yellow-skinned kid he despised the most. He jerked his head up, his face twisted with rage, his eyes burning with a hatred that threatened to devour Lu Xiao like a beast provoked. He struggled to rise, intent on attacking Lu Xiao again, roaring incessantly, "I'll kill you. Lu Xiao, I'll kill you, you yellow-skinned waste." But Lu Xiao didn't give him the chance. He stepped forward, placing his foot on Marcos's back with a gentle pressure, just enough to pin him down without causing injury. Marcos was instantly pressed firmly into the grass, unable to move, struggling futilely, while letting out guttural roars of defiance. Lu Xiao looked down at Marcos, his tone still indifferent, but carrying a biting chill. Each word fell like hailstones, clear and forceful. "I'm warning you one last time, don't use discriminatory language against me, and don't you dare lay a hand on me again. Otherwise next time it won't be just a fall. I'll break your legs, and make sure you never play football again. You'll learn what happens when you mess with me, Lu Xiao." Though his voice was low, it carried an undeniable authority that made Marcos freeze, ceasing his struggles momentarily. He lay on the grass, panting heavily, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment, yet tinged with a hint of fear he couldn't hide. He could sense that the Lu Xiao before him was utterly different from the cowardly yellow-skinned kid he used to know. This Lu Xiao was calm, composed, and exuded a powerful aura like a sharp blade sheathed in its scabbard, ready to wound upon drawing. The chill in his gaze, the innate defiance in his bones, struck genuine fear into Marcos's heart. Lu Xiao watched Marcos's terrified eyes, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A smile that didn't reach his eyes, laced with mockery and sarcasm. "What's wrong? Not so cocky now. Weren't you just boasting? Weren't you going to beat me to death? Go ahead, I'm waiting." The surrounding players remained frozen in shock, none daring to speak or step in. Their gazes at Lu Xiao had shifted from initial scorn and disdain to astonishment and respect. This Chinese kid had truly changed. His aura was no longer that of a pushover. "Stop!" A sharp reprimand suddenly cut through the silence, filled with intense anger, exploding like thunder in everyone's ears. Everyone looked up to see a middle-aged man striding toward them, his face dark with fury, brows tightly knit, his stern gaze sweeping over the crowd as if ready to devour them. Lu Xiao's memory instantly surfaced, the man's identity. Alberto Miguel, head coach of Real Madrid's juvenile A team, a man who harbored deep prejudice against Chinese players and was notoriously partial to Marcos. In his memory, Alberto always sided with Marcos, brushing off his mistakes with a few words or even defending him, while any minor error from Lu Xiao would provoke loud reprimands, often resulting in extra training sessions late into the night, as if venting his anger. Alberto quickly approached the two, his gaze first falling on Marcos, sprawled on the grass. Seeing his disheveled state and the blood on his chin, his expression darkened further, his brows knitting tightly as rage nearly overflowed. Then his eyes turned to Lu Xiao, and the fury instantly erupted. He barked sternly, "Lu Xiao, what do you think you're doing? How dare you fight on the training ground and bully Marcos? Do you want to be kicked out of Real Madrid's youth academy? You ignorant yellow-skinned brat, causing trouble on my turf. You must be tired of living." He did not inquire into the circumstances surrounding the incident, nor did he inspect the dirt on Marcos's body. He made no effort to understand why Lu Xiao had resorted to action. Instead, he immediately accused Lu Xiao of wrongdoing, his blatant favoritism laid bare for all to see. In his eyes, regardless of what occurred, it was always Lu Xiao's fault, simply because Lu Xiao was a young Chinese lad with no connections, while Marcos was the nephew of the youth academy director. Upon hearing Alberto's voice, Marcos felt as if he had found salvation and instantly regained his composure. Struggling to rise, he sobbed continuously, his voice brimming with grievance, as though he were truly the victim. "Coach, it was he. It was he who insulted me first, calling me good-for-nothing, who got in through family ties, then knocked me to the ground deliberately to humiliate me. You must punish him. Expel him from Real Madrid's youth academy. Never allow him to set foot here again." As Marcos continued crying, pointing at Lu Xiao, his ferocity and hatred were replaced by an exaggerated display of grievance, so convincingly portrayed that those unaware might believe he had suffered greatly. Alberto nodded, his gaze burning with intensified fury, locking onto Lu Xiao with icy coldness, as if ready to tear him apart. "Lu Xiao, do you realize your mistake? Right now, apologize to Marcos immediately, with a bow. Then you will undergo 4 hours of extra training, running 50 laps around the field without rest or water. Otherwise, I will expel you from this squad right now, barring you ever returning to Real Madrid's youth academy again." Surrounding players, upon hearing Alberto's punishment, could not help but express smug satisfaction, casting mocking and disdainful glances toward Lu Xiao. They all assumed Lu Xiao would bow his head once more, submit quietly to the penalty. After all, earning a spot in Real Madrid's youth academy was a dream opportunity for many players, none willing to easily give it up, especially someone like Lu Xiao. A powerless, backgroundless young Chinese lad who, once expelled from Real Madrid's academy, might never play professional football again. After all, within European football circles, Chinese players are already ill-regarded, let alone one deemed weak and expelled from Real Madrid's youth academy. But Lu Xiao was not among such people. He slowly lifted his foot off Marcos's back, showing no regret whatsoever, instead wearing a faint smile as he calmly looked at Alberto with serene eyes and a detached, yet unshakable tone. Coach, I am not wrong. I will not apologize nor accept punishment. Firstly, it was Marcos who initiated the verbal assault, calling me a yellow-skinned monkey, displaying racial discrimination, demeaning my character. It was he who provoked me. I merely acted in self-defense. Secondly, I did not bully him. He struck first. My response was simply retaliation. Had I not fought back, it would have been me lying on the ground now. Is it permissible only for him to bully me while forbidding me from defending myself? Thirdly, you jumped to conclusions, immediately blaming me without discernment, favoring him, listening solely to his side of the story, failing to investigate the true cause and effect behind everything. I refuse to accept such a punishment. As a head coach, you should remain fair and impartial, avoiding bias and discrimination, not judging based on relationships or skin color. Such conduct renders you unfit to be a head coach, let alone remain in Real Madrid's youth academy. Lu Xiao's words were lucid and resolute, devoid of fear. Every statement struck like a hammer, deeply impacting both Alberto's heart and those of every player present. Alberto froze, staring at Lu Xiao in disbelief, as if seeing this Chinese boy for the very first time. He never imagined that the seemingly timid and submissive lad who endured everything passively would dare openly defy him, challenge his judgment, even accuse him of being unworthy of coaching. This kid is utterly presumptuous. Alberto's face turned instantly livid, pointing angrily at Lu Xiao, trembling with rage, his voice freezing cold and shaking. You. How dare you defy me? In this squad, my word is law. If I say you're wrong, you're wrong. If I demand an apology, you must apologize. I'll grant you one final chance. Apologize and accept punishment, otherwise get out of Real Madrid's youth academy immediately and never return. Marcos also scrambled up, brushing off dirt from his clothes, wiping blood from his chin, still harboring malice and hatred, looking at Lu Xiao arrogantly. Yellow-skinned monkey, apologize wisely, or else I'll have my uncle banish you permanently from Spanish football, denying you any chance to play again. I mean it. Watching these two men before him, one conspiratorial and biased, the other arrogant, Lu Xiao's smile gradually faded, replaced by deepening chill beneath his eyes. Racial discrimination, unjust favoritism. Even if he desperately wished to stay here, he would no longer swallow injustice. Moreover, his ambitions extended far beyond remaining at Real Madrid's youth academy. He aimed to join professional leagues, become a global superstar, shocking everyone who underestimated him, including those who scorned Chinese players. Real Madrid's youth academy was merely a starting point for restarting his life. If they couldn't accommodate him, he could go elsewhere. The Championship Serie A, Bundesliga. Somewhere would surely welcome him, allowing him to showcase his true strength. Yet Lu Xiao knew full well that now was not yet the time to leave. Because he remembered there was a crucial match scheduled for this afternoon. The Real Madrid Juvenile versus Barcelona Juvenile, essentially the youth derby between the two giants. This game marked the final round of the season's youth league competition, serving as the decisive battle determining both teams' rankings. More importantly, during this match, the youth academy director Paracius, along with several senior team coaches, would be watching personally. It was his sole opportunity to demonstrate his abilities before high-level officials, his only chance to silence Marcos and embarrass Alberto. He couldn't just walk away. He needed to stay, finish the match, prove his worth through performance, forcefully striking down those who held contempt for him. Then depart gracefully, making Real Madrid's youth academy Alberto and Marcos pay dearly today for their prejudice and partiality. Crossing his arms, lifting his chin slightly, Lu Xiao gazed at Alberto and Marcos with defiant disdain, his tone calm, yet firm. Leave Real Madrid's youth academy. Certainly. I conduct myself consistently. I've been added to the lineup. I'll finish the derby against Barcelona this afternoon. Once the match concludes, you won't need to kick me out. I'll leave voluntarily. Not because you expelled me, but because I choose to depart. I find this place too tainted, too vile, rife with discrimination and inequality, unworthy of someone like Lu Xiao. And remember, Marcos, this afternoon's match will show you who the real waste is. On the field, I will humiliate you thoroughly and make you understand the cost of discriminating against a Chinese player. And you, Coach Alberto, remember this afternoon's game. I will prove with my strength just how foolish your bias and contempt were. You will deeply regret what you have done today. With that, Lu Xiao, ignoring their livid faces and the shocked expressions of the surrounding players, turned and strode towards the other end of the training ground to resume his practice. He needed to seize every moment to familiarize himself with his divine vision and the rhythm of the field, preparing thoroughly for the afternoon derby. His silhouette was tall and resolute, without a hint of hesitation. The sunlight bathed him as if gilding him with a golden halo. Though merely an 18-year-old youth, he possessed an aura and composure far beyond his years. Alberto and Marcos stood rooted to the spot, trembling with rage, yet unable to utter a single word. They watched Lu Xiao's retreating figure, their eyes filled with hatred and resentment, yet tinged with an inexplicable sense of awe. A seed of unease began to sprout in their hearts. This Lu Xiao seemed truly changed. His words, his gaze, his very presence instilled a flicker of fear within them. The surrounding players also started murmuring amongst themselves their earlier mockery, fading into surprise and curiosity. Is he really staying for the derby this afternoon? Is he insane? He dared to provoke Marcos and even challenge the coach. There's no way the coach will let him play this afternoon. Not necessarily. This afternoon's game is important. The youth academy director and the first team coaches will be here. Maybe the coach will let him play just to fill a spot. But even if he plays, it's useless. His skills are so poor he's just a point-giving machine. Don't you guys feel like he's a completely different person? The way he acted just now was truly domineering. Nothing like the cowardly yellow kid he used to be. So what if he's changed? His ability is still that of a waste. If he dares to step onto the field this afternoon, Marcos will surely teach him a lesson and make a fool of him in front of everyone. The murmurs rose and fell. Alberto's face grew darker and darker until he suddenly roared, "Shut up. Everyone get back to training. Anyone else who dares to gossip will follow him out of the youth team. And anyone who slacks off or holds the team back this afternoon will never play football again." The surrounding players fell silent, instantly lowering their heads to resume training. Yet curiosity and surprise lingered in their eyes as they occasionally stole glances towards Lu Xiao. Marcos stared at Lu Xiao's back, the hatred in his eyes intensifying. He clenched his fists, swearing silently, "Lu Xiao, just you wait. This afternoon I will make you pay. I'll beat you so badly on the field that you'll be picking your teeth off the ground. I'll humiliate you in front of everyone and make you understand the price of crossing me, Marcos." Meanwhile, Alberto watched Lu Xiao train, a flicker of cunning calculation in his eyes. He was still seething from being publicly defied by Lu Xiao and wished he could expel him from the youth team immediately. However, with the youth academy director and first team coach arriving, he couldn't act too harshly. But Lu Xiao's arrogance was an insult he couldn't swallow. A thought began to take root in his mind. Perhaps he should let Lu Xiao play this afternoon. In his eyes, Lu Xiao was nothing but a useless player with poor skills. Even a newfound boldness couldn't change his mediocre nature. Letting him play wasn't about hoping he would turn the game around. It was a deliberate plan to make him a laughingstock in front of the youth director, the first team coach, and the entire audience. If Lu Xiao played poorly, made frequent mistakes, and dragged the team down, Alberto would have the perfect excuse to kick him out of the Real Madrid Youth Academy legitimately. It would satisfy his anger and demonstrate his impartiality. A perfect win-win. You want to play Lu Xiao? I'll grant your wish. I'll let you lose all your face in front of everyone. Alberto sneered inwardly, his eyes brimming with contempt and calculation. He could hardly wait to see Lu Xiao's pathetic, humiliated state on the field. Lu Xiao paid no attention to the surrounding whispers, remained oblivious to Alberto's scheme, and dismissed Marcos's hatred entirely. He devoted himself entirely to training, activating his divine vision, to familiarize himself with every corner of the field, learn his teammates' running habits, and practice his passes. Though his long and short pass attributes weren't high with the divine vision, and the system marked optimal passing routes, his passing accuracy was surprisingly exceptional. He attempted a long pass to a distant teammate following the route marked by the system. The ball traced a precise arc through the air, landing perfectly at his teammate's feet without the slightest deviation. The teammate was stunned, glancing at Lu Xiao in sheer disbelief. He had never known that this yellow-skinned kid who couldn't even juggle a ball steadily could deliver such an accurate long pass. A smile curled at the corner of Lu Xiao's mouth and a glint of confidence shone in his eyes. With the divine vision, even if his passing attribute was low, he could still execute precise passes. Even if his dribbling and shooting were poor, he could become a top-tier midfield commander. He didn't know about Alberto's scheme, nor did he need to. All he knew was that in the afternoon derby, he would stun everyone and deliver a resounding slap to those who looked down on him. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the afternoon match. The small football field at the Real Madrid Youth Academy was already packed. Youth Academy director Miguel Palacios, an assistant coach from Real Madrid's first team, and a few first-team players, including the recently signed Kaká and Karim Benzema, as well as Raúl and Guti, who were about to leave, were seated in the stands to watch the youth derby. They knew nothing of Lu Xiao's secret nor of Alberto's scheme. They were simply there to watch the final match of the youth team season. The players from Barcelona's Juvenil A team had also arrived at the venue wearing their iconic red and blue striped jerseys. Each of them looked spirited, their eyes filled with confidence and arrogance. After all, Barcelona's La Masia Academy was in its golden generation in 2010. Talents like Thiago Alcantara, Sergi Roberto, and Christian Teo were all on this team, making them considerably stronger than the Real Madrid Juvenil A side. The players of Real Madrid's Juvenil A squad wore grim expressions, a hint of tension flickering in their eyes. They all understood the immense importance of today's match, not only for the team's ranking, but for their futures. If they could showcase their abilities before the youth academy director and the first team coaches, they might earn a promotion to Real Madrid Castilla, or even the senior squad. Their gazes fell upon Lu Xiao, still laden with suspicion. No one believed that this suddenly assertive yellow-skinned boy possessed any extraordinary talent. Alberto Miguel stood at the entrance of the player tunnel, his face dark and ominous. He looked at the players before him and instructed sternly, "Today's match is crucial. You must give it your all and win this game. Do not disgrace our Real Madrid Youth Academy. Anyone who dares to slack off or hold us back will be kicked out of the squad." Having said that, he began announcing the starting lineup, his gaze deliberately sweeping over Lu Xiao, a flicker of calculation in his eyes. Goalkeeper Ricardo, defenders Daniel Carvajal, Nacho Fernandez, Mario Antonio, midfielders Marcos Lopez, Franco Vazquez, Pablo Sarabia, forwards Alvaro Morata, Gis Rodriguez, Lucas Vazquez. Alberto finished reading the starting lineup, and none of the surrounding players were surprised. This was the strongest formation of Real Madrid's juvenile squad. Carvajal, Nacho, Morata, and Gis were all prodigies destined for the first team. He deliberately started Marcos to highlight how mediocre and useless Lu Xiao would be when he eventually came on. Hearing his name, Marcos wore a smug grin and shot Lu Xiao a provocative look, as if to say, "See, I'm a starter and you don't even deserve to step on the pitch. Useless is useless." Lu Xiao stood at the back of the line, his face utterly expressionless, remaining eerily calm. He had long anticipated that Alberto would not start him, but he was not worried. He knew that opportunities would come. Even as a substitute, he could seize the moment, make a stunning impression, shatter everyone's prejudices, and thwart Alberto's schemes. He revealed nothing about the system or modules to anyone, silently waiting for his chance to take the field and surprise them all. Ding. Main quest triggered when the Real Madrid vs. Barcelona Youth Derby. Quest description: in this youth derby, lead Real Madrid's Juvenile to defeat Barcelona's Juvenile, proving your strength and silencing all those who look down on you. Quest rewards: temporarily unlock templates of 2 legendary footballers for this match, Xabi Alonso. Deep Sea Torpedo module, Zinedine Zidane. Celestial Guided Long Pass module, usable only in this derby. If you win, these 2 modules will be permanently unlocked, plus 50 attribute points, and unlock the growth quest, Conquer Teammates. If the match is lost, the temporary modules will immediately expire and no rewards will be given. Failure penalty: none. Host is free to choose whether to remain in Real Madrid's youth academy. The system notification echoed in his mind, and a sharp gleam flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes. Xabi Alonso's Deep Sea Torpedo module and Zidane's Celestial Guided Long Pass module. Both top-tier passing modules, exactly what he needed most right now. He clenched his fists secretly. No matter what schemes Alberto had, no matter how arrogant Marcos was, he had to win this match. The whistle blew to start the match, and Real Madrid's Juvenile kicked off first. From the outset, Real Madrid displayed a fierce attacking intent, with Morata and Gis constantly creating threats up front, and Carvajal providing lively support from the right flank. But Barcelona's Juvenile defense was extremely tight. Thiago and Sergi Roberto's interceptions and passes in midfield were highly precise, executing the tiki-taka tactic with fluidity, leaving Real Madrid's players running in circles. In contrast, despite Real Madrid's strong attacking desire, their midfield organization was chaotic. Marcos, the key midfielder, not only had a low pass accuracy, but also made frequent errors, several times passing the ball to Barcelona players, nearly costing Real Madrid a goal. Alberto's face grew darker and darker on the sidelines as he roared incessantly, blaming Marcos for his mistakes. Although he favored Marcos, the latter's performance today was so terrible it jeopardized his plan. He needed Lu Xiao to come on and embarrass himself, not for Marcos to disgrace them first. In the stands, Palacios also frowned, his expression tinged with displeasure. He knew Marcos was his distant nephew and had always favored him, but Marcos's performance today was so poor that even he couldn't overlook it. Raul and Guti also frowned, talking in low voices with a hint of regret. As Real Madrid legends, they hoped the youth academy would nurture more talents, but today's display was deeply disappointing. In the 15th minute, Barcelona capitalized on Real Madrid's midfield error, launching a swift counterattack. Thiago intercepted Marcos's pass and delivered a precise through ball to the advancing Christian Tello. Tello, with blistering speed, left Real Madrid's defenders behind, faced the goalkeeper, and slotted the ball calmly into the far corner of the net. Goal. Barcelona Juvenile takes a 1-0 lead over Real Madrid Juvenile. The goal is scored by Christian Tello. The commentators shouted excitedly. Barcelona's players hugged each other, joyfully celebrating the goal. Meanwhile, Real Madrid's players hung their heads in dejection, their faces grim. Marcos, filled with frustration, kicked the turf hard. This goal was entirely his fault. Alberto fumed on the sidelines, shouting at Marcos, "Marcos, you useless fool. What are you doing? All these mistakes, are you doing it on purpose? If this continues, I'll pull you off." Marcos's face turned red, but he dared not argue. He knew his performance today was indeed terrible. Yet in his heart he vented all his resentment on Lu Xiao, believing that being humiliated by him that morning had affected his concentration. The match continued, and Real Madrid's attack showed no improvement, with the midfield chaos worsening. Marcos's mistakes multiplied, while Barcelona, with their fluid tiki-taka, frequently threatened Real Madrid's goal, coming close to extending their lead several times. Alberto's face grew increasingly somber. He glanced at Lu Xiao on the substitute's bench, the calculation in his eyes intensifying. The timing was about right. At the 32-minute mark, Barcelona seized another opportunity. Sergi Roberto broke through Real Madrid's defense on the right flank and delivered a cross into the penalty area. Boying, a player on loan from Barcelona's Juvenile team, calmly nudged the ball into the net. Goal. Barcelona's Juvenile team leads Real Madrid's Juvenile team 2-0. Boyong. It's Boyong again. A prodigy of Barcelona's youth academy, truly worthy of his reputation. The Barcelona players celebrated the goal with renewed excitement. Meanwhile, the Real Madrid players had completely lost their confidence. They moved sluggishly, their energy drained, and their positioning grew increasingly slow. From the stands, Palacios's face had grown dark. He shook his head, disappointment etched in his eyes. Raul and Guti also frowned, their expressions filled with even greater regret. On the sideline, Alberto could not suppress a faint, almost imperceptible smirk. The worse the situation, the more it would highlight Lu Xiao's incompetence once he entered the game. That was precisely his intention. He deliberately acted anxious and disappointed, instinctively glancing toward the bench. His gaze settled on Lu Xiao as if he were at his wit's end and had no choice but to call upon him. At that moment, Lu Xiao sat calmly on the bench watching the match unfold. His face showed neither anxiety nor disappointment. His eyes remained steady and resolute, as if the score on the field had nothing to do with him. He had been observing the game's dynamics, familiarizing himself with Barcelona's tactics, and preparing for his own entrance. Unaware of it, everything was unfolding according to Alberto's scheme. Alberto deliberately paused for several seconds, feigning hesitation. Then, facing Palacios on the sideline, he wore an expression of helplessness, as if seeking approval or perhaps venting his own disappointment. Only afterward did he turn toward the bench, his voice cold and tinged with reluctant resignation. Lu Xiao, you're in. Replace Marcos. He raised his voice deliberately, ensuring that Palacios in the stands, the first-team coach, all the players in the audience could hear him clearly. He wanted everyone to know that he had no other choice but to bring on a weak, underperforming yellow-skinned lad like Lu Xiao. If Lu Xiao performed poorly, Alberto could claim he had already given him a chance, and that it was Lu Xiao's fault for failing. Then expelling Lu Xiao from the youth academy would leave no room for accusations of favoritism or unfairness. These words struck like thunder, echoing in every ear present. All the players in the audience froze in disbelief, their eyes turning to the bench. Had Alberto really decided to put Lu Xiao on the field, replacing Marcos with this yellow-skinned waste? Marcos himself looked utterly stunned, his eyes wide as he stared at Alberto, his voice trembling with resentment and injustice. Coach, why? Why am I being taken off? Why put him this yellow-skinned waste in? I can still play. I can still score goals. Alberto cast a cold glance at Marcos, his voice icy and impatient. Shut up. Your performance today was terrible. You don't deserve to stay on the field. Get down. Immediately. He deliberately harshly reprimanded Marcos to demonstrate his fairness to everyone, masking his true intention of having Lu Xiao make a fool of himself. Marcos's face turned pale. He knew that no matter how much he argued, it would be useless. He glared fiercely at Lu Xiao, hatred nearly consuming him. Then with bitter resignation, he walked off the field, sat on the bench with his arms crossed, and glared at Lu Xiao on the field. Let's see how much shame this yellow-skinned waste would bring upon himself once he entered the game. Lu Xiao slowly stood up, his expression unchanged, still unnervingly calm. He removed his warm-up jacket from the bench, revealing the white training kit underneath. Number 33, his jersey number, an unremarkable digit, yet it carried his dream and hope of rebirth. He walked onto the field step by step, sunlight bathing his body, as if gilding him with a golden aura. His pace was firm and steady, without a trace of nervousness or fear. Unaware of Alberto's scheme and indifferent to others' gazes, he knew only one thing from the moment he stepped onto the field: it was the moment to prove himself, to rewrite his destiny. As he reached midfield facing Thiago and Sergi Roberto, the Barcelona players couldn't help but mock him, whispering among themselves. Huh, Real Madrid has actually put on this yellow-skinned waste. Have they gone mad? Exactly. I heard this yellow-skinned lad is utterly incapable. He can't even keep the ball juggling properly. Bringing him on is just asking for disaster. It seems Real Madrid has completely given up on this match, fielding such a waste just to fill a spot. Truly embarrassing for Real Madrid. Wait, I'll make sure to humiliate him thoroughly, so he learns that Barcelona's youth academy is not for trash like him. Real Madrid's players also wore expressions of disbelief. They couldn't believe that this timid, underperforming yellow-skinned lad whom they knew so well could possibly turn the tide of the game or help Real Madrid reverse the score. Some even believed that Alberto's decision to bring on Lu Xiao was a mistake, a last-ditch effort to salvage a lost cause. Palacios in the stands also frowned, suspicion clouding his eyes. He didn't understand why Alberto had chosen to put Lu Xiao on the field, hoping only that this yellow-skinned lad wouldn't add further trouble to Real Madrid's youth academy. Raul and Guti also turned their gazes toward Lu Xiao, curiosity flickering in their eyes. They too wanted to know what this Chinese lad, hastily brought on by Alberto in such a critical moment, had to offer. Only Alberto stood on the sideline, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk curling his lips, his eyes filled with calculation and disdain. Watching Lu Xiao, he thought to himself, Lu Xiao, perform, well, make a fool of yourself in front of everyone. After the match, I'll personally kick you out of Real Madrid's youth academy, ensuring you never have the chance to act arrogantly in front of me again. Lu Xiao ignored the mockery from Barcelona's players, the doubt from Real Madrid's players, and remained oblivious to Alberto's scheme. He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, the calmness in his eyes had been replaced by sharp intensity. Activating his max-level vision, he saw every player's movement and position on the field with crystal clarity. He slowly raised his hands, signaling his teammates for the ball, standing tall and confident, without a trace of hesitation. Tony finally aimed the camera at Lu Xiao, snickering under his breath. Where did this Asian kid come from? Has Real Madrid's youth academy gone mad? He looks the part, but he probably can't even control the ball. He adjusted the focus, his eyes filled with disdain. The stands erupted instantly, a deafening mix of curses and boos from Real Madrid fans. Is that the arrogant Chinese guy? The national team says he refused training. Does this troublemaker deserve to wear a Real Madrid jersey? Barcelona fans were doubled over with laughter, waving their flags in mockery. Is Real Madrid that desperate? Bringing in a replacement player through connections? What a disgrace to a top club. Neutral fans in the stands were whispering among themselves, mostly skeptical. Some even pulled out their phones ready to capture the moment this Chinese kid made a fool of himself. On a domestic streaming platform, the barrage of comments from late-night fans flooded the screen, a dense mass of doubt and ridicule. What the hell? This useless guy is actually playing. Trust the national team's announcement. This guy's a troublemaker and a loser. Is Real Madrid scraping the bottom of the barrel? Let's watch him crash and burn. See how he disgraces the Chinese people. Commentator Lin Yu sneered into the microphone, his contempt undisguised. Honestly, I can't understand Coach Alberto's move. With the team behind, he doesn't bring on an experienced player but an unknown Chinese kid with rumored poor skills. Let's wait for his joke of a performance and see if he can last 5 minutes. Sideline commentator Juan Perez roared with sarcasm, his voice echoing through the stadium. Has Coach Alberto lost his mind? In a crucial moment, 2 goals down, he brings on an unknown Chinese kid. Look at his stance, his eyes. He can't handle the intensity of a derby. Real Madrid is going to lose badly today. Inside the team, his teammates' ostracism was equally blatant. Carvajal deliberately drifted to the wing. Even when Lu Xiao was in a better position to receive a pass, he preferred to pass back or carry the ball wide, refusing him any chance to touch it. After receiving the ball in midfield, Sarabia, under pressure from Barcelona players, risked a back pass to the goalkeeper rather than give it to the so-called useless player. Every Real Madrid player on the field believed Lu Xiao's skills were appallingly poor and no one was willing to trust him, let alone cooperate with him. Even goalkeeper Casillas kept signaling to the defense with his eyes, urging them to watch the space around Lu Xiao, fearing he would make a mistake and concede. Lu Xiao paid no heed to this exclusion. He raised his hand to call for the ball again, his gesture firm and resolute. The boos from the stands grew louder, and some Barcelona fans even threw water bottles, their insults rising in a cacophony. Seeing this, Barcelona's Sergi Roberto immediately sprinted forward to press, lowering his body slightly, his eyes fierce and his lips forming mocking words. He was determined to dispossess Lu Xiao the first time he touched the ball, to thoroughly humiliate him. The domestic barrage exploded again. Here it comes. Roberto's going for him. He's definitely getting tackled. Get off the field now, stop embarrassing yourself. Lin Yu added fuel to the fire, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. Look at that pressing intensity, that defensive positioning from Roberto. It perfectly targets Lu Xiao's weakness. His ball control is amateur level. Under Roberto's pressure, he'll make a mistake, probably lose the ball, and concede a counterattack. On the sideline, Tony was ready, his finger hovering over the camera's pause button, his eyes fixed on Lu Xiao, waiting to capture his moment of disgrace. He muttered to himself, what a waste of space. He's going to lose the ball on his first touch. Real Madrid's youth scouts are getting worse and worse. Sure enough, the moment Lu Xiao received a reluctant pass from a teammate, he stumbled slightly, his body wobbling, and the ball nearly slipped away from his feet. His poor ball control was exposed, his movements stiff and awkward, completely out of sync with the other professional players on the pitch. Juan Perez seized the opportunity, roaring with undisguised glee. See, what did I tell you? This is the gap between amateur and professional. He can't even control the ball, can't make a basic stop, and he thinks he can help Real Madrid turn the game around. It's a fantasy, a pipe dream. The Barcelona fans in the stands laughed even louder, while Real Madrid fans looked utterly dejected, some even getting up to leave. Just as everyone waited for Lu Xiao to embarrass himself and for Roberto to steal the ball, Lu Xiao, with his maxed-out field of vision, instantly anticipated Roberto's tackling path and the point of his exertion. He didn't panic. Instead, he bent slightly, used the tip of his boot to gently nudge the ball, clumsy yet precise, evading Roberto's press. Then he rose smoothly and sent a long pass into the air. Zidane's out-of-this-world guided long pass was instantly activated. The ball traced a perfect arc in the sky, deftly avoiding the interception of 2 Barcelona defenders, subtly adjusting its trajectory to follow Morata's forward run and landing steadily at his feet with pinpoint accuracy, as if pre-measured. Morata hesitated for a moment, clearly not expecting such precision. Recovering quickly, he dribbled into the box, and with a composed shot past the Barcelona goalkeeper, the ball nestled firmly into the far corner of the net. An absolute silence fell over the entire scene, everyone frozen in place. The previous jeers, curses, and taunts vanished instantly, leaving only the sound of wind sweeping across the field, lasting for a full 3 seconds before erupting into deafening cheers. Juan Perez slammed his hands onto the table, his tactical board falling to the ground. His voice cracked as he screamed, filled with utter disbelief and shock. Goal! My God, what kind of godly long pass was this? Coming from that Chinese lad, who couldn't even control the ball properly. The precision of this passed his vision. It rivals that of a top-tier midfield master. Tony nearly dropped his camera, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, as if he could fit a fist inside. He immediately pressed the replay button, watching the long pass over and over again, muttering repeatedly, oh my God. Induced landing point. Something is definitely off with this guy. How can someone with such poor ball control deliver such an accurate long pass? This vision and passing awareness far beyond what any ordinary amateur player could possess. It's even stronger than many professional players. The contempt in his eyes instantly transformed into shock, followed by intense interest. His gaze locked firmly onto Lu Xiao, never wavering even for a moment. On a domestic live streaming platform, the barrage of comments instantly flipped, dense with shock and bewilderment. What the hell? This long pass is absolutely incredible. So precise, it's absurd. Could it just be luck? His ball control was atrocious a moment ago. This pass placement is impeccable. Even Murata's movement couldn't match the speed of his delivery. Lin Yu's tone hardened instantly as his sneer vanished, entirely replaced by awkward disbelief. Oh, luck. Absolutely pure luck. His dribbling and shooting still looked terrible. That long pass was likely just a fluke. Let's wait and see how he performs further. On the stands, Real Madrid fans' boos completely transformed into cheers. Waving Real Madrid flags, some struggled to pronounce the name Lu Xiao, shouting loudly Lu. Lu. The chant echoed endlessly. Yet many didn't even know his real name, merely shouting his jersey number instead. Barcelona fans' faces instantly turned ashen as their smiles vanished without trace. They muttered curses devoid of their former arrogance, some even pounding their chests in frustration. Lu Xiao remained expressionless, making no celebratory gesture, only offering a subtle nod to encourage Morata, while secretly thinking, this was just the beginning, better shows were yet to come. The match continued. Barcelona's Thiago obviously refused to believe such luck. As Barcelona's midfield core, he utterly dismissed Lu Xiao's abilities, believing that previous long pass was purely accidental. He actively approached with full-body pressing, deliberately targeting Lu Xiao's weakness in dribbling. Using physical confrontation repeatedly to squeeze Lu Xiao's space, even resorting to deliberate minor fouls attempting to anger Lu Xiao into making mistakes. Lu Xiao indeed couldn't hold his ground. His dribbling movements remained stiff, several times nearly having the ball stolen from Thiago, due to insufficient physical strength, being slightly knocked off balance by contact. Juan Perez, seeing this situation, began taunting again, full of triumph. Weaknesses remain weaknesses. Look, under slight pressure he panics and passes carelessly. That long pass truly was just a guess. His core issues remained unresolved. Poor ball control, weak physicality, unable to withstand high-intensity competition whatsoever. Tony stared at the screen, furrowed brows, observing Lu Xiao's performance, lowly analyzing. Dribbling, really poor ball control, also lacking confrontation, too easily panicked. When pressured, these are obvious weaknesses. But one must admit, vision, passing absolutely top-notch level. That previous long pass, definitely not luck. Able precisely anticipate teammate positioning, opponent interception routes, innate midfield talent, worth recording. Seriously, lad possesses great potential. Domestic bullet comments also followed suit, mocking, still pessimistic about Lu Xiao. Just lucky next time, definitely intercepted. If Thiago presses harder, surely make mistake, lose ball. Exactly, bad ball control, weak tackling, even if can pass, few kicks, useless. 41st minute, Carvajal broke past Barcelona defender, on right flank, lofted cross, into penalty area front. Lu Xiao approached, receiving ball, insufficient physical strength, bumped lightly. Barcelona defender foot once again appeared, error, football, bounced leg, nearly stolen nearby Barcelona defender, exposed once more, weakness, height, enough strength, unable withstand Barcelona defenders, physical contact, slightest collision affects action. Just everyone thought ball would be stolen. Barcelona launched counterattack. Lu Xiao again demonstrated top vision, calm mindset. No panic, but relying full level vision, instantly stabilized body, lightly touched toe, sending low ground straight pass. H. Alonso deep, C. Torpedo module activated instantly. Football like torpedo, leaving barrel, skimming grass, quickly sliding, precisely entering gap Barcelona defense line, avoiding all defensive players, intercepting, heading directly toward H. Rodriguez feet. H. Rodriguez already understood, well, quick forward run, receiving ball, immediately dribbled into penalty area, facing Barcelona goalkeeper, block, push shot, scored goal. Lu Xiao finished dressing and turned to leave, his steps brisk and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Under the cover of night, his figure swiftly exited the hotel. Stepping out of the hotel, Lu Xiao glanced up at the thick darkness of the night, calculating in his mind about Su Qingyuan. His footsteps carried him directly to a nearby luxury goods store. Having earned 285 RMB, he ought to buy something for his woman. He selected a limited edition handbag and a bottle of perfume, carrying the exquisite packaging with a faint smile on his lips. His handsome face was strikingly radiant under the streetlights, causing passing girls to glance repeatedly, their heartbeats quickening. He knocked on the door of Su Qingyuan's apartment, and it opened quickly. Su Qingyuan wore a white loungewear, set, her long hair tied back, her features delicate and soft. Her eyes were filled with surprise, and she beamed the moment she saw him. Lu Xiao, you're finally back. Her voice was gentle and sweet. She reached out to hug him, but her nose caught the unfamiliar scent of perfume on him. Her gaze paused momentarily, then she resumed her smile. She had long come to terms with it. Lu Xiao handed her the gift, smiling as he ruffled her hair, his fingers brushing through her soft strands. His tone was indulgent. For you. See if you like it. Winning the match, I naturally have to spoil my treasure. Su Qingyuan took the gift, opening it carefully. When she saw the handbag and perfume, her eyes sparkled like stars, and a blush crept across her cheeks. She looked up at him, her voice brimming with joy. I love them. Thank you, Lu Xiao. They're too precious. She knew well that Lu Xiao would never have only her. Rather than torment herself, she chose to accept it gracefully. As long as she held a place in his heart, and he treated her well, that was enough. This clarity was hidden within her gentle eyes. Lu Xiao pinched her cheek, feeling its delicate softness, and his smile deepened. Why be so formal with me? You're my woman. I've earned money, so who else would I spoil if not you? Su Qingyuan's face grew even redder. She lowered her head, biting her lip in a smile, and pulled him into the house. I made your favorite dinner, all the dishes you love. Let's eat together and properly celebrate your victory. The dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes, their aroma enticing all of Lu Xiao's favorites. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Xiao watched Su Qingyuan busily setting out bowls and chopsticks, his eyes full of tenderness. This sense of stability was something Emma could never provide. They sat side by side chatting as they ate. Su Qingyuan gently placed food on his plate, her tone filled with admiration. She only asked about the match's highlights, never mentioning the perfume scent on him. Her thoughtfulness was almost heartbreaking. Lu Xiao patiently recounted the details of the game, occasionally teasing her. Watching her blush and fumble, his smile never faded, and a sense of possessiveness quietly spread in his heart. After dinner, Lu Xiao led her through the streets of London, entering one luxury store after another. No matter how much Su Qingyuan protested the expense, he insisted on buying for her. Seeing her happiness filled him with a thrill of control. Holding her hand, Lu Xiao's tone was both indulgent and brash. Today, I'm taking you shopping. Buy whatever you want. I've got money, I can afford to keep you. Su Qingyuan carried bags of all sizes, a smile never leaving her face. Occasionally she would look up at the handsome Lu Xiao beside her, her eyes brimming with adoration and dependence. To be cherished by him like this was her fortune. They shopped until very late, returning to the apartment laden with bags, tired yet satisfied. Su Qingyuan leaned against Lu Xiao's chest, her voice gentle. Lu Xiao, I'm so happy today. Thank you. It's so good having you. Silly girl, don't thank me. Lu Xiao ruffled her hair, then rubbed his forehead against hers, his tone doting. As long as you're happy, I'll take you out every day from now on, spoil you like a princess. Su Qingyuan hugged him tightly, her cheek pressed against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, a sweetness filling her heart. Even if he had other women, she was willing, wanting only to stay by his side forever. Back inside, Su Qingyuan was clearing the dishes when Lu Xiao wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. His nose brushed against her neck, his tone suggestive. Hard work, babe. How about a reward? Su Qingyuan's body stiffened slightly before relaxing. Her cheeks burned and her voice was as soft as cotton candy. What kind of reward? Her heart pounded as if it would leap from her chest, brimming with anticipation. Lu Xiao smiled, without speaking, his fingertips gently tracing her waist as he lowered his head to nuzzle her earlobe. A delicate shiver ran through Su Qingyuan. She turned and wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in, her eyes full of emotion. They entwined from the living room to the kitchen, and from the kitchen back to the bedroom. The air was thick with sweet, ambiguous intimacy. Unlike the transactional nature with Emma, this was filled with lingering tenderness and true affection. Living room, kitchen, bathroom. As the night deepened, Su Qingyuan curled up in Lu Xiao's arms. Her skin was faintly flushed, her eyes still holding a trace of lingering allure. Her long lashes trembled slightly, and a shallow smile lingered on her lips, her eyes full of happiness. She was as smooth as a peeled egg, her waist slender and soft, pressed tightly against Lu Xiao. Her breathing was even, and even in her sleep, she wore a faint smile, her appearance exceptionally captivating. When Lu Xiao woke, the night was still visible outside the window. He looked down at Su Qingyuan beside him, gently stroking her hair, his movements tender, careful not to wake her. He silently vowed to always treat this understanding girl well and protect her. Su Qingyuan's breathing was steady, her features gentle, like a docile kitten curled up in Lu Xiao's arms. Lu Xiao gently brushed the stray hair from her forehead and planted a soft kiss upon it. After confirming Su Qingyuan was fast asleep, Lu Xiao quietly took out his phone and mentally commanded the system panel to open. A virtual interface only he could see appeared. The prompt on it made a flash of wild joy surge in his eyes. Ding. Host has completed side quest, defeat Bristol Rovers in the first round of the League Cup. Reward platinum treasure chest 1. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Lu Xiao's heart pounded with excitement. A platinum treasure chest. His heart was full of anticipation. The chest grades were iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and black gold. The reward from a platinum chest was surely significant, and he fervently hoped it would grant an improvement in dribbling or similar skills. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiao commanded in his mind, "Open the platinum treasure chest." On the virtual panel, the chest slowly opened, radiating brilliant light. He stared intently, his breathing becoming cautious. As the light faded, the chest contained no dribbling skills, nor any star player modules. Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned, but then an even greater surprise lit up his eyes. This was more exhilarating than obtaining a dribbling skill. The reward was incredibly overpowered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the basic ability Steel Body Active Effect during matches, completely immune to muscle strains, fractures, ligament tears, and other sports injuries, retains minor abrasions for realism. Pain is suppressed during malicious fouls, not affecting performance. Passive effect, daily training fatigue accumulation reduced by 80, a recovery speed tripled, aging is slowed with a decline in physical function, halved after the age of 30. Morata quickly smoothed things over. Coach Lu Xiao really helped us a lot today. Without him, we wouldn't have caught up in the first half. His passes were incredible. Carvajal chimed in, "Yeah, coach. His vision and passing are better than most of us." Sure, his technique has flaws, but with proper training, he's definitely a gem. Raul furrowed his brow and said, Alberto, his passing is exceptionally gifted and his vision is top-notch. Technical flaws can be polished over time. There's no need to be so harsh on him. Beauty nodded in agreement, acknowledging Liu Xiao's performance. Horatius spoke calmly. Liu, your talent is outstanding. I know the media has slandered you and the national team's announcement was biased. I hope you'll stay at Real Madrid or we'll focus on developing you. Liu Xiao gave a faint, firm smile. Thank you for the recognition, but Real Madrid's youth academy isn't my final destination. I'm headed for higher places. Besides, I doubt this coach would let me stay. Alberto snorted coldly, his tone cutting. Stay. You think you deserve it. After the match, I'm kicking you out. Reason: poor technique, weak physique, lazy attitude. You're not fit for Real Madrid's youth academy. His teammates erupted in anger, surrounding Alberto to argue, accusing him of deliberately targeting Liu Xiao. Liu Xiao raised a hand to calm them. Easy, the match isn't over. Let's win this game first, then we'll talk. Meanwhile, far from the locker room, Tony crouched in a corner, craning his neck and mouthing questions to a staff member about what was happening inside. The staff member shook his head. Tony looked puzzled. The kid had an amazing first half. Why is Real Madrid so quiet? Outside fans buzzed with chatter. Real Madrid supporters hoped Liu Xiao would shine again in the second half, while Barcelona fans wished for his downfall. Juan Perez narrated the halftime situation into the microphone, speculating on tactical adjustments for the second half. On the domestic streaming platform, the barrage was lively. Can Liu Xiao get another assist in the second half? Hard to say, his technical flaws are too obvious. Barcelona will definitely target him. Lin Yu analyzed objectively, still holding on to his prejudice. The second half resumed as players walked out of the tunnel. Liu Xiao looked calm, blending in with his teammates without a hint of anything unusual. No one knew Alberto had already made up his mind to expel him after the game. Alberto led the way, his face still dark, not sparing Liu Xiao a glance. Marco sat on the bench staring intently at Liu Xiao with undiminished hatred, hoping he would embarrass himself. From the kickoff, Barcelona Juvenile launched a frenzied counterattack. Oscar Garcia shouted commands from the sideline, waving his arms aggressively, determined to win this derby. Barcelona players pressed forward en masse, using their fluid tiki-taka tactics to pass the ball around Real Madrid's half, stretching their defensive shape. Thiago orchestrated from midfield, while Boyan and Teo made runs up front, seeking shooting opportunities. Sergi Roberto repeatedly threatened on the right flank, testing Real Madrid's backline. Liu Xiao held his ground in midfield, but his defensive weaknesses were fully exposed. Poor awareness, no idea how to block or intercept. Facing Barcelona's continuous passing, he could only chase the ball aimlessly, unable to stop Thiago's distribution. Relying solely on his max-level vision, he barely managed to disrupt passing lanes, but several poor positional choices nearly let Barcelona break through. Juan Perez began his mockery again, his tone dripping with smugness. Look at his defending. It's a sieve. He can't mark, can't intercept. Any simple pass from Barcelona leaves him flat-footed. Real Madrid's midfield is crumbling because of him. Barcelona fans cheered and jeered even louder. Useless. His defense is garbage too. What's the point of a few passes when you're getting crushed? On the domestic streams, many joined the chorus of doubt. See, too many flaws can't last the whole game. With defense this bad, Barcelona will definitely score and take the lead. His earlier brilliance was just luck. He'll crash in the second half. Tony stared at the screen, frowning, deeply analyzing Liu Xiao's defense in a low voice. His defense is indeed poor. Tackling and heading look weak, can't position himself, can't handle physical contact, and his defensive awareness is lacking. This is his biggest flaw. But I have to say, his passing and vision remain top tier. Even when pinned back by Barcelona, he can spot every gap on the field. Give him one touch, and he creates danger. If Real Madrid lets him go, it'll be a massive loss. In the 63rd minute, a Barcelona defender made a passing error intending to feed Thiago in midfield, but hitting the ball too hard, sending it off course. With his max-level vision, Liu Xiao instantly read the ball's trajectory, stepped forward, and luckily intercepted it. His weak defensive instincts made this a fortunate steal, but more than luck, it was his precise anticipation. He pushed forward awkwardly, his rough dribbling exposed again. Stiff movements, stumbling steps, tightly pressed by a nearby Barcelona defender, nearly losing the ball several times. Everyone expected him to pass and combine just like before. Even his Real Madrid teammates moved forward, calling for the ball. Barcelona players prepared to intercept the pass, and their goalkeeper stood in the box sneering at him, dismissing any shot attempt. His shooting posture alone revealed poor technique, stiff and awkward, incapable of scoring. But in the next second, Liu Xiao suddenly pulled back his foot and unleashed a long-range shot. The ball arced sharply through the air, heading straight for the top right corner of Barcelona's goal. Fast and powerful. The Barcelona goalkeeper's face changed instantly as he lunged desperately, but he was a fraction too late. The ball nestled firmly into the top corner. 3-2. Real Madrid took the lead. Juan Perez leaped to his feet, screaming in a cracked voice filled with shock and admiration, all mockery gone. Goal. My God. Liu Xiao, he scored. A long-range strike. A sensational long-range shot. The power, the angle, absolutely flawless. This Chinese kid has completely changed my mind. Not only can he pass, but he can also unleash such a brilliant long-range effort. Tony jumped up, excitedly slapping his thigh hard, nearly dropping his camera, shouting, "Holy crap. Is this kid crazy?" With such poor shooting form, how did he pull off a strike like that? The angle, the power, the precision. Pure genius. I have to sign him no matter the cost. I'm bringing him back to Crystal Palace. His eyes blazed with undisguised excitement and urgency. The camera locked on Lu Xiao replaying that long-range shot over and over, his gaze filled with fervor. The entire stadium erupted. Real Madrid fans waved their team flags, furiously shouting Lu Xiao's name until the voice echoed throughout the youth training academy. Some embraced each other in tears, too overcome with emotion to speak. In stark contrast, Barcelona supporters were utterly devastated, their faces etched with despair and resentment as they rose to leave the field. Some even threw their flags to the ground and stamped on them in anger. Neutral fans in the stands also stood up to applaud Lu Xiao, their eyes filled with admiration. This young Chinese boy had conquered everyone with his sheer talent. On a domestic live-streaming platform, the chat was flooded with praises and apologies, so densely packed that there was no room for anything else. Wow, wow. Lu Xiao is amazing. That long-range shot was perfect, into the corner of the corner. I previously called him a waste. I apologize. I was wrong. This kid is a natural football genius. Pride of the Chinese. Lu Xiao has brought honor to our people. From being mocked by the entire world to scoring 3 goals single-handedly, this is the true power of Lu Xiao. Yu Ling was so choked up his voice trembled with admiration. Gao. He did it. Lu Xiao silenced all the doubters with his skill. That long-range shot not only showcased his shooting talent, but also his courage and composure. Despite being underestimated by everyone, he scored a stunning long-range goal to help Real Madrid take the lead. This 18-year-old Chinese boy was truly extraordinary. Real Madrid's teammates were completely conquered by Lu Xiao. They rushed toward him like wild men, hugging him tightly in a circle as they celebrated with cheers and admiration. They no longer saw him as a waste or shunned him. Instead, they regarded him as the team's core and the hero of the turnaround. Morata patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder excitedly and said, "Lu Xiao, you're incredible. That shot was brilliant." Caval also looked full of remorse, speaking sincerely, "Lu Xiao, I'm sorry. I was wrong before to shun you. You're truly amazing." Tony didn't even pause to capture the celebration. He shoved the camera into his backpack and frantically searched through his contacts, his fingers trembling as he repeatedly muttered, "Quick, contact the club. Contact the club right away. We must sign him." But he was in Real Madrid's youth academy. Real Madrid would never let him go easily. Would they even consider a small club like Crystal Palace? It didn't matter. No matter how much effort it took, he had to convince him. He looked around anxiously, sweating profusely, his eyes fixed on Lu Xiao surrounded by teammates. He wanted to approach and ask for contact information, but feared being stopped by Real Madrid staff. So he paced frantically at the edge of the field, his heart pounding with urgency and anxiety, terrified of missing out on this talented player. The match continued. Though Barcelona players were unwilling to accept defeat, they launched an even fiercer counterattack. Oscar Garcia screamed instructions from the sideline, demanding all players push forward relentlessly at any cost to equalize the score. Yet Lu Xiao firmly controlled the rhythm of the match. Despite his still rough ball control, insufficient physicality, and stiff dribbling, his max-level vision and 2 passing modules allowed him to precisely spot every opening on the field. At critical moments, he delivered accurate passes, stitching together Real Madrid's entire attack. Simultaneously, his precise anticipation repeatedly disrupted Barcelona's passing routes, compensating for his defensive shortcomings. In the 78th minute, Lu Xiao received a pass from Nacho Fernandez in midfield. He slipped slightly, almost losing the ball, a clear reminder of his ball control weakness. But he didn't panic. Instead, he quickly adjusted his stance, gently flicking the ball with his toe to evade the Barcelona defender's pressure. Then he launched a guiding long pass, showcasing the power of the Zidane module. The football precisely found the advancing Lucas Vázquez, landing with impeccable accuracy. After receiving the ball, Lucas Vázquez immediately burst into the Barcelona penalty area. Facing the Barcelona defender's block, he unleashed a powerful shot, and the ball once again flew into the corner of the net. Real Madrid extended their lead and secured the victory. Juan Perez roared, his voice choked with emotion, filled with awe and excitement. Goal. The 4th goal. Another assist from Lu Xiao. He single-handedly created 4 goals. 1 pass, 1 shot, 2 assists. This 18-year-old Chinese teenager with his own strength helped Real Madrid achieve an astonishing comeback. He is too powerful. His skill stunned everyone. This is true talent. This is real strength. Tony trembled with excitement, pulled out his phone, and immediately dialed the Crystal Palace club. His fingers fumbled over the numbers as he kept muttering, "Sign him up. You have to sign him up. No matter how much it costs or what sacrifices must be made, we must sign him. He is a genius, a player capable of changing the fate of the team." The cheers rose to the heavens. Real Madrid fans shouting and cheering, endlessly waving Real Madrid flags, and loudly calling out Lu Xiao's name, treating him as their hero. Barcelona fans were utterly despondent, no longer boasting, as before, heads bowed in silence as they left. Oscar Garcia's face was dark enough to drip water. He angrily threw down his tactical board, full of anger and helplessness. He could not deny that Lu Xiao's power was simply too great. On a domestic live-streaming platform, the chat screen was so dense with messages that the video was barely visible. Phrases like "Lu Xiao is amazing," "light of the Chinese diaspora," and "natural midfield master" flooded the feed, along with numerous fans starting topics celebrating Lu Xiao. Lin Yu spoke into the microphone, his voice choked with admiration. This 18-year-old Chinese teenager shattered all doubts, with his sheer ability, single-handedly helping Real Madrid achieve an astonishing comeback, creating 4 goals on his own, stunning everyone present. While he may have weaknesses, his strengths far outweigh them. His future is limitless. Finally, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. Real Madrid Juvenile defeated Barcelona Juvenile 4-2, completing an astonishing comeback. The players celebrated wildly, lifting Lu Xiao high into the air again and again, eyes brimming with admiration and reluctance. They regarded him as their hero and the greatest contributor to the turnaround. Ding. Main quest completed. Assisting Real Madrid Juvenile in defeating Barcelona Juvenile 4-2, the host alone created 4 goals. Rewards distributed 50 attribute points, permanently unlocked for 2 modules. Lu Xiao suppressed his overwhelming joy and remained composed. Tony immediately stood up, pushed through the crowd toward the field, but was stopped by security guards. He waved frantically, urgently mouthing words trying to reach Lu Xiao, yet the guard stood firm, without moving. Alberto, with a grim expression, quickly approached Lu Xiao, speaking in a condescending and arrogant tone. Don't think winning the match makes you special. I hereby announce that you are fired. Your technique is crude, your physique inadequate. You do not belong in Real Madrid's youth academy. The entire arena fell silent, everyone stunned. The hero of the victory had been expelled. Raul Guidi and Paredes rushed to intervene, but Alberto remained resolute, refusing to yield an inch. Lu Xiao let out a scornful laugh, his expression still calm, his tone confident. Expel me. Perfect, I didn't want to stay here anyway. Real Madrid's youth academy doesn't deserve me. With that, he turned and walked toward the player tunnel, heading to the locker room to gather his belongings. His teammates' faces filled with anger and reluctance wanted to stop him, but Lu Xiao raised a hand to halt them. Thank you for your cooperation today. Fate willing, we'll meet again. His steps were firm, devoid of any hesitation. Marco sat on the bench, utterly bewildered. He hadn't expected Lu Xiao to be expelled even after winning the match, nor had he anticipated such arrogance from Lu Xiao. The hatred in his heart deepened. Raul Guidi and Paredes stood still, regret etched on their faces as they murmured among themselves. They had failed to keep this prodigy, their hearts heavy with remorse. Only they knew the depths of Alberto's selfish malice. The teammates remained rooted, their faces forlorn. No one dared to pursue him. They knew Lu Xiao's mind was made up, and they were also aware of Alberto's temper. Chasing after him would only lead to more awkwardness. Alberto stood frozen, watching Lu Xiao's retreating figure, a contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He had finally driven Lu Xiao away. Even though Lu Xiao had won the game, he hadn't allowed him to stay in the youth academy. Little did he know he had let go of a future legend. Lu Xiao strode into the locker room, swiftly packed his belongings, and walked out of the player tunnel with his bag slung over his shoulder. The evening breeze brushed past, carrying the fresh scent of grass. He touched his phone, a silent chuckle escaping him. Reborn at 18, with the system's backing and 50 attribute points, enough to compensate for all his shortcomings. He resolved inwardly that upon returning, he would allocate the attribute points to ball control, dribbling, and shooting, relentlessly honing his skills. With his strength, he would prove himself and all players of Chinese descent, silencing those who slandered and belittled him. The malicious propaganda from the media, the false announcements from the national football team, Alberto's disdain, and the fans' mockery would all become the driving force propelling him forward. His goal had never been Real Madrid's youth academy, but a higher stage, a farther horizon. Just as he stepped out of the base's main gate, Tony, panting heavily, blocked his path, urgency and sincerity written all over his face, a camera clutched in his hand. Lu Xiao. Wait. I'm Tony, a scout from Crystal Palace. Please give me a few minutes. I want to discuss a contract with you. Tony stared at Lu Xiao, his eyes filled with hope and anxiety. I know you're with Real Madrid's youth academy, and might look down on a small club like Crystal Palace, but I promise we'll give you plenty of playing time and focus on developing you. Lu Xiao halted, turned around, and looked at the frantic Tony, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He said nothing, merely gazing calmly at Tony. He hadn't expected a scout to approach him the moment he left Real Madrid. Tony quickly stepped forward, his tone growing more urgent, gripping his camera tightly as he pleaded, Lu Xiao, I know you're immensely talented in Real Madrid's youth setup, but think about it. Real Madrid is overflowing with talent. Even with today's stellar performance, you might not secure consistent playing time. Rather than rotting on Real Madrid's bench and wasting your talent, why not come with me to England, to Crystal Palace? I know Crystal Palace is a small club now, not nearly as famous as Real Madrid, but I promise you, if you're willing to join, we'll make you a starter, give you full focus and development, and ensure you have enough playing time to refine your skills and prove yourself. Tony's eyes were earnest as he added, with your exceptional vision and passing talent, you shouldn't be buried. Crystal Palace is the place where you can shine. Please give it serious consideration. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the two figures, one frantic, hoping to sign this prodigy, the other calm, his future path already mapped out in his mind. Lu Xiao's football legend was just beginning. That evening, as the cheers from Real Madrid's youth base still lingered, the derby results spread like wildfire through fan circles. On Real Madrid fans' forums, posts flew by rapidly, all filled with praise. Someone captured a gif of Lu Xiao's assist, their hands trembling as they typed. Holy crap, that number 33, the Chinese player, is insane. 4 goals, single-handedly carrying the whole team, like a god descending. Who was it that called him a waste before? Step up and apologize. With vision and passing like that, he's 100 times better than that useless Marcos. Many Real Madrid fans even went to Barcelona fan hubs to show off their tone, arrogant and triumphant, infuriating the Barcelona supporters. On the Barcelona side, there was nothing but frustration and resentment, yet no one dared deny Lu Xiao's brilliance. Someone typed grudgingly, their tone reluctant. What an unjust loss. Without that Lu Xiao, we would have definitely won. That kid's passes are outrageous, simply unstoppable. Admit it, the guy has real skill. Even if his ball control is lacking, just his vision and passing alone are enough to give us a run for our money. The two fan bases bickered endlessly, and overnight Lu Xiao's name became the hottest topic in Spain's youth football circles. Meanwhile, local Spanish sports newspapers rushed to print extra editions, with the front page featuring a photo of Lu Xiao's long-range goal. In the photo, Lu Xiao's handsome features were accentuated by a faint smile, his posture upright, the sunlight casting a dazzling glow upon him that was impossible to look away from. The newspaper headline was striking: Chinese prodigy emerges, single-handedly scores 4 to reverse Barcelona. Real Madrid Youth Academy hides a dragon. The reporter lavished praise on Lu Xiao's talent in the article, declaring that his vision rivaled that of first-team midfield maestros, calling him a gem of Real Madrid's youth academy. Alberto sat in his apartment scrolling through the news and fan comments on his phone. His face alternated between pale and flushed, a mix of shame and rage simmering within him. As he read the comments praising Lu Xiao, and even commending his own bold decision to play him, his mouth twitched, a surge of inexplicable fury rising within him. Bold decision. A bunch of idiots. Alberto muttered under his breath, his fingers clenching his phone so tightly that his fingertips turned red. He knew in his heart that Lu Xiao had simply overperformed today. That yellow-skinned kid was still a frail waste at his core, unworthy of a place at Real Madrid. Away from Real Madrid, you're nothing. Sooner or later you'll slink back to China and kick a ball in those low-level leagues, Alberto murmured to himself. With that thought, the embarrassment and shame in his heart eased slightly, and his eyes regained their former arrogance, as if expelling Lu Xiao had been the only logical course. Back in China, it was already late at night, but many fans who had stayed up to watch the game were gathered around their computer screens, too excited to sleep. In a mainland fan group, messages scrolled by in a dense stream, all centered on Lu Xiao. Previous doubts had transformed into fervent praise. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Lu Xiao is amazing. He's brought glory to Chinese football. That long shot, those assists. I've got goosebumps. I actually believed the Football Association when they said he was arrogant and refused to train. Turns out they were slandering him all along. Damn FA. Does anyone have the full video of Lu Xiao's brilliant performance? Please share. I want to loop it 100 times. It's so satisfying. Fans in Hong Kong erupted in celebration, as well, with many taking to social media to express their pride that a player from their city had finally made his mark on the European stage. Lu Xiao, born in the mainland, but a Hong Kong native, has become a legend in the Real Madrid derby. This is the kind of star we should be following, not those who only know how to throw their weight around. Soon, animated GIFs and highlight clips of Lu Xiao's assists and goals began to spread like wildfire across Weibo, Tiabahupu, and other platforms. Even though not many people were avid soccer fans, Lu Xiao's stunning performance was too brilliant to ignore. The buzz gradually grew, capturing the attention of a wider audience. Someone even dug up the Football Association's previous announcement, took screenshots for comparison, and vented their fury in the comments section of the FA's official website, every word dripping with anger. You bunch of incompetents at the Football Association. If you can't appreciate a player with such talent, fine, but to slander him maliciously, have you no conscience? Apologize now. Apologize to Lu Xiao and apologize to all the fans you've deceived. Otherwise, step down and stop blocking the latrine. Inside the Football Association office building, several officials sat huddled together, staring at the torrent of online abuse and Lu Xiao's match footage on the computer screen. Their faces were dark enough to drip with water. Damn it. That kid actually made it abroad and played this well. We're in deep trouble now, one official gritted his teeth. Another official frowned, his tone a mix of irritation and wishful thinking. What's there to fear? It's probably just a flash in the pan. He'll be exposed in the next match. Right, we'll just play dead. No response, no explanation. Once the heat dies down, everyone will forget. We can't actually apologize. Having reached a consensus, they all wore grim expressions, but had to grit their teeth and maintain their silence, silently praying that Lu Xiao would completely crash and burn in his next game. Lu Xiao was currently sitting in his hotel room, idly playing with his phone, watching the heated discussions both domestically and abroad, a faint smile perpetually lingering on his lips. He was naturally handsome, with deep-set eyes and a high-nose bridge. When he smiled, a hint of laziness and a touch of defiance gleamed in his eyes, making him exceptionally charming. The buzz is just right. This way, even if I leave, Real Madrid clubs will come knocking on my door, saving me the trouble of searching. Lu Xiao thought to himself. He didn't care about the FA's slander or Alberto's disdain. What he wanted was this very attention, a chance to stand on a grander stage. He opened his system panel, looking at the 50 new attribute points. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. His finger paused over the panel as his mind raced through the allocation logic. He planned to play in England, to be a midfield core. The high-intensity physicality and fast pace of the championship left no room for his amateur-level physique and technique. The attributes on the panel were clear. His vision was maxed out at 100, his greatest asset, but the rest were mostly at an amateur level. Endurance, physicality, and short passing were the ones that would determine if he could survive in the championship. In the championship, you have to run over 11 kilometers per game on average. Without enough stamina, you won't last through the second half. First, add 20 points to endurance, raising it from 60 to 80. That's the baseline for survival. A slight smile played on Lu Xiao's lips, his mind made up. And physicality. Championship midfielders are all big, black, and hard. I have the height advantage, but I lack strength. I'll add 15 points, bringing it to 70. At least I can hold my ground without getting knocked over at the first touch. His gaze swept over dribbling, ball control, and shooting. He shook his head lightly. No matter how good your dribbling and control are, they're useless under the championship's close marking. You'll just lose the ball. As for shooting and long shots, the system module has me covered, so I don't need to invest for now. As for short passing, I can see the passing lanes, but I can't execute them accurately. It's a pure waste of my 100 vision. I'll add 10 points to bring it to 65, ensuring a decent success rate for one-touch passes. And finally, 5 points into speed. It'll be useful for tracking back on defense and launching counterattacks. A speed of 67 is above average in the championship, good enough. With his plan clear, Lu Xiao didn't hesitate. His finger tapped across the system panel, allocating 20 points to endurance, 15 to physicality, 10 to short passing, and the final 5 to speed. The moment the allocation was complete, a wave of warm energy surged from his lower abdomen, flowing rapidly through his meridians to every limb. The lingering fatigue from the match vanished, instantly replaced by a comfortable, invigorating soreness throughout his body. He could clearly feel his limbs becoming stronger, his core strength significantly improved. His once somewhat slender frame seemed injected with new vitality. Even if he were to endure another high-intensity match, he wouldn't tire easily. His feet felt lighter, the sluggishness in ball control diminished, and the precision of his short passes seemed to have instantly sharpened. His mind could even clearly anticipate the landing point of his passes. A surge of desire to run, pass, and fight on the pitch coursed through him. Lu Xiao clenched his fist, feeling the burgeoning power within him. The smile on his lips spread fully, the defiance in his eyes growing more intense. With attributes like these, he was confident he could secure a spot at Crystal Palace and make a name for himself in the championship. After the allocation, Lu Xiao's football attribute template was as follows: short pass 65, long pass 50, ball control 48, dribbling 45, shooting 42, long shot 40, set piece 38, vision 100, endurance 80, speed 67, physicality 70, tackling 40, heading 45. System comprehensive evaluation by position: attacking midfielder, playmaker. Strengths: vision 100, endurance 80, physicality 70. Possesses the foundational qualities of a playmaker. Weaknesses: technical skills are severely lacking. Ball control, dribbling, and passing are all below 70, making it easy to be dispossessed in actual matches. Lacks independent scoring ability and must rely on the system module for crucial goals. Weak long passing prevents independent launching of quick counterattacks, requiring skills like Heavenly Strike to compensate. Top 5 league benchmarking: Premier League, fringe substitute, or cup rotation. Rough technique and only 70 physicality make it difficult to establish a foothold in the Premier League, but could serve as a surprise weapon in cup matches. La Liga, ineligible for registration, or only a B-team player. Even with Portuguese nationality, his technical style doesn't fit the possession-based system and would be seen as an outlier. Bundesliga substitute or U23 squad player. Physical condition is acceptable, but technical deficiencies make it hard to adapt to the high-pressure pressing and fast transitions of the Bundesliga. Serie A rotation player for a lower-tier club. Serie A emphasizes tactics. Without a reliable passing ability, coaches would be hesitant to use him. League 1, eye-promising rookie for a mid to lower table club. Despite poor technique, his vision and endurance are eye-catching, and he might be cultivated as a rough diamond. Most suitable league championship. The championship emphasizes physicality over technique. Your current 70 physicality, 80 endurance, and 100 vision can leverage their strengths. A one-touch passing style can circumvent the dribbling weakness, and the system module can create a dimension-breaking impact. Overall evaluation: C-grade rotation player. Despite having maxed out vision at 100, other attributes severely lag behind. Too many attributes haven't crossed the 80 threshold to be called a starting player. He must rely on system skills to deliver highlight reel performances. Your current attributes are equivalent to a championship starting prospect mixed with a top 5 league fringe player. In the championship, you can immediately become the tactical core, relying on top-tier vision and system support. In the top 5 leagues, you lack starting level strength and would need at least 10 to 15 attribute points and 2 to 3 star player modules to challenge for a Premier League starting position. System additional evaluation: the host's current attributes align with the tactical demands of the championship. 100 vision is the core competency. Endurance and physicality, meeting the standards, ensure survival on the pitch. Weaknesses are concentrated in technical areas, which can be gradually compensated through subsequent attribute allocation and star player modules. Currently possesses the potential to be a championship tactical core. It is recommended to prioritize adapting to the Crystal Palace system and leveraging the one-touch passing advantage. After reading all the system's evaluations, a look of understanding flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes. A defiant smirk curled on his lips as his finger lightly traced the evaluation content on the system panel, his expression calm and confident. C-grade rotation player. Top 5 league fringe player. He let out a soft chuckle, his brows and eyes full of an unyielding spirit. He thought to himself, these evaluations are merely the verdict of the present. Sooner or later he would completely rewrite them. He acknowledged the shortcomings the system had identified, and was well aware of his current rudimentary skills and reliance on the system. Yet he was even more certain that his 100-point vision was his greatest asset, and that 80-point stamina and 70-point physicality were sufficient for him to secure a foothold in the championship. As his finger paused on the phrase, championship starter with high potential, Lu Xiao's smile deepened. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes, and the lingering warmth from the attribute enhancements coursed through his body, filling him with an ever-growing confidence. Crystal Palace. Perfect, he murmured, his gaze resolute. I'll start from the championship, climb up through the doubts. Once I've saved enough points and gathered the modules, I'll take it all. Premier League starter, world superstar. A broad, irrepressible smile spread across his face. He could clearly feel his body becoming more agile, his control over the football stronger. The battle lust within him surged once more. Just then his phone vibrated. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number, the tone respectful yet probing. Hello, Mr. Lu Xiao. I am a scout from Port Vale FC in League 2. I apologize for the intrusion, but I would like to discuss the possibility of signing with you. Would you be interested? Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, before his composure returned. As expected, once the hype started, teams came knocking. But Port Vale in League 2 was far beneath his consideration. He casually replied with a not interested for now, and closed the message, knowing full well that better opportunities were yet to come. He relished this feeling of being sought after, this taste of control. Power, strength, glory. He wanted it all, not a single piece missing. Meanwhile, clubs abroad were also beginning to take notice of the Chinese prodigy Lu Xiao, sending out scouts to investigate him. Some valued his vision and passing talent, others saw his youth and moldability, believing that even with his flaws, he was worth cultivating. Tony, the scout for Crystal Palace, was currently on a flight to London, clutching Lu Xiao's match footage tightly in his hands, his face etched with urgency. I must sign him no matter the cost. This kid is a genius who can change a team's destiny. I can't let anyone else snatch him away. Tony had already contacted the club, strongly recommending Lu Xiao. The club had given him the green light, insisting he secure the Chinese teenager at all costs. Tony knew that as Lu Xiao's popularity soared, the competition would only intensify. He had to move fast and seize the advantage. However, just as everyone expected Lu Xiao to smoothly sign with the club and begin his new career, the unexpected happened. The next morning, Alberto Miguel posted a tweet on his Twitter account that instantly exploded across the internet, sparking another massive uproar. In the tweet, Alberto bluntly stated that Lu Xiao did not meet the standards of Real Madrid's youth academy and had been dismissed by the club. His tone was dripping with contempt and accusation. Although Lu Xiao had a brief moment of brilliance in the derby, he is essentially a mediocre player unworthy of staying at Real Madrid. More importantly, he showed no respect for his coach, engaged in private fights with teammates, and had a terrible attitude. Such a player will never be retained by us. Alberto also deliberately attached a photo of Marcos with an injured chin, insinuating that Lu Xiao had injured him in an attempt to steer public opinion and defame Lu Xiao. The tweet was instantly shared and commented on thousands of times. Those who had been praising Lu Xiao moments before were now plunged into a heated debate, splitting into two factions. One faction chose to believe Alberto. After all, he was the head coach of Real Madrid's youth academy and knew the team's internal affairs better. So that's how it is. I was wondering why he was suddenly dismissed. It turns out he had attitude problems, disrespecting the coach, fighting. A player like that deserves to be kicked out. Good thing Madrid didn't keep him, or he would have ruined the team's morale. Looks like that brilliant performance was just luck. The other faction expressed doubts, believing Alberto was deliberately slandering Lu Xiao. After all, Lu Xiao's performance had been too stunning. Dismissing him made no sense. Something's off, right? Lu Xiao played his heart out yesterday. How could he be suddenly dismissed? And fighting? I find that hard to believe. Yeah, it's such a waste. With talent like his, how could he disrespect the coach? Could there be some hidden truth we don't know about? Alberto is definitely jealous of Lu Xiao's talent and afraid his favoritism towards Marcos will be exposed. That's why he's saying this. So disgusting. The two sides argued fiercely, and the topic's heat on Twitter instantly surpassed that of Lu Xiao's 4-goal performance. Many clubs that had previously shown interest in signing Lu Xiao upon seeing the tweet also suspended contact to reassess his character. They weren't afraid of a player having shortcomings, but they feared a player with character flaws. Disrespecting the coach and fighting were things no team could tolerate. Alberto sat in his apartment, scrolling through the comments on Twitter, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Lu Xiao, so what if you have talent? With a single word from me, I can destroy you and leave you with no place to stand in European football. He felt a sense of smug satisfaction, believing he had Lu Xiao completely under his thumb. A little more fuel, and he could ruin Lu Xiao's reputation forever. The officials from the Chinese Football Association, upon seeing Alberto's tweet, were overjoyed, their earlier gloom vanishing instantly. Excellent. Heaven helps us. With Alberto saying this, even if the kid has talent, no one will dare to sign him. He's finished. I was worried he might actually become famous and embarrass us. Now it seems I worried for nothing. A loser is a loser no matter where he goes. The officials congratulated each other, the weight finally lifted from their hearts. Some even secretly rejoiced that they had smeared Lu Xiao's name earlier. Domestic fans exploded upon seeing Alberto's tweet furiously denouncing him for spreading lies while defending Lu Xiao. Alberto, you snake. Deliberately smearing Lu Xiao. Do you think we're all fools? If Lu Xiao really disrespected the coach and loved to fight, how could he have earned his teammates' recognition? How could he have fought so hard to win the game? Lu Xiao, please speak up. Shut this snake up. We all believe in you, we all support you. Yet no matter how much the fans pleaded, Lu Xiao did not speak out on any platform. He seemed to have vanished, offering not a single response. This began to shake the faith of many who had originally believed in him. Doubts crept into their minds. Could Alberto be telling the truth? After all, Lu Xiao had remained silent. And sometimes silence is taken as an admission of guilt. At that moment, Lu Xiao was on a flight to London, England. His phone was in airplane mode, and he had no idea about the online frenzy or Alberto's tweet. He wore a simple white t-shirt and black athletic pants, sitting upright by the window, his profile sharp and elegant with a calm and composed expression in his handsome features. Beside him sat a young girl in a light-colored dress, her skin fair, her features delicate, her demeanor gentle and warm. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward Lu Xiao. The girl's name was Su Qingyuan, a native of Hua, was studying abroad in Fugua. She had caught sight of Lu Xiao by chance and was instantly captivated by his appearance. She had never seen a young man so handsome in all her life, deep-eyed with a gentle smile radiating a natural brilliance, even when seated quietly. Su Qingyuan's heart quickened, her cheeks flushing slightly. She unconsciously tightened her grip on her school bag strap, feeling both nervous and curious. Who was he? Why did he look so familiar? Had she seen him somewhere before? Could he be a celebrity? Endless questions raced through her mind. Lu Xiao noticed the girl's gaze. He turned his head, met her eyes, and curled his lips into a gentle smile, his gaze languid, yet charming. Can I help you? His voice was deep and melodious, like a spring breeze rippling across a lake. Su Qingyuan's cheeks grew even redder. She quickly lowered her head, her eyes darting away. And no, it's just, I think you're very handsome. Sorry, she said, her voice soft and timid, laced with a shyness that was especially endearing. Lu Xiao watched her bashful demeanor, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He had always appreciated beauty, and this gentle, pure girl suited his tastes. Thanks for the compliment. You're beautiful too, Lu Xiao said with a smile, his tone warm and devoid of arrogance. He reached out and gently ruffled Su Qingyuan's hair. His touch was light and intimate. Su Qingyuan's heart raced even faster. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with shyness and a barely concealed delight. Lu Xiao saw the emotions in her eyes, and his smile deepened. He thought to himself, who would have thought he'd meet such an adorable girl on a plane? He was always gentle and attentive to the women he desired. Once he set his sights on someone, he never failed to win them over. Su Qingyuan would be no exception. Are you going to London? Lu Xiao asked, casually making conversation. He didn't mind having an interesting companion to pass the tedious flight. Su Qingyuan nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Yes, I'm studying in London. What about you? What are you going to London for? To find a team and play football, Lu Xiao replied with a smile, his tone matter of fact without a hint of boasting. Su Qingyuan was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise then admiration. You're a football player. That's amazing. Sort of. I just graduated from Real Madrid's youth academy. I'm heading to London to find a team and start over, Lu Xiao said casually without concealment. He didn't care about being dismissed by Real Madrid. To him it was not a disgrace, but a liberation, a necessary step to a higher stage. Su Qingyuan's admiration deepened. Real Madrid's youth academy was world-class. Coming from their mint, he possessed real talent. You're incredible. I'll definitely come watch your games and cheer for you, she said excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation. Lu Xiao watched her enthusiasm, a gentle warmth flickering in his eyes. Thank you for your support. Once I've settled on a team, I'll let you know. Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't suppress a smile. Great. Then let's add each other on WeChat. I can follow your games. Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and smiled. He took out his phone and showed his QR code. Sure. It's nice to have a fellow countryman to look out for each other abroad. They quickly scanned the code and added each other as friends. There was no excessive intimacy, only a faint pleasant rapport between two strangers just met. Su Qingyuan put away her phone, a flutter of joy stirring in her heart. She knew this was only the beginning. Being friends with such an outstanding young man was already enough to make her happy. Lu Xiao slipped his phone back into his pocket, his expression returning to composure. He thought to himself, this girl is simple and innocent. Adding her on WeChat was no big deal. Just another acquaintance in London. The plane glided smoothly through the sky with azure heavens and pure white clouds outside the window. The cabin was quiet. They occasionally chatted about study and football in a relaxed tone, neither disturbing the other. Lu Xiao leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes, his mind mapping out his plans after landing in London. First he would discuss signing with Crystal Palace. He knew Tony would seek him out. Although Crystal Palace was a small club, they could offer him a starting position and enough time to hone his skills. Once he established himself at Crystal Palace and achieved results, larger clubs would come calling. Then he could steadily pursue his goals. He wanted to play in the top leagues, become a global superstar, and make all those who had looked down on him and slandered him bow in awe. He would vindicate Chinese players and show the world that Huagua too possessed top-tier football talent. That Huagua football could stand at the pinnacle of the world. As for Alberto's slander and the online uproar, he couldn't care less. Once he proved himself on the pitch, all the rumors would collapse of their own accord. Strength was the best proof, the most powerful counterattack. He would use his ability to slap the faces of those who despised him. Su Qingyuan sat beside him, occasionally stealing a glance at his profile. Her eyes held a touch of admiration, not obsessive infatuation, but simply the appreciation of a radiant young man. She secretly looked forward to learning more about this newly acquainted fellow countryman, hoping to see him carve out his own sky on the London pitch. The plane descended slowly, the outline of London Heathrow Airport becoming clearer. Lu Xiao opened his eyes, his gaze resolute, and pushed aside the thoughts in his mind. London, I've arrived. European football, I've arrived. My legend begins now from this very moment. Little did he know that online, thanks to Alberto's tweet, a storm of controversy was already raging. His name was once again thrust into the spotlight. Nor did he know that the clubs that had once shown interest in signing him had paused their negotiations, waiting for his response and the truth of the matter. Even less did he know that the Football Association officials were secretly rejoicing, believing he was finished with no chance to ever recover. After the plane came to a halt, they both rose and walked out of the cabin together. They didn't hold hands, maintaining a comfortable distance with occasional small talk. Sunlight fell upon Lu Xiao, accentuating his handsome features and the calm, defiant confidence in his eyes. He looked up at the London sky, a self-assured smile curling at the corner of his lips. No matter how many obstacles and hindrances lay ahead, he was fearless, for he possessed strength, confidence, the backing of his system, and an unwavering goal. As for the rumors and slander, let them scatter with the wind. Once he achieved results, all doubts would turn into praise, and all contempt into awe. Stepping out of the airport terminal, the two halted. Su Qingyuan said with a smile, I'll head to school first. Let's keep in touch. I hope you find a suitable team soon. Lu Xiao nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. Thank you. Safe travels, and take care of yourself here. With that, they turned and walked in separate directions. There was no reluctance to part, only the faint bond of a newfound acquaintance hidden within a simple farewell. Meanwhile, Alberto was still sitting in his apartment, scrolling through comments on Twitter, a smug grin on his face. He thought he had won. He believed he had utterly destroyed Lu Xiao's career, that Lu Xiao would slink back to Huawei, never to set foot on the European football stage again. He did not know that what he had let go was a future global superstar, a prodigy who could reshape the landscape of world football. He would pay a heavy price for what he had done today. Back home, the fans were still voicing their outrage for Lu Xiao, cursing Alberto and the Football Association. They yearned for Lu Xiao to speak out and silence those petty detractors. They hoped he would establish himself in London, play spectacular matches, and bring new hope to Huawei football. Lu Xiao stood at the airport entrance, gazing at the bustling street. His eyes were resolute and fervent, and that trademark confident, charming smile never left his lips. Calm, composed, and unyielding. He clenched his fists, and the fighting spirit within him reignited. The road ahead was long, but he was fearless. The football legend of Lu Xiao was just beginning. London would be the new starting point of his legendary life, the place where he would shine. Those rumors and slanders would all be shattered by his strength. He would make the world understand that Lu Xiao, this Chinese youth, was no failure, no flash in the pan, but a future global superstar, the pride of Huawei football. He would make all those who looked down on him and slandered him tremble, bow their heads, and acknowledge that he, Lu Xiao, was the greatest football player. Lu Xiao turned and walked toward his booked hotel, his figure tall and resolute, steadily advancing toward his goal, toward a greater stage. His era had officially begun from this moment. The wind outside London's Heathrow Airport carried a damp chill. Lu Xiao watched Su Qingyuan's figure disappear into the crowd. The faint smile on his lips remained, but a deep certainty settled in his eyes. He raised a hand to adjust the collar of his white t-shirt, his posture straight as a pine. His handsome features shone even brighter under the sun, causing several passing foreign girls to glance back repeatedly, their cheeks flushing. He's so handsome, is he a celebrity? A blonde girl whispered to her friend, her gaze fixed on Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao heard them clearly, but did not turn around. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, good looks are easy to come by, but strength and power were what he truly needed to grasp. He took a taxi to his pre-booked hotel, taking in the streets of London, UK along the way. In his mind, he swiftly outlined his next plan. Crystal Palace would be his first stop on the road to a comeback. The hotel room was not luxurious, but it was clean and tidy. After setting down his luggage, Lu Xiao's first action was to turn on his phone, connect to the internet, and search for the latest news about Crystal Palace. The messages on the screen made a glint of understanding flash in his eyes. Financial crisis, insolvency, a change in manager, and aging squad. It was even more dire than he remembered. The greater the difficulty, the more room I have to shine. Lu Xiao leaned back in his chair, gently tapping his fingers on the desk. His expression was calm, without a trace of worry. He knew Crystal Palace was mired in trouble, in desperate need of cheap, capable players. And he, a free agent and Real Madrid Youth Academy graduate of Chinese descent, was one of their best options. Moreover, he had the backing of his system, max-level vision, and 2 passing modules. As long as he got a trial opportunity, he could conquer everyone with his skills. Just as he put down his phone, it rang. The name, Tony, flashed on the screen. Lu Xiao curled his lips, pressed the answer button, and his voice was low and pleasant, tinged with calm. Mr. Lu Xiao, allow me to introduce myself again. I am Tony, a scout for Crystal Palace. I've arrived at the lobby of your hotel. Is it convenient for you to come down? Tony's voice carried a note of urgency and respect. One moment, I'll be right down. Lu Xiao hung up quickly, tidied his clothes. In the mirror, the young man's features were handsome, his smile gentle, yet it hid an imperceptible pride. As he came downstairs, Tony was scanning the hotel entrance. The moment he saw Lu Xiao, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over, his expression growing even more respectful. Mr. Lu Xiao, though this isn't our first meeting, I can't help but say how young and handsome you are each time I see you. Tony extended his hand with a warm smile. I've come specially to take you to the club for a trial. Lu Xiao shook his hand lightly, his fingertips cool, his smile warm. Thank you for the trouble, Mr. Tony. His demeanor was composed, neither humble nor arrogant, without the slightest nervousness of a newcomer. Tony nodded, inwardly impressed. Such maturity and presence were not typical of ordinary young players. He felt more and more that signing Lu Xiao was the right decision. Once in the car, Tony drove while chattering about Crystal Palace's situation, deliberately avoiding the financial crisis and squad weaknesses, only mentioning the positives. Our club has a deep heritage, the home atmosphere is electric, and our head coach George Burley is very experienced. If you perform well, you're sure to secure a starting spot. Lu Xiao leaned back in the passenger seat, nodding slightly and occasionally responding. But a knowing look flashed in his eyes. He had already checked. George Burley was a conservative coach who didn't trust young players. Thank you for the information, Mr. Tony. I only care about playing good football and winning matches, Lu Xiao said calmly, his tone flat, but carrying an unshakable confidence. Tony paused, then laughed. Of course. Your talent will definitely help the team win more games. We are all looking forward to your performance. Lu Xiao said no more. He gazed out the window, mentally planning his trial strategy. He didn't need to show off flashy tricks, simply demonstrating his vision and passing ability would be enough. After about an hour's drive, they finally arrived at Selhurst Park Stadium in the Croydon district of South London. From a distance, the stadium wasn't grand, but it exuded a sense of history. This is our home ground, Selhurst Park. Though the facilities aren't the newest, the passion of the fans is absolutely top tier in the championship. Tony introduced with a smile. Lu Xiao nodded, his gaze sweeping across the pitch, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. This would be his first stage in English football, and here he would carve out a name for himself. After getting out of the car, someone was already waiting at the stadium entrance. At the front was a middle-aged man in a suit, slightly stout with a hint of weariness between his brows, yet his sharpness was still unmistakable. Mr. Lu Xiao, it's an honor. I'm Simon Jordan, the chairman of Crystal Palace. The middle-aged man extended his hand, first his smile beaming, his tone respectful in a way that caught Lu Xiao slightly off guard. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, then quickly understood. Crystal Palace was mired in a financial crisis and had no room to put on airs. Naturally, they would place great importance on a free agent talent like him. Chairman Simon, it's a pleasure. Lu Xiao shook his hand gently, his smile warm and his demeanor composed. He was neither constrained by the chairman's status nor overly arrogant. Simon Jordan looked at Lu Xiao, his eyes filled with admiration. To be so young yet possess such a steady mind coupled with astonishing talent, perhaps he could truly save the bankrupt Crystal Palace. I've long heard that, Mr. Lu Xiao single-handedly created 4 goals in the Madrid derby, astounding the entire stadium. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Not only skilled, but also handsome. Simon Jordan praised with a smile. The management staff nearby chimed in, their voices full of flattery. Some called him the hope of Chinese football, others said he could lead Crystal Palace out of trouble. A faint smile remained on Lu Xiao's face as he calmly received the praise. But in his heart he was clear-headed. These accolades were merely based on his talent and his status as a free agent. Thank you all for the recognition. Whether I can deliver, I'll have to prove with my performance. Enough talk, let's start the trial. Lu Xiao spoke calmly, his tone carrying an air of confidence. Simon Jordan's admiration deepened. He nodded. Good. Straight to the point. Tony, take Mr. Lu Xiao to the changing room. We'll wait by the pitch, looking forward to your performance. Tony acknowledged and led Lu Xiao to the changing room. Along the way, Lu Xiao saw many Crystal Palace players. Their gazes toward him were mostly filled with doubt and disdain. Can Chinese people even play football? Probably just here to coast. So what if he's from Real Madrid's youth academy? He's probably just a reject who got cut. A tall defender muttered under his breath. His voice wasn't loud, but it was just enough for Lu Xiao to hear. Lu Xiao didn't turn around, but the smile on his lips faded slightly, a chill flashing in his eyes. Soon he would show them what true strength meant. The changing room was not spacious and the facilities were somewhat outdated. Tony handed Lu Xiao a training kit and a pair of boots. Mr. Lu Xiao, please change. I'll wait outside for you. All right. Lu Xiao nodded. After Tony left, he took off his t-shirt, revealing a lean, well-defined physique. It wasn't bulky, but exuded power, his skin a healthy wheat color. After changing into the training kit, Lu Xiao adjusted the collar in front of the mirror. The kit still couldn't hide his tall, upright posture, and his handsome features now carried an added vitality of athleticism. Just wait. Today I'll completely change your minds. Lu Xiao smiled at his reflection in the mirror, his gaze resolute. What he wanted was not just to pass the trial, but to secure a starting position. Stepping out of the changing room, Tony's eyes lit up again when he saw Lu Xiao. Mr. Lu Xiao, you look incredibly handsome in the training kit. You're a born footballer. Lu Xiao smiled faintly without responding, following Tony to the training ground. By then, Simon Jordan, George Burley, and the coaching staff had already been waiting by the pitch for some time. George Burley, dressed in a black coaching uniform, wore a stern expression. His sharp eyes scrutinized Lu Xiao, a hint of skepticism in them. He had watched Lu Xiao's match footage. It was indeed impressive, but there were also many weaknesses. Mr. Lu Xiao, welcome to Crystal Palace. For your trial, we'll arrange an intra-squad match with the first-team players. I hope you can show us your ability. George Burley spoke flatly with no warmth. No problem. Whatever you decide. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile, his demeanor calm, showing no signs of nervousness. For him, such a match was just a small challenge. George Burley nodded slightly and called out to the players on the field. Everyone come here. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Xiao here for a trial. We'll have an inter-squad match shortly. Cooperate with him. The players gathered around, their gazes fixed on Lu Xiao. Doubt, disdain, curiosity. A mix of looks intertwined, creating a tense atmosphere. I'm Darren Ambrose, the midfield core. A medium-built, steady-looking middle-aged player spoke, his tone flat and distant without any warmth. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Hello, I'm Lu Xiao. His attitude was composed, neither humble nor arrogant, showing no sign of trying to curry favor just because the other was the midfield core. The other players also introduced themselves, most with perfunctory tones. Only a few younger players looked at Lu Xiao with a hint of curiosity. Alright teams. Lu Xiao, you're on Team A with Ambrose and Harris. The opposing team is Team B. Remember, show your true strength, no holding back. George Burley spoke sternly. Understood, coach. The players replied in unison. The players on Team B looked at Lu Xiao with a hint of provocation. They were eager to see just how good this Chinese teenager really was. Lu Xiao walked over to Team A's side. Ambrose and Neil Harris only gave him a brief glance, saying nothing, clearly not trusting his abilities. Lu Xiao knew well that talk was useless, strength was the only proof. He stretched his body, the residual warmth from his stat allocation still flowing through his limbs, filling him with power. Match start. With the assistant coach's whistle, the inter-squad match began. Team B kicked off and immediately launched a fierce attack. Team B's midfielders passed the ball quickly, their coordination fairly good. Soon the ball was at the edge of Team A's penalty area. Just as a shot seemed imminent, Lu Xiao stepped forward and precisely intercepted the ball. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They hadn't expected this seemingly slender Chinese teenager to react so quickly and tackle so accurately. The disdain on their faces lessened slightly. After intercepting the ball, Lu Xiao didn't hesitate. His gaze swept across the field. With his vision stat maxed at 100, he instantly saw the positioning of all players and found the optimal passing lane. He gently flicked the ball with his foot, sending it skimming low across the ground like a nimble fish. It precisely threaded through Team B's defense and landed at Ambrose's feet, channeling the deep-sea torpedo module of Xabi Alonso. Ambrose paused momentarily, catching the ball instinctively. He could feel the pass was perfectly weighted, the landing spot just right. No adjustment needed to launch an attack directly. Beautiful. Tony couldn't help shouting from the sideline, his face brimming with excitement. Simon Jordan nodded slightly, his admiration deepening, while George Burley's expression also softened. Reacting swiftly, Ambrose drove the ball forward. Facing the B team's defender, he delivered a cross-field pass to Harris, who lifted his foot and shot the ball nestling securely into the bottom corner of the net. Goal! The A-team players erupted in cheers. Harris turned and gave Lu Xiao a thumbs up, his tone carrying a note of newfound respect. Kid, nice pass. Lu Xiao smiled unassuming and simply replied, good teamwork. His demeanor was composed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The B-team players looked discomfited, their gazes growing more provocative. After the restart, they launched a fiercer assault, attempting to level the score. Yet Lu Xiao's orchestration from midfield grew increasingly adept. With a maxed-out vision and 3 core modules, he navigated the center of the pitch with effortless grace, intercepting passes with precision and delivering lethal through balls time and again. He alternated between using the deep-sea torpedo for low-driven through balls, the celestial pass guided long ball to direct his teammates' runs, and seizing defensive gaps to unleash unstoppable passes with time slice. Ambrose and Harris grew increasingly attuned to Lu Xiao's passing rhythm, receiving his balls and launching attacks repeatedly. Before long, A-team scored 2 consecutive goals, making the score 3-0. The B-team players were utterly deflated. Their looks toward Lu Xiao shifted from doubt and disdain to admiration and shock. They had to admit this Chinese origin teenager truly had remarkable skills. This kid is just too good. His vision is insane. It's like he sees right through our runs. A B-team midfielder muttered under his breath. Not just his vision, his passing is incredibly precise too. Every pass finds the most critical spot. He's a true midfield general, another player chimed in. On the sideline, Simon Jordan's face was beaming. He knew his judgment was correct. Lu Xiao was exactly the player Crystal Palace needed, the hope who could save them. George Burley's expression had completely softened, the suspicion in his eyes replaced by appreciation and astonishment. He hadn't expected Lu Xiao's performance to be even more impressive than in the video. Though conservative and distrustful of young players, he understood that such a prodigious talent must not be let go. Even with shortcomings, he was worth cultivating as a priority. The match continued. Despite B-team's desperate counterattacks, they could never breach Lu Xiao's midfield defense nor stop his precise passes. Ultimately, the game ended 4-0 in A-team's favor. As the final whistle blew, the A-team players gathered around, patting Lu Xiao's shoulders, their words full of praise and their attitudes markedly warmer. Lu Xiao, you're incredible. From now on, you're our midfield core. Yeah, with you around, we'll definitely win more games and escape relegation. Lu Xiao responded to everyone's compliments with a faint, composed smile, showing no trace of arrogance. Yet in his heart, he knew this was only the beginning. Just then, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the growth task and securing a crucial match victory. Reward 3 free attribute points. A gleam flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes and he rejoiced inwardly. 3 attribute points were just enough to compensate for his weakness. Without hesitation, he allocated all 3 points to short passing, raising it from 65 to 68. The instant the attribute upgrade completed, a faint wave of warmth spread again, concentrating around his ankles. He could clearly sense his short passing accuracy had improved further. Perfect, my short passing has improved. From now on my passes will be more precise and I won't have that can see but can't pass accurately problem anymore. Lu Xiao thought to himself, the smile in his eyes deepening. Simon Jordan strode forward quickly, his face wreathed in smiles, and grasped Lu Xiao's hand firmly. Mr. Lu Xiao, you are outstanding. On behalf of Crystal Palace, I formally extend a contract offer to you. George Burley also stepped over, his tone carrying a hint of approval. Lu Xiao, your ability is impressive. Though you still have some weaknesses, I believe you can become an excellent player. I agree to sign you. Lu Xiao smiled, withdrew his hand, and spoke calmly. Thank you for the recognition, Chairman Simon and Coach George. I'm willing to sign, but I have a few conditions. Simon Jordan nodded. Go ahead. As long as we can manage, we'll meet your requests. Whether it's salary or other aspects, we can negotiate. First, I want an official first-team professional contract, a weekly wage of 5,000, and a buyout clause of 5 million. Lu Xiao stated plainly, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable confidence. This salary demand was not high for Crystal Palace, which was mired in financial crisis. Simon Jordan nodded without hesitation. No problem, I agree. Second, I request the inclusion of bonus clauses for goals, assists, and team championships. As long as I achieve the targets, the bonuses must be paid as agreed. Lu Xiao continued. Simon Jordan and George Burley exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes, then broke into smiles. They recognized Lu Xiao's ambition, and that was exactly what they needed. Agreed, no problem. We'll specify in the contract that as long as you help the team achieve good results, we won't be stingy with bonuses. Simon Jordan said with a smile. Third, I don't want popular numbers like 10 or 8. I want number 95, Lu Xiao declared, a hint of defiance in his voice. I'll make number 95 shine brighter than number 10. Everyone was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lu Xiao to choose such an obscure number. Numbers in the 90s were typically worn by fringe players or trialists. Mr. Lu Xiao, are you sure? We have the number 10 shirt available. It would better reflect your core status. Simon Jordan couldn't help but remind him. Lu Xiao shook his head, a defiant smile on his lips. I'm sure. I don't need a number to prove myself. I'll make the number shine through my performance. The admiration in Simon Jordan's eyes deepened as he nodded. Good. That's the spirit. We'll do it your way. The number 95 jersey is yours from now on. Also, I know the club is facing financial difficulties, but I'd like a signing bonus. The amount doesn't matter, it's the gesture that counts, Lu Xiao added calmly. Simon Jordan smiled and nodded. No problem. We'll give you a signing bonus. It won't be much, but it's a token of our sincerity. We hope you can lead Crystal Palace out of this predicament. Rest assured, now that I've signed, I'll give my all to help the team. As for whether we can turn things around, just wait and see, Lu Xiao said with a confident smile, his eyes firm and full of conviction. Lu Xiao's smile carried unwavering determination, his gaze radiating self-assurance. Afterward, everyone headed to the club's office to finalize the contract. Without an agent, Lu Xiao negotiated entirely on his own, his demeanor composed, and his thinking sharp as he scrutinized every clause with meticulous care. Simon Jordan and George Burley watched Lu Xiao, their admiration growing. Such poise and composure were beyond the reach of ordinary young players. They became even more convinced that Lu Xiao was the one to save Crystal Palace. The moment the contract was signed, the system's prompt echoed in Lu Xiao's mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing a professional first-team contract with Crystal Palace. Reward: Modric's time-slice permanent module. Core ability: delivers an unstoppable pass within the 0.5-second window when the opponent's defensive rhythm is at its most lax. Features: it doesn't rely on distance or curve, but seizes the instant of an opponent's weight shift or eye movement. The pass may not be fast, but its timing is precise to the millisecond. Defenders can see it, but can't touch it. A flicker of ecstasy flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes, though his face remained composed. The time-slice module was exactly what he needed. With it, his passes would become even more lethal. Perfect. Now, with 3 modules plus maxed-out vision and improved short passing, I can definitely hold my own in the championship. Even become the midfield core, Lu Xiao thought jubilantly. Simon Jordan handed Lu Xiao a check for the signing bonus, his face beaming. Lu Xiao, welcome to Crystal Palace. From today onward, you're one of us. Lu Xiao took the check, glanced at it, and gave a faint smile. Thank you, Chairman Simon. I look forward to your guidance from now on. His tone was calm and unassuming, showing no eagerness despite the bonus. It should be us asking for your guidance, Simon Jordan said with a laugh. For now, take some time to integrate with the team, get familiar with the tactics, and prepare for the new championship season. No problem. I'll follow the coach's arrangements, Lu Xiao nodded. He understood that integration was essential. Only by knowing his teammates and the tactics could he fully unleash his abilities. That afternoon, Crystal Palace's official website updated with news of Lu Xiao's signing, accompanied by his photo. In the picture, Lu Xiao wore the club's training kit, his smile warm and his handsome features radiant. The caption read, "Welcome Chinese prodigy Lu Xiao to Crystal Palace. After single-handedly creating 4 goals in the Madrid derby, he will don the number 95 jersey to compete in the championship. We look forward to his brilliant performances." The news instantly sparked a heated debate. Crystal Palace players took to Twitter to welcome Lu Xiao, their words filled with recognition and anticipation. Ambrose posted, "I'm thrilled to be teammates with Lu Xiao. His passing is exceptional. I'm sure he'll help us win more matches." Harris also wrote, "Lu Xiao is a highly talented player. His performance during the trial was stunning. I can't wait to fight alongside him in the new season." However, the fans' reactions were starkly different. Crystal Palace supporters erupted upon seeing the news, most of them expressing anger and skepticism. What? They signed a Chinese player. A reject kicked out of Real Madrid's youth academy. Has the club gone mad? We don't need someone like that. Crystal Palace is already in dire straits, stuck in the relegation mire, and they sign a Chinese from a football wasteland. Are they just giving up and preparing for relegation? Number 95 jersey. Clearly a fringe player. I knew this Chinese guy was useless, just here to collect a paycheck. My poor Crystal Palace. We need capable players to help the team survive relegation, not a waste product from Real Madrid. Simon Jordan stepped down now. Fans of Crystal Palace's archrivals also joined in to mock the news, especially those from Millwall, their biggest nemesis, whose comments dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Ha ha ha, Crystal Palace is truly hopeless. Signing a Chinese reject. Looks like we'll have an easy win against them next season. No one likes us, we don't care. You Crystal Palace losers get ready to be thrashed by us. Signing a Chinese player is an insult to the championship. A Chinese who can play football. Don't make me laugh. All they know is eating. Crystal Palace signing him is digging their own grave. We'll beat you twice next season. Fans of secondary rivals Charlton Athletic also chimed in, with mockery sneering that Crystal Palace had completely lost hope and wasn't even worth competing against. Is Crystal Palace just giving up? Signing a Chinese reject from Real Madrid. Looks like we'll easily overtake them next season. Chinese players have never proven themselves in the championship. This Lu Xiao is no exception. Crystal Palace is just wasting money. Meanwhile, fans in China also erupted into heated discussions upon hearing the news of Lu Xiao signing with Crystal Palace, with mixed reactions. Some supportive, some regretful, and others skeptical. Holy crap. Lu Xiao is a beast. He actually signed a first-team contract with Crystal Palace and became a professional player. Finally, a Chinese player can make it in the championship. What a pleasant surprise. Sure, Crystal Palace isn't a top-tier club and is mired in relegation trouble, but it's still the championship, a professional league. Lu Xiao will definitely make a name for himself there. It's a bit of a shame, though. Lu Xiao is so talented, but he ended up at a relegation-threatened club like Crystal Palace. I wish he could have joined a stronger championship side, or even a Premier League fringe team. What's there to question? Lu Xiao came through Real Madrid's youth academy and signed a professional contract. That's already impressive. I believe he can lead Crystal Palace out of trouble and bring glory to Chinese football. Stop hyping him up. Crystal Palace is in such a mess, with financial woes to boot. Lu Xiao is just wasting his talent there. He'll probably be weeded out soon. He's still too young. The online debate grew increasingly intense, pushing Lu Xiao's name back into the spotlight. Some called him a waste, others mocked him, while a few supported and anticipated his success. At that moment, Lu Xiao was packing his luggage at the hotel, preparing to move into the apartment arranged by the club. He had seen the online uproar, but paid it no mind. Go ahead and curse mock me. All this doubt now will only fuel my future victories. Once I make my mark in the championship, you'll all pay for your words today, Lu Xiao thought to himself, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. A trace of arrogance gleamed in Lu Xiao's gaze. He cared not about others' opinions nor about Crystal Palace's predicaments. He only cared about whether he could win matches, improve his strength, and step by step achieve his goals. After packing his luggage, Lu Xiao took a taxi to the apartment arranged by the club. The apartment was not luxurious, but spacious and bright, with decent facilities enough for him to live alone. After his parents divorced, his younger sister Lu Yao lived with their mother, while his father Lu Jiangwo took care of his younger brother Lu Yu. Although the two families were estranged, they both cared about him. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Xiaomei's voice carried worry. Before he could speak, she urged, Xiao, did you fail to find a team after leaving Real Madrid? It's okay, come home. Mom will support you. No need to suffer abroad. Lu Xiao interrupted with a smile, his tone light. Mom, that's not it. I've signed with Crystal Palace. First team of the championship. Signing fee £5,000, weekly salary £5,000. I can earn a steady income from now on, so you don't have to worry. Lu Yao immediately grabbed the phone and chattered excitedly, brother, you're amazing. Is £5,000 a lot of money? I want to eat delicious food. You'll be a big star. Zhang Xiaomei's voice choked with joy. Zhang Xiaomei took back the phone and nagged. Don't waste money, don't push yourself too hard, eat on time, and dress warmly. Your family doesn't need your money. Taking care of yourself is the most important. After hanging up with his mother, Lu Xiao called his father. Lu Jiangwo answered with a gentle tone of comfort. If you haven't found a team, come back. Dad will find you a stable job. No need to tough it out abroad. Lu Xiao quickly explained, Dad, I've signed with Crystal Palace, a championship team. Signing fee £5,000, weekly salary £5,000. I can earn money now. Lu Yu, though quietly leaned closer to the phone to listen. Lu Jiangwo's tone instantly became excited, his voice bright. Good boy. Your hard work wasn't in vain. Play steadily, don't put pressure on yourself. Your dad and brother support you. Lu Yu also added softly, brother, keep going. Lu Xiao hung up the phone and looked at the pitch, his smile growing. The two separated families had never been absent from his growth. This concern was his greatest confidence in striving abroad. Then he sent a WeChat message to Su Qingyuan. I've signed with Crystal Palace. I'll be playing in London from now on, jersey number 95. Soon after, Su Qingyuan replied with a message full of surprise and anticipation. That's great. Lu Xiao, I knew you could do it. I'll definitely come to watch your matches and cheer for you. Lu Xiao looked at the message, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His fingers quickly tapped the screen as he replied, okay, I'll let you know when I have a match. You're in the UK, take care of yourself too. After sending the message, Lu Xiao put down his phone, leaned back on the sofa, and began planning his next steps. First, he needed to integrate with the team, familiarize himself with the tactics, and improve his weaknesses. In the following days, Lu Xiao arrived at Selhurst Park on time, every day for training. He trained extremely hard, giving his all in both physical and technical drills. He knew that his technique still had many weaknesses. His ball control and dribbling remained rough. To establish himself in the championship and become a core player, he had to put in more effort than others. During training, Lu Xiao did not hesitate to show his strength. With one precise pass after another, crucial interceptions, and helping teammates complete attacks, more and more players began to recognize his ability. Ambrose also gradually lowered his pride, often discussing tactics and practicing passes with Lu Xiao. Their cooperation grew more and more seamless, and they became the core midfield partnership. Lu Xiao, your passing is really precise. With you on the field, I feel my attacking efficiency has improved a lot, Ambrose said with a smile, his tone full of recognition. Lu Xiao smiled and said calmly, it's mutual achievement. Your runs are also very sharp. As long as you get into position, I can get the ball to your feet. George Burley also often coached Lu Xiao during training. Although his style was conservative, he genuinely hoped Lu Xiao would grow quickly and help the team escape the relegation battle. Lu Xiao, your vision and passing are excellent, but your ball control and dribbling still have much room for improvement. Practice more to avoid being dispossessed in matches. George Burley said, his tone serious. Thank you for the reminder, coach. I will. Lu Xiao nodded, carefully noting George Burley's words. He knew that although Burley was conservative, he was experienced and his guidance was very helpful. In his spare time, Lu Xiao also went to sample the cuisine of the UK. Although British food had a bad reputation, there were still many specialty dishes that suited his love for good food. Occasionally, Su Qingyuan would come to visit him. They would stroll through the streets of London together and enjoy food. Their time together was very harmonious, and a faint fondness quietly grew between them. Su Qingyuan remained as gentle and delicate as ever. Every time she saw Lu Xiao, her cheeks would flush, her eyes carrying a hint of admiration and shyness. Her voice was soft and tender, exceptionally charming. She wore simple casual clothes, a light beige knit sweater with jeans and canvas shoes. Her temperament was gentle, her skin fair and delicate, her features refined. When she smiled, shallow dimples appeared at the corners of her eyes, making her look very cute. Lu Xiao, you train so hard. Eat more to replenish your energy, Su Qingyuan said, handing him a piece of cake, her eyes gentle and her tone full of concern. Lu Xiao took the cake, smiled, and gently ruffled Su Qingyuan's hair. His movement was tender, his tone affectionate. Okay, thank you, Qingyuan. You're the one who cares about me. Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed even more. She quickly lowered her head, her eyes darting away, but a hint of joy secretly stirred in her heart. She loved the way Lu Xiao ruffled her hair, gentle and affectionate, making her heart warm. Lu Xiao looked at her shy demeanor, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He thought to himself, this girl is indeed innocent and cute, but now is not the time for romance. His primary goal is football. After I finish the first match of the new season, I'll take you to eat the best steak in the UK, okay? Lu Xiao said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of affectionate flirtation. Su Qingyuan nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling, her tone light. Okay, I'll wait. I believe you'll put on a brilliant performance in your first match. Lu Xiao smiled, said nothing more, and just nodded slightly. He silently vowed to himself that he would deliver a brilliant performance in the first match, not only for himself and Crystal Palace, but also to live up to Su Qingyuan's expectations. On the night before the match, Lu Xiao sat at his apartment desk, his fingers tracing over the paper, recording his football attributes. A faint smile spread across his eyes. This was the report card of his month of dedicated training. Every point of improvement was soaked in sweat. Short passing rose from 65 to 66, while long passing from 50 to 51. His most troublesome areas, ball control and dribbling, each increased by 1 point, reaching 49 and 46 respectively. Though still weaknesses, they genuinely confirmed the value of his day and night extra training. Shooting long shots and set pieces each increased by 1 point, tackles and heading also improved slightly. Speed surged to 68, physicality to 71, and stamina steadily rose to 81. Only his maxed out vision remained unchanged. It was always his trump card. All told, excluding vision, 12 attributes had increased by a total of 12 points. Lu Xiao clenched his fist, his fatigue dissipating. A month of hard training had finally paid off. This confidence was enough for him to try to tear through the opponent's defense on the pitch tomorrow. He folded the paper, tucked it into his jersey pocket, and a calm curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sweat never lies. These subtle improvements would eventually become his capital to stand firm on the green field. Time passed quickly. Soon it was August 7, 2010, the day of the first round of the 2010-11 championship season, with Crystal Palace hosting Leicester City at Selhurst Park. This match attracted the attention of countless fans. Although Crystal Palace fans had doubts about Lu Xiao, they still came to Selhurst Park, hoping the team could win the first game of the new season. Fans of rival teams like Millwall and Charlton Athletic also came to the stadium or followed the match online ready to laugh at Crystal Palace and Lu Xiao. Beyond this, several British media outlets, including The Guardian, The Sun, and 442, dispatched correspondents to the scene to cover the match. Like sharks scenting blood, they sought to capture every moment of Lu Xiao. After all, Asian faces are a rarity in the championship, let alone the entire British football scene. Moreover, Lu Xiao was a walking headline, scoring 4 goals single-handedly in a Real Madrid derby only to be driven away, then joining a Crystal Palace mired in crisis. Such a narrative was enough to captivate everyone's attention. Scouts from numerous other clubs also arrived at the venue eager to gauge Lu Xiao's true prowess and see just how much substance lay behind the hype surrounding this Chinese teenager. Inside Selhurst Park, the atmosphere was electric. A near-capacity crowd generated a fervent home-ground spirit with fans in the south stand roaring out Crystal Palace's chants to spur their team on. Eagles till I die. The impassioned cries reverberated throughout the stadium, deafening in their intensity. Though doubts lingered in their hearts at this moment, they chose to stand by their team. Lu Xiao sat on the substitutes bench wearing the number 95 jersey. His posture was upright, his handsome features composed and utterly unruffled. His gaze was fixed intently on the players on the pitch, analyzing their movements and tactics. He wore Crystal Palace's red home kit, the number 95 standing out conspicuously, a stark contrast to the popular numbers of his teammates. It drew sneers and sidelong glances from many fans. Look, that's the number 95 Chinese waist. How did he even make the bench? Has George Burley lost his mind? Don't expect anything from him. He's just here to make up the numbers. If he gets on the pitch, he'll get destroyed by Leicester City's players. Lu Xiao heard the taunts, but paid them no heed. The faint smile on his lips merely thinned, and a trace of coldness flickered in his eyes. Soon he would show them what it meant to be silenced by sheer skill. Su Qingyuan was also in the stands wearing a red Crystal Palace jersey. A faint blush tinted her cheeks as her eyes remained fixed on Lu Xiao on the bench, filled with anticipation and anxiety. Beside her sat several British girls who, upon spotting Lu Xiao, exclaimed in admiration. They whispered among themselves, their tones full of appreciation. That Chinese boy on the bench is incredibly handsome, even more so than TV stars. Is he really a footballer? Yes. His gaze is so captivating. Even with the number 95 jersey, his aura is just outstanding. I'm actually looking forward to seeing him play. Hearing these compliments, a secret pride swelled in Su Qingyuan's heart. The corners of her mouth lifted involuntarily, and the anticipation in her eyes deepened. She believed Lu Xiao would deliver a stellar performance. Back in China, many fans were also glued to their computers watching the live broadcast on small streaming platforms. The chat rooms were flooded with rapid-fire comments, all discussing Lu Xiao. Go Lu Xiao, show them what you've got. Bring glory to Chinese football, and shut up those mockers. He's a sub, but that's fine. As long as he gets on the pitch, he'll prove himself. Lu Xiao is awesome. Chinese football is awesome. Stop hyping him. Leicester City, our promotion contenders, Crystal Palace, our relegation battlers. Even if Lu Xiao plays, it won't change a thing. He might even drag the team down. Let's wait and see. I believe in Lu Xiao's ability. Since he could score 4 goals in a Real Madrid derby, he can definitely make a name for himself in the championship. In the live stream, voices of support and doubt intertwined. Everyone was waiting to see if Lu Xiao would get on the pitch and deliver a stunning performance. The journalists on the sidelines also turned their lenses toward Lu Xiao on the bench. The click of shutters was incessant as they sought to capture every change in his expression, eager to be the first to report on this headline-grabbing Chinese teenager. The scouts too pulled out their notebooks, their gazes fixed on Lu Xiao, observing his every move. They hoped to discern his skill level and mental fortitude from his demeanor and actions. Simon Jordan sat in the executive box, his face a mask of tension and hope. His hands were clenched tightly as he silently prayed for the team to win and for Lu Xiao to showcase his talent, helping the club escape its predicament. George Burley stood on the touchline, his expression stern, his eyes sharp as he watched the game. He knew this match was crucial for Crystal Palace. A victory would boost morale, a defeat would only plunge the team deeper into crisis. The match begins. With the referee's whistle, the first round of the 2010-11 championship season between Crystal Palace and Leicester City officially kicked off. Leicester City took the initiative, launching a ferocious attack from the outset. As last season's 5th-place finishers with ambitions of promotion, they were clearly the stronger side. Leicester's players moved the ball fluidly, their coordination seamless, their attacking tempo swift. Crystal Palace's players could only defend passively, their defensive line repeatedly breached, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Lu Xiao sat on the bench, his demeanor calm as he intently observed the match. His vision stat, maxed out at 100, allowed him to instantly discern the tactical flaws in both teams. He calculated silently how he would adjust the play if he were on the pitch. Leicester's attack is too intense. Crystal Palace's defense can't hold out. If this continues, they're bound to concede. Su Qingyuan muttered under her breath, her fists clenched tightly, her face pale with tension. As Su Qingyuan had predicted, in the 23rd minute, Leicester City striker Matt Fryatt received a pass from a teammate, turned in the box, and fired a shot. The ball nestled perfectly into the far corner of the net. The score became 0-1, a Leicester City in the lead. Leicester City's fans erupted in cheers, their voices dripping with triumph and mockery. The faces of Crystal Palace's supporters darkened instantly, and many let out discontented boos. Useless. All of them. Can't even manage a simple defense. Crystal Palace is heading for relegation. Get that number 95 Chinese kid on the pitch already. Stop pretending to be dead on the bench. Even if he's no good, he can't be worse than these losers. Simon Jordan's face turned ashen. His hands were balled into fists, his heart filled with desperation. George Burley's expression grew even more severe as he shouted at the players on the field, adjusting the tactics. Lu Xiao remained seated on the bench, his composure unshaken, not a trace of panic in his eyes. He knew the game had only just begun. There was still ample time to turn the score around. In his mind, he was rapidly analyzing Leicester City's defensive vulnerabilities, calculating how to leverage his modules and vision to help the team equalize if he were brought on. The match continued. Crystal Palace's players fought back desperately, trying to level the score, but Leicester City's defense was impenetrable and their attacks remained relentless. Crystal Palace failed to create any meaningful chances. In the 38th minute, Leicester City struck again. Matt Fryatt received a long pass from a teammate and headed the ball into the net, scoring a brace. The score became 0-2, Leicester City extending their lead. At that moment, Selhurst Park fell into a dead silence. The faces of Crystal Palace's fans were etched with despair and fury. Many couldn't hold back their tears while others turned and left the stadium. The fans in Leicester City grew louder and more mocking while supporters of their archrivals Millwall clapped eagerly to witness the humiliating fate awaiting Crystal Palace. There's no hope for Crystal Palace. Trailing 0-2, it's certain they will lose this match. That Chinese waste wouldn't change anything even if he played. Crystal Palace is a laughingstock of the championship and an embarrassment to British football. Su Qingyuan's face was filled with anxiety and worry, her eyes slightly reddened as she clenched her fists tightly, silently praying that Lu Xiao would step onto the field soon to help the team turn the tide. In South Korea's live broadcast room, the chat had fallen silent. Even those who once supported Lu Xiao had grown quiet, growing doubts multiplying with every passing moment. It seems Lu Xiao can't save Crystal Palace either. Leicester City is too strong, Crystal Palace has no chance against them. I shouldn't have had any expectations to begin with. Even if Lu Xiao plays, he won't be able to change anything. After all, he's just a discarded piece from Real Madrid. Journalists on the sidelines turned their cameras toward the despairing Crystal Palace fans, and the composed Lu Xiao, their expressions full of intrigue, as they sensed the match was becoming increasingly entertaining. Scouts shook their heads, their hopes replaced by disdain. In their view, Lu Xiao could not possibly alter the inevitable outcome. The loss was assured for Crystal Palace. George Burley's face darkened like storm clouds as he watched his players' poor performances on the field, particularly left midfielder Antonio Galvin, whose repeated passing errors and defensive lapses made him tremble with rage. Useless. All of you are useless. George Burley roared at the players on the field, his voice heavy with anger and disappointment. Galvin, get off the field. Antonio Galvin's face turned pale as he bowed his head and slowly walked off the pitch. He knew his performance in this match had been terrible and that he didn't deserve to stay on the field. George Burley turned around, his gaze settling on Lu Xiao sitting on the substitute bench. His tone was serious yet tinged with anticipation. Lu Xiao, you're up? Replace Galvin and play as left midfielder. I don't care how. You must help the team equalize the score. At that moment, all eyes converged upon Lu Xiao, filled with hope, skepticism, mockery, and contempt. Selhurst Park Stadium fell into sudden silence. Lu Xiao smiled gently as he rose steadily, standing tall like a pine tree. His handsome features radiated calmness and defiance. Removing his training jacket, he revealed his No. 95 jersey underneath, which stood out vividly. He moved without haste or tension, a spark of fierce determination flickering in his eyes. He knew this was finally his moment. He would accomplish a reversal right here and prove all doubters wrong. Seeing Lu Xiao take the field, Su Qingyuan became instantly excited, tears streaming down her eyes as she waved her small flag passionately and shouted loudly, Lu Xiao, come on, you can do it. In South Korea's live streaming room, the chat exploded back to life. Once silent fans re-engaged with renewed anticipation and excitement. Lu Xiao is in. Go Lu Xiao. Help the team equalize and show those who mocked you what you're capable of. Lu Xiao is awesome. Show the strength you displayed in the Real Madrid derby. Reverse the scoreline. Bring honor to Korean football. We believe in you. Journalists on the sideline clicked their cameras again, focusing on Lu Xiao to capture every moment after he entered the pitch, documenting this Chinese youth's debut appearance. The scouts lifted their heads once more, fixing their gazes intently upon Lu Xiao. Hope reignited in their eyes as they sought to see whether this naturally attention-grabbing Chinese teenager could create something miraculous. Simon Jordan saw Lu Xiao take the field. His anxiety gradually gave way to expectation. Clasping his hands together, he silently prayed for Lu Xiao to perform wonders and help the team escape its predicament. Lu Xiao walked onto the pitch under the sun, his No. 95 jersey gleaming brightly in the sunlight. A faint smile played across his lips, his demeanor calm, yet unyieldingly defiant. Upon reaching the field, he smiled reassuringly at his teammates with determined resolve. Don't lose heart. We still have time. If we pull together, we'll surely reverse the score and win this match. Watching Lu Xiao, the players' despair gradually transformed into fighting spirit. They knew his ability had already proven itself during trials, and they were willing to trust him and fight alongside him. Ambrose stepped forward, patting Lu Xiao's shoulder firmly. Lu Xiao, we believe in you. From now on, the midfield is yours. We'll follow your commands. All right. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile, the fervor burning brighter within him. Next we switch formation to 4-3-2-1. Ambrose drop back to support. Harris hold position ahead. Everyone else run according to my passes. Understood. The players responded swiftly, adjusting their formations rapidly. What had been chaotic moments before suddenly became orderly, with Lu Xiao truly emerging as the commander of Crystal Palace's midfield. Standing at midfield, Lu Xiao scanned the entire field rapidly. With a vision stat of 100, he instantly understood every player's positioning and spotted Leicester City's defensive weaknesses, formulating his strategy accordingly. The referee signaled play resuming. Lu Xiao lightly pressed the turf beneath his feet. Dribbling skills exposed, nearly lost possession to Andy Keogh when receiving the ball hastily passed back to Mackie, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His lack of physical strength laid bare. At Selhurst Park, Crystal Palace fans looked utterly despondent, murmuring resentfully, what good does signing a Chinese kid do? Better than starting a reserve striker instead. Millwall fans taunted cruelly, number 95 is just decoration. He should go back to China sooner rather than later. At a bar somewhere in London, fans laughed at the screen. This kid's feet seemed glued to the ground. Burley must be crazy. Someone raised a glass in jest, none believing this unfamiliar Chinese youth could salvage the situation. British Sky Sports commentator Martin Taylor joked, the first touch of this Chinese number 95 was quite clumsy. Substituting him feels more like desperate measures taken by someone near death. His footwork is too rough, agreed former England international Alan Shearer. Leicester City manager Paulo Sousa stood on the sidelines with arms crossed, smirking as he signaled pressure on his players. Preferring technical play, Sousa completely disregarded Lu Xiao, instructing his team to press forward relentlessly to crush Crystal Palace. Leicester City players acted arrogantly. Andy Keogh approached Lu Xiao provocatively. Kid, this isn't where you belong. Get off before you embarrass yourself further. Fayette merely sneered dismissively, considering Lu Xiao no real threat whatsoever. Li Ran, a commentator on a small platform in China, clenched his fists tightly. Lu Xiao must stay steady. His strengths are passing and vision. Don't get hung up on dribbling. The live stream barrage erupted. It's over, this weakness is too obvious, he's going to mess up. In a Chinese fan group, there was a chorus of lament. Someone complained, another overseas failure. We finally had a player of Chinese descent, can't he step up? The few defenders' arguments were instantly drowned out by the tide of doubt. In the 42nd minute, Leicester City's left-back Schlupp pushed forward for an attack, but his pass was intercepted by McGee. Lu Xiao instantly activated his godlike vision. His maxed-out 100-point vision swept across the entire field, catching the gaps left by the opposing defense as they pressed forward. Without waiting for his teammates to make their runs, he wound up his foot. Drawing on his innate passing talent, he delivered a low-driven through ball that defied high arcs, slicing like a torpedo through the gap between two center-backs. The 60-meter precision pass tore the defense apart. Ambrose read his intention, perfectly surging forward to meet the deadly pass, shaking off Hobbs as he burst into the box. Schmeichel rushed out, but Ambrose slotted the ball with a low shot into the far corner, the ball grazing the post and nestling into the net. 1-2. The stadium fell into a dead silence for a second, then erupted in cheers. Crystal Palace fans jumped to their feet, shouting in disbelief, Lu. It was Lu who passed the ball. The taunts from the Millwall fans were instantly drowned out. In a London pub, the jeering came to an abrupt halt. Someone clenched his glass. Damn it. What was that through ball? It was like Alonso was back. The fans who had been mocking now wore expressions of stunned disbelief. Goal. Martin Tyler's roar suddenly rose in pitch. My God. That low-driven through ball was absolutely lethal. Lu's vision and technique are a world apart from his dribbling. Alan Shearer's pupils contracted, a pass worthy of Alonso. Paulo Sousa's face darkened, his brow furrowed. He hadn't expected this raw, technically rough teenager to deliver such a precise through ball. He gestured to his backline, signaling them to tighten their formation and guard against Lu Xiao. George Burley's tense face finally relaxed. He shouted from the sidelines, well done, Lu. Keep passing like that. He could barely contain his excitement. This young man's passing had completely revitalized their previously stagnant attack. The Leicester City players were full of surprise. Andy King stared at Lu Xiao, a new wariness in his eyes. Fayette, however, remained disdainful. Just lucky. Let's see if he can fluke another one. Lu Xiao clenched his fist and let out a soft roar. Ambrose sprinted over and clapped him on the shoulder. Kid, that was brilliant. From now on, I'll make my runs to your rhythm. Lu Xiao smiled. The earlier humiliation was already washed away by the joy of the goal. The barrage in the Chinese live stream instantly reversed. Holy crap. That low-driven through ball was insane. Weaknesses aside, his passing is top-notch. Lu Xiao is a beast. That'll teach those doubters. Li Ran slammed the table in excitement. The deep-sea torpedo lives up to its name. 2 minutes of stoppage time were added in the first half. Leicester City launched a fierce attack. Tarab broke through on the left and crossed. Fayette headed towards goal, but Saha made a desperate save to tip the ball over the crossbar. The Crystal Palace defense breathed a collective sigh of relief. Lu Xiao dropped back to defend, but his weakness in physical duels was exposed again. He was knocked off balance by Fayette and nearly lost the ball. Andy King immediately pressed forward to challenge him, taunting all the while. You weakling can't even handle a tackle. Lu's physicality is far too poor. He can't hold off a strong striker. Alan Shearer commented. Martin Tyler agreed. His weaknesses are clear. We'll see if he can play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses in the second half. In the stadium stands, Crystal Palace fans were a mix of joy and worry. Lou's passing is incredible, but he can't handle the physical play. They're going to target him. Charlton fans started to jeer. Number 9-5 can only pass a couple of good balls. He'll be found out soon enough. The halftime whistle blew. Crystal Palace was trailing 1-2. As the players walked back to the tunnel, their faces no longer showed the earlier dejection. They crowded around Lu Xiao, patting his back. The earlier doubts had been replaced by recognition. Ambrose put his arm around Lu Xiao's neck. Lu, keep passing like that in the second half. With you I know we can equalize. No one else could have made that pass so perfectly. Winger Wilkinson came over, his eyes full of admiration. Yeah, Lu, before you came on, our attack was going nowhere. You came on and immediately opened up the whole team. It's so reassuring making runs with you. In the locker room, George Burley showed a rare smile. He fixed his gaze on Lu Xiao, his voice full of praise. Lu, you revitalized our entire attack with your precise passing and steadied the team's morale. That is your core value. He paused, then continued, in the second half, keep using long balls to play in behind. Command the play boldly. The whole team will revolve around you. Your passing is our hope for a comeback. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement, mentally replaying the first half's attacks and defenses. He knew his weaknesses in dribbling and physical duels couldn't be fixed instantly. He had to rely on his precise passing and vision to control the tempo. The recognition from his teammates and coach gave him a newfound confidence. In the Leicester City locker room, Paulo Sousa's face was stern. Everyone keep an eye on Lu. Don't give him any space to pass. His dribbling is terrible. If we press him hard, he'll be useless. Andy King clenched his fists. Don't worry, coach. I'll stick to him like glue and not let him get a pass off. Fayad, however, was dismissive. He's just a soft player who can pass. Nothing to fear. I can score again. As the second half began, Leicester City indeed intensified their pressing on Lu Xiao. Andy King shadowed him every step of the way, using his body to bump and jostle, trying to disrupt his rhythm. Lu Xiao struggled to even receive the ball a few times. At Selhurst Park, the Millwall fans started chanting again. Look, number 95 is marked out of the game. He doesn't have a chance to pass. The hearts of the Crystal Palace fans were in their mouths again. In the London pub, the fans started talking again. See, it was just luck. Now that he's being marked, he's useless. Someone raised their glass in mockery again. No one believed Lu Xiao could create another miracle. In the 53rd minute, Lu Xiao was knocked to the ground by Andy King while receiving the ball. The referee waved play on. He got up, brushed the grass clippings off his shirt. There was no anger in his eyes, but instead, he had spotted the gaps left by the opponent's pressing. Martin Taylor remarked, Lu is very composed. He hasn't let the opponent's pressing throw him off his game. That's incredibly rare for an 18-year-old. Lee Ran, however, was worried. If they keep pressing him like this, he won't get a chance to pass. Just then, McGee intercepted a pass from Yakubu and quickly played the ball to Lu Xiao. Andy King immediately pressed forward. Lu Xiao didn't try to fight him. He activated the Modric time slice module, focusing intently on the moment King shifted his weight. The 0.5-second window was fleeting. Lu Xiao gently flicked the ball with his fingertips, delivering a short, precise pass to Ambrose's feet. The timing was so exquisite that Andy King could see it but couldn't touch it. It was a testament to Lu Xiao's footballing intelligence and insight far beyond his years. This was Lu Xiao's true brilliance. He didn't compete on speed or strength. He specialized in seizing the fleeting moments of defensive lapse, using impeccable timing to compensate for his technical shortcomings. It showcased his veteran savvy and top-tier football IQ. Ambrose received the ball, turned smoothly, drove forward, then passed it laterally to Harris. Despite his lack of speed, Harris used his experience to shake off Hobbs and lifted a shot, which Schmeichel parried with a desperate dive, sending the ball out for a corner. What exquisite timing. Lu's pass was so seasoned it seemed to cleave time itself. Alan Shearer couldn't help but exclaim, completely discarding his earlier dismissiveness. Martin Taylor chimed in, this is footballing intelligence at its finest. George Burley nodded approvingly from the sidelines, giving Lu Xiao a thumbs up. He became increasingly convinced that signing this young man was the most astute decision. Lu Xiao's footballing IQ and composure far surpassed those of his peers. Paulo Sousa paced anxiously on the touchline. He hadn't anticipated Lu Xiao dismantling his team's press. He shouted at his players, press harder. Don't give them a moment to breathe. Crystal Palace won a corner. Ambrose took it, sending the ball into the heart of the box. McCarthy nodded the ball on. Lu Xiao surged forward to attempt a follow-up shot, but lacking physical strength, he was bundled over by Oakley, squandering the opportunity. He pounded the turf in frustration. In the Huaxia broadcast studio, fans were a mix of joy and worry. His footballing brain is top-notch. What a shame about his physicality. No matter, as long as he can deliver killer passes and his teammates can score. Li Ran nodded. Lu Xiao is very clever. He knows how to play to his strengths and hide his weaknesses. In the stands, Crystal Palace fans applauded Lu Xiao. Lu, keep going. The jeers from the Millwall fans weakened, their faces growing more solemn. In the 65th minute, Leicester City launched a counterattack. Tarab shot after a left-wing run, but Saha made a desperate save to push the ball away. Lu Xiao quickly got to his feet, received the throw from Saha, and activated his omniscient perspective, seeking a counterattacking opportunity. He didn't rush his pass. Instead, he observed his teammates' runs. Leveraging his elite passing talent, he delivered a highly instructive long ball. The ball soared through the air, dynamically adjusting its landing point towards Harris's sprinting trajectory. This was the essence of his passing talent, not merely passing, but precisely predicting a teammate's run and micro-adjusting the delivery, making the receiver feel the ball was always waiting for them. It vastly improved the fluidity of their play. Harris, initially running a bit slow, felt the ball was waiting for him. He accelerated, controlled it, surged into the box, and faced Schmeichel, calmly slotting the ball home. 2-2. Crystal Palace had equalized. Goal. A miraculous equalizer. Martin Taylor's roar was deafening. Lou's long pass was magical. It seemed to guide the runner's movement. That's the kind of control Zidane had. Selhurst Park erupted into pandemonium. Fans waved flags and screamed, "Lou! Lou! Long live number 95. The fans who had mocked him earlier were now his devoted followers. Su Qingyin was crying tears of joy, waving her small flag vigorously. The British girls beside her were also shouting Lou's name, their eyes full of admiration. The faces of the Millwall and Charlton fans turned ashen. They had come expecting a humiliation, but instead witnessed a miraculous equalizer. They ground their teeth in fury, unable to utter another taunt. In the London pubs, fans were utterly stunned. No one spoke, they all stared intently at the screen. Those who had mocked Lu Xiao earlier silently put down their glasses, their faces etched with disbelief. Paulo Sousa's face was pale. He slumped onto the coaching bench. His meticulously crafted tactics had been completely dismantled by an 18-year-old Chinese teenager. He shouted at his players, signaling for an all-out assault to regain the lead. George Burley, however, looked on with satisfaction, applauding from the sideline. He knew Lu Xiao had become the team's core. He signaled the team to tighten their defense and look for counterattacks, relying on Lu Xiao's long passes to find the winning opportunity. Leicester City's players lost their composure. Fayette constantly complained about his teammates' defensive lapses. Andy King grew impatient, his tackles becoming increasingly aggressive, trying to stop Lu Xiao with fouls. Lu Xiao, however, grew calmer. He orchestrated play from midfield with composure. Even when occasionally knocked down, he quickly got back up, using his omniscient perspective to constantly probe for defensive weaknesses, exuding a leader's aura. The Huaxiao broadcast live comments exploded. Awesome. Lu Xiao is too amazing. All three of his modules are firing. He single-handedly revitalized the whole team. From 0 to 2 to 2 to 2. That's the power of number 95. Li Rant's voice choked with emotion. On Huaxiao's social media platforms, related topics were already trending. The hashtag Lu Xiao Championship legend was climbing rapidly, and more fans were starting to pay attention to this Chinese teenager. In the 78th minute, Leicester City launched a fierce attack. Andy King drove forward with the ball in midfield, trying to pass to Fayette. Lu Xiao quickly closed him down, using precise judgment to intercept the ball. His defensive skills weren't outstanding, but he compensated with his footballing intelligence. The referee paused momentarily, a glint of approval in his eyes. This young man could not only attack, but also proactively drop back to defend. His attitude far surpassed that of his peers, demonstrating true professionalism. After winning the ball, Lu Xiao didn't hesitate. Leveraging his elite passing talent, he delivered a low-through ball precisely to Ambrose's feet. Unlike the 60-meter-long ball earlier, this short-through ball was even more lethal. Ambrose surged forward, shaking off Schlupp's challenge, and burst into the box. Schmeichel rushed out. Ambrose didn't shoot. Instead, he squared the ball across the goal, leaving the chance for the onrushing Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao charged in despite his lack of physical strength, giving his all. He poked the ball with his toes, sending it into the empty net. 3-2. Crystal Palace had taken the lead. This time he was no longer just a passer. He proved himself with a goal. Goal. A winner. An unbelievable winner. Martin Taylor's roar was almost a scream. Lu, an 18-year-old Chinese teenager. With a winning goal, he has helped Crystal Palace complete a stunning comeback. Alan Shearer was completely won over. His weaknesses are obvious, but his strengths are enough to overshadow everything. His vision, footballing intelligence, and passing ability are all world-class. This young man has a brilliant future. The roar at Selhurst Park was almost deafening. Crystal Palace fans waved their flags like madmen, shouting Lu's name. Many were in tears, holding number 95 jerseys high above their heads. The Millwall and Charlton fans were utterly deflated. They slunk away from the stadium, their faces full of bitterness and humiliation. Their earlier arrogance and taunts were completely gone. The London pubs were in a frenzy. Crystal Palace fans pounded the tables and cheered, "My God, number 95 is incredible. He's a genius." Those who had mocked Lu Xiao were now all his fans. In a corner, a few dejected Millwall fans were immediately surrounded and taunted by Crystal Palace fans. "Why aren't you barking now? Weren't you the ones calling number 95 useless earlier?" Someone raised a beer mug in provocation. "Next time you'll be thrashed by us again." The faces of the rival fans flushed crimson, yet they could not utter a single word of rebuttal and could only lower their heads in embarrassment to sip their beer. Harris sprinted to Lu Xiao's side, hoisted him into the air, and shouted, "Lu, you are our savior." The other players also gathered around, cheering and celebrating, no one caring about his shortcomings in ball handling and physical duels. Lu Xiao smiled and patted Harris on the shoulder, the fatigue of the game washed away by joy. He could clearly feel his passes becoming increasingly fluid. Though his weaknesses remained obvious, he could compensate for them with his strengths. The Leicester City players were filled with despair. Fayette collapsed on the turf. He had scored a brace, yet never expected to be overturned in the end. Andy King stood there, his face full of chagrin. He had tried his utmost to contain Lu Xiao, but still failed to stop him. Paulo Sousa's face was ashen. He stood up, turned, and walked into the player tunnel. He did not want to witness his team being overturned with his own eyes, nor did he want to admit that he had lost to an 18-year-old Chinese teenager. George Burley trembled with excitement. He strode quickly onto the pitch, tightly embraced Lu Xiao, and said, his voice full of relief and praise, "Lu, thank you. You not only invigorated the attack, but also led the team to victory. You are the hero of the team." On the sidelines, the reporters' shutters clicked incessantly as they aimed their lenses at Lu Xiao. They knew that this 18-year-old Chinese teenager was destined to become the focus of English football, a new legend. The reporters murmured among themselves, "This young man is incredible. His passing accuracy and timing are top-notch. He is a born midfield commander. Tomorrow's headline will definitely be about him." Scouts pulled out their notebooks, rapidly jotting down Lu Xiao's performance, their eyes filled with amazement. Scouts from many Premier League clubs had already begun to scheme about how to poach this extraordinarily gifted Chinese teenager for their own teams. As the match entered stoppage time, Leicester City launched a final onslaught, but they could not breach Crystal Palace's defense. Lu Xiao dropped back to defend. Though his physical strength was insufficient, he relied on his precise judgment to intercept the opponent's passes multiple times, steadying the rhythm. Martin Tyler commented, "Lu can not only attack, but also defend. Although his defensive ability is not outstanding, his football intelligence and judgment are enough to help the team stabilize the backline. He is the team's anchor." Alan Shearer nodded in agreement. This young man's performance has exceeded everyone's expectations. His weaknesses are obvious, but he knows how to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. A player like this will surely be able to establish himself in a top-tier league in the future. The Crystal Palace fans sang their club anthem in unison. The song, "Eagles Till I Die," resounded throughout the entire stadium, every lyric brimming with worship and recognition for Lu Xiao. In the Hua Kingdom livestream room, the barrage had turned into a sea of red. Phrases like "Lu Xiao is awesome" and "Pride of the Chinese people" flooded the entire screen. The fans who had previously doubted Lu Xiao had now all become his diehard supporters. Li Rant's voice choked with emotion in the livestream room. Today, Lu Xiao proved himself with his strength and also proved that Hua Kingdom players can stand firm in European football. His legend has only just begun. The 3 minutes of stoppage time ended. The referee blew the final whistle. 3-2. Crystal Palace completed a stunning comeback at home, defeating the promotion favorites Leicester City to win the opening match of the new championship season. The match is over. Crystal Palace 3-2 reverses Leicester City. The 18-year-old Chinese teenager Lu single-handedly created 3 goals, orchestrating a stunning comeback. Martin Tyler's roar echoed across all of England. Selhurst Park erupted into full-blown pandemonium. Fans stormed the pitch, surrounding Lu Xiao, hoisting him into the air, cheering and shouting. The number 95 jersey had become the most dazzling color in the entire stadium. Su Qingyan jumped up, waving her flag vigorously, tears streaming uncontrollably as she repeated, "Lu, you are amazing." The British girls beside her also shouted Lu's name, their eyes full of adoration. Simon Jordan sat in the presidential box, tears of joy welling in his eyes. He knew that signing Lu Xiao was the best decision of his life. This young man was the hope of Crystal Palace. George Burley walked over to Lu Xiao again, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a tone full of admiration, "Lu, you are a genius. From today onward, you are the midfield core of Crystal Palace. The team's tactics will revolve around you." He added, "Your passing is the team's sharpest weapon. Your composure and football intelligence are the keys to victory. Thank you for bringing this miraculous victory to Crystal Palace." Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. "Thank you, coach. I will continue to work hard to help the team win more games and get out of the relegation battle." His tone was calm, his gaze firm, without a trace of arrogance, only a vision for the future. Ambrose walked over to Lu Xiao and said with a smile, "From now on, the midfield is yours. I'll just follow your runs and make sure I don't waste any of your passes." The other players also chimed in, their voices full of recognition and respect. The Leicester City players trudged off the pitch, their heads hung low, each face etched with unwillingness. Schmeichel pulled off his gloves, staring at Lu Xiao's figure, his eyes filled with awe. He knew he had lost to a genius today. Outside the stadium, the Crystal Palace fans were still cheering. They surrounded the ground, shouting Lu's name and chanting, "Long live number 95." The fervent atmosphere lingered for a long time. Fans of rival teams like Millwall had already left in disgrace. Online, their previous mocking comments about Lu Xiao were unearthed by netizens to shame them, turning them all into laughingstocks. On Hua Kingdom's internet, news of Lu Xiao's game-winning performance quickly shot to the top of the trending charts. Topics like Lu Xiao's stunning comeback and Chinese teenager legendary championship debut dominated the hot search lists on major social media platforms. Lu Xiao has brought great honor to Hua Kingdom football, an 18-year-old staging a stunning comeback in the championship and creating 3 goals. The future is bright. I used to think Chinese players weren't good enough until I saw Lu Xiao. Now I know we can have a top-tier midfielder too. British media also reported on the match one after another. The Guardian headline, 18-year-old Chinese prodigy orchestrates stunning comeback, number 95 becomes Crystal Palace's savior. The London Evening Standard focused on the home glory, the Selhurst miracle. Chinese teenager Lu leads Crystal Palace to comeback victory over Leicester. The specialist football tabloid goal. Com focused on tactics, from discard to core. Lu's passing talent rewrites the game's narrative. The niche Football Weekly 442 delved into his potential 18-year-old Chinese midfielder on the rise, Premier League scouts already on the move. The Sun focuses on sensationalism, breaking. Championship new god no. 95 meets supermodel Cara Delevingne beyond pitch deity, suspected in hot romance. Martin Taylor commented after the match, "Lou is the most talented young player I have ever seen. His vision, football IQ and passing ability are top tier. Although he has weaknesses in ball control and physicality, his future is limitless." Lou sets a championship record. Since the 2004 reform, he is the first player to debut at 18 and create 3 goals. As a midfielder, he stands alone, outperforming contemporaneous strikers. He added, in Crystal Palace history at 18 years and 2 months, he is the first to debut with 2 assists and a goal, surpassing legends like Moses and Zaha in his debut. Leading a comeback against promotion favorites is a once-in-a-century feat. In the Korean livestream, Lee Ran choked up while announcing the milestone, a historic moment. Liu Xiao is the first Chinese player in English professional league history to contribute both a goal and an assist on his debut, far surpassing Fan Zi's Sun Jihai and Zheng Ji's debuts, filling a void for Chinese players abroad. British fans erupted on social media, the new king of South London born. A substitute leading a comeback. This is the most explosive teenage debut in championship history. Some fans cited veteran data stating Liu Xiao rewrote championship history for young players. Korean fans flooded the chat with the light of Chinese football. From a discarded Real Madrid prospect to a championship star, he rewrote 3 histories with 3 goals. Previous doubts have completely turned into praise for this pioneer of Chinese players abroad. British journalists recorded, "This is not merely a rookie explosion, it is a triple milestone in Crystal Palace history, championship history, and Chinese player history abroad." Liu Xiao with 1 debut became a man who rewrote history. This debut performance of creating 3 goals is legendary in the championship. Coming on as a substitute at 18, he contributed 2 assists and 1 goal to secure a 3-2 comeback, excelling on both ends of the pitch, making it the most stunning debut by a Chinese player in championship history. In Crystal Palace history, he is the youngest player to create 3 goals and the first Chinese core. In championship history, he ranks among the youngest substitutes to lead a comeback, breaking the team's passing efficiency record for his age. In the history of Chinese footballers in England, he broke the record for goals and assists on a championship debut, becoming the first Chinese player to create 3 goals in a single championship match, vastly surpassing previous Chinese players in England. In championship history, he is the first teenager to create 3 goals in a single match during the 2010-11 season. His efficiency as a substitute was unmatched in the league at that time, becoming the primary reason Premier League scouts clamored for him. Alan Shearer also publicly stated, he deserves the championship debut MVP. At 18, a midfielder with such control not only broke the championship record, but also has absolute potential to establish himself in the Premier League. His future is limitless. Liu has the potential to establish himself in the Premier League and even become a top midfielder. I look forward to his performance on the Premier League stage and hope he creates more miracles. The focus returned to the field. Liu Xiao followed his teammates orderly off the pitch, a calm smile on his face. From the disappointment of being discarded by Real Madrid to the embarrassment of fan mockery, and now leading a comeback, he opened the door to the legendary path with his strength. As soon as he entered the locker room, teammates gathered around, tossing his jersey and patting his back, cheers filling the room. Ambrose hugged him. "Lou, we must go to a nightclub tonight to celebrate, drink until we pass out." Liu Xiao agreed with a smile. He did not want to be a dull training fanatic. Integrating into the team and maintaining good relationships was the mindset of a midfield commander. Besides, after days of intense training, he deserved to relax. A system reward notification suddenly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations on leading the team to victory. Reward 1 random British star treasure box, 10 free attribute points." Liu Xiao hid his excitement deep in his eyes, thinking it was perfect to fill his weaknesses in ball control and physicality. Then 2 achievement pop-ups appeared. Hidden achievement, debut with goal and assist achieved. The only one in the past decade in the championship. Reward, golden route, extraordinary through pass, permanent skill, free attribute, card 1, any attribute 10. Hidden achievement, Chinese player Premier League debut MVP achieved. The first in history. Reward, soul of the nation, passive buff 5 to all attributes against championship Premier League opponents. Liu Xiao's pupils contracted sharply, his hidden excitement vanished, and his heart raced. Not only did he gain skills, but his attributes also surged. He thought to himself, this is fantastic. He suppressed his excitement, calculating in his mind the free attribute card would directly max out his physicality. The extraordinary through pass was a finishing weapon, and the soul of the nation buff would give him more confidence against stronger opponents later. The locker room was noisy when George Burley pushed the door in. He first praised everyone with a smile, then patted Liu Xiao on the shoulder, signaling him to step aside for a private conversation, avoiding the reporters gathering around. "You are young, no need to rush to handle interviews." Burley's tone was sincere. "Refine your technique and polish your skills. Wait until your foundation is more solid before stepping into the spotlight. I have high expectations for you." Liu Xiao nodded in agreement, understanding the coach's earnestness. He could feel the changes in his body. His passing accuracy had subtly improved, and with the 10 attribute points, his weaknesses were likely to improve quickly. Teammates urged him to pack up. Harris shook his phone. "I booked London's hottest nightclub, let's have fun tonight." Lu Xiao packed up neatly and followed everyone out of the locker room, his eyes full of relaxation. Outside, media reporters still waited, taking photos of Lu Xiao's back, discussing this 18-year-old Chinese teen's stunning performance. The Sun reporter was still pondering how to dig up some off-field fun facts about him. In the car, Lu Xiao took out his phone to send a message to Su Qingyuan. The match won 3-2 comeback. Tonight I'm celebrating with teammates. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the best steak in London. Thanking you for coming today. He received a reply shortly after. Su Qingyuan's text held a touch of shyness, yet full understanding. I'm so happy for you. I'm really looking forward to steak. I heard from classmates that players have a lot of stress, so relaxing is normal. Just be careful, okay? Lu Xiao's hand, holding the phone, suddenly froze, surprise flashing across his eyes. His smile momentarily stiffened. He never expected Su Qingyuan would say such things. He was surprised at her considerate thoughtfulness, and warmth spread from his fingertips. He quickly replied, "Don't worry, I'll take you tomorrow on time, no delays." The car headed toward the nightclub. Lu Xiao put away his phone, a faint smile on his lips. On one side was the relaxed moment with teammates, on the other the care of a considerate person. The hard work and fatigue of recent days quietly dissipated in this warmth and joy. At the same time, Burley and Paul Sousa stood side by side accepting interviews from British media. The former smiled frankly. Lu's talent far exceeded expectations. His vision and passing were key to the team's comeback. I am proud of him. Paulo Sousa swallowed his pride, his face full of praise yet tinged with regret. I have to admit, Lu is like a young Zidane. His ball handling shortcomings are compensated by top-tier game intelligence. Tonight, I didn't lose to Buckley or Crystal Palace. I lost to this 18-year-old surprise. The media on-site erupted into commotion. Some reporters asked if he acknowledged Lu Xiao's talent, while others bluntly accused him of making excuses for the loss, their notebooks scribbling down this controversial statement. British fans were sharply divided. Crystal Palace supporters flooded the comments. Sousa has finally faced reality. Leicester City fans retorted, can't take a loss, so you blame a rookie. That's pathetic. Neutral fans acknowledged Lu Xiao's unexpected impact. Chinese fans celebrated in unison. Even a top coach admits defeat. Lu Xiao is the biggest surprise. In the livestream, Li Ran added his commentary, being singled out by the opposing manager as the reason for defeat. This level of prowess far exceeds his peers. A few also teased Sousa's veiled excuses. No sooner had that assessment surfaced than a system prompt rang in Lu Xiao's mind, bringing an unexpected delight. Event: Paulo Sousa's praise achieved. Reward: unlimited distance, shot, guaranteed goal experience, card, one-time use, 7-day cooldown. Delight surged in Lu Xiao's eyes again. He mused that this card was a lethal finisher. In crucial moments, it could seal victory for the team. Even a top coach's acknowledgement unlocked rewards. This debut yielded far more than expected. In 2010, this championship match had no official broadcast in China. The core reason was that domestic broadcasting rights were entirely focused on the Premier League, while the championship, as a secondary league, had low commercial value. CCTV5, Guangdong Sports, and other mainstream TV stations, as well as online platforms like Sina and Tencent, had not purchased the rights. Only a few hardcore fans could barely watch through overseas signals. Ordinary spectators had no channel to see the game. Zhang Xiaomei and Lu Yao were huddled around an old phone, murmuring about how Lu Xiao was doing abroad when the phone suddenly rang. Lu Xiao's voice came through, brimming with excitement. Mom, Yao Yao, I won my championship debut. 2 assists and 1 goal, leading the team to a comeback victory against a strong opponent. Mother and daughter erupted in joy. Zhang Xiaomei, red-eyed, repeatedly told him not to overexert himself, while Lu Yao bounced up and down, shouting that she would tell every classmate about her brother's achievements. After hanging up with his mother, Lu Xiao immediately dialed his father's number. Lu Zhengwo answered and started comforting him, telling him not to push too hard, but after hearing the good news, his tone instantly lifted. He called over Lu Yu, who was doing homework nearby, and announced in a booming voice, "Your brother has made it." Meanwhile, the graphic report from a Chinese journalist stationed in London had already been sent back to China. The official website of Sports Weekly pushed it first, detailing the full course of the match and his standout statistics. The report clearly marked the match information: August 7th, 2010, a championship, round 1, Crystal Palace, at home, Selhurst Park, 3-2 comeback victory over Leicester City. The 18-year-old Lu Xiao came off the bench, delivering a godlike performance of 2 assists and 1 goal, single-handedly creating 3 goals. 2 hours after the match, his highlight reel, reposted by fans through VPNs, quickly went viral on Hupu and Tieba. Topics like Lu Xiao debut godlike on Weibo rapidly gained traction. The report meticulously recreated his spectacular moments. In the 42nd minute, Lu Xiao received a pass from McGee and delivered a 60-meter ground-through ball, setting up Ambrose to score and make it 1-2. In the 65th minute, he took a throw-in and delivered a precise long pass to assist Harris in equalizing at 2-2. Before the final whistle, he received a cross from Ambrose and scored the winning goal. Fans instantly exploded with fury, directing their anger at the national team, mocking the earlier rumors. Who said Lu Xiao was a troubled player? Nobody wanted him. A 60-meter through ball plus a winning goal. Is the national team blind or intentionally burying talent? Kicking him out of the youth team was the dumbest move ever. Ruinous treatment of such a promising prospect is a crime. Curses and complaints flooded the forums. An active national team player voiced hope that Lu Xiao would return to play for China, but was immediately met with a torrent of online abuse. Go back and do what? Waiting to be assimilated and destroyed. Stay away. The national team doesn't deserve to bury such talent. Let him play abroad. The rebuttals completely drowned out the calls for his return. The counter-arguments completely overwhelmed the appeals. British media also reported on the Chinese rising star leading the comeback, with Chinese and foreign media intersecting their focus. On one hand, past oversights of the national youth and senior teams were dug up. On the other, Lu Xiao's brilliance was celebrated. The double slap of satisfaction was palpable. Upon learning the news, the top brass of the Chinese Football Association fell into a state of panic and embarrassment. The atmosphere in the office was heavy. Earlier, they had let the rumors fester, tacitly accepting that Lu Xiao was a player no one wanted. Now, slapped in the face, they could only feign composure, comforting each other. It's just one championship match, not the Premier League. It doesn't prove anything. Might just be a flash in the pan. They secretly rejoiced that the match had no official broadcast limiting its reach. They desperately downplayed the event, fearing a larger wave of criticism from fans, while refusing to admit their own negligence. Their pathetic demeanor formed a stark contrast with the domestic fans' revelry and Lu Xiao's brilliance, amplifying the satisfaction. On the evening of August 7, 2010, a restaurant in South London buzzed with noise. The entire Crystal Palace team sat around a table, the clinking of glasses rising and falling. Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with a smile. His handsome face, illuminated by the warm light, appeared even more striking, a calm curve always resting on his lips. Teammates toasted him one after another. Harris slapped his shoulder and shouted, "Lu, you absolute beast. Without you we'd have lost today for sure." Admiration filled his voice and his eyes held a deep, conquered recognition. Lu Xiao reached for the drink, his fingertips cool, his smile deepening. It was all thanks to the teammates. I just did what I had to do. Despite his humble words, there was a firm determination in his eyes. What he craved was this recognition and the sense of control. He took a small sip, his gaze sweeping over the feast on the table. The flavors of foreign cuisine wrapped around his taste buds. He thought to himself, neither good food nor beautiful women should be neglected. Tonight he would enjoy himself to the fullest while also taking the chance to bond with his teammates and solidify his central position. Ambrose leaned in, his tone suggestive. We're heading to a club later. Plenty of hot girls will be throwing themselves at you. With your performance today, take your pick. He winked, playing the part of the seasoned veteran. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow with a faint smile, noncommittal. He had always had a taste for beauty, and this celebration was both a chance to unwind and an opportunity to display his charisma. Why not? Yet a faint thought of Su Qingyuan flickered in his mind, quickly washed away by the noise. After dinner, the group headed straight for the hottest club in London. As soon as they entered, the deafening music mingled with the sense of alcohol, smoke, and perfume assaulted them. The lights flickered suggestively, and figures of all kinds swayed on the dance floor. Soon someone recognized Lu Xiao. A blonde, blue-eyed white girl approached first, her skin fair and delicate, her features lively. She wore a short crop top, her figure slim and graceful, her voice sweet. Are you Lu from Crystal Palace? You played brilliantly today. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with infatuation as her fingertips instinctively reached toward Lu Xiao's arm, revealing an unabated fondness lurking in the depths of her gaze. Lu Xiao sidestepped to avoid her touch, yet he did not coldly reject her. Instead, he smiled and nodded politely. Thank you, I am Lu Xiao. He patiently corrected the girl's pronunciation with a gentle tone, his handsome smile making her heart race even faster, her cheeks burning brighter until her speech became stammered. More people gradually gathered around, women of various skin tones, black, white, brown, and yellow, spanning a wide range of ages. Among them was a mature and alluring young lady dressed in a form-fitting skirt, her voluptuous figure exuding a sultry allure, her voice low and husky. Lu, could you join me for a drink? As she spoke, she attempted to slip her arm through his, radiating a fully ripe sensuality. There was also a shy Asian girl wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans with delicate features and smooth skin, her eyes both timid and bold as she softly asked, I am from Brazil, may I take a photo with you? Her fingers tightly gripped her phone until they turned white from nervousness. Lu Xiao scanned the crowd, selecting only those whose appearance and demeanor suited him to accompany him. Cuddling and kissing were commonplace. He relished the feeling of being adored, a possessiveness subtly spreading within his heart, yet he always maintained proper boundaries. Throughout the night, numerous individuals approached him to offer drinks and request autographs. Even when they could not remember his name, he responded enthusiastically, patiently correcting their pronunciations with impeccable manners, neither arrogant nor perfunctory, completely shedding the awkwardness of a newcomer. His teammates, observing his effortless composure, teased him about his charm. Lu Xiao laughed back, playfully engaging with everyone, creating an increasingly harmonious atmosphere. He knew that in competitive sports, strength speaks for itself. Interactions during such festivities could bring people closer together. It was well past midnight when Lu Xiao finally bid farewell to his teammates. He carried a faint scent of alcohol, his steps slightly unsteady, yet still composed as he walked alone toward the residence arranged by the Crystal Palace. The evening breeze was cool, clearing some of the fog from his mind. Just as he reached the entrance of the hallway, he noticed a slender figure squatting outside his room. It was Su Qingyuan. The street lamp illuminated her, outlining her petite frame, making her appear pitifully vulnerable. Su Qingyuan wore a white dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her skin smooth and fair with a porcelain-like quality. Her eyebrows were fine, her nose petite, and her lips naturally rosy. She hugged her knees, burying her face in them, breathing lightly, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Lu Xiao stopped in his tracks, a mix of surprised delight and a hint of guilt flickering across his mind. He never expected Su Qingyuan to come, let alone wait for him here for so long. The effects of the alcohol dissipated almost instantly. The sound of footsteps startled Su Qingyuan. She suddenly lifted her head, the drowsiness vanishing from her eyes, replaced by pure joy. Her clear eyes sparkled like stars, her voice soft and sleepy. Lu Xiao, you're back. She hurriedly tried to rush toward him, but having squatted for so long, her feet went numb and she stumbled forward. Her joyful expression froze, giving way to panic as she instinctively closed her eyes. Lu Xiao felt a pang in his chest and quickly moved forward, catching her securely in his arms. His fingertips brushed against her smooth, delicate skin, while the faint scent of gardenia blossoms from her body replaced the odor of alcohol on him, stirring warmth within his heart. Snuggled against him, Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed red, her ears burning, her eyes filled with shyness and embarrassment, her voice barely audible. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just waited too long. She tried to push him away, but lacked the strength. Lu Xiao tightened his embrace, holding her more securely, his voice tender and affectionate. Fool, why apologize? It's my fault for coming back late and making you wait so long. He looked down at her flushed cheeks, his lips curving into a gentle smile. Su Qingyuan looked up, meeting his deep eyes that reflected only her own image, filled with an unbreakable tenderness. Her heart skipped a beat, her cheeks reddened further, and she quickly lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes again, overwhelmed by shyness and happiness. Lu Xiao laughed and gently ruffled her hair, an intimate gesture, then retrieved the key to unlock the door. He lifted her into his arms and carried her inside. Su Qingyuan let out a startled gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her body trembling slightly, but not resisting. Once inside, he placed her on the sofa and turned to fetch some warm water. Su Qingyuan sat on the sofa, trying to calm her racing heart, taking in the room's furnishings, simple and tidy, exuding a youthful freshness. She pulled out a bottle of champagne from her bag, her eyes filled with anticipation. I heard you won the competition, so I bought this champagne specifically to celebrate with you. Her voice was soft and sweet, her eyes full of eagerness and delight. Lu Xiao approached, took the champagne, his eyes sparkling with deeper smiles, and gently caressed her cheek, feeling its smoothness. You've thought of everything. He opened the champagne and poured 2 glasses, handing one to her, while keeping the other for himself. They clinked glasses, the sweet taste of the champagne spreading across their tongues, accompanied by a delicate fizz. The lighting was intimate, the air filled with the sweet scent of champagne and gardenia blossoms, the atmosphere gradually becoming tender, with feelings quietly blossoming between them. Lu Xiao gazed at Su Qingyuan's flushed cheeks, her clear eyes reflecting only his image, his possessiveness erupting completely as he leaned down to kiss her lips. Su Qingyuan stiffened momentarily, then relaxed, responding clumsily, her eyes brimming with shyness and surrender. As emotions reached their peak, things naturally fell into place. The temperature within the room gradually rose, their breath intertwining as they removed their clothes, skin touching skin, every touch filled with intense excitement. Su Qingyuan's eyes were filled with shyness and anxiety, yet she never pushed him away, giving her first time to this young man who had captured her heart. Lu Xiao's movements were gentle and full of affection, his eyes filled with treasuring her. He knew that from this moment on, Su Qingyuan was his woman. He would protect her, cherish her, and even if he was fond of beauty, he would give her the respect and tenderness she deserved. An hour passed, the time arriving at 1:30 a.m. on August 8, 2010. The night was enchanting, the room quiet save for the steady breathing of the two. Su Qingyuan leaned against Lu Xiao's chest, her skin tinged with a faint flush, her eyes filled with the languid and alluring afterglow of intimacy. Her hair was disheveled, sticking to her smooth forehead, her nose petite, her lips swollen, her eyes slightly moist, her skin as delicate as jade, exceptionally smooth to the touch, exuding a gentle charm that made one's heart flutter. Su Qingyuan raised her hand, gently caressing Lu Xiao's chest, her voice soft and husky, tinged with fatigue, but remarkably understanding. Lu Xiao, I don't mind how many women you have in the future, nor how you play, as long as you take proper precautions and avoid catching any diseases. Though she felt a hint of bitterness inside, she was more afraid of losing Lu Xiao. She knew he was excellent being a player with women always around him. Rather than demanding exclusivity, it was better to be sensible and secure her place in his heart. Lu Xiao lowered his head, gazing at her understanding demeanor, his heart brimming with joy and tenderness. He tightened his arms, pulling her closer, and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. His tone was earnest. Silly girl, thank you. I won't let you suffer. You are different from them. His words were not mere comfort. Su Qingyuan's thoughtfulness endeared her to him even more. Though he appreciated beauty, he also knew to cherish those who truly cared for him. Su Qingyuan's tolerance and tenderness had taken root in his heart. They chatted for a while longer until Su Qingyuan could no longer resist her weariness. Her eyelids grew heavy and she leaned against Lu Xiao, gradually drifting off to sleep. In sleep, her brows relaxed and a faint smile played on her lips, making her look exceptionally gentle. Lu Xiao looked down at her sleeping face, his eyes filled with adoration. He gently stroked her hair, his movements tender, afraid to wake her. Feeling drowsy himself, he held her close and soon fell into a deep, peaceful slumber. At the break of dawn, Su Qingyuan woke up. She carefully rose, trying not to disturb Lu Xiao, a trace of fatigue in her eyes, yet still shimmering with joy. She looked at the sleeping youth beside her, his handsome face, long eyelashes, and steady breathing. Unable to resist, she leaned down and kissed his cheek. She dressed quietly, went into the kitchen, and began preparing breakfast for Lu Xiao. Her movements were clumsy but earnest, her eyes full of anticipation, hoping he would wake to a warm meal and feel her affection. When Lu Xiao woke, the faint aroma of breakfast greeted him. He got up and walked into the kitchen to find Su Qingyuan busily moving about. Sunlight fell upon her, outlining her slender figure, making her appear exceptionally gentle and captivating. Awake! Hearing him, Su Qingyuan turned around, her eyes sparkling with joy, a light smile on her lips. Her skin was still fair and smooth, her brows carrying a hint of lingering charm, her voice soft and sweet. Lu Xiao walked over and wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. His tone was languid. You've worked hard, darling. His fingers gently traced her waist, his movements intimate, his eyes full of adoration. Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed, her ears burning. Her body stiffened slightly, but she didn't push him away. Her voice was barely a whisper. It's not hard. I wanted you to have a hot breakfast. Her heart was filled with joy. Being cherished by him like this brought her immense peace. The breakfast was simple: fried eggs, toast, and milk, yet it radiated warmth. The two sat at the table, playfully teasing each other as they ate, the atmosphere sweet and harmonious. Lu Xiao frequently served her food, ruffled her hair, and made affectionate gestures. Su Qingyuan ate with a happy smile, her eyes bright with joy. Every time she looked up and met his gentle gaze, she couldn't help but blush and feel her heart race. She would quickly lower her head to eat, looking shy and adorable, which only made Lu Xiao like her more. After breakfast, Su Qingyuan cleared the table and waved goodbye to Lu Xiao, her eyes filled with reluctance. I have to go to class. I'll find you tonight. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of dependence. Lu Xiao walked over, hugged her, and kissed her lips gently. His tone was tender. Okay, be safe on the road. I'll pick you up after school. He gently pinched her cheek, his eyes full of adoration. Su Qingyuan nodded, her cheeks flushed. She stood on her tiptoes, kissed his forehead, then turned and ran out, her figure gradually disappearing down the hallway. Lu Xiao stood at the door, watching the direction she had gone, a gentle smile on his lips, his eyes warm. Back inside, the tenderness on Lu Xiao's face faded, replaced by intense excitement. He couldn't wait to sit on the sofa and in his mind call up the system. He had been eager to unlock the rewards and compensate for his weaknesses. The system panel appeared, highlighting the British random player chest and 10 free attribute points in his backpack. A flash of ecstasy crossed Lu Xiao's eyes. He mentally calculated how to allocate the points, prioritizing the improvement of his ball control and physicality. Without hesitation, he applied 5 points to ball control and 5 to physicality. The moment the points were assigned, a warm current surged through his body, concentrating around his ankles and other areas, feeling soothing and pleasant. Lu Xiao closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes in his body. He could clearly feel his ball control becoming more stable, his ankle flexibility improving, and his physical strength enhanced. His weaknesses were being addressed. He opened the attribute panel again, and the updated stats were clearly displayed. Offense: short pass 66, long pass 51, ball control 54, dribbling 46, shooting 43, long shot 41, set piece 39, core stamina vision 100, max stamina 81, speed 68, defense physicality 76, tackling 41, heading 46. Overall rating C, championship core, potential fringe top 5 league player. A line of small text below the panel reminded him that despite his maxed out vision, his other attributes were severely lagging. Too many stats had not broken the 80 threshold, preventing him from being considered a stable starter. Lu Xiao frowned, analyzing internally. With physicality at 76, he should be at an upper mid-level in the championship, able to withstand collisions from the league's tough midfielders. However, facing Premier League defensive midfielders would still be a struggle, requiring further improvement. Ball control at 54 and dribbling at 46 were still technically rough. He would still lose the ball easily under tight pressure, forcing him to rely on a one-touch playing style. These two attributes needed to be a future focus to completely shed his technical shortcomings. As for shooting, long shot and set piece at 43, 41, and 39 respectively, it was almost as if he couldn't shoot at all. Without system module support, he had no independent scoring ability, making this one of his greatest weaknesses. However, he had his advantages. Max vision, 81 stamina, and 76 physicality formed the 3 pillars of his potential as a tactical core in the championship. Coupled with the system modules, torpedo pass, celestial strike, and time slice, they effectively compensated for his deficiencies in long passes, shooting, and timing. Moreover, his one-touch passing style effectively circumvented his dribbling and ball control flaws, fitting well with the fast-paced nature of the championship. This was another of his strengths. As long as he continued to fill in the gaps, he was sure he could become a top-tier midfielder and establish himself in a top 5 league. After analyzing his attributes, Lu Xiao's gaze fell upon the British random player chest, his eyes filled with anticipation. He took a deep breath and mentally commanded the chest to open, his heart a mix of anxiety and joy, hoping for a satisfactory reward. A system notification sounded instantly. Congratulations, host. Opening the British random player chest, you have obtained Paul Scholl's precision long shot permanent module. Hearing this prompt, Lu Xiao's pupils contracted. A flash of ecstasy crossed his eyes, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Paul Scholes, a legendary midfielder core member of Manchester United's class of '92, an absolute mainstay of the Ferguson era with a career boasting 2 Champions League titles and 11 Premier League titles. Highly praised by Zidane and Guardiola, he is considered a top 5 midfielder in Premier League history. Lu Xiao understood perfectly. Scholes' precise long shots were not the powerful blasts of a Gerrard, but rather surgical strikes characterized by high concealment, sharp angles, and sudden changes in rhythm. This perfectly suited his playing style and would flawlessly compensate for his shooting weakness. He calculated internally that with this module, he could unlock autonomous scoring ability, transforming from a mere passing machine into a self-sufficient finisher, becoming a dual-threat midfielder capable of both creation and completion, making him significantly harder for opponents to defend against. Moreover, a Scholes-style long-range shot required no dribbling, just one touch and an immediate strike, perfectly circumventing his weakness in ball control. Coupled with his full-value vision, he could unleash devastating shots from open spaces with no one marking him, achieving exceptional efficiency. More importantly, this module enhanced his tactical unpredictability, leaving opponents unable to discern whether he would pass or shoot, thereby doubling the defensive pressure they faced. Combined with the 3 previous modules, this created a seamless passing-shooting integration, enabling him to truly embody the role of a midfield commander and finisher simultaneously. In the tightly packed defensive setups of the Championship, long-range shooting was always a key to breaking through, while in the fast-paced Premier League, Scholes-style quick-decision long-range strikes had become the standard for elite midfielders. This S-tier reward was precisely what he needed. A timely assistance that granted him the hard strength required to challenge for a starting spot in the Premier League and attract interest from top clubs. Perfect. Lu Xiao clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination, silently vowing that in the next match he would perform at his best, prove his worth through performance, lead Crystal Palace to more victories, steadily achieve his goals, become a top-tier midfielder, and bring honor to the Chinese community. Not long after his teammates' phone calls came through informing him they had come downstairs to pick him up for training back at the club. Lu Xiao packed his belongings and hurried downstairs, spotting his teammates' vehicles. He smiled and opened the car door, stepping inside. The atmosphere in the car was lively, with teammates teasing him about whether he had had a wild night before, their tone full of playful banter. Lu Xiao responded with a smile, engaging in light-hearted horseplay, with everyone getting along exceptionally well. After the wild night before, his relationship with his teammates had grown even closer. He was well aware that after more than a month of training combined with his stellar debut performance, he had thoroughly won over his entire team. In competitive sports, results speak the loudest, and his proper conduct had naturally strengthened his bonds with his teammates. The car arrived at Crystal Palace Club. Lu Xiao and his teammates exited together, walking toward the club entrance. The security guard saw him and immediately approached with enthusiasm, a broad smile on his face. "Lu, you've arrived. Yesterday's match was fantastic. Thank you for bringing victory to the team." The security guard was a loyal Crystal Palace fan. Watching the team struggle during the previous season had caused him great anxiety. Yesterday, when Lu Xiao led the team to a dramatic comeback victory, he felt especially joyful and developed deep respect for Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao responded with a smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners, his handsome face radiating approachability. "Thank you for your recognition. I will continue to work hard." His tone was gentle and free of pretense, endearing him even more to the security guard. After a moment's hesitation, the guard pulled out a photograph and a pen from his pocket, a slightly bashful expression on his face. "Lu, could you please sign this for me? My daughter is your fan, as she really likes you, and asked me to ask for your autograph." Of course, Lu Xiao readily agreed. He took the pen and photograph, signing his name carefully with neat and powerful strokes. He was happy to fulfill such small requests for fans. It was also a way to build his popularity and enhance his influence. The security guard took the signed photo, his face beaming with delight. He thanked Lu Xiao profusely and then retrieved a stack of newspapers from the side, handing them to Lu Xiao. "Lu, look at this morning's newspaper. Many outlets reported on your match yesterday. You've gained some fame in this country." Lu Xiao took the newspapers and quickly flipped through them. Most of the articles praised him, lauding his debut performance of creating 3 goals, calling him Crystal Palace's savior, highlighting his extraordinary talent and promising future. However, there were also numerous skeptical voices suggesting he might merely be a flash in the pan. One article noted that Lu Xiao, having come through the Real Madrid academy, had failed to establish himself at the club and was now merely defeating Leicester City, an opponent not among the top powers. A single victory meant little. Once opponents took him seriously and deployed targeted defensive tactics, he would likely be exposed for what he truly was. Upon reading these doubts, Lu Xiao showed no change in expression, remaining calm and composed, with confidence shining in his eyes. He understood that verbal disputes were meaningless. Only outstanding results could silence critics. Overcoming adversity with renewed vigor was his very style. "Thank you, sir." Lu Xiao handed the newspapers back to the security guard, his tone firm. "I will respond to all doubts with my performance, lead Crystal Palace to more victories, and never let everyone down." After saying this, he turned and walked into the club. Upon arriving at the training ground, Lu Xiao discovered that many of his teammates had already arrived, with others continuing to trickle in. However, everyone's state seemed poor. Their eyes were unfocused, their steps unsteady, and their faces clearly marked with exhaustion, evidently having stayed up far too late the night before without getting enough rest. Lu Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating internally. With the League Cup and Championship matches coming up soon, the team needed to adjust their state promptly. They could not become complacent after a single victory, or they would struggle to win subsequent matches. Not long afterward, manager George Burley arrived at the training ground. Observing his players' listless appearance, his expression gradually darkened. His tone, neither too harsh nor too soft, carried a warning. I know everyone is happy about winning the match. It's natural for young people to celebrate, but it shouldn't go too far. We still have many matches ahead, the League Cup and the Championship. Every single one of them is crucial. You must adjust your states promptly, put your minds away from distractions, focus on training, and prepare fully for upcoming matches. Do not become complacent because of one victory. George Burley's voice wasn't particularly loud, yet it carried undeniable authority. The players all lowered their heads, none dared to argue, their faces filled with shame. Lu Xiao nodded earnestly, his expression serious. He knew the manager was right. The upcoming matches would be more challenging, requiring full effort and no complacency. Some players gradually set aside their carefree attitudes and responded seriously, pledging to adjust their states promptly and focus on training. Seeing their reactions, George Burley's expression softened slightly before proceeding to explain the upcoming schedule. We'll enter the FA Cup at the third round with the match scheduled for January 8, 2011. That's still a few months away, so there's no need to worry about it for now. George Burley paused and continued, what matters most right now is the League Cup and the Championship. Looking at everyone, his tone turned serious. For the League Cup, we don't need to go through qualification rounds. We'll start directly from the first round. The match is scheduled for August 10, 2010, in just 2 days. We'll be playing away against Bristol Rovers from League One. Upon hearing this news, the players began discussing among themselves, most appearing indifferent. In their view, the League Cup was essentially a nuisance. Crystal Palace lacked squad depth and faced financial difficulties, making it unlikely to achieve good results in cup competitions. Participation was what truly mattered. Coach, do we really need to take the League Cup too seriously? We should focus our main efforts on the Championship. Securing our league position is what's crucial. One player interjected, his tone full of perfunctoriness, clearly pessimistic about the League Cup prospects. The other team members echoed in agreement, nodding their heads in approval. In their view, Crystal Palace had barely escaped relegation the previous season, and their goal for this season remained survival. The cup competition was not worth investing too much energy, especially if it jeopardized their league standing. George Burley nodded, his tone calm. I also believe our focus should be on the Championship. The cup is merely about participation. Besides, the second round of the Championship is on August 14th against Queen's Park Rangers, just 4 days after the League Cup. The players' faces showed signs of hesitation upon hearing this. The gap between the two matches was too short. There was simply no time to recover physically, let alone prepare with full intensity. Their interest in the League Cup waned even further. Just then Lu Xiao spoke up, his tone resolute, and his gaze sharp, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. I don't believe we should treat the League Cup lightly. Every match deserves our utmost effort. I am confident I can lead the team to win the League Cup title. The moment he spoke, the stadium fell silent. The players looked at him, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Some even wore mocking expressions, believing he was too young, too arrogant, and utterly unaware of the cup's challenges. Lu, stop joking. How could we possibly win the League Cup? Harris couldn't help but say, his tone dripping with skepticism. Our squad depth is terrible. We only have 18 players in the first team, and starting from the third round, we'll likely face Premier League teams. We have no chance. Yalu, you're too confident, Ambrose chimed in, his tone resigned. With the explosion of money in football now, clubs like Manchester City and Chelsea are incredibly wealthy with strong squads. We're struggling just to stay in the Championship. How can we possibly compete with them? The players nodded in agreement, most of them without hope, believing Lu Xiao was daydreaming. They acknowledged his talent and his impressive debut, but the difficulty of the cup was far beyond imagination. He alone could not turn the tide. Lu Xiao's face remained calm and composed as he countered, the League Cup is a single elimination tournament with high unpredictability. There are countless examples of underdogs upsetting giants. Cardiff City won the title in 2008. He looked at the group, his tone firm and his eyes full of conviction. Although our squad depth is poor, I am confident I can lead us to an upset. The prize money from the cup can also ease the club's financial crisis and boost team morale, which will benefit the league campaign as well. Lu Xiao knew deep down that he possessed maxed-out vision, 3 passing modules, and Scholl's precise long-shot module, giving him the hard power to defeat stronger opponents. Moreover, he could play the entire match while rotating other positions, mainly using a 5-4-1 defensive counterattack formation with long balls over the top. There was a real chance for an upset. George Burley furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He looked at Lu Xiao's determined eyes, recalling his stunning debut performance, and felt a flicker of hesitation. The cup prize money could indeed alleviate the financial crisis and boost morale. Perhaps it was worth giving it a serious try. After a moment of deliberation, George Burley nodded, his tone flat. All right, let's give it a real shot. Every match is a single elimination game anyway. It'd be great to win, but if we lose, it's no big deal. The priority remains not affecting our league survival. The players nodded in response, still without hope, but they offered no objections. After all, the head coach had spoken, and Lu Xiao's abilities were evident to all. Maybe he really could work a miracle. Even winning just one more match would be a gain. Some were swayed by Lu Xiao's words, a glimmer of expectation appearing in their eyes. Maybe we really can give it our all. What if we win? They murmured. Others remained unimpressed, believing it was a waste of energy and that they would likely be eliminated in the first round. Just then a system notification sounded in Lu Xiao's mind, and two mission pop-ups appeared simultaneously. The first was a side final mission win the League Cup, reward a black gold chest. The second was a side mission defeat Bristol Rovers in the first round of the League Cup, reward a platinum chest. A flash of ecstasy crossed Lu Xiao's eyes. He already knew the chest levels black, iron, bronze, gold, platinum, and black gold. The reward from a platinum chest was certainly substantial, and a black gold chest was the ultimate prize. He was determined to obtain it. He silently vowed to lead the team to victory in both matches, securing both chests to compensate for his shortcomings and enhance his strength, step by step advancing toward his goal of becoming a top midfielder, leading Crystal Palace out of trouble and toward glory. George Burley looked at the group and continued, "Yesterday the coaching staff and I discussed it. Lu Xiao's performance has been outstanding, and we've decided to give him more room to operate. We'll adjust the formation and let him play as an attacking midfielder replacing Eddie Holland." He paused to explain, Eddie Holland is essentially a right back temporarily playing as an attacking midfielder. His technique is rough, and he has zero creativity. Lu Xiao, on the other hand, possesses top-tier vision and passing ability. He is a natural playmaker and perfect for this position. Hearing this, the players looked at Lu Xiao with recognition in their eyes. They all knew he had the ability to be an attacking midfielder and become the team's offensive core, creating more scoring opportunities. Eddie Holland stood to the side, a look of disappointment on his face, a trace of bitterness in his eyes. He knew his own limitations and acknowledged Lu Xiao's talent. Though it stung a little, he understood it was for the team's benefit and raised no objection. Lu Xiao walked over to Eddie Holland and gently embraced him, speaking sincerely. "Sorry, brother. I'll cherish this opportunity and give my all to lead the team to victory. I won't let anyone down." Eddie Holland lifted his head, the disappointment slowly fading from his face as a smile emerged. He patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder and said earnestly, "It's okay, Lu. I know you have the ability. Go for it. I support you. I hope you can lead the team to get better and better." Watching their friendly interaction, the other players nodded in approval, and the atmosphere on the pitch grew increasingly harmonious. Everyone set aside personal feelings for the sake of the team's victory. Although they still held little hope for the League Cup, they were all determined to give their best, not letting down the head coach and Lu Xiao's efforts. Subsequently, George Burley announced the starting lineup and substitutes for Crystal Palace's cup match, adopting a 4-3-2-1 formation, with Lu Xiao as the offensive starting point, focusing on defensive counterattacks and long balls over the top to maximize Lu Xiao's strengths. In the starting lineup, Lu Xiao wore the number 95 jersey as the attacking midfielder, forming a dual attacking midfielder partnership with Ambrose. Harris played as the center forward, occupying the defensive line, while the three midfielders provided cover to prevent Lu Xiao's weakness in physical confrontations from being exploited. The substitute roster featured key rotational players such as Vaughn and Zahara. Vaughn could replace Harris to utilize speed for counterattacks, while Zahara would serve as a surprise element, tearing through the opponent's defense in the second half, with his breakthrough ability coordinating with Lu Xiao's through balls. George Burley looked at the players and meticulously explained the formation and tactics. Lu Xiao will orchestrate from the center, leveraging your exceptional vision and passing to find space behind the defense. Ambrose will drop back to receive support, making late runs for long shots. Harris acts as the bridgehead, creating passing space for you. The midfield trio will prioritize protecting Lu Xiao, preventing him from being closely marked by opponents and exposing his weaknesses in physical duels. In the second half, based on the match situation, rotate in Vaughn and Zahara to strengthen counterattacks and secure victory. George Burley's tone was serious, his eyes filled with expectation. Lu Xiao nodded, earnestly committing the tactics to memory. He knew this formation would maximize his strengths while mitigating weaknesses. With seamless teamwork and full commitment, defeating Bristol Rovers would not be a difficult task. Meanwhile, media outlets and fans of other teams began discussing Crystal Palace's prospects in the League Cup. Most media and fans believed Crystal Palace was merely participating and had little chance of success in the cup, likely to be eliminated in the first round. Following Crystal Palace's stunning victory, British media across the board increased their attention on this South London team, offering vastly different perspectives based on their editorial positioning. National broadsheet The Daily Mail maintained an objective, neutral stance, analyzing that Crystal Palace was hampered by financial constraints, aging squad, and limited depth. Even if the Chinese star Lu Xiao delivered a dazzling debut, showcasing elite vision and passing talent, it would be difficult to fundamentally alter the team's overall disadvantage. Facing Bristol Rovers, a formidable League One side, the risk of defeat remained significant. London-based media, the Evening Standard, leaned more towards local sentiment. While acknowledging Crystal Palace's roster shortcomings, they affirmed the new vitality Lu Xiao had injected into the team, viewing the Real Madrid Academy graduate as a potential new hope for South London football. If he maintained his debut form, he might lead the team to break through in the League Cup, adding brilliance to London football. Football specialist tabloid The Goal focused on the tactical level bluntly, stating Crystal Palace's win relied more on Lu Xiao's individual brilliance, with numerous flaws in their offensive and defensive coordination. Lu Xiao's weaknesses in dribbling and ball control were evident. If closely marked by opponents, he might fall silent. Against Bristol Rovers, known for high-intensity pressing, Crystal Palace's counterattack strategy might not prove effective. The Sun, known for its sensationalist approach, completely sidestepped the match itself, focusing entirely on Lu Xiao's private life, fabricating tabloid headlines. Chinese star suddenly overnight famous. Appearing late at night at a top London nightclub, he was seen acting intimately with currently popular British actress Keira Knightley. The woman took his arm willingly, and they departed together in the same car, suspected of being secretly involved. The report included a blurry, grainy photo speculating they had frequently met at restaurants in London's West End, exaggerating details to create an air of romance, fully displaying their typical style of chasing gossip for traffic. Bristol Rovers fans were even more confident, teasing on social media, "Crystal Palace is just here to hand us points. Our Lambert will definitely lead the team to victory and advance to the next round." Fans of other teams chimed in agreement, believing Crystal Palace was fragile. Lu Xiao was a flash in the pan and incapable of leading the team to create a miracle. Only a minority of Crystal Palace fans chose to believe in Lu Xiao, hoping he would deliver another surprise. Media from Huawong also paid close attention to this match. Professional publications such as Sports Daily and Football Report featured Lu Xiao's debut goal and assist on their front pages, while also predicting his upcoming League Cup match, expressing both anticipation and concern. Fan communities like Hupu and the predecessor of Dongqiu ignited heated discussions with hot posts such as "Lu Xiao is awesome, the pride of Chinese players," and expecting Lu Xiao to lead Crystal Palace to win the League Cup, flooding the platforms, fueling a growing wave of public enthusiasm. Many reporters from Huawong also traveled to London, preparing to cover the League Cup match on the day, documenting Lu Xiao's performance. Although mainstream platforms such as CCTV and Tencent Sports had not purchased broadcasting rights or would not broadcast live, they could not dampen the fans' enthusiasm. Lu Xiao became aware of the external reactions, knowing that most people did not favor them. However, he was not affected, remaining full of confidence, his eyes filled with determination. He was well aware that only through victory could he truly conquer everyone and silence all doubts. He had also studied Bristol Rovers' roster, knowing their core player was Lambert, a 28-year-old League One top scorer striker, physically strong, exceptional in aerial duels, a super explosive force for the team. Moreover, their coach was adept at pulling off cup upsets with flexible tactics. Lu Xiao also analyzed the historical reasons Crystal Palace lost this match: overconfidence, excessive rotation, passive tactics, away field disadvantage, combined with Lambert's superlative performance. He secretly vowed to avoid these pitfalls, leading the team to reverse history and win the match. "All right, everyone, stop discussing, let's start training." George Burley's voice rang out, interrupting their thoughts. The players nodded, putting aside their thoughts, and began focusing on training, preparing for the League Cup match 2 days later. Lu Xiao quickly got into the state, fully immersing himself in training. He repeatedly practiced passing and shooting, familiarizing himself with the new formation and tactics, feeling the changes brought by attribute enhancements, as well as the power of the precise long shot module modeled after Paul Scholes. During training, he frequently communicated and coordinated with teammates, patiently guiding their positioning, demonstrating strong organizational ability and leadership presence. Teammates gradually became influenced by him, training with greater seriousness and coordination, becoming increasingly seamless. Lu Xiao looked at his teammates training earnestly, his eyes filled with expectation. He knew this League Cup match would be another opportunity for him to prove himself. He would spare no effort, leading the team to victory, securing the platinum treasure chest and advancing toward the League Cup championship. As the sun set, training gradually ended. Lu Xiao wiped the sweat from his face, gazing toward the field, his eyes filled with determination. His football journey was just beginning, with more challenges ahead, but he was unafraid and would forge ahead, resolutely becoming a top-tier midfielder, bringing honor to the Chinese people and bringing glory to Crystal Palace. What he did not know was that Bristol Rovers coach Paul Trotter had begun studying Crystal Palace's tactics, focusing closely on Lu Xiao's performance, preparing to arrange targeted defenses to stifle his influence. A tough battle was about to commence. August 10, 2010, Bristol, England Memorial Stadium. The drizzle was sticky. The League Cup match was originally expected to draw only 7,000 or 8,000 spectators, yet 12,000 seats were completely full, due to the recent rise to fame of the Chinese youth Lu Xiao. His stunning debut performance had swept through English football circles, prompting many fans to come specifically to witness whether the Real Madrid cast-off could truly continue his miracle. Combined with the drawing power of Bristol Rovers core striker Lambert, this ordinary cup match saw its popularity soar. The damp air mixed with the scent of beer and the roars of fans, becoming almost shrill in its clamor. There was no live television broadcast for this match. Major British TV networks did not cover it. The first round of the League Cup received little attention. The English Football League only sold broadcasting rights starting from the third round to Sky Sports, with no national television coverage for the first 2 rounds. Top commentators like Martin Taylor, Sky Sports chief commentator, would not appear for a match between the Championship and League One. For him, this was akin to having CCTV's top commentator cover a China League Two match, an impossibility. Moreover, mainstream networks such as BBC ITV and Channel 4 either did not cover the League Cup or had already exited the football broadcasting market. BT Sport, which had not yet been established at that time, was out of the question. Only local Bristol television might release a 1 to 2 minute news segment after the match with no live video broadcast. Broadcasting was handled solely by local radio stations. BBC Radio Bristol sent a local commentator to provide text and voice updates with rapid speech and brief information, focusing on match progress, substitutions and goals. No tactical analysis or player commentary, purely event delivery. Although Crystal Palace's official radio opened a reporting channel, it did not provide live match commentary. Instead, it arranged a team reporter to issue post-match briefings focusing on results and key player performances, allowing club fans to understand the general situation. Mark Jones, the stadium DJ at the venue, was indispensable to setting the mood for this match. The Memorial Stadium has had a dedicated stadium DJ since the 2000s, a common practice in lower-tier English leagues. Mark Jones's duties included playing entrance music, announcing the starting lineup, playing sound effects at key match moments, and energizing the fans. Not a professional football commentator, but focused on atmosphere and basic information delivery. Lu Xiao wore Crystal Palace's number 95 jersey. The white kit accentuated his tall and slender build, broad shoulders, narrow waist, with youthful muscles concealed beneath the fabric showcasing clean lines. He was a midfielder for Crystal Palace, having once trained at Real Madrid, but was looked down upon due to his Chinese heritage, bearing the label of Real Madrid cast-off. A faint smile curled his lips, his features handsome, with slightly upturned eyes that carried a touch of lazy confidence. Tracing the collar of his jersey with his fingertips, a flicker of determination passed through Lu Xiao's eyes. He wanted to win. Not only for the platinum chest reward from the system, but also to shred the labels of Real Madrid cast-off and flash in the pan, proving to everyone the strength of a Chinese midfielder. Ambrose beside him patted his shoulder with half-hearted encouragement. Lu, don't put too much pressure on yourself. The coach never expected the cup run to go far. Ambrose was Lu Xiao's midfield partner at Crystal Palace, having played alongside him for a long time, yet he still believed Lu Xiao's stunning debut was merely luck. Lu Xiao turned and smiled, his voice clear, yet carrying undeniable conviction. Since I'm on the field, there's no need to go through the motions. His gaze swept across the field, the full vision granted by the system quietly unfolded, taking in the positioning and running trajectories of all players on the pitch. On the Crystal Palace bench, George Burley stood with his arms crossed, expressionless. He was Crystal Palace's manager. At that moment, he lightly tapped his knee, calculating that losing this match didn't matter. The focus was on the upcoming Championship League match, with no need to expend the team's main energy on the cup. Assistant coach David Platt leaned in close and whispered, "Coach Lambert of Rovers is in great form. Our defense is aging and may not withstand his aerial bombardment." David Platt was George Burley's trusted assistant, deeply experienced in English football and skilled at analyzing opponent tactics. Burley sighed helplessly, his tone heavy. "I expected as much. You just do your best." On the opposite bench, Paul Trotter stood tall, his sharp eyes fixed on Lu Xiao. He was the manager of Bristol Rovers, having seen highlights of Lu Xiao's debut, but dismissed them as a result of loose championship defense, not giving much thought to the 18-year-old Chinese youth. In the stands, Bristol Rovers fans dominated with the gas heads, their diehard supporter group, loudly singing "Night Irene" from the south, stand the sound, shaking one's eardrums. Many held up mocking signs aimed at Lu Xiao, full of home fans' arrogance. "Go home, yellow-skinned kid. You'll cry even in League One." The shouts echoed back and forth. A group of Chinese students huddled in a corner, fists clenched, both eager and nervous, fearing Lu Xiao would be crushed by the opponent. They had come specially to cheer for this Chinese player. Even without an official broadcast, they had learned about the match through domestic football communities, traveling thousands of miles to be there. On the sidelines, Gary Walker leaned against the railing, holding a tactical board, and pen, his brow slightly furrowed. He was a dedicated scout for Premier League club Aston Villa. In 2010, Aston Villa sat comfortably in the Premier League's mid-table, focusing on discovering young, promising midfielders. He had come specifically to assess potential players from both teams, half his attention on Lambert, the other half on Lu Xiao. At that moment, he watched Lu Xiao silently evaluating the youth's physique and positioning. Several other scouts from Premier League clubs stood alongside Gary Walker, their expressions lazy, yet unable to hide their attention. Half of them had come to assess Lambert, evaluating this powerful striker's transfer value. The other half were drawn by the buzz surrounding Lu Xiao's debut, having come specifically to investigate this controversial Chinese youth. No one was willing to easily overlook a potential prospect, though, without having seen Lu Xiao perform, yet they appeared unconcerned. In the nearby media area, besides British journalists such as Jack Brown from The Times, there were two Chinese reporters, Lin Shun from Sports Weekly and Zhang Yu from Sina Sports, who had come to Britain specifically to cover Lu Xiao. Previously, news of Lu Xiao's Real Madrid Youth Academy background and his stunning championship debut had reached China, sparking widespread discussion within the domestic football circle despite the lack of an official broadcast. Professional sports media quickly followed suit, sending reporters to Britain to track Lu Xiao's every match, even this low-stakes first-round League Cup game, which they did not want to miss as a potentially rising Chinese player. Their goal extended beyond merely covering this match. They shared a common objective: to secure an exclusive interview with Lu Xiao. As reporters for one of China's leading sports media outlets, they were acutely aware that this young man, holding Hong Kong nationality, was regarded by domestic fans as a Chinese player carrying countless expectations for Chinese football rather than merely a Chinese descendant, as British media sought to define him. When news of Lu Xiao's emergence from the Real Madrid Academy and his impressive debut in the English Championship circulated back home, the football world erupted. Fans eagerly sought to understand this young player's background and mindset on the pitch. Securing an exclusive interview would not only meet domestic expectations, but also vividly present the charisma of this homegrown talent. Yet they knew the interview would not be easy. It required not only Lu Xiao's approval, but also official clearance from Crystal Palace. Ahead of the match, they had already submitted their request through a contact, now anxiously awaiting a response, hoping both for a smooth game and a favorable reply. Lin Shin held the recorder, his fingers unconsciously tracing its surface, his eyes locked onto Lu Xiao's figure. With a tone blending hope and professionalism, he said honestly, "To be honest, I had some reservations about him earlier. The label of a Real Madrid discard and the struggles Chinese players face in European football, these were real hurdles. But his composure before the match suggests he's not just a flash in the pan. He had covered football for many years, witnessing too many young stars rise and fall quickly. He felt both curiosity and a special concern for this Chinese player. He hoped Lu Xiao could break through the prejudice and forge a path for Chinese players in European football." Zhang Yu held her camera, snapping consecutive shots of Lu Xiao warming up, freezing every movement. Nodding in agreement, her voice grew more urgent. "Same here. And Crystal Palace hasn't replied yet. If we can speak to him after the match, we might just win him over." She handled photo and short video coverage, knowing every moment of Lu Xiao's performance would stir the hearts of domestic fans. Ahead of the game, she had prepared an interview outline, from his training background to his on-pitch goals. Each question designed to balance professionalism with fan interest, all in hopes of finally getting to ask him face-to-face. They exchanged glances, each seeing resolve in the other's eyes. No matter the difficulty, they would pursue this interview, to bring the story of this homegrown player fully to domestic fans. The opening music, Seven Nation Army, faded as Mark Jones's voice boomed through the stadium's PA system, exaggerated and mocking, fitting his role perfectly now. From China, number 95, Lu Xiao. The draw out of his voice lingered, devoid of commentary, solely announcing the player's identity. Yet it instantly sparked laughter and jeers from the traveling Bristol Rovers fans. This was the home crowd's disdain for this Chinese youth, an unintended tool for Mark Jones to stir the atmosphere. Simultaneously, BBC Radio Bristol broadcast the starting lineup in rapid-fire updates. Bristol Rovers starters: Phillips in goal, Evans, Matt Hill, Collins, Joe Jacobson in defense. Crystal Palace starters: saw in goal, number 95 Lu Xiao in midfield. No player profiles, no tactical analysis, just a quick read of names providing basic information for fans following the game on the radio. Lu Xiao paid it no heed, his lips still curled in a faint smile. He even raised his chin slightly toward the stands where the jeers were loudest, a hint of defiance flickering in his eyes. He intended to carve out his own space amidst this hostility. Ambrose noticed his expression, sighing inwardly at the youth's recklessness, yet a spark of anticipation stirred within him. Harris patted Lu Xiao on the back. "Kid, don't show off. Let's hold our line first." Harris, a Crystal Palace defender known for his calm demeanor, often looked out for the younger players. Lu Xiao nodded, lightly gripping Harris's arm in response. He knew his teammates still harbored doubts. Only victory could truly win them over and unite this faltering squad. The starting lineups were set. Bristol Rovers deployed a 4-4-2 formation. Phillips in goal, Evans, Matt Hill, Collins, and Joe Jacobson from right to left in defense, Lee Adams, Dawson, and Ricketts in midfield, focusing on interception and wing play. Out up front, Lambert led the attack alongside winger Thomas, emphasizing aerial duels and counterattacks. This was Rovers' core formation in League One, balanced for both offense and defense, suited to the physicality of home matches. Crystal Palace countered with a 4-5-1 defensive counterattack setup. Saw in goal, Klein in right back, Harris and Ward as center backs, Van Aanholt in left back. Two defensive midfielders, Mackey and Owen, tasked with shielding the defense. Lu Xiao operated centrally as the playmaker, flanked by Ambrose and Wickham to balance attack and defense. Morrison led the lone striker, focusing on hold-up play and counter-runs. This formation was specifically designed by Boyle to neutralize midfield weaknesses and maximize Lu Xiao's vision and distribution for away cup fixtures. The rain grew heavier, the pitch becoming slicker, less conducive to ground passing, yet favoring physical teams like Rovers. Referee Michael Jones checked the sky and blew the whistle to start the match. An experienced English official, he was adept at controlling the game's rhythm. Mark Jones then played a short drumbeat sound effect to heighten the atmosphere. Simultaneously, BBC Radio Bristol announced, "The match has begun. Bristol Rovers take the opening kick." Immediately, Bristol Rovers launched fierce attacks, leveraging their home advantage with frequent crosses targeting Lambert's aerial strength. Lambert, the Rovers' star striker, was tall and exceptional in the air, the team's primary scoring threat. Crystal Palace pulled back into a defensive formation, ceding possession and control to their opponents. Lu Xiao orchestrated from the center, attempting several long passes, but poor timing from his teammates led to interceptions or misplaced deliveries. He remained calm, patiently observing the opponent's defensive rhythm, waiting for the perfect moment. Outside the pitch, listeners following the game on BBC Radio Bristol heard the rapid commentary. Crystal Palace's number 95 Lu Xiao attempts a long pass intercepted. Bristol Rovers launch a counterattack. The jeers from the stands grew sharper. Rovers fans shouted across the stands, "Useless. Just kicking air." Chinese students turned pale, yet forced themselves to clap, loudly cheering for Lu Xiao. They occasionally pulled out their phones to refresh domestic fan communities, following sparse live photo and video updates, synchronizing their support with fellow fans back home. Lin Shen held his recorder, swiftly noting the unfolding action, his pen moving. Lu Xiao is primarily distributing, his passes aren't creating threats. Rovers dominate the offensive. Lu Xiao finished dressing and turned to leave, his steps brisk and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Under the cover of night, his figure swiftly exited the hotel. Stepping out of the hotel, Lu Xiao glanced up at the thick darkness of the night, calculating in his mind about Su Qingyuan. His footsteps carried him directly to a nearby luxury goods store. Having earned 285 RMB, he ought to buy something for his woman. He selected a limited edition handbag and a bottle of perfume carrying the exquisite packaging with a faint smile on his lips. His handsome face was strikingly radiant under the streetlights, causing passing girls to glance repeatedly, their heartbeats quickening. He knocked on the door of Su Qingyuan's apartment, and it opened quickly. Su Qingyuan wore a white loungewear, set, her long hair tied back, her features delicate and soft. Her eyes were filled with surprise, and she beamed the moment she saw him. Lu Xiao, you're finally back. Her voice was gentle and sweet. She reached out to hug him, but her nose caught the unfamiliar scent of perfume on him. Her gaze paused momentarily, then she resumed her smile. She had long come to terms with it. Lu Xiao handed her the gift, smiling as he ruffled her hair, his fingers brushing through her soft strands. His tone was indulgent. For you. See if you like it. Winning the match, I naturally have to spoil my treasure. Su Qingyuan took the gift, opening it carefully. When she saw the handbag and perfume, her eyes sparkled like stars, and a blush crept across her cheeks. She looked up at him, her voice brimming with joy. I love them. Thank you, Lu Xiao. They're too precious. She knew well that Lu Xiao would never have only her. Rather than torment herself, she chose to accept it gracefully. As long as she held a place in his heart, and he treated her well, that was enough. This clarity was hidden within her gentle eyes. Lu Xiao pinched her cheek, feeling its delicate softness, and his smile deepened. Why be so formal with me? You're my woman. I've earned money, so who else would I spoil if not you? Su Qingyuan's face grew even redder. She lowered her head, biting her lip in a smile, and pulled him into the house. I made your favorite dinner, all the dishes you love. Let's eat together and properly celebrate your victory. The dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes, their aroma enticing all of Lu Xiao's favorites. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Xiao watched Su Qingyuan busily setting out bowls and chopsticks, his eyes full of tenderness. This sense of stability was something Emma could never provide. They sat side by side, chatting as they ate. Su Qingyuan gently placed food on his plate, her tone filled with admiration. She only asked about the match's highlights, never mentioning the perfume scent on him. Her thoughtfulness was almost heartbreaking. Lu Xiao patiently recounted the details of the game, occasionally teasing her. Watching her blush and fumble, his smile never faded, and a sense of possessiveness quietly spread in his heart. After dinner, Lu Xiao led her through the streets of London, entering one luxury store after another. No matter how much Su Qingyuan protested the expense, he insisted on buying for her. Seeing her happiness filled him with a thrill of control. Holding her hand, Lu Xiao's tone was both indulgent and brash. Today, I'm taking you shopping. Buy whatever you want. I've got money I can afford to keep you. Su Qingyuan carried bags of all sizes, a smile never leaving her face. Occasionally she would look up at the handsome Lu Xiao beside her, her eyes brimming with adoration and dependence. To be cherished by him like this was her fortune. They shopped until very late, returning to the apartment laden with bags, tired yet satisfied. Su Qingyuan leaned against Lu Xiao's chest, her voice gentle. Lu Xiao, I'm so happy today. Thank you. It's so good having you. Silly girl, don't thank me. Lu Xiao ruffled her hair, then rubbed his forehead against hers, his tone doting. As long as you're happy, I'll take you out every day from now on, spoil you like a princess. Su Qingyuan hugged him tightly, her cheek pressed against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, a sweetness filling her heart. Even if he had other women, she was willing, wanting only to stay by his side forever. Back inside, Su Qingyuan was clearing the dishes when Lu Xiao wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. His nose brushed against her neck, his tone suggestive. Hard work, babe. How about a reward? Su Qingyuan's body stiffened slightly before relaxing. Her cheeks burned and her voice was as soft as cotton candy. What kind of reward? Her heart pounded as if it would leap from her chest, brimming with anticipation. Lu Xiao smiled, without speaking, his fingertips gently tracing her waist as he lowered his head to nuzzle her earlobe. A delicate shiver ran through Su Qingyuan. She turned and wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in, her eyes full of emotion. They entwined from the living room to the kitchen, and from the kitchen back to the bedroom. The air was thick with sweet, ambiguous intimacy. Unlike the transactional nature with Emma, this was filled with lingering tenderness and true affection. Living room, kitchen, bathroom. As the night deepened, Su Qingyuan curled up in Lu Xiao's arms. Her skin was faintly flushed, her eyes still holding a trace of lingering allure. Her long lashes trembled slightly, and a shallow smile lingered on her lips, her eyes full of happiness. She was as smooth as a peeled egg, her waist slender and soft, pressed tightly against Lu Xiao. Her breathing was even, and even in her sleep, she wore a faint smile, her appearance exceptionally captivating. When Lu Xiao woke, the night was still visible outside the window. He looked down at Su Qingyuan beside him, gently stroking her hair, his movements tender, careful not to wake her. He silently vowed to always treat this understanding girl well and protect her. Su Qingyuan's breathing was steady, her features gentle, like a docile kitten curled up in Lu Xiao's arms. Lu Xiao gently brushed the stray hair from her forehead and planted a soft kiss upon it. After confirming Su Qingyuan was fast asleep, Lu Xiao quietly took out his phone and mentally commanded the system panel to open. A virtual interface only he could see appeared. The prompt on it made a flash of wild joy surge in his eyes. Ding. Host has completed side quest defeat Bristol Rovers in the first round of the League Cup. Reward platinum treasure chest 1. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Lu Xiao's heart pounded with excitement. A platinum treasure chest. His heart was full of anticipation. The chest grades were iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and black gold. The reward from a platinum chest was surely significant, and he fervently hoped it would grant an improvement in dribbling or similar skills. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiao commanded in his mind, "Open the platinum treasure chest." On the virtual panel, the chest slowly opened, radiating brilliant light. He stared intently, his breathing becoming cautious. As the light faded, the chest contained no dribbling skills nor any star player modules. Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned, but then an even greater surprise lit up his eyes. This was more exhilarating than obtaining a dribbling skill. The reward was incredibly overpowered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the basic ability Steel Body Active Effect during matches, completely immune to muscle strains, fractures, ligament tears, and other sports injuries, retains minor abrasions for realism. Pain is suppressed during malicious fouls, not affecting performance. Passive effect: daily training fatigue accumulation reduced by 80, a recovery speed tripled, aging is slowed with a decline in physical function, halved after the age of 30. A radiant smile played upon Lu Xiao's lips, his handsome face shining all the more vividly under the drizzle. He raised a hand to pat Harris on the head, then pinched Ambrose's cheek, his tone tinged with amusement. "I told you. Opportunity will come." He calculated inwardly. It was only the beginning. Now it was his turn to take control of the match. The power of the Skyborn Immortal module shone through perfectly. His guided long pass aligned flawlessly with his maxed out vision, and his teammates' runs flowed with increasing ease. On the sideline, Jack Brown suddenly stood up, so sharply his recorder nearly fell from his hand. His eyes widened in disbelief. He hastily erased the previous notes from his notebook and wrote anew. Lu Xiao delivers a magnificent long pass, assisting Harris to equalize. Lin Shun gripped his recorder, eyes bright. That pass was incredible. All that slump was just set up. Zhang Yu fumbled with her shutter, laughing and scolding. "This one's solid. Domestic fans are going to explode." Lin Shun and Zhang Yu quickened their pace. Lin Shun spoke into his recorder. Lu Xiao demonstrates top-tier midfield orchestration. A precise long pass that tears through the opponent's defense assists his teammate to equalize and shatters the slump that plagued them before. Ziyu continued snapping shots, freezing Lu Xiao's celebration image, while updating the live report with the caption, "Lu Xiao assists the goal. Palace equalizes." The Chinese youth silences his critics. Back home, Lin Shun and Zhang Yu's updates flooded social media instantly. Sina Sports' live broadcast comment count skyrocketed as fans erupted. "He's finally here. Lu Xiao's assist. Unreal. Truly a product of Real Madrid's academy." In fan communities, users began spontaneously compiling Lu Xiao's passing clips, discussing his tactical value. Chinese international students erupted in excitement, shouting, "Lu Xiao is amazing." They waved their phones, capturing the goal moment and sending it to friends back home, sharing the joy. The once lax Premier League scouts sat upright, their gazes sharpening with newfound seriousness. Gary Walker paused his conversation, leaned over the tactical board, scribbling furiously. His finger traced the surface, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he murmured, "That long pass has substance." On the Crystal Palace bench, Burke suddenly rose, his composure shattered by shock. Clenching his fist, he stared with astonishment. This kid actually did it. The previous indifference vanished, replaced by anticipation. Assistant coach David Platt also stood, his voice brimming with euphoria. "Coach, Lu's long pass was too precise. This is the level of a top midfielder." Burke nodded, his gaze locked on Lu Xiao, growing increasingly stern. Trotter's face darkened instantly. His brows knitted tightly as he shouted harshly to the sideline, "Defense. Watch him. Don't let him deliver another pass like that." He never expected Lu Xiao could produce such a delicate long pass. The Rangers players' smugness vanished. Their looks at Lu Xiao now carried a hint of apprehension. They dared not press Lu Xiao recklessly, opting instead for cautious defense, fearing another opening. The match continued, and Crystal Palace's morale soared completely. Lu Xiao remained the offensive core, his perfect vision enabling him to constantly spot defensive weaknesses in the opposition, delivering frequent threatening passes and controlling the rhythm of the game. The BBC Radio Bristol commentator continued his rapid-fire updates. Lu Xiao orchestrates continuously. Palace's attack quickens. Rangers' defense pressure intensifies. At the 55th minute, Lu Xiao received a back pass from teammate Mackie. Two Rangers players immediately closed in. Mackie, a defensive midfielder for Crystal Palace, was Lu Xiao's solid shield behind him. Lu Xiao didn't hold onto the ball. He activated the time slice module, seizing the 0.5-second window as the opponent's balance shifted and delivered a short pass. Ambrose understood perfectly, dropping back to receive the ball. After catching it, he quickly moved wide, then passed back to Lu Xiao. Their coordination grew increasingly seamless, completely tearing open the opponent's flank defense. In the stands, the jeers of Rangers fans gradually faded, replaced by tense murmurs. The Chinese international students grew even more excited, waving Chinese flags and shouting Lu Xiao's name loudly, their voices drowning out the surrounding chatter. On their phones, the heat of domestic fan communities continued to rise. Many netizens began urging domestic sports platforms to secure broadcast rights for Liu Xiao's matches, even if they were lower-level games. Jack Brown held his camera frantically capturing Liu Xiao's figure, his face alight with excitement. He knew he had found a gem. Once this report was published, it would cause a sensation. Lin Shan focused on recording Liu Xiao's tactical decisions, analyzing his vision advantage to present a more detailed report for domestic readers. Zhang Yu simultaneously sent short video clips to be edited post-match, allowing domestic fans to see Liu Xiao's performance firsthand. The Premier League scouts' gazes grew even more focused. Gary Walker's fingers rapidly marked Liu Xiao's passing routes and decision-making moments on the tactical board, whispering, "This kid's vision is incredible, his passing timing precise too. If nurtured properly, he'll definitely establish himself in the Premier League." Burke stood by the bench, hands on his hips, his eyes locked on Liu Xiao, his face filled with relief. He inwardly rejoiced that he had signed Liu Xiao back then. This youth might truly lead Crystal Palace out of trouble. Trotter's complexion worsened. He kept shouting adjustments to the sideline, trying to contain Liu Xiao, but no matter how he adjusted, he could not completely shut down this 18-year-old Chinese youth. At the 58th minute, Liu Xiao seized the opportunity, activating the deep-sea torpedo module. He received a back pass from Ambrose, raised his foot, and sent a 25-meter low-lying through pass, perfectly matching the actual game rhythm to pierce through the defense. The football, like a torpedo, drilled precisely into the gap in the opponent's defense. Ambrose surged forward, caught the ball, faced the goalkeeper Phillips, and calmly pushed it in. The ball settled steadily into the net. The score became 2-1. Crystal Palace took the lead. Mark Jones' voice rang out again, his tone now stripped of all mockery, leaving only straightforward excitement. Goal. Ambrose. Crystal Palace leads 2-1. Another assist from Liu Xiao. Number 95, outstanding. The sound effects of cheering filled the stadium. This time, even some neutral fans applauded. The home fans' silence and embarrassment became the sharpest contrast. The BBC Radio Bristol commentator's speed remained rapid, yet he added a brief pause to elaborate. Liu Xiao delivers a low-lying through pass, piercing the defense precisely. Ambrose scores. Palace takes the lead. This was the most detailed description of a player in this live update. Back home, Lin Shan and Zhang Yu's updates flooded social media once again. Updates from Sports Weekly and Sina sparked industry attention, with many football commentators sharing content reviewing Liu Xiao's performance. Even without live broadcasts, Liu Xiao's name already topped domestic sports hot search lists. Ambrose charged towards Liu Xiao like a madman, scooping him up and spinning him around. His face was a mask of ecstasy, his voice brimming with admiration. "Liu, you're incredible. That pass was absolutely brilliant." Liu Xiao patted him on the back with a smile, his eyes radiating confidence. He could clearly feel his teammates' trust growing stronger. This team was slowly coalescing, marching towards victory. The other Crystal Palace players also gathered around, cheering for the two, their faces alight with excitement. The previous dejection and doubt had vanished, replaced by fighting spirit and belief that they could win this game. The Memorial Stadium fell into a dead silence. Rangers fans wore expressions of disbelief, some even covered their faces, unable to accept that their team had been overtaken. Occasional angry shouts rang out, but they sounded exceptionally feeble. The Chinese international students hugged each other and wept with joy, shouting Liu Xiao. Pride of the Chinese people. Their voices, filled with pride and joy, echoed loudly in the silent stadium. They pulled out their phones to video call friends back home, sharing the on-site shock, their excitement undimmed even by the poor signal. Jack Brown's hands trembled with excitement as he scribbled in his notebook, Liu Xiao with 2 assists. Unstoppable through balls, unlocked. Crystal Palace takes the lead. This Chinese teenager is creating a miracle. Lin Shan wrote in his interview pad, Liu Xiao's 2 assists were starkly different in style, featuring both a precise long pass and a low-driven through ball, showcasing comprehensive midfield orchestration and establishing himself as the key figure in Crystal Palace's comeback. He had already begun to conceive the headline for his post-match report, convinced it would cause a huge stir back in China. The Premier League scouts could no longer sit still. They pulled out their phones to call their clubs, reporting on Liu Xiao's performance with urgent voices. "Quick! Keep an eye on this Chinese kid, he's an absolute genius." Gary Walker also made a call, rapidly reporting the details he had observed given Aston Villa's urgent need to bolster their midfield in 2010. On the Crystal Palace bench, Burley punched the air, excitedly shouting, "Well done, Liu. Keep it up." Assistant coach David Platt and the rest of the coaching staff also cheered. The thoughts of those who had silently criticized Burley for questioning Liu Xiao had now turned into pure admiration. Burley watched Liu Xiao on the pitch, his eyes filled with relief and pride. He silently congratulated himself for giving Liu Xiao the chance. This teenager had not only saved his job, but might also lead Crystal Palace to glory. Opposite him, Trotter's face was ashen, his hands clenched into fists, his voice seething with anger and resentment. "Useless. All of you are useless. You can't even stop a yellow-skinned kid." The morale of the Rangers players had completely collapsed. They looked at Liu Xiao with fear in their eyes. They realized that no matter how they defended, they couldn't contain this teenager. His passes were terrifyingly precise, always finding the holes in their defense. Liu Xiao didn't stop. He continued to dictate the team's attack. He deliberately avoided his weaknesses, refraining from dribbling or holding the ball, passing it as soon as he received it. Using the time slice module, he dismantled the opponent's press time and again. In the 65th minute, Liu Xiao received a pass from teammate Klein. Faced with a triple team from Rangers players, he didn't panic. Klein, Crystal Palace's right back known for his overlapping runs, had timely passed the ball to Lu Xiao's feet. Lu Xiao feinted with a subtle drag of the ball, adjusted his stance, and activated the Shoal's precision long shot module. Lu Xiao struck the ball. The motion was fluid, yet powerful. The ball skimmed the ground, flying precisely towards the bottom corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Phillips dove desperately, but failed to reach it as the ball slammed into the back of the net. The score became 3-1. Lu Xiao had scored. He spread his arms and ran towards the section of Chinese international students, a brilliant smile on his lips. His handsome face shone brightly in the drizzle, his eyes filled with pride and exuberance. Mark Jones was completely ignited. He cranked up the goal celebration sound effect to the max, roaring into the microphone, "Goal! Goal! Goal! Lu Xiao, number 95, the boy from China. He scored. Crystal Palace leads 3-1. This time, he wasn't trying to stir up the home atmosphere deliberately. He was cheering from the heart for the teenager's performance, his instinctive response as a stadium DJ to a brilliant play. The announcer for BBC Radio Bristol also injected rare emotion. In the 65th minute, Lu Xiao scores with a long-range strike. He has 1 goal and 2 assists. Crystal Palace extends their lead to 3-1. This Chinese teenager is dominating the midfield. Back in China, sports social media was completely dominated by Lu Xiao. Topics like Lu Xiao creates 3 goals single-handedly, and Chinese midfielder explodes in the championship climbed rapidly. In fan forums, comments flooded in. Some overseas Chinese even obtained live clips through unofficial channels and reposted them on social platforms to cheer for Lu Xiao. Crystal Palace players rushed towards Lu Xiao like madmen, surrounding him with cheers and hugs, their voices filled with ecstasy and admiration. Harris slapped Lu Xiao on the shoulder and shouted, "Lu, you're freaking awesome. Great passing and shooting." Lu Xiao smiled back, reaching up to pat a teammate's head, his eyes full of affection. He knew that this team had fully accepted him. He had become the true core, leading the team forward. He calculated silently that this goal had shattered all doubts. Next, he would press the attack, secure the victory, win this match, and unlock a platinum treasure chest to make up for his weaknesses. In the Memorial Stadium, the emotions of the Rangers fans completely broke down. Some began to leave, others hurled abuse at the players, creating a scene of chaos. The Chinese international students waved the Chinese national flag excitedly, their chants rising and falling. Jack Brown held up his camera, tracking Lu Xiao, his face full of excitement. He knew this was a historic moment. A Chinese teenager had single-handedly created 3 goals in a League One match, completely silencing all his critics. Lin Chun and Zhang Yu huddled together, rapidly exchanging interview ideas. They had decided to interview Lu Xiao immediately after the game along with the Chinese students to present the full picture of the match and deliver the most vivid report for readers back home. Zhang Yu's camera was already full of Lu Xiao's brilliant moments, enough to edit a complete highlight reel to satisfy the demands of fans in China. The Premier League scouts were in a frenzy. They all pulled out their notebooks, meticulously recording every move Lu Xiao made. Gary Walker specifically highlighted his shooting technique and decision-making speed, his voice urgent. "We must sign this kid. His talent is absolutely world-class." On the Crystal Palace bench, Burley was so moved he was in tears. He pumped his fist, continuously shouting, "Lu, well done. You are the future of Crystal Palace." Assistant coach David Platt and the rest of the coaching staff cheered as well, their faces alight with excitement. Barry silently vowed to build the team around Lu Xiao, nurturing this young prodigy to lead Crystal Palace out of financial crisis, challenge for the Premier League, and even create a glorious era for the club. Opposite him, Trotter slumped on the substitute bench, his face etched with despair and unwillingness. He knew the match was lost. Not just the scoreline, but the morale utterly dismantled by an 18-year-old Chinese-British youth. The Rangers players hung their heads, their steps unsteady, their former fighting spirit extinguished. They gazed at Lu Xiao, their eyes filled with fear and admiration, knowing they had encountered a genius. The game continued with Lu Xiao still commanding the tempo. He did not slacken despite the lead, calmly orchestrating attacks while reminding his teammates to stay vigilant on defense, denying the opponent any chance to counter. The BBC Radio Bristol commentator kept up the coverage. Lu Xiao continues to dominate the attack. Crystal Palace controls the rhythm, and Rangers are powerless to retaliate. In the 78th minute, Trotter made an adjustment, bringing on substitute striker Chris Ziegler to bolster the offense and salvage the defeat. Chris Ziegler, a substitute forward for Rangers, was known for his pace and counter-attacking prowess, but at this moment Rangers' morale had completely crumbled, leaving them unable to mount any effective attack. Mark Jones simultaneously announced the substitution. Bristol Rovers make a change. Chris Ziegler comes on to replace Thomas. George Barry also responded with substitutions, bringing on substitute striker Vaughan and substitute midfielder Zaha to rotate the squad, conserve energy, and strengthen the counterattack. Vaughan excelled at finishing in the box, while Zaha was agile and unpredictable. The duo quickly integrated into the tactics, coordinating with Lu Xiao to launch attacks. Mark Jones promptly reported, "Crystal Palace make changes of Vaughan and Zaha come on." A flicker of a smile crossed Lu Xiao's eyes as he saw Vaughan step onto the pitch. He knew Vaughan's speed and ability to burst forward on the counter were perfect for unleashing the power of the deep-sea torpedo module, delivering low through balls to create scoring opportunities. In the 85th minute, Lu Xiao received a return pass from Zaha and spotted Vaughan, making a high-speed run forward, exploiting a gap in the opponent's defense. Activating the time slice module, he seized the moment of defensive lapse and delivered a short pass. Vaughn controlled the ball, steadily sprinted forward, and slotted it past goalkeeper Phillips. The score became 4-1. Crystal Palace had sealed the victory. Vaughn charged toward Lu Xiao in a frenzy, embracing him tightly, his voice brimming with ecstasy. "Lu, thank you." Mark Jones' voice once again thundered through the stadium, full of passion. Goal. Vaughn. Crystal Palace 4-1. Lu Xiao. Another assist from him. He single-handedly created 4 goals. This Chinese youth has completely dominated the Memorial Stadium. The roar of cheers erupted once more, and even some Rangers fans had to acknowledge that the performance of this Chinese-British youth deserved all the acclaim. The BBC Radio Bristol commentator delivered the most comprehensive assessment of the match. Lu Xiao, with 1 goal and 3 assists, single-handedly created 4 goals, leading Crystal Palace to a 4-1 lead. His vision, passing accuracy, and on-field decision-making demonstrate a level far beyond his years. This match was his personal showcase. Back in China, Lu Xiao's popularity reached its peak. Major sports media outlets pushed out breaking news while fans began compiling on-site photos and clips, piecing together highlight reels that spread widely across fan communities. Despite the lack of an official broadcast, nothing could stem the domestic fans' attention and adoration for Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao smiled and patted Vaughn on the back, his tone lighthearted. "No need to thank me. Great teamwork." His lips curled into a brilliant smile, his eyes brimming with confidence and pride. The 18-year-old exuded the aura of a king. All the Crystal Palace players gathered around the duo, cheering, with faces full of excitement and pride. They knew they had won this match. A resounding victory, utterly crushing their opponents and boosting the team's morale. In the Memorial Stadium, only the chants of Chinese international students and a handful of Crystal Palace fans remained. Most Rangers supporters had already left. Those who stayed hung their heads in despair, their earlier fervor extinguished. Jack Brown excitedly wrote his final piece. Lu Xiao single-handedly created 4 goals. 1 goal and 3 assists, leading Crystal Palace to a 4-1 rout of Rangers. The Chinese-British youth has completely ignited the Memorial Stadium and silenced all doubters. Awesome. Lin Chun and Zhang Yue meanwhile completed the first draft of their on-site report in a state of exhilaration. The two divided their tasks clearly. Lin Chun handled tactical and performance analysis, while Zhang Yue covered the atmosphere and fan reactions. Their report would be synced back to China immediately after the match, meeting the expectations of countless fans. At the same time, they contacted the editorial department back home, securing a headline spot for their report, convinced that Lu Xiao's performance would become the focal point of the domestic football scene. The Premier League scouts packed up their things, eager to return to their clubs and report on Lu Xiao's performance. Gary Walker stowed away his tactical board, his eyes filled with certainty. He knew this Chinese-British youth would become a rising star in football, sparking a scramble among major clubs, and Aston Villa could not afford to miss out. On the Crystal Palace bench, Barry and assistant coach David Platt embraced in celebration, their faces alight with excitement and relief. Barry looked at Lu Xiao on the pitch, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "I knew it. This young man wouldn't let me down." Across the field, Trotter's face was pale, his gaze hollow. He knew this defeat had not only cost him face, but could also threaten his position as manager. He stared at Lu Xiao, his eyes filled with resentment, but also helplessness. Lu Xiao walked to the sidelines, facing the direction of the Chinese international students, and spread his arms wide. He knew these compatriots had been supporting him all along, and he had not let them down. Taking the first step to vindicate the Chinese community, he had succeeded. He also understood that his performance in this match would travel through the reports of domestic journalists and the spread of fans to every corner of China, becoming a beacon of hope for more football enthusiasts. The Chinese international students shouted excitedly, "Lu Xiao, I love you." Pride of the Chinese diaspora. They waved the national flag, their faces brimming with pride and joy, tears welling in their eyes, unable to calm down for a long time. A gentle smile curved on Lu Xiao's lips as he waved back at them. In his heart, he silently vowed that in the future, he would continue to strive to vindicate the Chinese community and bring glory to Chinese football on an even higher stage. His gaze swept across the entire stadium, full of confidence and determination. He knew that the victory in this match was only the beginning. His football journey still had a long way to go. He aimed to become a world superstar, stunning all those who looked down on players of Chinese descent. The match entered stoppage time, and the Wanderers had completely abandoned resistance, kicking the ball perfunctorily, with no fighting spirit left. Crystal Palace also slowed the pace, controlling the game while waiting for the final whistle. BBC Radio Bristol announcer brief update. The match is in stoppage time. Crystal Palace leads 4-1. Lu Xiao still orchestrates on the field. Lu Xiao still orchestrates on the field, occasionally sending through threatening passes, but deliberately avoids further attacks. He savors this victory while observing his teammates' performances and contemplating subsequent tactical adjustments. On the stands, the remaining Wanderers fans wore faces of utter despair. Some screamed angrily at the players, others wept silently. They never expected their home ground would be utterly demolished by a championship relegation battler dominated completely by a Chinese team. Jack Brown carried his camera, relentlessly capturing Lu Xiao's image, his face alight with excitement. He knew once this report was published, it would trigger a nationwide sensation, and Lu Xiao's name would become known to football fans worldwide. Lin Shun and Zhang Yu began interviewing Chinese international students, recording their exhilaration and pride, while awaiting post-match interviews with Lu Xiao and manager Boyle to supplement details. An international student facing the camera said, "Though there was no live broadcast, we followed Lu Xiao closely. His performance today brought immense honor to the Chinese people." Premier League scouts gradually departed, their minds fixed on one thought: sign Lu Xiao at all costs. Gary Walker walked last, replaying Lu Xiao's passes and long-range shots in his mind. This youth's brilliance was too dazzling. Missing him would be a catastrophic loss for the club. On Crystal Palace's bench, players beamed with joy, excitedly discussing the match and Lu Xiao's performance. They knew with him aboard, Crystal Palace's future brimmed with hope. Boyle watched Lu Xiao on the field, his eyes filled with relief and anticipation. He privately calculated that he and assistant coach David Pratt would develop more tactics centered on Lu Xiao maximizing his talent to propel the team toward Premier League ambitions. Opposing coach Trotter stood up, face pale, staring at the field with eyes brimming with despair and resentment. He knew he had suffered a crushing defeat, losing all face before the Wanderers fans. Finally, referee Michael Jones blew the final whistle. Full-time, Bristol Wanderers 1-4 Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace secured a commanding away victory, advancing to the League Cup Round 2. Mark Jones concluded the stadium music with a final announcement. Full-time, Crystal Palace 4-1 winners. Lu Xiao created 4 goals, earning man of the match. BBC Radio Bristol simultaneously broadcast the final result concisely: Bristol Wanderers 1-4 Crystal Palace. Lu Xiao scored 1 goal and provided 3 assists. Crystal Palace advances to League Cup Round 2. The broadcast seamlessly transitioned to other programs, concluding the live update with a lasting impression on off-field listeners. Crystal Palace players erupted in celebration on the pitch, hugging wildly, their faces flushed with excitement and pride. Lu Xiao stood surrounded by teammates, his face radiant with a brilliant smile, his handsome features shining brightly under the drizzle. He raised a hand to gently touch the Crystal Palace crest on his chest, his eyes filled with determination. He knew this would be the place where his rise began. He would lead this team out of adversity toward glory, becoming a legend in world football. Chinese international students rushed to the sideline, shouting at Lu Xiao and waving their national flags. Lu Xiao waved back with a gentle smile, his eyes now bearing a deeper sense of responsibility and commitment. Jack Brown, Lin Shun, and Zhang Yu rushed to the sideline, surrounding Lu Xiao for the post-match interview. Jack Brown spoke first, his voice buzzing with excitement. "Lu, you're incredible. For goal involvements. How do you feel about your performance today?" Lu Xiao lifted a faint smile, his tone steady yet confident. "Just doing my job." He harbored no arrogance, knowing higher goals awaited him. Lin Shun then asked, "Though there was no official live broadcast, many domestic fans followed you. What would you like to say to them?" Lu Xiao looked toward Lin Shun's camera, his voice soft but resolute. "Thank you for your support. I will continue striving to fulfill your expectations, proving worthy of Chinese footballers." Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Lu Xiao's mind. Ding. Side quest completed. Defeated Bristol Wanderers in League Cup Round 1. Reward Platinum Chest X1. A flash of elation crossed Lu Xiao's eyes. He calculated that once back he would open the platinum chest, hoping to draw rewards enhancing his ball control and dribbling to eliminate his weaknesses, becoming a world-class midfielder. Boyle rushed over, embracing Lu Xiao tightly, his voice thick with relief and excitement. "Lu, you were amazing. Thank you. You are Crystal Palace's savior." Lu Xiao smiled in response. "Coach, this is everyone's achievement." He knew this victory owed to his teammates' cooperation and to the trust placed in him by Boyle and assistant coach David Pratt. He was not fighting alone. Opposing coach Trotter approached, his face pale, his tone heavy with resentment, yet he extended his hand. "Congratulations, Lu. You're a genius." He had to admit he was thoroughly defeated. Lu Xiao extended his hand, offering a firm handshake, his tone calm. "Thank you." He harbored no mockery, knowing respecting opponents was respecting himself. Besides, this victory spoke volumes. Trotter released his hand and turned away, his back seeming particularly desolate. He knew this defeat would stain his coaching career, while Lu Xiao would become a name he could never forget. Lu Xiao watched his departure, his eyes utterly calm. His goal had never been to defeat an English League One manager, but to become a global star, vindicating Chinese footballers and securing China's place on the world football stage. Teammates closed in, once more celebrating with Lu Xiao, their voices overflowing with jubilation. Ambrose placed a hand on Lu Xiao's shoulder, his voice filled with admiration. "Lu, you're our core from now on. We all follow you." Lu Xiao nodded with a smile, his eyes warm with emotion. He knew he had fully conquered this team. Now he would lead them to more victories, creating more miracles. The gentle rain gradually ceased as sunlight pierced through the clouds, showering the Memorial Stadium's pitch. Lu Xiao stood on the field surrounded by teammates, his face beaming with a brilliant smile. His handsome features shone brightly in the sunset, exuding the aura of a king. He understood this victory was merely the first step in his rise. More challenges awaited. FA Cup, Championship League bids from top clubs. But he faced them all with fearless resolve, moving forward unceasingly. What he didn't know was that unofficial highlights from this match had already begun circulating online. Chinese football communities erupted, major media outlets followed the story, and Lu Xiao's name spread rapidly across the globe. After Lin Shun and Zhang Yu's reports were published, they sparked widespread discussion nationwide, with domestic football circles reaching peak anticipation for Lu Xiao's future. Lu Xiao finished dressing and turned to leave, his steps brisk and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Under the cover of night, his figure swiftly exited the hotel. Stepping out of the hotel, Lu Xiao glanced up at the thick darkness of the night, calculating in his mind about Su Qingyuan. His footsteps carried him directly to a nearby luxury goods store. Having earned 285 RMB, he ought to buy something for his woman. He selected a limited edition handbag and a bottle of perfume carrying the exquisite packaging with a faint smile on his lips. His handsome face was strikingly radiant under the streetlights, causing passing girls to glance repeatedly, their heartbeats quickening. He knocked on the door of Su Qingyuan's apartment, and it opened quickly. Su Qingyuan wore a white loungewear, set her long hair tied back, her features delicate and soft. Her eyes were filled with surprise, and she beamed the moment she saw him. "Lu Xiao, you're finally back." Her voice was gentle and sweet. She reached out to hug him, but her nose caught the unfamiliar scent of perfume on him. Her gaze paused momentarily, then she resumed her smile. She had long come to terms with it. Lu Xiao handed her the gift, smiling as he ruffled her hair, his fingers brushing through her soft strands. His tone was indulgent. "For you. See if you like it. Winning the match, I naturally have to spoil my treasure." Su Qingyuan took the gift, opening it carefully. When she saw the handbag and perfume, her eyes sparkled like stars, and a blush crept across her cheeks. She looked up at him, her voice brimming with joy. "I love them. Thank you, Lu Xiao. They're too precious." She knew well that Lu Xiao would never have only her. Rather than torment herself, she chose to accept it gracefully. As long as she held a place in his heart, and he treated her well, that was enough. This clarity was hidden within her gentle eyes. Lu Xiao pinched her cheek, feeling its delicate softness, and his smile deepened. "Why be so formal with me? You're my woman. I've earned money, so who else would I spoil if not you?" Su Qingyuan's face grew even redder. She lowered her head, biting her lip in a smile, and pulled him into the house. "I made your favorite dinner, all the dishes you love. Let's eat together and properly celebrate your victory." The dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes, their aroma enticing all of Lu Xiao's favorites. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Xiao watched Su Qingyuan busily setting out bowls and chopsticks, his eyes full of tenderness. This sense of stability was something Emma could never provide. They sat side by side, chatting as they ate. Su Qingyuan gently placed food on his plate, her tone filled with admiration. She only asked about the match's highlights, never mentioning the perfume scent on him. Her thoughtfulness was almost heartbreaking. Lu Xiao patiently recounted the details of the game, occasionally teasing her. Watching her blush and fumble, his smile never faded, and a sense of possessiveness quietly spread in his heart. After dinner, Lu Xiao led her through the streets of London, entering one luxury store after another. No matter how much Su Qingyuan protested the expense, he insisted on buying for her. Seeing her happiness filled him with a thrill of control. Holding her hand, Lu Xiao's tone was both indulgent and brash. "Today, I'm taking you shopping. Buy whatever you want. I've got money I can afford to keep you." Su Qingyuan carried bags of all sizes, a smile never leaving her face. Occasionally she would look up at the handsome Lu Xiao beside her, her eyes brimming with adoration and dependence. To be cherished by him like this was her fortune. They shopped until very late, returning to the apartment laden with bags, tired yet satisfied. Su Qingyuan leaned against Lu Xiao's chest, her voice gentle. "Lu Xiao, I'm so happy today. Thank you. It's so good having you." "Silly girl, don't thank me." Lu Xiao ruffled her hair, then rubbed his forehead against hers, his tone doting. "As long as you're happy, I'll take you out every day from now on, spoil you like a princess." Su Qingyuan hugged him tightly, her cheek pressed against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, a sweetness filling her heart. Even if he had other women, she was willing, wanting only to stay by his side forever. Back inside, Su Qingyuan was clearing the dishes when Lu Xiao wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. His nose brushed against her neck, his tone suggestive. "Hard work, babe. How about a reward?" Su Qingyuan's body stiffened slightly before relaxing. Her cheeks burned and her voice was as soft as cotton candy. "What kind of reward?" Her heart pounded as if it would leap from her chest, brimming with anticipation. Lu Xiao smiled, without speaking, his fingertips gently tracing her waist as he lowered his head to nuzzle her earlobe. A delicate shiver ran through Su Qingyuan. She turned and wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in, her eyes full of emotion. They entwined from the living room to the kitchen, and from the kitchen back to the bedroom. The air was thick with sweet, ambiguous intimacy. Unlike the transactional nature with Emma, this was filled with lingering tenderness and true affection. Living room, kitchen, bathroom. As the night deepened, Su Qingyuan curled up in Lu Xiao's arms. Her skin was faintly flushed, her eyes still holding a trace of lingering allure. Her long lashes trembled slightly, and a shallow smile lingered on her lips, her eyes full of happiness. She was as smooth as a peeled egg, her waist slender and soft, pressed tightly against Lu Xiao. Her breathing was even, and even in her sleep, she wore a faint smile, her appearance exceptionally captivating. When Lu Xiao woke, the night was still visible outside the window. He looked down at Su Qingyuan beside him, gently stroking her hair, his movements tender, careful not to wake her. He silently vowed to always treat this understanding girl well and protect her. Su Qingyuan's breathing was steady, her features gentle, like a docile kitten curled up in Lu Xiao's arms. Lu Xiao gently brushed the stray hair from her forehead and planted a soft kiss upon it. After confirming Su Qingyuan was fast asleep, Lu Xiao quietly took out his phone and mentally commanded the system panel to open. A virtual interface only he could see appeared. The prompt on it made a flash of wild joy surge in his eyes. Ding. Host has completed side quest defeat Bristol Rovers in the first round of the League Cup. Reward platinum treasure chest 1. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Lu Xiao's heart pounded with excitement. A platinum treasure chest. His heart was full of anticipation. The chest grades were iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and black gold. The reward from a platinum chest was surely significant, and he fervently hoped it would grant an improvement in dribbling or similar skills. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiao commanded in his mind, "Open the platinum treasure chest." On the virtual panel, the chest slowly opened, radiating brilliant light. He stared intently, his breathing becoming cautious. As the light faded, the chest contained no dribbling skills nor any star player modules. Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned, but then an even greater surprise lit up his eyes. This was more exhilarating than obtaining a dribbling skill. The reward was incredibly overpowered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the basic ability Steel Body active effect during matches, completely immune to muscle strains, fractures, ligament tears, and other sports injuries, retains minor abrasions for realism. Pain is suppressed during malicious fouls, not affecting performance. Passive effect daily training fatigue accumulation reduced by 80, a recovery speed tripled, aging is slowed with the decline in physical function, halved after the age of 30. The team bus had barely come to a halt when Harris wrapped his arm around Lu Xiao's neck, spittle flying into his collar. Lu, 31,000 pounds in bonuses. You've hit the jackpot, mate. Tonight's on you. Lu Xiao chuckled, swatting his hand away, his handsome brows arching into crescents as his fingers traced the check in his pocket. What's the rush? I won't shortchange you lot. Hit the nightclub, spend whatever. I'm in high spirits today. His mind was already calculating shrewdly. Only a fool hoards money without spending it. He played football for glory and strength, and now that he'd earned it was time to indulge in beauty and fine cuisine. That was the life he craved. His teammates erupted in cheers, clapping him on the back with flattery. Lu Xiao stood tall, his 185-centimeter frame cutting a striking figure among the crowd. Black hair, dark eyes, sharp features, and a roguish charm that flickered in his smile. After changing into casual wear, Lu Xiao donned a black blazer, no tie, with the top 2 buttons undone, revealing the sleek line of his neck. His aura balanced between a youth's audacity and a man's composure. The group made their way to a renowned London nightclub where thunderous music mingled with the scent of alcohol and perfume. Lu Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, but didn't recoil, accepting the champagne his teammate handed him. Leaning against the bar, he took a sip of champagne, his gaze sweeping nonchalantly across the room. Many British beauties cast glances his way, their eyes filled with admiration and curiosity. Some even blushed, whispering about him. That Chinese hunk is insanely handsome, and his body too. When he smiles, it just melts your heart. What does he do? A blonde girl tugged at her friend's arm, her voice trembling, her eyes glued to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao took it all in, the smile on his lips deepening as a hint of possessiveness stirred within him. He had always enjoyed beauty, and being admired like this fed his ego, yet he didn't approach, maintaining his poise, waiting for the prey to come to him. Just then a graceful figure wove through the crowd toward him. Emma Watson, in an off-white slip dress that fell to her knees, accentuated her slender waist. Her skin was fair as snow, tinged with a faint blush. Her features were as delicate as a doll's. Arched brows, deep blue eyes like a tranquil lake, a high-bridged nose, and small, full lips glossed with pale pink. Her demeanor was cool, yet spirited, her voice clear and melodious. Emma stopped before Lu Xiao, a faint smile on her face, her eyes brimming with curiosity and interest without a trace of shyness. You must be Lu, right? I'm Emma Watson. I heard you led Crystal Palace to 2 straight wins. Impressive. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, sizing her up, understanding dawning. The actress who played Hermione, a rising child star and a feminist. He had no fondness for feminists, but he didn't mind a bit of fun with her. Mutual amusement, why not? I didn't expect to meet the renowned Miss Watson. A pleasure, Lu Xiao said, raising his glass with an easy, unflattering tone. Just 2 small wins, nothing to boast about. A flicker of surprise crossed Emma's eyes. She was used to people fawning over her, but Lu Xiao's calm composure only piqued her interest further. She sat down beside him, her arm brushing his accidentally, her heartbeat quickening. I wouldn't call them small. A championship comeback against a promotion favorite, and scoring 4 in the League Cup. Not everyone can do that. Emma tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. I've never met a footballer before. I'd love to get to know you. Lu Xiao smirked inwardly. This woman was direct. He played along, steering the conversation toward Harry Potter, her role as Hermione, her studies. Topic after topic, perfectly measured. The more they talked, the more engaged Emma became, her interest gradually turning into admiration. She realized Lu Xiao was not only handsome, but articulate and knowledgeable, nothing like the simple-minded, brawny footballers she'd imagined. You're far more impressive than I thought. Not just a great player, but such a thinker. Emma's cheeks flushed, her gaze turning flirtatious, her voice softening. I'm a bit tired. Could you walk me back to my hotel? A glint of amusement flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes, just as he'd hoped. He set down his champagne glass, gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead, and said in a suggestive tone, My pleasure, Miss Watson. Emma's cheeks deepened to crimson, a subtle shiver running through her as her heart raced nearly out of her chest. She obediently followed Lu Xiao out of the club, her fingers instinctively curling around his arm, feeling the warmth of his body. Lu Xiao could clearly feel the soft touch against his arm, his smile widening. He glanced down at Emma, clinging to him. Her skin fair and delicate, her waist slender, and his interest grew. The two walked side by side into a nearby luxury hotel. The The front desk clerk's eyes flickered with understanding as she swiftly processed their check-in. Neither spoke the entire time, the atmosphere thick with tension and heat. As they stepped into the elevator, the confined space amplified the sound of their breathing. Emma looked up at Lu Xiao, her eyes brimming with emotion. She leaned in her hair, brushing lightly against his cheek, carrying a faint scent of perfume. Lu Xiao wrapped an arm around her waist, his fingers tracing her smooth skin, feeling her stiffness and trembling. He lowered his head, his nose touching hers, his voice lazy and suggestive, eager. Emma's face turned scarlet, her gaze darting away, but she didn't push him off. Instead, she gave a slight nod, her voice barely a whisper. Both nervous and expectant, she felt the elevator doors open. Lu Xiao led her into the room, closing the door behind them. The room's soft lighting amplified the intimate atmosphere. They embraced, their silhouettes intertwining as they moved toward the bed, beginning the Emperor's new clothes. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows across the street, a reporter from The Sun aimed his camera. The shutter clicks, swallowed by the night, freezing their figures in a single frame. A scandalous affair already brewing. Within an hour, the storm outside had subsided, the night still deep far from dawn. Emma curled up beside Lu Xiao, her skin flushed with a faint pink, her brows and eyes languid with allure. Her long lashes fluttered, her lips a vivid red, exuding a coy charm. Her skin was smooth and silky, her waist slender and soft as she nestled against him like a docile kitten. Her breathing gradually steadied, a hint of satisfaction hidden in her eyes. This was her first time being this close to a footballer. Lu Xiao got up, casting a brief glance at Emma, beside him, his eyes devoid of attachment. His fingers traced his phone as he spoke flatly. Last night was enjoyable. Let's exchange contacts. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Emma opened her eyes, a flicker of disappointment passing through them, but she quickly masked it with a smile, pulling out her phone to exchange numbers. Her voice carried a lazy huskiness. Sure. You really are different, Lu. Both understood tacitly. This encounter was merely mutual gratification, no strings attached, no future. Lu Xiao finished dressing and turned to leave, his steps brisk and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Under the cover of night, his figure swiftly exited the hotel. Stepping out of the hotel, Lu Xiao glanced up at the thick darkness of the night, calculating in his mind about Su Qingyuan. His footsteps carried him directly to a nearby luxury goods store. Having earned 285 RMB, he ought to buy something for his woman. He selected a limited edition handbag and a bottle of perfume, carrying the exquisite packaging with a faint smile on his lips. His handsome face was strikingly radiant under the streetlights, causing passing girls to glance repeatedly, their heartbeats quickening. He knocked on the door of Su Qingyuan's apartment, and it opened quickly. Su Qingyuan wore a white loungewear, set, her long hair tied back, her features delicate and soft. Her eyes were filled with surprise, and she beamed the moment she saw him. Lu Xiao, you're finally back. Her voice was gentle and sweet. She reached out to hug him, but her nose caught the unfamiliar scent of perfume on him. Her gaze paused momentarily, then she resumed her smile. She had long come to terms with it. Lu Xiao handed her the gift, smiling as he ruffled her hair, his fingers brushing through her soft strands. His tone was indulgent. For you. See if you like it. Winning the match, I naturally have to spoil my treasure. Su Qingyuan took the gift, opening it carefully. When she saw the handbag and perfume, her eyes sparkled like stars, and a blush crept across her cheeks. She looked up at him, her voice brimming with joy. I love them. Thank you, Lu Xiao. They're too precious. She knew well that Lu Xiao would never have only her. Rather than torment herself, she chose to accept it gracefully. As long as she held a place in his heart, and he treated her well, that was enough. This clarity was hidden within her gentle eyes. Lu Xiao pinched her cheek, feeling its delicate softness, and his smile deepened. Why be so formal with me? You're my woman. I've earned money, so who else would I spoil if not you? Su Qingyuan's face grew even redder. She lowered her head, biting her lip in a smile, and pulled him into the house. I made your favorite dinner, all the dishes you love. Let's eat together and properly celebrate your victory. The dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes, their aroma enticing all of Lu Xiao's favorites. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Xiao watched Su Qingyuan busily setting out bowls and chopsticks, his eyes full of tenderness. This sense of stability was something Emma could never provide. They sat side by side, chatting as they ate. Su Qingyuan gently placed food on his plate, her tone filled with admiration. She only asked about the match's highlights, never mentioning the perfume scent on him. Her thoughtfulness was almost heartbreaking. Lu Xiao patiently recounted the details of the game, occasionally teasing her. Watching her blush and fumble, his smile never faded, and a sense of possessiveness quietly spread in his heart. After dinner, Lu Xiao led her through the streets of London, entering one luxury store after another. No matter how much Su Qingyuan protested the expense, he insisted on buying for her. Seeing her happiness filled him with a thrill of control. Holding her hand, Lu Xiao's tone was both indulgent and brash. Today, I'm taking you shopping. Buy whatever you want. I've got money I can afford to keep you. Su Qingyuan carried bags of all sizes, a smile never leaving her face. Occasionally she would look up at the handsome Lu Xiao beside her, her eyes brimming with adoration and dependence. To be cherished by him like this was her fortune. They shopped until very late, returning to the apartment laden with bags, tired yet satisfied. Su Qingyuan leaned against Lu Xiao's chest, her voice gentle. Lu Xiao, I'm so happy today. Thank you. It's so good having you. Silly girl, don't thank me. Lu Xiao ruffled her hair, then rubbed his forehead against hers, his tone doting. As long as you're happy, I'll take you out every day from now on, spoil you like a princess. Su Qingyuan hugged him tightly, her cheek pressed against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, a sweetness filling her heart. Even if he had other women, she was willing, wanting only to stay by his side forever. Back inside, Su Qingyuan was clearing the dishes when Lu Xiao wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. His nose brushed against her neck, his tone suggestive. Hard work, babe. How about a reward? Su Qingyuan's body stiffened slightly before relaxing. Her cheeks burned and her voice was as soft as cotton candy. What kind of reward? Her heart pounded as if it would leap from her chest, brimming with anticipation. Lu Xiao smiled, without speaking, his fingertips gently tracing her waist as he lowered his head to nuzzle her earlobe. A delicate shiver ran through Su Qingyuan. She turned and wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in, her eyes full of emotion. They entwined from the living room to the kitchen and from the kitchen back to the bedroom. The air was thick with sweet, ambiguous intimacy. Unlike the transactional nature with Emma, this was filled with lingering tenderness and true affection. Living room, kitchen, bathroom. As the night deepened, Su Qingyuan curled up in Lu Xiao's arms. Her skin was faintly flushed, her eyes still holding a trace of lingering allure. Her long lashes trembled slightly, and a shallow smile lingered on her lips, her eyes full of happiness. She was as smooth as a peeled egg, her waist slender and soft, pressed tightly against Lu Xiao. Her breathing was even, and even in her sleep, she wore a faint smile, her appearance exceptionally captivating. When Lu Xiao woke, the night was still visible outside the window. He looked down at Su Qingyuan beside him, gently stroking her hair, his movements tender, careful not to wake her. He silently vowed to always treat this understanding girl well and protect her. Su Qingyuan's breathing was steady, her features gentle, like a docile kitten curled up in Lu Xiao's arms. Lu Xiao gently brushed the stray hair from her forehead and planted a soft kiss upon it. After confirming Su Qingyuan was fast asleep, Lu Xiao quietly took out his phone and mentally commanded the system panel to open. A virtual interface only he could see appeared. The prompt on it made a flash of wild joy surge in his eyes. Ding. Host has completed side quest, defeat Bristol Rovers in the first round of the League Cup. Reward platinum treasure chest 1. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Lu Xiao's heart pounded with excitement. A platinum treasure chest. His heart was full of anticipation. The chest grades were iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and black gold. The reward from a platinum chest was surely significant, and he fervently hoped it would grant an improvement in dribbling or similar skills. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiao commanded in his mind, "Open the platinum treasure chest." On the virtual panel, the chest slowly opened, radiating brilliant light. He stared intently, his breathing becoming cautious. As the light faded, the chest contained no dribbling skills nor any star player modules. Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned, but then an even greater surprise lit up his eyes. This was more exhilarating than obtaining a dribbling skill. The reward was incredibly overpowered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the basic ability Steel Body active effect during matches, completely immune to muscle strains, fractures, ligament tears, and other sports injuries, retains minor abrasions for realism. Pain is suppressed during malicious fouls, not affecting performance. Passive effect, daily training fatigue accumulation reduced by 80, a recovery speed tripled, aging is slowed with the decline in physical function, halved after the age of 30. Lu Xiao glanced at the information on the panel, his entire body trembling with excitement. Damn it, this reward was tailor-made for a football player. Injuries are the natural enemy of athletes. With his ironclad physique, he had nothing to worry about anymore. He calculated in his mind, with this steel-like body, he could fight without hesitation on the field, endure high-intensity training and matches without fatigue, significantly extend his career, and fully unleash his power. What surprised him even more was the upgrade path of the steel body. Every level had clear unlocking conditions and powerful bonus effects, from basic immunity to tactical deterrence and legendary buffs. Each one was a tool for showing off and winning, especially the Phoenix effect, which was simply exhilarating to think about. The specific upgrade details were as follows. Stage 1. Basic immunity unlockable upon achievement. The condition was completing 5 official matches without being substituted. The bonus effect was automatic minor injury recovery after matches, such as bruises, ankle swelling, and other small wounds which healed quickly without additional treatment. Stage 2. Tactical deterrence. The condition was scoring a goal despite being fouled 5 times in a single match. The bonus effect triggered the Phoenix ability. Even if bleeding or falling to the ground, he could instantly stand up and continue fighting, exuding an aura of pressure that could instill fear in opponents, comparable to the intimidating power of NBA star LeBron James's death stare. Stage 3. Legendary buff. The condition was accumulating 200 fouls over his career. It included 2 skills. The passive deterrence aura reduced the opponent's foul probability against him by 30, and the active trade injury for injury allowed him to deliberately endure a foul, after which his speed would increase by 20 in the next round. A perfect tool for comebacks and last-minute winning goals. Of course, getting fouled 200 times wasn't easy. The platinum chest is this powerful. How overpowered must the black gold chest be? Lu Xiao muttered to himself, his eyes full of anticipation. The final side mission was winning the League Cup with the black gold chest as the prize. This match was a must-win for him. Lu Xiao made a silent vow to lead Crystal Palace to an undefeated streak when the League Cup unlocked the black gold chest, continuously improve his strength, and become a world star as soon as possible. silencing all those who underestimated Chinese players. Fatigue gradually crept in. Lu Xiao closed the system panel and gently embraced Su Qingyuan beside him, feeling her soft body and steady breath, his eyes filled with tenderness and contentment. Wealth, beauty, and a loving partner, what more could one ask for? A sound night's sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room, warm and bright. Su Qingyuan woke up first, looking at the handsome Lu Xiao beside her, reaching out to gently stroke his face with her delicate, tender fingertips. Lu Xiao was awakened by her movements. As he opened his eyes, he saw her gentle gaze, and a smile instantly spread across his lips. He reached out to wrap his arms around her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace, his voice lazy. "Baby, you're awake." Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed a soft pink, and she nodded, gently leaning into his embrace, her voice soft. "Yes, it's time to get up for breakfast. I'm going to make you some sandwiches and milk, your favorites." Lu Xiao smiled and ruffled her hair, nuzzling her cheek with his head. "Thank you, baby. After breakfast, I'll head to the club for training. I'll be back tonight. Wait for me, okay?" Su Qingyuan nodded softly and replied, "All right, go. Be careful, don't worry about me. I'll be here waiting for your return and cook dinner for you." She got up, put on her loungewear, and turned to walk into the kitchen, her figure graceful and busy as she prepared breakfast. Lu Xiao also got up, tidied himself, and walked to the kitchen doorway, leaning against the frame with a constant smile as he watched her bustling about. This sense of stability and happiness was the driving force behind his efforts and the soft spot in his heart. After breakfast, the two walked to the door hand in hand. Lu Xiao leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, his tone indulgent. "I'm leaving, baby. Remember to miss me." Su Qingyuan tiptoed to reach his cheek, her eyes filled with reluctance as she watched his figure depart before slowly closing the door. "You should miss me too. Take care of yourself. Don't overwork yourself." Lu Xiao stepped out of his apartment where his teammate's car was already waiting downstairs. He got and greeted his teammates with a smile, his handsome face radiating joy, showing no trace of fatigue. The passive effect of the steel body was already active. Harris teased him with a grin, his eyes filled with envy. "Lu, you're doing well. You must have had a wild last night. You look so fresh, not like you stayed up all night." Lu Xiao shot back with a smile. "If you're so envious, just play your best football. Win the match, and you'll have the freedom too." He leaned back in the seat, gazing out the window, mentally preparing for the day's training and upcoming matches. The car quickly arrived at the Crystal Palace Club. Lu Xiao and his teammates entered the locker room, donning their red No. 95 jerseys, standing tall and proud, the jerseys highlighting his well-proportioned muscular build, making him stand out among the crowd. In the locker room, teammates gathered holding various newspapers and chatting animatedly, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Xiao walked over with a faint smile and asked, "What are you all talking about? It's so lively." "Lu, check this out. All the newspapers are featuring you. You're a big star now." Ambrose handed him a copy of the Times with a grin, his tone full of admiration. Lu Xiao took the newspaper and looked down. The front page headline stood out prominently. "Chinese new star shines in League Cup, Crystal Palace, 4-1 victory. 18-year-old Lu Xiao responsible for 4 goals. The bold text was striking. The article read, "His 60-meter low pass reminds one of Beckham, but his calm handling inside the penalty area resembles a young Scholes." This 18-year-old Chinese teenager was breaking all prejudices with his strength. Lu Xiao read the article with a faint smile, feeling no pride whatsoever. This was just the beginning. He wanted more than this. He wanted to become a world star and shock everyone who underestimated Chinese players. And BBC Sport also covered you, even including a tactical heat map of yours. The netizens are going crazy, saying English youth training needs to reflect seriously. Another teammate handed him another newspaper with an excited tone. Lu Xiao glanced at it. BBC Sport's headline was concise and clear. "League Cup, Crystal Palace easily defeats League One opponent. Chinese young player becomes the highlight." The heat map in the image covered almost the entire field, highlighting his central role. The Daily Mail went even further, claiming you were being too intimate with female fans after the match, accompanied by a blurry sideline photo. Probably a Miss Hot. Harris leaned in with a teasing grin. "Lu, you really have a way with women." Lu Xiao laughed and retorted, "Damn it, stop spreading nonsense. It's all media hype for clicks. They'll write anything these days." He knew well enough the nature of the media and had no intention of paying attention to them. Focusing on the match was what truly mattered. There's also the South London News, a report by Jack Brown claiming you are the new Zaha, and even revealing that we sang Viva Lu Xiao in the locker room after the match. Manager Burley even praised you for being more flamboyant in your passing than Lampard. Lu Xiao raised his eyebrows, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Burley certainly knew how to give compliments, and indeed Lu had the ability to back it up. He folded the newspaper and began to mentally plan out his intensive training to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming game. At that moment, a teammate burst in holding a copy of The Sun, exclaiming in shock and envy, "Whoa. Lu, you've hit the big time. The Sun's front page features you and Emma Watson." This instantly grabbed everyone's attention as teammates rushed over to grab a look at the newspaper. Lu Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he took the newspaper and glanced down, his expression remaining calm and composed, betraying no hint of disturbance. The headline of The Sun was sensational affair. Chinese football star Lu and Harry Potter actress Emma Watson enter a hotel late at night acting intimately, with the accompanying photo showing the two walking into the hotel. The article meticulously detailed his accomplishments: a discarded Real Madrid trainee defeating Barcelona's youth academy, joining Crystal Palace, and winning 2 consecutive games, creating 7 goals single-handedly, turning his story into a sensation, every word crafted to grab attention. Whoa, Lou, you're incredible. You actually managed to hook up with Emma Watson, a rising star, and the dream of countless men. Yeah, Lou, you're really good at playing the game. Even a one-night stand with Emma Watson makes you a role model for us all. Teammates chimed in with teasing praise filled with envy, but no jealousy. He deserved it all. They all knew that Lu Xiao had single-handedly created 7 goals in 2 matches, leading Crystal Palace out of a financial crisis. He had the confidence to be flamboyant and the allure to attract such attention. This romance was a testament to his strength and charisma. Lu Xiao waved his hand with a smile, his tone calm. Don't make a fuss over it. We just happened to meet, got along well, and went back to the hotel together. It's not as complicated as you think. He neither confirmed nor denied, maintaining the perfect balance. He knew this report would make him a household name, not just in football circles, but also in the entertainment industry, potentially attracting even more fans. For him, this was not necessarily a bad thing. At that moment, manager Burley entered the locker room with a smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction and appreciation as he looked at Lu Xiao and said seriously, "Lu, my boy, you're now the cover story of the Sun." "Manager, it's all media hype. Don't take it too seriously." Lu Xiao replied with a smile, his tone calm and without any arrogance. "I'll focus on my intensive training and not let outside influences affect me. I'll concentrate on the next match." Burley nodded in satisfaction, his appreciation growing even more. "Good, very good. I like your composure and calmness. Remember, no matter how the media hype, your strength is your greatest asset." "I know, manager." Lu Xiao nodded firmly. "I won't let you down, nor will I let the team down. I will lead us to win more matches, aiming for the Premier League and the League Cup." Burley laughed and patted his shoulder. "Good, I believe in you. Enough talking, get ready for training. The next match won't be as easy as this one." "Great," the teammates replied in unison, putting away their newspapers and getting ready, their faces filled with determination. With Lu Xiao by their side, they were full of hope for the future, confident that they could create glory for Crystal Palace. Lu Xiao followed his teammates out of the locker room and onto the training ground. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow over the field. He gazed into the distance, his eyes determined, a confident smile on his lips. He knew the Sun's report would cause a stir in the outside world, and it might also affect Emma, but he didn't care. He was only concerned with training and the match, aiming to win the League Cup and unlock the black gold chest. Meanwhile, the outside world had erupted in chaos. People across Britain and even the entire Western world were discussing the rumors between Lu Xiao and Emma, all shocked. No one had expected this young Chinese football star to be involved with Emma. Emma's fans also started paying attention to Lu Xiao, some curious, some envious, some well-wishing, and the online chatter grew rapidly. Lu Xiao's name spread quickly across Britain and even attracted attention in other parts of Europe. Many began to search for Lu Xiao's story, learning that he had gone from being a discarded Real Madrid trainee to defeating Barcelona's youth academy to joining Crystal Palace and creating 7 goals single-handedly. All were impressed by his strength and became his fans. At the Real Madrid youth training base, Marcos looked at the sun in his hands, his face dark enough to drip water, his hands tightly gripping the newspaper, his eyes filled with envy and resentment, shaking with anger. He never expected that Lu Xiao, whom he had once bullied and called a useless yellow-skinned waste, had become so successful, not only leading the team to 2 consecutive wins, but also being involved in a scandal with Emma Watson, making him a household name. Marcos knew that the more successful Lu Xiao became, the more it proved he was wrong. The decision to team up with Alberto to force Lu Xiao to leave was incredibly stupid. Real Madrid fans and management would eventually be dissatisfied. "Damn you, you useless yellow-skinned waste. You can't stay lucky forever. Just wait and see how long you can stay on top before you crash and burn." Marcos cursed viciously in his heart. Both Alberto and Palacios saw the report, their faces equally gloomy. They never expected that this Chinese youth whom they had despised and expelled could thrive in Britain, making them look foolish so quickly. They were filled with worry and regret, but could do nothing but hope that Lu Xiao would underperform in future matches, or that his success would be fleeting. Otherwise, their days at the Real Madrid Youth Academy would surely be difficult. As for Emma Watson, she was surrounded by a horde of media. Reporters swarmed around her, asking about her relationship with Lu Xiao, their tone filled with curiosity and inquiry, with camera shutters clicking constantly. She wore a black windcoat tightly wrapped around herself, wearing a mask and sunglasses, yet she couldn't hide the panic in her eyes. She did not want to expose this one-night encounter, as it could harm her career and image. After all, in March 2010, she had just ended a 2-year relationship with her financier boyfriend Jay Baruchel, and was now close to a Spanish musician classmate Rafael Siblain. She didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble. Facing the reporters' relentless questions, Emma forced herself to stay calm. She took off her sunglasses, squeezed out a faint smile, and said in a flat tone, "Lou and I just met by chance and had a pleasant conversation. It's not as complicated as everyone thinks. He's a fantastic player." After speaking, she hurriedly pushed through the reporters, quickly got into the car, and closed the door. Leaning back in her seat, she let out a long sigh. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with panic and helplessness. She knew this wouldn't just blow over. She knew deep down that this scandal would inevitably affect her studies and career, and might even impact her relationship with Rafael. But things had already gone this far, as she had no choice but to do her best to cover it up and deny everything. Lu Xiao, however, was completely oblivious to all this. Even if he had some inkling, he couldn't be bothered. At that moment, he was on the training ground training intensively with his teammates, focusing on every move and giving his all to improve his strength. His movements were fluid and precise, his passes accurate, and his long shots powerful. Every action exuded professionalism and confidence. The passive effect of his steel body left him feeling no fatigue, making training exceptionally easy, and his form was getting better and better. Watching his performance, his teammates' eyes were filled with admiration and respect. They all knew that with Lu Xiao around, Crystal Palace's future was full of hope. They were confident that following him, they would win more matches and create glory. Lu Xiao stopped, wiped the sweat from his face, and looked into the distance with a determined gaze. He silently vowed to himself that in the next game, he would give his absolute best, defeat his opponents and silence all those who doubted him. Just then a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. The host has sparked controversy in the British media, activating the mission face-slapping expert. Achieve a match rating over 8.5 in the next game to earn 5 attribute points. A flicker of amusement instantly flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes, and a confident smile curled on his lips. Face-slapping expert. This mission was practically tailor-made for him. He was determined to perform well in the next game, secure the attribute points, and shore up his weaknesses. Little did he know the Mirror had already published a snide report with a glaring headline: Crystal Palace's Chinese star a flash in the pan. Experts League 1 defense is like walking a dog in the park, publicly questioning his abilities. Upon learning this, Lu Xiao wasn't angry. Instead, his smile deepened, and his eyes were filled with contempt. He was already planning to silence these experts in the next game, proving with his strength that he was no flash in the pan. Training continued, and the sunlight fell on Lu Xiao, casting a long shadow. This 18-year-old Chinese teenager was using his own ability to break down prejudices step by step, stride by stride, moving towards glory, writing the legend of a player of Chinese descent. In August, the London sun, though not scorching, was enough to make one's skin feel hot. On Crystal Palace's training ground, the dull thuds of footballs hitting the turf rose and fell, and Lu Xiao's figure stood out conspicuously. He wore a red training jersey that outlined his fit and well-proportioned physique. His black hair and dark eyes shone strikingly in the sunlight, and a faint smile always lingered on his lips. His handsome appearance drew the frequent glances of female staff passing by the sidelines. During an intense training match, a teammate, while turning to cover the defensive midfield position, slipped and lost his balance, crashing into Lu Xiao. On a normal day, Lu Xiao might have sidestepped to avoid him. But today he simply braced his shoulders slightly, withstanding the accidental collision, and kept the ball firmly under his control. With a dull thud, the off-balance teammate was jolted back a few staggering steps. He quickly steadied himself by touching the turf, rubbing his arm with a rueful smile. Lu Xiao's smile remained unchanged. With a flick of his toe, he sent a precise pass to the advancing Ambrose, the movement as smooth as flowing water. On the sidelines, Harris stared wide-eyed and blurted out, "Lu, are you crazy, kid? That shoulder bump just now was brutal. Anyone else would be wincing in pain." His face was a mask of shock, his tone laced with disbelief as he stared at Lu Xiao's shoulder. Lu Xiao turned and waved at him, his smile hearty, and deliberately raised the shoulder that had taken the hit. "What's there to fear? My body's tough as nails. A little shoulder bump like that is nothing." Inwardly, he was thrilled. The steel body was indeed useful. He no longer had to fear physical confrontations. He raised his hand to rub his shoulder, feeling no pain at all. His conviction grew stronger. With this skill, he could go all out on the pitch without any lingering fear of injury. Head coach George Burley stood on the coaching line, arms crossed, one eyebrow slightly raised, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He stared at Lu Xiao, tapping his fingers lightly on his arm, his mind full of astonishment. This kid had changed so much. Previously, though his passes were accurate, he always held back in physical duels. But today he was so aggressive, not even flinching from a hard tackle, instead maintaining perfect control of the ball. It was truly unusual. McGee sidled up to Ambrose and lowered his voice. "Don't you think Lu seems to be evolving with every game? Yesterday he wasn't this daring, and today he's like a different person." His tone was full of admiration. Ambrose nodded, his eyes fixed on Lu Xiao, a smile of approval on his face. "He's already incredibly talented, and now that he's daring to fight and tackle our team, truly has hope." He genuinely admired this Chinese teenager. Lu Xiao naturally noticed everyone's gaze, and his smile deepened. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to convince everyone with his strength and make his Crystal Palace teammates rely on him completely as their core. In another attack, Lu Xiao received a pass from McGee. Faced with a double team, he showed no panic. His eyes sharpened, he made a subtle change of direction with his foot, and then delivered a low through ball that sliced perfectly through the defense to find Harris. Harris surged forward, received the ball, and slotted it home for a goal. He turned excitedly, ran to Lu Xiao, and hugged him. "Lu, that was fucking brilliant. This pass was absolutely incredible." His face was full of ecstasy, his voice trembling with excitement. Lu Xiao patted him on the back with a laugh, his tone lazy and arrogant. Calm down, just routine. If you had been a bit faster, that goal would have been even more beautiful." Yet a hint of possessiveness lurked in his eyes. These were his teammates, and they would only win with him. The female fitness coach on the sidelines, dressed in a black tracksuit, tall and fair-skinned, watched Lu Xiao with a look of infatuation. This Chinese teenager was not only a great footballer, but also incredibly handsome, and his smile was captivating. She subconsciously clenched the training manual in her hand, her cheeks flushing slightly, her heartbeat quickening. In all her life, she had never seen a man with such charm, one who combined a young man's flamboyance with a man's composure. Lu Xiao caught her from the corner of his eye, his smile widening slightly, but he didn't linger on her. He enjoyed being pursued by women, but this female coach wasn't his type. She paled in comparison to Su Qingyuan and Emma. After the training match ended, the teammates gathered around Lu Xiao, chattering and praising him. Lu Xiao leaned against the goalpost, his smile gentle as he listened patiently, occasionally teasing them back, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu, you were on fire today. That tackle you absorbed looked painful just watching, and you're not even hurt. Zaha asked, his eyes full of curiosity and envy. He most admired players who were willing to fight and challenge. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, maybe I'm just naturally tough. He certainly wouldn't mention his steel-like body. Such a secret must be kept buried in his stomach. If others found out, it would inevitably cause trouble. George Burley walked over, clapped his hands, and gestured for everyone to be quiet. A faint smile lingered on his face, and his eyes were full of gratification. All right, everyone, quiet down. There are a few things I need to tell you. The teammates instantly fell silent, all looking at George Burley with curious expressions. Lu Xiao also put away his smile, slightly turned, and looked at the head coach, calculating in his mind that it must be about the upcoming match arrangements. The upcoming schedule is very tight. There are 4 more matches in August. Everyone must be fully prepared. George Burley's tone turned serious, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, and finally landing on Lu Xiao. The first match on August 14th, away against Queen's Park Rangers. Upon hearing the name Queen's Park Rangers, the teammates' expressions shifted slightly. They all knew that this team was no pushover. Their head coach Neil Warnock was tough and good at psychological warfare, making them a formidable opponent. Harris frowned, his tone worried. Queen's Park Rangers. Their defense is very sturdy, and they have a few fast-wing players. Playing away from home, it's going to be tough. Mackey also nodded, echoing. Yeah, their center forward Helg Yuzin is extremely strong in heading. Our defense will be under a lot of pressure. His face was full of gravity, feeling uncertain. Lu Xiao still had a smile on his lips, his expression calm, without a trace of worry. He knew in his heart that although Queen's Park Rangers were strong, they were not invincible. With proper tactics and his performance, winning the match was not difficult. What's there to fear? Lu Xiao spoke, his tone calm, but with an inexplicable confidence. No matter who the opponent is, as long as we do our best and play according to the tactics, we will definitely win. His words instantly injected a glimmer of confidence into everyone. George Burley nodded in satisfaction, his eyes full of appreciation as he looked at Lu Xiao. Lu is right. Don't be afraid of the opponent. As long as we unite as one, there is no match we cannot win. He paused and continued. Also, there's another matter. This afternoon is the draw for the second round of the League Cup at the EFL headquarters. BBC Sport and Sky Sports will both broadcast it. Let's all go back to the locker room to watch. Hearing about the League Cup draw, the teammates showed different expressions. Some were expectant, some worried. After all, they had won the first round easily, but in the second round they might face a Premier League team. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. The reason he valued the League Cup was for the side quest's black gold chest. As long as they could win the League Cup, he could unlock the black gold chest and obtain richer rewards. Coach, what are our potential opponents for the second round of the League Cup? Lu Xiao asked, his tone calm, but with a hint of urgency in his eyes. He wanted to know who the opponent was as soon as possible to prepare in advance. George Burley glanced at him and said with a smile, according to the draw rules, the advancing championship teams could face Premier League teams or same-level opponents. It depends on the afternoon draw results. However, George Burley paused, his tone tinged with helplessness. Given our strength, if we draw a Premier League team, it will be very difficult to advance. I didn't have high hopes for the League Cup. Winning the first round was a pleasant surprise. Lu Xiao smiled and said nothing. He knew clearly that George Burley said this because he didn't believe Crystal Palace could defeat a Premier League team. But he didn't think so. Mid-table Premier League teams like Everton and Wolves were not unbeatable. He even calculated in his mind that it would be great if they drew Everton. He remembered that historically Everton had not taken the League Cup very seriously that season, rotating their main players and underestimating lower league opponents. This was their opportunity. The teammates also started discussing. Some prayed not to draw a Premier League team, while others took an indifferent attitude. After all, they hadn't had high hopes for the League Cup, but winning one round was already good enough. I hope we don't draw Everton, Aston Villa, or those teams, otherwise we really have no chance. Zaha looked worried, his tone full of anxiety. He was most afraid of facing Premier League teams. The gap in strength was too great. Yeah, if only we could draw a League One team, we'd have a better chance of winning. Ambrose also spoke, his face full of seriousness, feeling uncertain. Lu Xiao listened to their discussions, the smile on his lips unchanged, but he felt disdain in his heart. A bunch of spineless people. It's just facing a Premier League team. Is it really that scary? Wait until I lead them to victory, then see if they still dare to be so cowardly. He silently vowed to himself that no matter which opponent they drew, he would lead Crystal Palace to victory, win the League Cup, unlock the black gold chest, and also make these teammates completely shed the relegation battle mentality. Alright, stop discussing. Let's go eat first. After a short training session this afternoon, we'll go back to the locker room to watch the draw. George Burley clapped his hands, interrupting the discussions, and spoke seriously. Okay. The teammates responded in unison, turning to head to the locker room to change clothes for lunch. Lu Xiao followed behind, still wearing a faint smile, but with a hint of determination in his eyes. After changing into casual clothes, Lu Xiao wore a white leisure outfit, his posture tall and straight. His 185 centimeters height stood out conspicuously in the crowd. Black hair, black eyes, distinct features, and when he smiled his eyes curved, making him so handsome that people couldn't look away. Su Qingyuan sent a text message asking if he was tired from training and if he wanted her to come over tonight. Lu Xiao looked at the message, his smile growing wider. He quickly replied with his fingertips, "Not tired. I'll come to you tonight and bring you something delicious." His heart felt warm. Su Qingyuan's gentleness and thoughtfulness always gave him a sense of peace when he was tired. Compared to Emma's transactional relationship, he preferred Su Qingyuan's tender care. This woman he would always cherish. Arriving at the dining hall, the teammates were already sitting together eating. Seeing Lu Xiao enter, they waved him over. Lu Xiao walked over with a smile, sat down, picked up his utensils, and ate, while listening to them discuss the upcoming matches. "Lu, want to go out and have some fun tonight?" Harris leaned in, teasing him with a smile, his eyes full of innuendo. "Ever since the rumor about you and Emma came out, quite a few British beauties want to get to know you." Lu Xiao shot him a glance and chuckled, "Damn it, always thinking about having fun. Have you forgotten there's a match coming up? Once we beat Queen's Park Rangers, I'll take you all out to celebrate." In his heart, he did want to find some beautiful women, but the match was more important. "Don't worry, Lu will train hard and won't hold you back," Harris said with a smile, his tone full of assurance. He knew in his heart that Lu Xiao was the hope of their team. As long as they followed Lu Xiao, they could win more matches. Lu Xiao nodded without a word, lowering his head to focus on his meal. He loved good food, especially the steaks in England. Though not as good as in China, they were still decent. Only after eating and drinking his fill could he be in better shape for the upcoming training and matches. In the restaurant, several waitresses kept glancing at Lu Xiao, their eyes filled with admiration and infatuation. As they cleared the dishes, they whispered to each other, their voices full of appreciation, faint blushes rising on their cheeks. "That Chinese teenager isn't that Crystal Palace's Lu. He's so handsome, my heart melts when he smiles. And he plays football so well. He's the perfect man." A blonde waitress spoke in a soft voice, utterly captivated. Yes. I saw a report in the Sun yesterday about him and Emma Watson going into a hotel late at night. It's incredible that he managed to charm a famous actress like Emma." Another waitress said, her tone full of envy. Lu Xiao overheard their chatter, and the smile on his lips deepened, but he remained unmoved. He was long accustomed to being pursued by women. As long as he wished, beautiful women were never in short supply around him. These waitresses were far beneath his notice. After the meal, Lu Xiao returned to the training ground with his teammates for the afternoon session. Thanks to the passive effect of his steel body, he felt no fatigue, trained with remarkable ease, and was in increasingly better form. His passes grew more precise, his long shots more threatening. Occasionally, he even took the initiative to defend, and his tackle success rate had improved significantly. Watching his performance, the admiration in his teammates' eyes deepened, and their confidence grew. George Burley stood by the sidelines, observing Lu Xiao's figure, secretly feeling relieved. Thank goodness he had signed this Chinese teenager back, then otherwise Crystal Palace would probably struggle to escape relegation. This young man's potential was limitless. At 4 p.m, training ended. Lu Xiao and his teammates returned to the locker room, where everyone gathered around the TV, turned on BBC Sport, and waited for the live broadcast of the League Cup second-round draw. The atmosphere in the locker room instantly became tense. Lu Xiao found a comfortable spot, leaned back in his chair with a faint calm smile on his face, though a hint of anticipation stirred within him. He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes fixed intently on the TV screen. "Come on, let's get started. I'm a bit nervous. I hope we don't draw a Premier League team." Zaha sat nearby, his hands clenched tightly, his face full of anxiety and unease. Even his breathing became cautious. "Don't worry. Whoever we draw, it's the same. Worst case, we just give it our all." Lu Xiao spoke, his tone calm, but a hint of determination flickered in his eyes. "Even if we draw a Premier League team, it doesn't mean we'll lose. As long as we play well, we have a chance." His words eased the tension in the locker room a little. Seeing Lu Xiao's composed demeanor, his teammates felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, if Lu Xiao was so confident, what did they have to fear? On the TV screen, the EFL headquarters draw ceremony was underway, with several officials seated on stage ready to begin. The commentator's voice rang out impassioned, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live broadcast of the English League Cup second-round draw. This draw will be conducted using a North-South regional grouping method. The promoted Championship and League One teams will face Premier League teams or opponents of the same level. Now let's see who each team's opponent will be." In the locker room, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the TV screen, not daring to make a sound. Lu Xiao also wiped the smile off his face, his expression turning serious. In his heart, he silently prayed to draw Everton. The draw began, and the opponents for each team were announced one by one. In the locker room, there were occasional cheers and occasional sighs. Lu Xiao's heart began to race, the tension mounting. "Next up, we will draw Crystal Palace's opponent." The commentator's voice came through, laced with suspense. Crystal Palace defeated Bristol Rovers 4-1 in the first round, with the new Chinese star Lu Xiao single-handedly creating 4 goals in a stunning performance. On the screen, an EFL official slowly reached into the draw bowl, pulled out a small ball, opened it, glanced at it, and then announced Crystal Palace's opponent in the next round is Everton. Bloody hell, Everton. Harris was the first to exclaim, his face a mix of shock and despair. He sprang up from his chair, his voice full of disbelief. How could it be Everton? They're a top-half Premier League team. Zaha's face turned pale, and he held his head in his hands, utterly dejected. It's over, it's over. We're definitely going to lose. Everton is way stronger than us. Their squad value is 10 times ours. There's no way we can compete. The other teammates also showed expressions of despair, their heads hanging low as they murmured among themselves, their voices filled with worry and frustration. They hadn't had much hope for the League Cup to begin with, and drawing Everton had completely shattered their confidence. Everton 8th in the Premier League last season. Their manager David Moyes is tactically astute, and they have key players like Yakubu Arteta and Fellaini. We're no match for them. McGee said gravely, his tone helpless. Yeah, Everton's defense is too solid. Jagielka and Howard are top-class defenders. Scoring against them will be incredibly difficult. Ambrose also spoke, his face etched with despair, his heart full of doubt. George Burley furrowed his brow, his expression dark, his hands clenched into fists, his voice full of helplessness. He had anticipated possibly drawing a Premier League team, but he never expected it to be Everton. This was undoubtedly the worst possible outcome. He knew in his heart that the gap in strength between Crystal Palace and Everton was too vast. Even if Lu Xiao put on a spectacular performance, it would be incredibly difficult to defeat Everton. Their League Cup journey was probably over. Only Lu Xiao showed no sign of despair. Instead, a smile broke out on his face, his eyes sparkling with surprise and excitement. Perfect. They had really drawn Everton. This was exactly the result he had wanted. His opportunity had arrived. He knew that although Everton was strong, they wouldn't go all out in the League Cup. They would definitely rotate some of their key players. Moreover, they would likely underestimate a lower league opponent, and that was precisely Crystal Palace's chance. What's there to panic about? Lu Xiao said, his tone calm, but carrying an inexplicable confidence that instantly silenced the murmurs in the locker room. It's just Everton. What's there to be afraid of? We might not necessarily lose. His teammates all turned to look at Lu Xiao, their faces filled with astonishment and their eyes full of confusion. Harris frowned and asked, Lu, are you kidding me? That's Everton, a Premier League team. How can we possibly win? I'm not kidding. Lu Xiao stood up, his posture straight and tall. He swept his gaze across the group and spoke with unwavering determination. Everton is strong, but they won't go all out in the League Cup. They'll rotate their squad, and they'll underestimate us. Don't you remember? In the League Cup a few years ago, Everton only beat League One side Swindon Town 1-0 at home, and they were held to a draw by Doncaster Rovers, only snatching a last-gasp winner in stoppage time. Lu Xiao continued, his voice brimming with confidence. When they face lower league teams, they never have absolute control. They're not as invincible as everyone thinks. As long as we have the right tactics and exploit their weaknesses, we will definitely win. He paused, then went on, and besides, we have me. As long as you cooperate with me and do exactly as I say, we will defeat Everton and advance to the third round of the League Cup. Lu Xiao's words might have sounded arrogant, but none of his teammates contradicted him. They all knew that Lu Xiao never made empty boasts. If he said it, he must be confident. Ever since Lu Xiao joined Crystal Palace, he had led them to 2 consecutive victories, single-handedly creating 7 goals, proving his strength with results. In their hearts, he had become the core of the team, their hope. The despair on Harris's face gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of confidence. He asked, Lu, is it true? Can we really beat Everton? His voice was urgent. He didn't want to give up either. Lu Xiao smiled and patted him on the shoulder, his tone firm. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? As long as we unite and train hard, we will win. His smile instilled immense confidence in everyone. Zaha also lifted his head, the despair on his face slowly dissipating, replaced by determination. Lu, I believe in you. No matter who the opponent is, I'll cooperate fully and give my all. Yes, we believe in you, Lu. The teammates chimed in, their voices filled with resolve, and the despair on their faces was gradually replaced by fighting spirit. Hope reignited in their eyes. As long as they followed Lu Xiao, no game was unwinnable. Lu Xiao observed the change in everyone, the smile on his lips deepening, his heart full of satisfaction. These were the teammates he wanted, full of fighting spirit, confidence, and willing to fight alongside him. Only then could they go further and claim more honors. He silently calculated in his mind, next he must thoroughly study Everton's tactics, find their weaknesses, and formulate a targeted game plan. At the same time, he needed to train hard, improve his own abilities, and compensate for his shortcomings. George Burley watched the transformation in the team, and then looked at Lu Xiao, a gratified smile spreading across his face. He hadn't expected Lu Xiao to possess such strong cohesion, able to rekindle his teammates' confidence in such a short time. A glimmer of belief also arose in his heart. Perhaps Crystal Palace could truly create a miracle and defeat Everton. Even if they lost in the end, having such fighting spirit would be a gain in itself. All right, everyone, quiet down. George Burley spoke, his tone turning serious, his eyes blazing with determination. Lu is right. We can't give up. Even if the opponent is Everton, we have to fight. Next, the coaching staff will gather intelligence on Everton's tactics and players as soon as possible and formulate a targeted game plan. Everyone must train hard and give their all to prepare for the next match. However, remember that our immediate focus is still the match against Queen's Park Rangers on August 14th. Only by winning that game can we be in better shape to face Everton. Yes, the teammates replied in unison, their voices full of fighting spirit, their eyes determined, the despair of before completely gone. They all knew the coming matches would be tough, but they would not give up. Lu Xiao looked at the team, the smile on his lips unwavering, his heart filled with certainty. Queen's Park Rangers, Everton. No matter who the opponent was, he would lead Crystal Palace to victory step by step toward glory. He harbored an even greater ambition to lead Crystal Palace to promotion, win the Premier League title, and even conquer the Champions League, becoming a global superstar, vindicating players of Chinese descent and stunning all who underestimated them. At the same time, he intended to enjoy life, to savor beauty, indulge in fine food, and relish the pleasures of power. Su Qingyuan, Emma Watson, and all the beautiful women who admired him. He would claim them all, make them his women. Lou, how should we deal with Queen's Park Rangers? Ambrose asked, his voice full of anticipation. He believed Lu Xiao surely had a plan to lead them to victory. Lu Xiao smiled and replied, Queen's Park Rangers use a 4-2-3-1 formation, switching to 4-5-1 in defense. They excel at counterattacks and aerial bombardment. As long as we set up our tactics accordingly, we can break down their attack. Their wingers Terrible and Routledge are fast, but their crossing is inconsistent. If we focus on shutting down their flanks, we can cut off their attacking routes. As for their center forward Helgusen, he's extremely strong in the air. Our center backs must mark him closely and not give him any chance to head the ball. On offense, we'll mainly play on the counter, using long balls to exploit spaces behind their defense. Lu Xiao's words were clear and incisive, hitting every key point. His teammates nodded in admiration, their confidence growing. They hadn't realized that Lu Xiao not only played brilliantly, but also understood tactics so deeply. George Burley also nodded approvingly, looking at Lu Xiao with appreciation. Lu has spoken very well. We'll set up the tactics exactly as he said. Focus on defending their flanks and center forward, and play on the counter. Over the next 2 days, we'll primarily train counterattacks and long ball combinations, familiarizing ourselves with the tactics, and strive to win against Queen's Park Rangers. Yes. The teammates responded in unison, their voices brimming with fighting spirit. The atmosphere in the locker room became extraordinarily heated. Everyone was filled with confidence, firmly believing that as long as they followed Lu Xiao, they would win the upcoming matches. Lu Xiao looked at them, the smile on his lips deepening, his heart full of satisfaction. He knew the training ahead would be tough, but he wasn't afraid. With his iron body, he could devote himself to training without holding back. He silently calculated that after defeating Queen's Park Rangers, he would go and spend time with Su Qingyuan, rewarding that gentle and understanding woman. Then he would prepare thoroughly for the League Cup match against Everton, striving to create a miracle. Meanwhile, the Mirror had already published a snide article with a particularly glaring headline: Crystal Palace's Chinese star, a flash in the pan. Drawing Everton, they might not even survive the first round, openly questioning Lu Xiao's ability. This report quickly sparked heated discussions across Britain. Many British fans mocked Lu Xiao, claiming he was merely lucky to have faced a weak team. When he met Everton, he would surely be exposed and shown for what he was. That Chinese teenager can only bully some English League One team. When he faces Everton, he'll definitely be crushed. I bet Crystal Palace loses 0-5. Indeed, Everton's strength is far greater than Crystal Palace's. No matter how talented Lu Xiao is, he cannot single-handedly defeat Everton. It's pure wishful thinking. They were hailing him as a rising Chinese star, but I think he's a fraud. When he plays against Everton, we'll see what he's really made of. Online mockery grew louder, and Lu Xiao's name once again became the focus of heated debate. Some ridiculed him, some questioned him, and others supported him, believing he could create a miracle. Fans back in Huagua also paid close attention to the matter. Many Huagua fans cheered for Lu Xiao, believing he could defeat Everton, bring honor to Huagua football, and humiliate those who had mocked him. Come on, Lu Xiao. You must defeat Everton, prove yourself, and show those British fans that Huagua players can be formidable too. I trust Lu Xiao's ability. He single-handedly created 4 goals in the Real Madrid derby and led Crystal Palace to 2 consecutive victories. He can definitely defeat Everton and work a miracle. Those British fans better not be too arrogant. When Lu Xiao leads Crystal Palace to victory over Everton, we'll see how they can keep mocking. Their faces will be slapped red. Lu Xiao was unaware of the online uproar, and even if he knew, he would not bother to care. Right now, he only wanted to train hard, prepare well for the upcoming matches, and prove himself through strength, silencing all who doubted and mocked him. He knew deep down that verbal disputes were meaningless. Only strength served as the truest foundation. As long as he led Crystal Palace to defeat Everton, all the ridicule and doubt would crumble on their own. In the locker room, his teammates were still discussing tactics for the matches against Queen's Park Rangers and Everton, the atmosphere exceptionally lively. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Xiao wore a faint smile, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He knew the road ahead would be arduous, but he would not back down. With his own strength, he would lead Crystal Palace step by step toward glory, riding a legend for Chinese origin players while also savoring his own life. Just then, Lu Xiao's phone rang. It was Emma Watson calling. He glanced at the screen, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. He pressed the answer button, his voice languid and teasing. "Miss Emma, what makes you call me?" On the other end of the line, Emma Watson's voice was crisp and pleasant, tinged with a note of grievance and panic. "Lu, have you seen the reports online? Our scandal has blown up too big, it's already affecting my career." Lu Xiao chuckled, his tone flat. "I saw it. It's just a gossip piece. What's the big deal? The hype will die down in a few days." He didn't care in the least. More scandals meant more exposure, which only benefited him. "But now I'm besieged by the media and can't even step outside. And my relationship with Raphael has been affected too." Emma Watson's voice carried a sob full of helplessness and grievance. She sat on the sofa of the hotel room, clad in a cream white dress, her face pale, her eyes filled with panic and despair. She had never expected a one-night stand to cause such a commotion impacting her studies and career. Her features were as delicate as a doll's with slender arched eyebrows and deep blue eyes like a pool of water now clouded with panic. Her long lashes trembled, and her small full lips were tightly pressed together betraying a hint of grievance. Her skin was as white as snow tinged with a faint pallor. Her slender, graceful figure curled slightly on the sofa like a frightened kitten. Her demeanor softened, losing the cool, ethereal aura she once had. Listening to her voice, Lu Xiao felt no sympathy. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. She had seduced him first, and now that things had blown up, she came begging him. How ridiculous. That's your problem, not mine, Lu Xiao said, his tone instantly turning cold, devoid of the earlier flirtation. You were the one who seduced me in the first place. You brought this on yourself. On the phone, Emma Watson's body stiffened slightly. Her face grew even more aggrieved and tears welled up, streaming down her pale cheeks. Her voice choked. Lu, how can you say that? I'm a victim too. A victim? Lu Xiao sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. You came to me willingly back then, but that's not what you said. Miss Emma, we agreed. It was a mutual exchange with no strings attached. Have you forgotten? He knew perfectly well that Emma Watson was calling him because she wanted him to help clean up the scandal. But why should he? They had merely used each other. He had no obligation to take responsibility for her actions. But I really have no other way now. Only you can help me, Emma Watson said, her voice pleading, full of desperation. Lu, please help me sort this out. I'll repay you handsomely in the future. She stared at her phone, her eyes brimming with supplication, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Her fair skin made the tears all the more striking. Now she could only rely on Lu Xiao. If he refused to help her, she truly wouldn't know what to do. A playful smile curled at the corner of Lu Xiao's lips, his tone suggestive. Repay me. How? The same way as last time. Spend the night with me. He reveled in the feeling of women begging him, the sensation of controlling their fate. On the other end of the line, Emma Watson's cheeks flushed instantly. Her eyes were filled with shyness and panic, and her body felt hot. She knew exactly what Lu Xiao meant. Though embarrassed, she had to agree to get the scandal settled. All right. As long as you can help me resolve this, I'll do anything, she said, her voice barely a whisper laced with shyness and resignation. Lu, when do you want to meet? Lu Xiao chuckled, his tone lazy. No rush. I'll contact you after I finish training and the match. For now, stay home, don't go anywhere, and don't say anything or things will only get worse. He calculated that after the match against Queen's Park Rangers, he would go see Emma Watson. He could enjoy her beauty and help her clean up the scandal at the same time. Why not? Besides, it would push his fame even higher. Okay, I understand. I'll wait for your news obediently, Emma Watson said, her voice brightening with gratitude. Lu, thank you so much. What are you thanking me for? You can thank me when you repay me, Lu Xiao replied with a suggestive smile. All right, I have to discuss tactics with my teammates now. I'll hang up. With that, Lu Xiao ended the call, a faint smile lingering on his lips, his eyes brimming with amusement. Emma Watson was merely one woman among many in his life. He would use her when she was useful and discard her when she was not. His teammates looked at him with knowing smirks, and Harris teased him with a laugh. Lu, was that Emma Watson calling? Looks like our star player Lu is off to have some fun again. Lu Xiao shot him a glare and cursed with a smile. Damn it, stop stirring up trouble. She just asked me to help her handle a scandal. He neither denied nor confirmed it, striking the perfect balance. Handle a scandal? Lu, you've got to seize this opportunity. Emma Watson is a hot actress right now. If you can completely win her over, you'll really break into the mainstream, Harris said with a laugh, his tone full of envy. Lu Xiao smiled, but said nothing. He knew in his heart that Harris was right. Completely winning over Emma Watson would greatly benefit his career. Moreover, Emma Watson was beautiful and worth his effort. He quietly schemed that once he helped Emma Watson resolve her scandal, he would arrange an even more thrilling and intense friendly match. At the same time, he would also dote on Su Qingyuan, ensuring this gentle and understanding woman never felt wronged. He never missed a good girl, nor wasted a bad one. In the locker room, the teammates began gossiping again, their tones dripping with innuendo, stirring up the atmosphere once more. Lu Xiao leaned back against the bench, a faint smile on his face, his eyes filled with determination and anticipation. He knew the days ahead would be busy, training matches and women to appease. But he was not afraid. He possessed an iron will, extraordinary strength and boundless energy to handle it all. He would lead Crystal Palace to victory after victory, claim title after title, become a global superstar, and vindicate the honor of the Chinese diaspora. At the same time, he would enjoy life, savor beauty, relish the thrill of power, and live exactly as he desired. Just then George Burley spoke up. All right, everyone, stop the chatter. Pack up and head home to rest. Be here on time for training tomorrow morning. We must give our all to prepare for the upcoming match. Yes, the teammates chorused, rising to gather their belongings. Lu Xiao stood up too, grabbing his jacket, a faint smile still on his face, his eyes resolute. As he left the locker room, Lu Xiao took out his phone and sent Su Qingyuan a text. Baby, I'm done here. I'm coming over now. I brought your favorite steak. Soon Su Qingyuan replied, her tone gentle. Okay, Lu Xiao, I'll be waiting for you at home. Be safe on the road. Reading the message, Lu Xiao's smile deepened, a warmth spreading through his heart. He quickened his pace toward the parking lot, his heart full of anticipation. Right now, all he wanted was to see Su Qingyuan as soon as possible, to spend time with this gentle and understanding woman and enjoy a moment of peace and happiness. The setting sun cast golden rays upon Lu Xiao, stretching his shadow long across the ground. This 18-year-old Chinese teenager was using his own strength to shatter prejudices step by step, marching toward glory and writing his own legend. Unbeknownst to him, at the Real Madrid youth training base, Marcos stared at the online reports, his face dark as a storm cloud. His hands clenched his phone, his eyes burning with jealousy and resentment, his body trembling with rage. He could not believe that Lu Xiao, the Chinese boy he had once bullied and called a yellow-skinned trash, was doing so well, leading Crystal Palace to 2 consecutive wins, being linked to Emma Watson in scandals, and even preparing to face Everton. Damn it. Lu, you yellow-skinned trash, you can't be this lucky forever. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant when you face Everton, whether you can win that match. Marcos cursed viciously in his mind. He knew deep down that the more successful Lu Xiao became, the more it proved he had been wrong, and that forcing Lu Xiao to leave alongside Alberto had been a foolish decision. He swore to himself that he would watch Lu Xiao crash and burn, losing everything. Alberto and Palacios had also seen the online reports, their faces equally grim. They had never expected that the Chinese boy they had looked down upon and driven away would thrive so spectacularly in England, the backlash arriving so swiftly. Their hearts were filled with worry and regret, but they were helpless. All they could do was hope that Lu Xiao would underperform against Everton, reverting to his former self. Otherwise, their days at the Real Madrid Youth Academy would not be easy. Meanwhile, Everton's manager David Moyes also saw the draw results, a contemptuous smile curling on his lips. He looked at Crystal Palace's name and said dismissively, "Crystal Palace. Just a championship relegation team, utterly insignificant." He knew that the gap in strength between Crystal Palace and Everton was too vast. Even if that Chinese boy Lu Xiao performed brilliantly, he could not possibly defeat Everton. The second round of the League Cup was Everton's for the taking. He had already decided to rotate most of his starters for the match against Crystal Palace, giving substitute players some playing time. Even so, they would easily crush Crystal Palace and advance to the third round. Lu Xiao was oblivious to David Moyes' contempt. Even if he had known, he would not have cared. He understood that the more he was underestimated, the greater the opportunity to create a miracle. When the time came to face Everton, he would use his strength to slap David Moyes in the face. Lu Xiao drove to the apartment building where Su Qingyuan lived, grabbed the steak from the car, and quickly entered the building. Right now, all he wanted was to see Su Qingyuan as soon as possible, to spend time with her and enjoy a moment that belonged just to the two of them. He knocked on Su Qingyuan's apartment door, and it opened quickly. Su Qingyuan was dressed in a white loungewear, set, her long hair tied back, her features soft and delicate, her eyes full of smiles. When she saw Lu Xiao, her eyes immediately lit up. Her skin was fair and smooth with a faint pink flush. Her figure was slender and graceful, the loungewear accentuating her lovely curves. Her demeanor was gentle, her voice soft. "Lu Xiao, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you." Lu Xiao smiled and ruffled her hair, his fingers brushing through her soft strands, his tone affectionate. "Sorry, baby, for keeping you waiting. I brought you steak. Try it, it's still warm." His movements were tender, his eyes full of adoration. Su Qingyuan took the steak, a delighted smile spreading across her face, her eyes sparkling like stars, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "Thank you, Lu Xiao. You're so good to me." Her heart was warm. Being cherished by Lu Xiao felt truly blissful. Lu Xiao stepped into the apartment, closing the door behind him. He wrapped his arms around Su Qingyuan from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, his nose brushing against her neck, his tone suggestive. "Why be so formal with me? You're my woman. If I don't spoil you, who else would I spoil?" Su Qingyuan's body stiffened slightly before relaxing. A flush crept over her cheeks as her heart raced faster. She turned around, wrapping her arms around Lu Xiao's neck and leaning in close, her eyes brimming with affection. "Lu Xiao, I missed you so much." Lu Xiao smiled and looked down, pressing a gentle kiss onto her forehead with a doting tone. "Darling, I missed you too." His kiss was tender, yet lingering, causing Su Qingyuan's cheeks to redden further as her eyes filled with shyness and adoration. Her features were delicate, with slender arched eyebrows and clear black eyes like a pure spring, now filled with emotion. Her long lashes trembled slightly, her lips small and full, coated with a subtle gloss that made her appear even more enchanting. Her skin was fair and smooth like a peeled egg, tinged with a faint pink hue. Her slender figure swayed gently, her waist soft and delicate as she leaned against Lu Xiao's embrace, resembling a docile cat, gentle and captivating in demeanor. Lu Xiao watched her with an even broader smile, a possessive instinct stirring within him. This woman was his belonging, only to him. He would cherish her and protect her, ensuring she never suffered any hardship. "All right, darling, have some steak before it gets cold," Lu Xiao said, affectionately stroking her head. "After finishing the steak, I'll spend quality time with you." His tone carried an unmistakable hint of innuendo. Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed instantly, her eyes full of bashfulness as she nodded softly, her voice sweet. "All right." She understood perfectly what Lu Xiao meant, her cheeks burning and heart racing with anticipation. The pair walked toward the dining table, where Su Qingyuan unveiled the steak, its aroma filling the air. She picked up a fork, cutting a piece of steak and offering it to Lu Xiao with a gentle tone. "Lu Xiao, you eat first." Lu Xiao opened his mouth, willingly chewing the steak with satisfaction. "Delicious, darling, you have excellent taste." He also forked a piece of steak, offering it to Su Qingyuan with a doting tone. "Darling, you eat too." Su Qingyuan opened her mouth happily, taking a bite, her cheeks flushed with a soft pink glow, her eyes brimming with happiness. Gazing at Lu Xiao's handsome face, she silently vowed that no matter how many women surrounded him, she would remain by his side forever. The two ate steak while chatting, creating a warm and sweet atmosphere. Su Qingyuan lovingly served Lu Xiao food, her tone full of admiration as she only asked about his training and match anecdotes, completely avoiding any rumors about him and Emma. So sensible, it was heart-wrenching. Lu Xiao patiently discussed the game details with her occasionally, teasing her, watching her blushing and flustered state, his smile never fading. He cherished Su Qingyuan's gentleness and understanding nature, especially the way she relied on him. After finishing the steak, Su Qingyuan began clearing the dishes when Lu Xiao hugged her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder, his nose brushing against her neck, with an intimate tone. "Darling, you worked hard. Would you like a reward?" Su Qingyuan's body stiffened slightly before relaxing, her cheeks flushed, her voice soft like cotton candy. "What reward?" Her heart pounded fiercely as if ready to burst from her chest, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lu Xiao smiled, without speaking, his fingertips gently tracing her waist as he leaned down to nuzzle her earlobe. A subtle shiver ran through Su Qingyuan as she turned to embrace his neck, leaning in close, her eyes brimming with affection. The two moved from the living room to the bedroom, the air thick with sweet intimacy. Unlike his mutual arrangement with Emma, Lu Xiao showed Su Qingyuan more tenderness and sincerity, his movements exceptionally gentle, fearing he might hurt her. After their intimate moment, Su Qingyuan curled up in Lu Xiao's arms, her skin tinged with a faint pink glow, her eyes still carrying a lingering allure, her long lashes trembling, her lips redder than ever, exuding a childlike charm that was particularly captivating. Her skin was as fair and delicate as fine alabaster, glowing faintly. Her slender figure was soft and delicate as she pressed close to Lu Xiao, her breathing, even her eyes filled with happiness and contentment. Her features looked exceptionally exquisite under the lighting, with slender arched eyebrows and slightly narrowed eyes like a docile cat. Her lips were small and full, glistening with a subtle moisture, exuding a gentle yet alluring charm. Lu Xiao looked down at her, gently caressing her hair with tender movements, his eyes filled with adoration. He silently vowed to always treat this sensible girl while protecting her and ensuring she never suffered any hardship. Su Qingyuan slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Lu Xiao's handsome face, reaching out to gently touch his cheeks with her delicate fingertips, her voice soft. "Lu Xiao, having you by my side is wonderful." Her voice was filled with happiness and dependence. Lu Xiao smiled, stroking her head and leaning down to press a gentle kiss onto her lips with a doting tone. "Foolish one, why thank me? As long as you're happy, I'll stay with you and pamper you like a little princess." Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed with a soft pink glow as she nodded, gently curling back into Lu Xiao's arms, embracing him tightly, her cheek resting against his chest as she listened to his strong heartbeat, feeling sweetly content before falling asleep quickly. Lu Xiao watched her sleeping form, a faint smile still lingering on his lips, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. He knew the road ahead would be challenging, but he had confidence in leading Crystal Palace to glory and in protecting his woman. He pulled out his phone, opened online news articles, and read the mocking and critical remarks, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Wait until he leads Crystal Palace to defeat Everton. Oh, all the mockery and skepticism would crumble without a fight. He silently vowed that in the upcoming match against Queen's Park Rangers, he would perform at his best, leading his team to victory and preparing thoroughly for the encounter with Everton. As night deepened, moonlight streamed through the window into the bedroom, gentle and bright. Lu Xiao held Su Qingyuan tightly in his arms, his gaze resolute. His legendary journey had only just begun. Soon he would create one miracle after another with his strength, silencing all those who underestimated him. Time flew by. Before long, it was August 14th, 2010, at Loftus Road Stadium in London, England. 1 hour before the match, the summer sun bathed the meticulously manicured lawn in a lush green glow, yet the warmth failed to dispel the palpable tensions spreading across the stands. The unique atmosphere of the London Derby. Home fans of Queen's Park Rangers QPR had already occupied the areas beyond the eastern stand, waving various blue and white flags wildly, their jeers and taunts targeting the Crystal Palace players arriving soon, particularly the 18-year-old Chinese prodigy Lu Xiao, who had recently emerged in the championship. Lu Xiao stood at 185 centimeters tall and weighed 78 kilograms, with black hair and eyes, his features blending Eastern elegance with European ruggedness. He smiled slightly at the corners of his eyes, looking handsome, yet defiant, stretching and warming up with a calm demeanor, unfazed by the jeers. He scoffed internally. Reincarnation was about slapping these brats in the face. Let the Englishman see how formidable a Chinese player could be, enjoying the thrill of victory along with the beautiful sights on the sidelines. Surrounding the stadium, Sky Sports broadcasting equipment had been set up with high-definition cameras switching repeatedly between the stands and the training field. At the commentary desk, seasoned commentators Alan Perry, Rude Gullett, and Les Reed were all in position, their notebooks filled with meticulous tactical analyses of both teams, with Lu Xiao's name circled 3 times in red ink. 18 years old, debut MVP Chinese player holding triple citizenship. This lad has too many labels. But this championship away derby is far from the level of the weak opponent he faced last time. Alan Perry adjusted his earpiece, tone tinged with cautious curiosity, his gaze drifting through the glass window to land on Lu Xiao warming up on the field. Alan wore a charcoal gray suit, his hair neatly combed, eyes sharp as he traced his fingertips over Lu Xiao's standard attribute report, harboring a scrutinizing gaze for the young star of the lower leagues. Guest Hasselbank sat beside him in casual sportswear, his frame still upright, a straightforward expression etched on his angular face. A former Dutch striker, he won the Premier League Golden Boot twice before retiring in 2008 to transition into broadcasting. Hasselbank watched Lu Xiao's short passing drills with a disdainful tone. Passing vision is decent, but physicality is lacking. Derry will target him specifically. I doubt he can replicate his debut performance. He thought to himself, what real skill can a mere 18-year-old possess? His dazzling debut was likely luck. The brutality of the English Championship can't be overcome by talent alone. Another guest, Rex, a former English international who played as left-back or midfielder, having represented his country 36 times before transitioning to commentary in 2005. He wore a light blue shirt, his expression serious and his gaze focused. Rex tapped his finger on the tactical board with a steady voice. QPR's 4-2-3-1 defense is solid. Lu's through balls are hard to penetrate. His defensive weaknesses could be Crystal Palace's fatal flaw. He calculated within himself, Crystal Palace's counterattacks rely entirely on midfield control. Lu's defensive shortcomings are obvious. If they neutralize him, a QPR victory is assured. In the middle-tier VIP section of the stands, Lin Jilin wore a beige casual suit over a light apricot silk slip, her long hair, loosely tied, delicate pearl chains adorning her neck, makeup perfectly applied. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her almond-shaped eyes clear, nose small, and straight lips naturally pink, figure slender, exuding a gentle, yet slightly aloof demeanor with a soft and pleasant voice. Lin Jilin had come to watch the match with two friends. Her gaze inadvertently swept across the warming-up Lu Xiao. His black hair, dark eyes, and upright posture immediately caught her attention, sparking curiosity. She turned to her friend beside her, her voice soft. That Chinese player wearing the number 95 jersey, who is he? He looks so young with such a unique presence. Her eyes were full of inquiry. A friend beside her wearing a white dress with long hair, lively in nature, laughed and replied. His name is Lu Xiao, only 18 years old. He won MVP in his debut, a Chinese from Huaguo. He's incredibly talented. Another friend dressed in light gray casual wear with a sharp demeanor added, he holds triple nationalities. After being expelled from Real Madrid, he joined Crystal Palace. He's gifted, but we'll see if he can handle the pressure today. After hearing this, Lin Jilin's eyes lit up further, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Xiao as he executed smooth passing moves. She thought to herself, this young man is not only handsome, but also charming. The more I look, the more interested I become. In the East stand, Su Qingyuan wore a red Crystal Palace jersey, the number 95 prominently displayed on her chest, her long hair tied up high, revealing a slender and fair neck, a slight flush of exertion on her cheeks. Her features were delicate, her eyes bright, nose petite, and elegant, lips pink and tender, skin fair, with a healthy glow, figure slender, yet not fragile, her voice clear and crisp with a gentle, yet determined personality. Two friends besides Su Qingyuan, also wearing matching jerseys, surrounded her teasingly, with envious expressions. One short-haired girl with a cheerful nature and a loud voice said, Qingyuan, you're so lucky. Lu Xiao is handsome and capable to core at just 18, truly the pride of Huaguo. I'm so envious. If I had such an amazing boyfriend, I'd come to watch every match. The short-haired girl laughed. Another long-haired girl, gentle in nature, softly echoed. Yes, Qingyuan, Lu Xiao looks at you differently, full of tenderness. He must be very caring. Su Qingyuan couldn't help but smile, pride and tenderness in her eyes, cheeks slightly flushed. She whispered softly. He works hard, I believe he can win today, and won't let us down. Her gaze never left Lu Xiao, silently thinking. Xiao, keep fighting, I believe in you, win or lose, I'll be here with you watching you bring honor to Huaguo. Lu Xiao was fully engaged in his warm-up, lightly tapping the football with his right foot, then smoothly delivering a short pass, with his left, the ball sliding low to the ground, landing perfectly at Maka's feet, without deviation, showcasing his 6'3" short passing attribute. He switched to long passes, arms swinging naturally, his right foot delivering power, the football tracing a flawless arc through the air, accurately finding a teammate sprinting towards the far end, perfectly matching the Zidane-guided long pass module. Finally, he attempted a long-range shot, his body slightly turning the inside of his right foot, striking the ball. Although the speed wasn't high, the angle was tricky, striking the goalpost repeatedly with a thud, demonstrating the power of the Shoal's long-range shooting module. Saha walked forward with a smile, patting his shoulder, his eyes full of approval. Lu, you're in great form today, this match is up to you. His tone sincere. Lu Xiao's lips curved upward into a faint smile, his eyes resolute, responding in fluent English. Trust me, we will win together. Win this derby, shut them out, and show them. He thought to himself, the soul of the nation buff has activated, all attributes increased by 5 of vision still maxed out. Today I'll make everyone who mocked me shut their mouths, proving myself for the Chinese in Huaguo. QPR fans filled 80 of the stands holding various mocking signs. Lu is a failure. Huaguo people can't play football. Go back to Huaguo, Lu, shouting loudly in unison, deafening. A bald fan with a rough face wearing a QPR jersey made a mocking gesture toward the Crystal Palace stand, muttering, an 18-year-old with yellow skin worthy of being the core. Wait to be beaten. Some fans threw crumpled paper with Lu Xiao's face printed on it, disdainful, joking with those around him. If he scores a goal, I'll eat this paper right here. Yellow-skinned people don't deserve to play football. They all believed internally that Lu Xiao was just a lucky kid incapable of being the core at 18. QPR's home advantage was enough to crush Crystal Palace and win the match easily. Crystal Palace fans and Huahua students crowded the East Stand, fewer in number, but full of spirit, holding bilingual signs that read, "Lu keep fighting. The pride of Huahua, Lu Xiao keep fighting," countering the home team mockery. Several Huahua students waved the Huahua national flag, their voices clear and strong, chanting, "Lu Xiao, prove yourself for the Chinese," their eyes determined, all hoping Lu Xiao could refute the British fans. Su Qingyuan and her friends joined the chanting, their voices not loud, but full of strength. She looked at Lu Xiao on the field, eyes full of expectation, tightly clutching the sign, palms slightly sweating. Lin Jieling sat in the middle tier of the stands, observing this polarized scene, then looking at Lu Xiao calmly warming up on the field. Her interest deepened further, a slight smile, curling her lips, an amused expression. On the sideline, reporters from the Mirror and the Sun held notebooks, disdainfully recording, questioning Lu Xiao sarcastically. A blonde reporter scoffed, "MVP in his debut, was luck, an 18-year-old can't be the core." Another reporter wearing glasses mocked, "Triple nationality is just opportunism. Huahua players have no real skills. Today will be his downfall." They all harbored the secret hope that if Lu Xiao lost, they could craft scathing reports to attract traffic. As for Lu Xiao's talent, they dismissed it outright, deeming it mere hype. Lin Shun of Titan Sports and Zhang Yu of Sina Sports were busy sending out pre-match updates, their cameras trained on Lu Xiao replaying his debut highlights. Zhang Yu snapped photos while muttering, "Today's bound to be a highlight. Lu Xiao won't let us down." Lin Chen's fingers flew across the keyboard, his eyes brimming with anticipation. An 18-year-old Chinese core player challenging a derby rival on their turf. This battle is destined to be etched into the annals of Huaxia football. Go Lu Xiao. Deep down, they all prayed for Lu Xiao's victory, hoping he could restore honor to Huaxia football, shatter the British media's prejudice against Huaxia players, and showcase their prowess to the world. QPR manager Neil Warnock, clad in a dark suit, faced the camera with a sneer, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Crystal Palace is just a relegation-threatened team. Lu's brilliance was a flash in the pan. We'll win easily." With that, he cast a contemptuous glance toward Crystal Palace's training area, his eyes full of disdain, as if both Palace and Lu Xiao were mere underlings beneath his notice. Assistant coach Curran nodded in agreement, his face beaming with confidence. "Derry will mark Lu Xiao, tightly cutting off all his passing lanes. Our 4-2-3-1 formation will completely suppress them." Warnock thought to himself, an 18-year-old yellow-skinned brat worthy of being a core player. Today he would show him the cruelty of the English League and crush his football dreams for good. In the Crystal Palace dugout, George Burley gave his pre-match pep talk. Patting Lu Xiao's shoulder, he declared firmly, "We'll play around you, focus on counterattacks. Prove yourself with your strength and secure a clean sheet." Lu Xiao nodded slightly, adding details in fluent English. "Key targets: Forlan's long balls and Tarab's dribbling. I'll find gaps in their defense and drive the attack." His words drew applause from his teammates, who shouted, "Let's go," in unison, their eyes filled with trust. McGee patted Lu Xiao on the back. "Lu, we believe in you. We'll follow your lead and win." A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Xiao's mouth. He thought to himself, these teammates are reliable enough. Today he would lead them to victory. Not just any victory, but a dignified 1-3-0, a clean sheet. In a corner of the stand, scouts from several Premier League clubs had taken their positions. Representatives from Aston Villa, Everton, Fulham, Wolves, and Sunderland clutched Lu Xiao's standard attribute reports, observing intently. Everton scout Gary Walker's pen marked notes incessantly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "This kid has top-tier vision and pinpoint passing. Signing him could completely revitalize the midfield. We must secure him quickly." The Aston Villa scout, nodding repeatedly at Lu Xiao's warm-up movements, pulled out his phone to message the club's management. "Lu Xiao is in excellent form, exceptionally gifted. Recommend contacting Crystal Palace about a transfer as soon as possible." They all knew that an 18-year-old with such talent had boundless potential. Signing Lu Xiao was a surefire win. Whoever struck first would gain the upper hand. Lu Xiao pulled out his phone and saw a text from Su Qingyuan. He replied gently in Cantonese, "Don't worry, we'll win. Get some rest and don't shout too loud. You'll hurt your throat." Tenderness filled his eyes. Then he saw a message from Emma. His tone distant, he replied in English, "We'll discuss the rumor after the game. Focus on the match now. Don't disturb me." He had never been particularly interested in Emma. It was all just a game. He planned to spend quality time with Su Qingyuan after the match. This gentle girl, who had always silently supported him, deserved his sincere affection. As for other women, they were merely diversions in life. Real Madrid youth players Marcos and Alberto watched the live stream, sneering. Marcos scoffed, "He's just scraping by in the championship. No wonder he was kicked out. Let's watch him crash and burn." Alberto chimed in, "Exactly. A yellow-skinned kid fit to play football. He's lucky to be in the championship. Dreaming of being a core player. Pure delusion." Lu Xiao was oblivious to all this, and even if he knew, he would only scoff. Being expelled from Real Madrid meant nothing. The championship was just a starting point. The path he would tread was far broader than Real Madrid's. The future was bright. The players took the field. Lu Xiao, the offensive core of Crystal Palace, walked in the middle of the team, clad in a red jersey with the number 95 standing out prominently. Facing a torrent of boos, his expression was impassive, his aura commanding. His black hair and dark eyes were filled with defiance. A faint, confident smile played on his lips. His gaze was resolute, his steps steady, utterly unfazed by the external noise. Only one thought occupied his mind: when silence the critics and vindicate his Chinese heritage. Su Qingyuan and her friends waved their banners vigorously, shouting Lu Zhao's name, their voices piercing through the jeers. Su Qingyuan's eyes shimmered as she watched Lu Zhao's figure, her face beaming with pride, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Jieling sat up straight, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Zhao, her eyes full of anticipation. She lightly traced her fingers along her bag strap, thinking to herself, this young man has such a powerful presence. She hoped he would deliver a surprise. Alan Perry's voice came through the broadcast, calm and steady. Lu, an 18-year-old Huaxia player. Can he withstand the away pressure and prove himself? Can he shatter the prejudice? Let's wait and see. Hasselbank, watching Lu Zhao on the screen, still sounded skeptical. I hope he can show some real skill, not just live off a reputation and waste this high-stakes match. Lu So added, QPR's defense is no pushover. Lu won't find it easy to break through. It'll depend on whether he can seize the fleeting opportunities. At Loftus Road Stadium, the referee's whistle blew. Crystal Palace's away match against Queen's Park Rangers, a championship showdown crucial for the standings, officially began. Lu Zhao stood in midfield, his gaze sharp, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. QPR's defensive midfielder, Derry, broad-shouldered and thick-set, like a black iron tower, relied on brute force for challenges. He deliberately sidled up to Lu Zhao, bumping him with his shoulder, and taunted, "Yellow-skinned brat, I'll run you off the pitch today and make you a disgrace to the Chinese." Lu Zhao didn't flinch. Instead, he jabbed back hard with his elbow, his eyes icy cold, his voice ringing with conviction. "With your crude skills, you dare say that? Today I'll not only win, I'll make you kneel and admit defeat." His presence directly overpowered Derry. The tall center-back Forlan, even taller than Derry, held his ground solidly and tackled cleanly. He was QPR's defensive linchpin. He watched the standoff without intervening, his gaze fixed solemnly on Lu Zhao, trying to anticipate his attacking rhythm. QPR struck first. Forlan launched a long pass. Helgusen leaped high for the header, but McCarthy timed his challenge well to clear the ball. It fell to McGee's feet, and the pace quickened. McKee dared not linger, and immediately passed back to Lu Zhao. The moment Lu Zhao received the ball, he lowered his stance, his maxed-out vision, catching the 0.5-second window of Derry's shift and wait. Modric's time-slice module was triggered passively. He gently nudged the ball with his right foot, delivering a precise short pass that skimmed the ground through the gap between defenders, finding the on-rushing Ambrose with flawless fluidity, a testament to his 69.3 short passing prowess. Ambrose collected the ball, accelerated, sidestepped Connolly, and unleashed a shot. Paddy Kenny dove desperately to parry it, but the ball struck the post and bounced out. A groan of disappointment rose from the Crystal Palace fans as Su Qingyuan clenched her fists and whispered words of encouragement. Su Qingyuan's heart tightened, then relaxed, her eyes filled with resolve. "It's okay, there's still a chance. Zhao, you can do it. I believe in you." Her voice was soft yet firm. Lin Jieling leaned forward slightly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, and murmured in admiration. That pass was so precise. At 18, to have such vision, truly rare. It seems I wasn't wrong about this young man. A smile curled at the corners of her lips. The QPR fans erupted in cheers, then chanted, "Lu was just lucky," their taunts relentless. The bald-headed fan bellowed toward the Crystal Palace stands, "Waste. You're all luck. If you've got the skill, score a goal." Alan Perry's tone lifted, "Beautiful short pass. Lu's vision is outstanding. He nearly bagged an assist. This 18-year-old lad truly has some skill, beyond my expectations." Hasselbank nodded, his tone softening. The pass was indeed clever, well-timed. Ambrose's shot was just a bit off. What a pity. Lu So remained cautious. It was just a lapse in concentration from the defenders. They won't give him that chance again. Lu won't find it so easy to deliver another pass like that. Lu Zhao paid no heed to the commentators or the fans' noise. His focus was locked on the game, and he thought to himself that was just a warm-up. The real show is only beginning. Just wait and see. The Icelandic striker Hyer Helgusen was stocky, with tremendous leaping ability, renowned for his heading. Forlan launched a long pass from the back. Helgusen leaped high, overpowering Crystal Palace center-back McCarthy, and headed the ball to the advancing Tarupt. Queen's Park Rangers launched the first attack. Tarupt, agile and flashy with his dribbling, charged down the flank, but was tightly marked by Crystal Palace fullback Doyle. Doyle, though slight in build, defended cleverly, and gave Tarupt no room to break through. Doyle won the ball, and backheeled it to Lu Zhao. Derry immediately lunged forward, arms outstretched, but Lu Zhao sidestepped effortlessly, brushing him off with a shoulder, sending him stumbling. Lu sneered, "Waste, can't even touch the ball." In the 12th minute, Crystal Palace countered. Doyle intercepted on the right, and passed back to Lu Zhao. He lifted his head, scanning the pitch with piercing eyes, instantly locking onto the advancing Harris, his gaze resolute. Relying on the Alonso deep-sea torpedo module, Lu Zhao unleashed the golden line transcendent through pass, the only one of its kind this match, with a 100 success rate. He drove the ball with his right foot, sending a low skimming through ball that ignored the defensive positioning. The football shot like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the gap between two center-backs and landing squarely at Harris's feet. Harris took the ball, turned swiftly, shrugged off Connolly's tug, and with his left foot slotted it into the net. 1-0. Harris sprinted toward Lu Zhao, threw his arms around his shoulders, shook him vigorously, and shouted, "Lu, your pass was unbelievable. Incredible. Without you, I'd never have scored that goal." Lu Zhao turned slightly, raised a hand to pat Harris's back, his eyes still focused, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, a barely perceptible, handsome, and charming grin. The other teammates swarmed around, cheering for the duo. McCarthy patted Lu Xiao's head, beaming with pride. Lu, well done. Truly our core player. So brilliant. Su Qingyuan and her friends jumped up, instantly waving banners and shouting, Lu Xiao, way to go. Tears glistened in Su Qingyuan's eyes, her face full of pride, her voice choked with emotion. Inside she was thrilled. She had been right about him. He had done it, silencing all the mockery with his strength. She was proud of him, proud of this 18-year-old Chinese lad. Chinese international students waved the Chinese flag and chanted, Pride of China. Their voices thundered, eyes brimming with excitement. Finally someone could restore honor to Chinese football. The QPR fans fell silent, their sneers frozen on their faces. Then they erupted in dissatisfied boos, some stomping their feet and shouting, defense. Waste. Their voices were laced with panic. The bald-headed fan's face turned ashen, his lips twitching, unable to speak. His earlier arrogance vanished in an instant, disbelief flooding his mind. Lin Jiling's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help clapping. A smile spread across her lips, her eyes full of surprise. She said to her friend, he's really good. That through ball was so penetrating. At 18, it's truly rare. Her interest in Lu Xiao deepened. This young man was not only handsome, but also skilled, calm, and composed. Completely different from those impetuous youngsters. Alan Perry's tone was excited. Goal. Beautiful through ball. Perfect teamwork. Lu's vision is world-class. That pass bypassed two defenders. Unbelievable. Hasselbank's tone was filled with admiration. I have to admit that through ball was perfect. Lu's passing awareness far exceeds his peers. Harris's finish was spot on. Crystal Palace lead. Lu so nodded. QPR's defense had a serious gap. Lu spotted it precisely. That's his value. It seems I underestimated him earlier. George Burley waved his arms on the sidelines, shouting, well done. Keep it up. His face was flushed with excitement, his fists clenched. In his mind, he thought, Lu Xiao truly didn't let me down. He's outstanding. Neil Warnock's face was livid. He kicked a water bottle on the touchline furiously and roared, defense. Mark him. Dury, what are you doing? His eyes blazed with rage, chest heaving. Assistant coach Curran hurried over to calm him, his expression grim. Coach, calm down. We still have a chance. Adjust the tactics, and we can definitely level the score. But inside he too was unsettled. Lu Xiao looked toward the eastern stand where Su Qingyuan was seated and gave a slight nod, his eyes carrying a trace of tenderness. Then he refocused, returning to his steely game concentration. He thought to himself, this is just the first goal. There are many more surprises waiting for them. In the 25th minute, QPR fought back. Warnock frantically waved and shouted from the sidelines, adjusting tactics, push Terab forward, and have Dury shadow Lu Xiao the entire time, trying to cut off his passing lanes. Forlan picked up the ball in midfield, evaded McKee's tackle, and sent a long pass. Routledge raced down the left flank. Garcia quickly tracked back, intercepted sideways, and knocked the ball out for a throw-in. QPR took the throw-in. Ors received the ball and crossed it. Helgusen leaped high to challenge for the header, but directed it wide of the post. Saha collected it safely and immediately launched a counterattack with a handball to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao controlled the ball, looked up, and spotted the run of Harris. He played a diagonal pass to the left where Harris took it in stride, cut inside, and fired a shot that was blocked by a defender. The ball fell to Dury, who cleared it hastily. The referee's whistle blew for a foul by Terab Doyle. Crystal Palace regained possession, and the game continued. At the moment Lu Xiao caught the ball, Derby clung tightly to him, pulling at his jersey with a ferocious glare, attempting to disrupt his movement while muttering taunts. A flicker of impatience flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes. He smoothly spun, performed a step over with his right foot, shifted his center of gravity, and effortlessly shook off Derby's grasp, showcasing his 48-3 dribbling attribute with fluid, graceful motion. Utilizing the Modric time slice module, he detected a 0.5-second weakness in the QPR defense as their center shifted right. Leveraging Zidane's guiding long pass, he pushed off with his left foot, delivering a precise long pass. The football adjusted its trajectory midair, landing steadily at the feet of Galvin, who had surged forward on the left wing. After receiving the ball, Galvin passed it sideways. Ambrose charged forward, struck the ball without stopping, and pushed it forward. The ball narrowly missed the post and drifted wide. Crystal Palace fans let out sighs of disappointment. Su Qingyuan frowned slightly, then shouted, keep going. There's still time. Her eyes filled with resolve, showing no sign of discouragement. She thought to herself, it's okay, just a little short. Lu still has many chances. He will surely score again and lead the team to victory. I'll always be by his side, cheering him on. QPR fans exhaled in relief, then immediately shouted taunting slogans again, but their momentum had clearly diminished. No longer as arrogant as before, their eyes now filled with unease and panic. Lin Jiling frowned slightly, murmuring, so close, oh what a pity, her gaze still fixed on Lu Xiao, her eyes brimming with hope. She believed he would create another opportunity soon. Alan Perry, what a brilliant escape. While Lu's dribbling may not be top tier, his rhythm control is exceptional. That long pass was highly accurate. Ambrose just lacked a bit of luck. Hasselbank, Lu's passing rhythm is superb. He always finds openings in the defense. Derby can't keep up with him. QPR's defense is already cracking. They'll concede sooner or later. Rex Crystal Palace's counterattack efficiency is extremely high, all thanks to Lu's orchestration. QPR must adjust their defensive strategy or they'll concede again. The situation is now heavily against them. Lu Xiao paid no mind to the missed opportunity. He gently patted Ambrose on the shoulder and smiled, it's okay, there are still chances. Next time aim correctly, you'll definitely score. His tone was relaxed. Deep down he thought, that damn Derby daring to pull my jersey. I'll show you what true strength means. Make you lose face completely, so you'll never dare taunt me again. In the 33rd minute, Crystal Palace launched a defensive counterattack. McKagan intercepted Furlong's pass and immediately delivered it to Lu Xiao. As Lu Xiao received the ball, Derby pressed closely again, but Lu chose not to force a breakthrough. He dribbled laterally to create space, scanning the field. Seeing QPR's center back Connolly step up to cover, he instantly lifted his foot, activating the Paul Scholes precision long-range shooting module. Lu struck the ball with the inside of his right foot, unleashing a low-driven long-range shot. The ball skimmed across the grass, cutting a sharp angle, evading Paddy Kenny's save, and settled cleanly into the bottom right corner of the net, 2-0. At the moment of scoring, Lu Xiao did not celebrate wildly. Instead, he spread his arms wide, his gaze turning toward the eastern stand where Su Qingyuan stood. He gave a slight nod, a gentle warmth in his eyes, his lips curving into a radiant smile. Teammates rushed toward him immediately. Zaha on the sideline waved his towel vigorously and shouted, "Lu, you're amazing. You can pass and shoot." That was incredible, his voice trembling with excitement. Harris patted Lu Xiao on the back, grinning, "Lu, you're incredible. That long-range shot was perfectly precise." Paddy Kenny didn't even react. "Truly our core." McCarthy approached Lu Xiao, giving a thumbs up with a beaming expression. "A core player is truly a core player. At just 18, this performance is unbelievable. We've got this win." Su Qingyuan jumped up, tears welling in her eyes, shouting, "Lu Xiao, I love you." Her voice clear and strong. Friends around her joined in, waving the national flag and team banner, their faces alight with excitement. She was so moved, she couldn't speak, tears streaming uncontrollably. These were tears of joy, of pride. Her young man had once again silenced his detractors with sheer strength. The Chinese international students erupted in celebration. The eastern stand became a sea of red. In unison, they shouted, "Lu Xiao, you've made us proud." Their voices deafening, echoing across Loftus Road Stadium. QPR fans fell completely silent. Some stood and walked away while the rest remained, faces filled with dejection. No longer did they taunt, they hung their heads, unwilling to watch the game. The bald fan sat pale and still clutching his head, face etched with despair. He never imagined the 18-year-old he had mocked would be this powerful. What a crushing blow to his pride. Lin Jieling stood up, clapping vigorously, admiration in her eyes. Turning to her friend, she said, "He's so gifted. At 18, to perform like this, truly rare. I'm increasingly impressed by him." Deep down she thought, this young man isn't just handsome and talented, he's also calm and composed. Such a man is incredibly captivating. I must meet him. I can't afford to miss out. Alan Perry, voice filled with excitement, "Goal. Again, Lu. A beautiful long-range shot. The angle was too sharp." Paddy Kenny had no reaction. The 18-year-old Chinese prodigy proved himself once again. Hasselbank with admiration, "I underestimated him earlier. The concealment and precision of that long-range shot rival the best attacking midfielders. Even Scholes' long shots couldn't match it. Lu's talent is astonishing. Rex Lu's versatility exceeds my expectations. He can pass, shoot, and even track back defensively. He has become Crystal Palace's absolute core. QPR has no chance left." George Burley embraced his assistant coach on the sideline, shouting, "Lu, perfect. We've won." His face beaming with relief, his eyes full of recognition and praise for Lu Xiao. Neil Warnock stood pale, hands on hips, staring blankly at Lu Xiao on the field. His expression was one of utter frustration, his chest heaving violently, unable to utter a single word. Assistant coach Collins stood beside him, too afraid to speak, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. Deep down he knew QPR had no chance. Lu Xiao's performance was flawless, completely uncontainable. Derby sat slumped on the grass, head in hands, face filled with despair. He knew he couldn't stop Lu Xiao. No matter how hard he tried, he'd always be easily outmaneuvered, his dignity utterly lost. Scouts on the sideline immediately picked up their pens, scribbling furiously, eyes alight with excitement. The Everton scouts nodded repeatedly, marking Lu Xiao's attribute report, outstanding long-range shooting, top-tier vision, must sign. The Aston Villa scouts pulled out their phones, sending urgent messages to club executives, urging immediate contact with Crystal Palace to inquire about Lu Xiao's transfer status, eager fearing others might beat them to it. The Fulham scouts focused intently on Lu Xiao, a slight smile playing on their lips. Deep down they thought, this lad is pure gold. Sign him, and our midfield will take off. Lu Xiao cast a disdainful smirk at the scouts on the sidelines, thinking to himself, even Premier League clubs mean nothing. If they want to sign me, they'll have to prove their sincerity and wait until I'm willing. His current goal was to lead Crystal Palace to more victories, secure promotion to the Premier League, and vindicate the Chinese diaspora. As for transfers, once he had fully proven himself, he would have plenty of options. In the 38th minute, QPR launched a fierce attack. Terra broke through on the right flank, eluding Garvin's defense to deliver a cross. Helgusen rose for the header, but McCarthy timely positioned himself to head the ball clear. After receiving the ball, Lu Xiao initiated a swift counterattack with a short pass. Ambrose surged forward, only to be intercepted by Gorks, the ball rolling out for a throw-in. Crystal Palace took the throw and Doyle passed back to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao orchestrated the play, once more sending the ball to the left flank. Garcia overlapped and crossed. Harris challenged for the header, but sent it high and wide, posing no threat. Paddy Kenny collected it safely, his expression downcast. Su Qingyuan watched, letting out a soft sigh of relief before shouting, "Come on. Her eyes were full of anticipation, believing that Lu Xiao would create more opportunities to extend the lead. Lin Jieling nodded slightly, whispering, "The defense is very solid and Lu's distribution is impeccable. Crystal Palace has this match won. This young man is truly astonishing." Admiration shone in her eyes. In the 42nd minute, Lu Xiao tracked back to defend. Terep prepared to dribble past him, but Lu Xiao stepped in, timely executed a side tackle, and passed the ball to McGetty, who then played it back to the defensive line to stabilize the situation. Derry lunged in an attempt to dispossess Lu Xiao, his movement hasty, nearly colliding with him. The referee penalized Derry for a foul, awarding Crystal Palace a midfield free kick, which Lu Xiao stepped up to take. Standing over the ball, Lu Xiao swept his gaze across the pitch, his eyes sharp. He drove his right foot through the ball, sending a long pass forward. Harris challenged for the header, but directed it wide, and Paddy Kenny collected it without trouble. Derry's face darkened, his eyes fixed on Lu Xiao with a fierce glare filled with resentment and fury. He couldn't bear being outplayed by an 18-year-old, yet he felt helpless, utterly unable to contain him. Lu Xiao glanced at Derry, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with arrogance, as if to say, "You're no match for me. Don't waste your energy." In the 45th minute, the referee signaled 2 minutes of added time. QPR threw caution to the wind, committing everyone forward. Forlan launched a long pass from midfield. Routledge made a run, but Speroni timely rushed out to claim the ball. Speroni then threw the ball to Lu Xiao. Receiving it, Lu Xiao slowed the tempo, holding possession while waiting for his teammates to advance. Derry pressed to tackle, but Lu Xiao easily evaded him, maintaining control until the stoppage time ended. The referee blew the halftime whistle, with Crystal Palace leading QPR 2-0. Lu Xiao high-fived his teammates, a faint smile on his face, his demeanor calm and free from any trace of complacency. In the Crystal Palace dressing room, George Burley beamed with delight, praising the entire team's performance and singling out Lu Xiao for special commendation. "Lu, your performance today was perfect. Your passing and shooting were flawless. Keep it up in the second half. Maintain our lead, aim for a clean sheet, and extend the scoreline." George Burley patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder, his tone resolute, his eyes full of recognition and appreciation. His teammates gathered around, applauding Lu Xiao. Zaha sidled up to him, grinning. "Lu, bring me on in the second half. I'll create chances for you, and we'll score more goals together." Lu Xiao nodded, replying in English, "All right, let's give it our all in the second half, win the match, keep a clean sheet, and shut them up for good." His tone was light, yet carried an unyielding determination. He pulled out his phone and saw a text from Su Qingyuan. "Xiao, you're amazing. Keep it up. I'm waiting for you to win the game." A smile tugged at his lips, his eyes softening. He replied in Cantonese, "Don't worry, we'll keep winning in the second half." Lu Xiao thought to himself, the first half was just an appetizer. In the second half, I'll completely crush them. 3-0, a clean sheet victory. I'll make everyone who mocked me bow their heads in apology and bring honor to the Chinese diaspora. In the QPR dressing room, Neil Warnock was furious, smashing the tactics board and shouting at his players, "You're all useless. Can't even stop an 18-year-old kid. Derry, you don't deserve to be a holding midfielder." Terep was defiant, retorting, "Coach, our defensive system is flawed. Lu's passing is too precise. We simply can't stop him. It's not our fault." His voice was agitated. Warnock grew even angrier, berating Terep, "Stop making excuses. Second half, everyone pushes forward. We must claw back the score. Anyone who makes another mistake can get off the pitch." His eyes were fierce. Assistant coach Curran quickly stepped in to calm Warnock while adjusting the tactics. "Coach, perhaps we should have both holding midfielders," Mark Lu Xiao simultaneously cutting off his passing lanes. "That might still give us a chance." Derry hung his head filled with shame and whispered, "Coach, I'm sorry I couldn't stop Lu Xiao. In the second half, I'll give it everything. Even if I have to foul him, I'll stop him." His eyes held a determined glint. In the stands, Su Qingyuan and her friends animatedly discussed Lu Xiao's first half performance. The short-haired girl laughed. "Qingyuan, Lu Xiao spoils you so much. He even looked your way after scoring. That's so sweet." Su Qingyuan blushed, her lips curling into a proud smile as she whispered, "That's just how he is. No matter how composed he is on the pitch, he always remembers me. I'm truly happy." The long-haired girl chimed in. "Yeah, Lu Xiao is handsome, talented, and treats you so well. You're so lucky. He'll definitely become a top superstar, and you'll be the superstar's girlfriend." Lin Jieling chatted with her friend, inquiring more about Lu Xiao. Upon learning that he had been reborn, as it were, and had been expelled by Real Madrid, her eyes filled with sympathy, while her admiration for his resilience grew. To be kicked out by Real Madrid and still establish himself in the championship, becoming the core player at just 18. This young man has been through so much. He's incredibly tenacious. "I want to get to know him even more," Lin Jieling said softly. Her friend smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you get in touch after the game. Given your status, Lu Xiao will definitely want to meet you. Who knows, maybe something will develop." Her tone was teasing. Lin Jieling's cheeks flushed, slightly a hint of shyness in her eyes as she nodded, gently, a smile playing on her lips. Her heart was filled with anticipation, eager to meet Lu Xiao soon and get to know him better. The Sky Sports pundits reviewed the first half, heaping praise on Lu Xiao. Alan Perry said, "In the first half, Lu orchestrated all of Crystal Palace's attacks. 1 goal and 1 assist, single-handedly creating 2 goals. Absolutely brilliant." Hasselbank added, "Lu's vision and passing accuracy are the best I've seen among players his age. His future is boundless. He could very well become a world-class attacking midfielder." Lu So concluded, "QPR's defense has been completely dismantled by Lu. It will be very difficult for them to turn this around in the second half. Lu has proven his quality and won everyone over including me. Off the pitch, Lin Shun from the Domestic Sports Weekly sent back a first-half bulletin with the headline, Lu Xiao with 1 goal and 1 assist, Crystal Palace leads 2-0 away, the young Chinese talent stuns the championship. Sina Sports simultaneously streamed the first-half highlights, and the domestic fan community was buzzing. Lu Xiao is incredible. The pride of China, truly living up to the name. At 18 he's this good. The future is bright. Marcos and Alberto from Real Madrid's youth academy, upon seeing the first-half results, were utterly shocked, unable to believe Lu Xiao could perform so well. They secretly regretted their earlier mockery of him, their faces turning grim. Emma sent Lu Xiao a text message, "You're amazing. Keep it up in the second half. I'm waiting for your good news. I'd like to meet you after the game." Her tone carried admiration and a hint of tentative hope, her eyes full of anticipation. Lu Xiao saw Emma's message, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes. He casually replied, "Talk after the game," then put his phone away, focusing entirely on the second half. To him, Emma was merely an inconsequential person. As the second half began, the teams switched sides. QPR pressed forward with all their might, sticking to their 4-2-3-1 formation. However, the two defensive midfielders Derry and Forlan closely marked Lu Xiao, attempting to cut off his passing lanes. Crystal Palace maintained their 4-3-2-1 formation, focusing on counterattacks. Lu Xiao remained the offensive core, while also bolstering the defense, assisting the midfield to prevent QPR from launching quick strikes. In the 53rd minute, QPR launched an attack. Tereb broke through on the right and crossed the ball. Helgusen contested the header, but McCarthy cleared it in time. The ball fell to Forlan, whose long-range shot struck the crossbar. The ball bounced out for a goal kick, sending a shiver down the spines of Crystal Palace fans. Su Qingyuan clenched her fists, her heart tightening for a moment before she relaxed, whispering softly, "It's okay, the defense is solid. Keep going." Speroni calmly collected the corner kick and threw the ball to Lu Xiao. After receiving it, Lu Xiao launched a quick counterattack with a long pass. Ambrose surged forward, but was intercepted by Connolly. The ball popped out, and Klein moved up to collect it. Klein passed the ball across to Lu Xiao, who once again orchestrated the play, sending the ball to the right. Doyle pushed forward in support and crossed it in. Harris contested the header but sent it wide, posing no threat, and Paddy Kenny collected it easily. Lin Jieling watched the scene and let out a soft sigh of relief, saying with a smile, "Crystal Palace's defense is very solid and Speroni's performance has been excellent. It will be very difficult for QPR to score. Lu is a master at orchestrating the game." In the 58th minute, George Burley made a substitution, bringing on Zaha to replace Garvin, aiming to strengthen the wing attack and create more opportunities for Lu Xiao. After coming on, Zaha quickly adapted to the game's rhythm, his right wing dribbling proving to be sharp. Zaha, wearing the red jersey, was agile and exceptionally fast. His presence immediately put pressure on QPR's left back Hill, who was run ragged, leaving numerous defensive gaps, his face a picture of exhaustion and distress. Lu Xiao watched Zaha's performance, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with approval. He thought to himself that Zaha had indeed not let him down. With him on the pitch, the right wing attack would be more threatening, helping to ease the pressure on himself. In the 62nd minute, Lu Xiao shook off the double team. Derry and Forlan stuck to him like glue, tugging at his shirt to disrupt his movement, their eyes fierce and filled with frustration. Lu Xiao executed a smooth turn, performing a step over with his right foot while shifting his weight. Leveraging his 79.8 physicality stat, he effortlessly broke free from their grasp. The move was fluid and stylish, drawing cheers from the Crystal Palace fans. He gently nudged the ball with his right foot, sending a short pass. Zaha sprinted down the right wing, leaving Hill in his dust, and crossed into the box. Ambrose arrived late, lifted his foot to shoot, but Paddy Kenny made a desperate save to deny him. Lu Xiao followed up quickly for the rebound, but his shot grazed the post and went wide, missing the chance to score. A collective groan of disappointment came from the Crystal Palace fans. Su Qingyuan frowned slightly, but then shouted, "Come on, there's still a chance." Su Qingyuan thought to herself, "So close, oh what a shame. But it's okay, Xiao has plenty of opportunities. He will score again and lead the team to victory, keeping a clean sheet." Lin Jieling leaned forward slightly, her eyes full of anticipation, and whispered, "So close, what a pity. But Lu's performance has been perfect already. I believe he will score again soon." The QPR fans looked numb, their earlier spirit completely gone. Some fans started to leave the stadium once more. The few who remained sat with their heads down, utterly dejected, not daring to look at the situation on the pitch. Alan Perry, a brilliant combination. Lu's escape was magnificent, even a double team couldn't stop him. Zaha's dribbling was also very sharp. Crystal Palace's attack is incredibly threatening. Hasselbank, Lu's passing is too precise. Zaha's breakthrough created an opportunity for the team. He was just a whisker away from scoring a goal and getting an assist. What a shame. QPR's defense has completely collapsed. They can't stop Lu even with a double team. They're just sitting ducks. Crystal Palace will extend their lead in the second half. Lu Xiao patted Zaha on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Well done, your breakthrough was very sharp. Keep it up next time. We will definitely score again, extend the lead, and keep a clean sheet." His tone was relaxed. Zaha nodded with a smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Don't worry, Lu. I'll play my best and help create more chances for you. We'll win this game together and show them what we're made of." In the 68th minute, Neil Warnock made substitutions, replacing the underperforming Tariv and Routledge with two attacking players in a desperate attempt to pull a goal back. However, Crystal Palace's defense remained solid. The three-man midfield and the backline worked in perfect harmony. QPR's attacks repeatedly failed to breach the Palace defense. Forlan's long passes were often intercepted, and Helguzen was tightly contained. Helguzen looked utterly helpless. He was completely isolated from the attack, futilely competing for aerial balls without ever getting a meaningful shot on goal. His eyes were dull, his face full of dejection. Lu Xiao watched QPR's pathetic state, a faint mocking smile curling on his lips. He thought to himself, now you know the panic. Where was this urgency before? When you mocked me back, then did you ever think today would come? In the 72nd minute, Crystal Palace launched a counterattack. McGee intercepted a pass and played it to Lu Xiao. After receiving the ball, Lu Xiao, using his maxed-out vision, spotted the gap left by QPR's advanced defensive line. Relying on the Alonso deep-sea torpedo module, he delivered a precise through ball. James Vaughan, who had been warming up, sprinted onto it, shook off Gorks's defense, and slotted the ball home with his left foot. 3-0. Vaughan sprinted towards Lu Xiao and embraced him tightly, shouting, "Lu, thank you. I can't thank you enough. Without your pass, I would never have scored that goal. You are incredible." His voice was filled with excitement. Lu Xiao patted Vaughan on the back, a bright smile spreading across his face. His black hair and black eyes gleamed in the sunlight, handsome and charming, his gaze full of composure and confidence. Teammates gathered around to celebrate. Zaha jumped up and slapped Lu Xiao on the shoulder. "Lu, you are amazing. 2 assists and 1 goal. You single-handedly created 3 goals. We've got this in the bag." George Burley waved vigorously on the sideline, his face flushed with excitement, shouting, "Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Lu, thank you. You brought hope to Crystal Palace. We want a clean sheet." Su Qingyuan jumped up with her friends, tears glistening in their eyes, waving the flag of Hua Nation and the Crystal Palace team flag, shouting loudly, "Lu Xiao, the light of Hua Nation. 3-0. We won." The voice was deafening. She was too excited to speak, tightly hugging the friend beside her as tears streamed down her face. Her youth had done it. 3-0, a clean sheet that completely silenced all who had mocked him with sheer strength. The Hua Nation students shouted in unison, "Lu Xiao, bring honor to the Chinese." Their voices echoed throughout the stadium, filled with pride and excitement. Finally, Hua Nation players had risen above in the British League. Lin Jieling stood up, clapping hard, her eyes full of admiration and respect, turning to her friend and saying, "He actually did it. At 18, he created 3 goals himself. It's unbelievable. I admire him so much." She took out her phone again, snapped a photo of Lu Xiao celebrating, and sent it to her assistant, her tone urgent. "Contact Lu Xiao as soon as possible. I want to meet him. No matter what it takes, make it happen." Almost all QPR fans left the stadium. The few remaining fans looked dejected, heads bowed, shoulders slumped, no longer arrogant, filled with resentment, but powerless to change anything. Paddy Kinney stood with hands on hips, a look of despair on his face, avoiding eye contact with the stands. He had been broken through by Lu Xiao's attack, conceding 3 goals, utterly helpless, looking thoroughly disheveled. Alan Perry spoke excitedly. "Goal. 3-0. Crystal Palace has secured the victory." Lu assisted again, creating 3 goals alone. The 18-year-old Chinese youth has conquered Loftus Road Stadium. Hazelbank. I am completely conquered by Lu Xiao. His vision, passing, shooting, and defense are all outstanding. His future is undoubtedly that of a top-league superstar. Rexrox, Lu Xiao's arrival has completely transformed Crystal Palace. His tactical value far exceeds that of his peers. Today's match, he was the best player on the field without a doubt. Neil Warnock looked utterly desperate, holding his head in his hands, standing motionless, no longer the arrogant figure he once was. His eyes were filled with resentment and helplessness. He never thought he would lose to an 18-year-old boy. Assistant coach Collins stood aside, shaking his head helplessly, fully aware deep down that QPR had been utterly defeated, losing badly. Lu Xiao's performance was too perfect, completely unbeatable. Derry sat on the grass, his eyes vacant. He knew he had been completely crushed by Lu Xiao. No matter how hard he tried, he could only be easily bypassed by Lu Xiao, losing face and filled with despair. George Burley hugged the assistant coach, his knuckles white with tension, his voice trembling. "Lu, thank you so much." The relief in his eyes was undeniable. This 18-year-old Chinese youth truly was the savior of Crystal Palace. The scouting area on the sideline fell into chaos. An Everton scout leaned in to urge his superiors, "Hurry up and sign Lu Xiao. If we wait, we'll miss the chance." Scouts from other teams rushed toward the Crystal Palace substitutes bench, the words, "must sign," glaringly prominent on their reports. In the 75th minute of the second half, Burley made a decisive substitution. Number 14, Vaughan replaced Harris. Number 17, Bartley replaced Klein. It was clearly to secure the clean sheet, but secretly, it was to conserve energy for Lu Xiao and avoid injury. Vaughan was very receptive, seizing opportunities through Lu Xiao's passes. At the 80th minute, Lu Xiao's eye sharpened. He turned and stole the ball, cleanly passing it off to Zaha. Zaha delivered a cross, but Vaughan headed it wide, missing the target. QPR counterattacked. Lu Xiao received the ball, controlled the rhythm effortlessly, easily bypassed Derry, and passed back incredibly steady. At the 85th minute, Lu Xiao glanced around the field, his vision fully activated, delivering a precise long pass to Zaha, who made a run. Zaha broke through the defense and crossed Vaughan's shot, but was saved. After the fans' disappointment, shouts of Lu Xiao echoed throughout the stadium. At the 88th minute, QPR players looked like wilted vegetables mechanically running through the motions. Lu Xiao curled his lips, slowing the pace, passing and controlling the ball with his teammates to waste time without seeking personal credit. He knew clearly in his heart holding the clean sheet was the key. At the 90th minute, 3 minutes of stoppage time. Crystal Palace controlled the ball calmly. Lu Xiao orchestrated in the midfield, lightly tapping the pass. QPR didn't even dare to think about stealing. In the second minute of stoppage time, he bypassed Derry and passed to Vaughan until the whistle blew 3-0, a secure win. As the final whistle blew, teammates went wild surrounding Lu Xiao in the middle. His black hair and black eyes reflected the sunlight. His usual arrogance slightly softened, a faint smile playing on his lips, concealing a touch of youthful vigor. Burley shouted in celebration on the sideline. On the stands, Su Qingyuan jumped with red-rimmed eyes, clutching the Chinese flag and the Crystal Palace team flag, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Lu Xiao, we won." That pride could be felt from afar. Lin Jieling stood on the opposite stand, her palms red from clapping, her eyes full of admiration. She quickly snapped a photo of Lu Xiao and sent it to her assistant, her tone certain. "Contact Lu Xiao as soon as possible. I must meet him." Sky Sports' voice pierced through the stadium, full time. Crystal Palace won 3-0. At 18, Lu Xiao created 3 goals, becoming legendary, conquering the championship single-handedly. Tonight, Loftus Road recognized only one King M. Players gathered to celebrate. Lu Xiao surrounded, exuding authority and brilliance, showing his kingly presence. Derry approached. Lu Xiao head bowed, his tone harsh. "I lost." Lu Xiao glanced at him, his tone calm. "Remember how you feel today. Next time you provoke me, I'll make you lose even more." Furling walked over, shaking Lu Xiao's hand sincerely. "You're strong. I look forward to our next match." Lu Xiao extended his hand to shake back, saying lightly, "I'm waiting." Unarrogant and unboastful, he showed the mindset of a true victor. Afterwards, media reporters swarmed around, asking Lu Xiao questions one after another. In the post-match interview, when asked why he responded so strongly to provocation, his eyes sharp, his voice resolute. "My pitch, my rules. Whoever provokes, I'll crush them." That single sentence won countless fans. The Mirror reporter spoke politely. "Lu, at 18, you led the team to a 3-0 victory. What do you think is your advantage?" Lu Xiao curled his lips slightly, responding calmly in fluent English. "I believe in my vision and passing, and more so in my teammates. We deserve this victory. The clean sheet is the credit of the whole team, not just mine." His composure and humility won the favor of the reporters. No one would underestimate this 18-year-old Chinese youth anymore. Everyone knew this boy would surely become a top star in the future. Chun Lin stepped forward, asking in Mandarin, "Lu Xiao, many domestic fans are paying attention to you. What would you like to say to them?" Lu Xiao switched to Mandarin, his tone gentle yet firm. "Thank you all for your support. I will continue to strive to bring honor to China and the Chinese people, and to bring more glory to Crystal Palace." Zhang Yu immediately followed up with a question, speaking in Cantonese. "Lu Xiao, you assisted in creating 3 goals in this match. Is there anything you'd like to say to your hometown fans?" Switching to Mandarin, Lu Xiao replied warmly, "Thank you all for your support. I won't let you down, and will continue to strive to bring honor to the Huagu national football team." Su Qingyuan stood on the stands watching Lu Xiao being interviewed, her eyes filled with pride. She felt that not only was Lu Xiao an excellent player, but he also possessed great responsibility. A man like this was deeply moving to her. This was the boyfriend she loved, radiant with brilliance. Lin Wei and Chun Shi stood beside her, eyes filled with envy. Lin Wei whispered softly, "Qingyuan, look, Lu Xiao is now the center of attention. He will surely become an international star someday, and you'll be the girlfriend of a star. It's so enviable." Su Qingyuan nodded with a smile, her face full of contentment, her voice brimming with pride. "Yes, I believe in him. No matter what he becomes, I will always be by his side." After the interview, Lu Xiao took out his phone and quickly sent a message to Su Qingyuan. "We won 3-0. Once I finish dealing with some matters, I'll come find you and take you to that Chinese restaurant I promised." Seeing the message, Su Qingyuan smiled immediately and replied quickly, "Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the player exit. Don't tire yourself too much, take care of your rest." Her tone was gentle and full of concern. Lin Wei and Chun Shi laughed and said, "Qingyuan, go wait for your star boyfriend. We won't disturb your 2-person world. Remember to congratulate Lu Xiao for us." Su Qingyuan nodded with a smile, said goodbye to her friends, and hurried toward the player exit, her eyes brimming with expectation and happiness. Gary Walker approached a Crystal Palace staff member, identified himself, and expressed his desire to meet Lu Xiao, simultaneously conveying Aston Villa's interest in a potential transfer. The staff member said they would report to the club. Meanwhile, Everton scouts did not fall behind either. They contacted Crystal Palace's upper management to probe into Lu Xiao's transfer value. Crystal Palace's management stated that Lu Xiao was non-negotiable, but open to future discussions given the club's financial struggles. Lu Xiao and his teammates returned to the locker room, celebrating enthusiastically. Ambrose patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder and laughed. "Lu, you were amazing. From now on, you're our core. We'll all follow you." Lu Xiao nodded with a smile, warmth shining in his eyes. He knew he had completely won over this team. Now he would lead them to win more matches, aim for the Premier League, bring glory to Crystal Palace, and create a better life for Su Qingyuan. He thought to himself that this victory was merely the beginning. Upcoming challenges included the League Cup, the EFL Championship, and more trials ahead. He wanted to enjoy football, enjoy victory, and enjoy his own life. side by side with Su Qingyuan heading toward a brighter future. At the same time, he calculated that the bidding war among top clubs had already begun. He needed to seize the opportunity, wisely choose a team suited to him, step by step reach the world's top stage, prove himself to the Chinese community, become the god of football, and provide a better life for Su Qingyuan. He also planned to spend quality time with Su Qingyuan after the match, enjoy London's cuisine, and satisfy his cravings. Reborn in this life, he aimed not only to win, but also to live fully. Love, power, strength, and wealth, he wanted it all. In the locker room, teammates were still cheering. Lu Xiao sat in a corner, took out his phone, read Su Qingyuan's message, and smiled softly. In his black hair and dark eyes, tenderness and determination shone brightly. The 18-year-old boy was steadily walking toward his own legend, and in that legend there was always a place for Su Qingyuan. Outside the stadium, some British media had already begun writing articles, all praising Lu Xiao. Domestically, sports hot search topics were dominated by Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao assisted in 3 goals. Overseas teenager shakes up EFL championship, etc. Fans were celebrating wildly. CCTV Sports promptly covered the event, airing highlights of the match in sports news, analyzing Lu Xiao's performance, and praising him as bringing honor to Chinese football and showcasing the spirit of a Huagu youth. Guangdong Sports Channel broadcast the entire match, replaying Lu Xiao's through balls, long-range shots, and assists. The commentators spoke passionately. Lu Xiao's performance was astonishing. At just 18, he excels in both passing and shooting. The future looks bright. He is the hope of Chinese football. Domestic sportswear brands Li Ning and Antac contacted Crystal Palace immediately to discuss commercial endorsements. They were drawn to Lu Xiao's popularity and Chinese heritage, hoping to leverage him to expand into overseas markets. Marcos and Alberto from Real Madrid's youth academy were furious upon seeing the match results. Sitting in front of their computers watching Lu Xiao's highlights, they felt helpless and resentful, muttering, "That guy was just too lucky. Why did he succeed?" They knew deep down that they had once underestimated Lu Xiao, missing a true talent. Now, while Lu Xiao was shining brightly in the EFL championship, they remained stuck at Real Madrid's youth academy, accomplished nothing, filled with jealousy and regret. Lu Xiao changed his clothes and stepped out of the locker room. Su Qingyuan was already waiting for him at the door. She wore a white t-shirt and jeans, her long hair flowing, her skin fair and delicate, her features gentle. Seeing Lu Xiao, her face lit up with a smile, her eyes brimming with joy and love, the tender affection reserved only for a waiting partner. Not far away, Lin Jieling stood nearby, gracefully conversing with Crystal Palace staff. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward Lu Xiao and Su Qingyuan, her face adorned with a gentle smile. She refrained from approaching, waiting patiently for the right moment. Her high emotional intelligence allowed her to maintain proper boundaries, laying the groundwork for a future encounter. "Lu Xiao, you're amazing." Su Qingyuan hurried forward, her voice trembling with excitement, her cheeks flushed, gently grabbing his arm. Lu Xiao smiled and reached out to hold her hand, his fingertips warm, his voice tender. "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's go to that Chinese restaurant and fulfill my promise." Su Qingyuan's heart began to race, her cheeks turning even redder. She nodded softly, "Okay." Her hand held in Lu Xiao's felt warm and reassuring, giving her a sense of security. Her heart brimmed with happiness. This was what it felt like to be with a loved one, envied and cherished, utterly content. Lu Xiao took Su Qingyuan's hand, walking slowly toward the parking lot. The setting sun bathed them in golden light, stretching their shadows together. The air carried a subtle, sweet scent of romance. A gentle, beautiful moment, just theirs. From afar, Lin Jieling watched their departing backs, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. She told her assistant, "It's okay. There will be plenty of other opportunities. Take it slowly." She was not in a rush, maintaining her elegant composure. Lu Xiao looked down at Su Qingyuan beside him, a gentle smile curling his lips, his eyes full of affection. He whispered softly, "Qingyuan, in the future I'll win more games, so you can be proud of me, so all Chinese people can be proud of me. I will always protect you." Su Qingyuan lifted her head, meeting Lu Xiao's eyes as tears glistened in her own. She nodded firmly, her voice resolute and sincere. "I have always been proud of you, Lu Xiao. Win or lose, I will always support you and stay by your side." Her tone was unwavering, brimming with genuine affection. She recalled the envious glances of her friends and the brilliance of Lu Xiao on the field, her heart swelling with pride and contentment. She knew she had chosen the right person. Lu Xiao halted, gently pinching Su Qingyuan's cheek. The delicate touch of her skin met his fingertips as his voice softened, tinged with a hint of possessiveness. "You are mine. Forever mine. Never leave me." Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze shy as she nodded gently. "I won't leave you. Not for a lifetime." Deep down, she knew she had fallen deeply for this young man, willing to accompany him forever, to witness his triumphs and share his joys. Lu Xiao smiled, lowering his head to place a tender kiss on Su Qingyuan's forehead, his gesture brimming with affection. "Good. Let's go eat." Holding her hand, he strode forward with steady steps, his eyes filled with anticipation. Every future match, every moment, he wanted to share with Su Qingyuan. After the game, he led Su Qingyuan by the hand into a Chinese restaurant. The familiar aromas enveloped him, evoking a deep sense of comfort. He found a seat by the window and asked her tenderly, "What would you like to eat?" "Order whatever you want. It's my treat. Let's celebrate today properly." Su Qingyuan's face lit up as she glanced at the menu, her voice soft. "I'm easy. Whatever you order, I'll eat. As long as I'm with you, everything is delightful." All she wanted was to be with Lu Xiao. No matter the meal, she felt sheer happiness. Recalling her friend's envious words that afternoon and his stellar performance on the field, her heart brimmed with contentment, and a smile never left her lips. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile, ordering a few of Su Qingyuan's favorite dishes along with some of his own. Reborn into this life, he sought not only football and glory, but also the pleasure of good food and the rare warmth by his side. The dishes arrived quickly, the rising steam carrying a familiar comforting scent that dispelled the fatigue of the match. Lu Xiao kept piling food on Su Qingyuan's plate, his gaze tender. Eat more. You shouted so much this afternoon your voice must be hoarse. Su Qingyuan bit her chopsticks, her cheeks flushed, warmth glowing in her eyes as she murmured, It's because you were so amazing. I couldn't help but cheer. They chatted as they ate, discussing the details of the game and sharing their innermost thoughts. The atmosphere was warm and sweet. Meanwhile, Lin Jiling's assistant had already relayed Lu Xiao's basic profile and post-match schedule. Lin Jiling took an elegant sip of tea, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips as she remarked to her assistant, It seems the next meeting won't be hard to arrange. At Real Madrid's youth academy, Marcos and Alberto watched the game replay, their faces etched with regret. Marcos gritted his teeth. We let a talent like that slip away. How foolish. Alberto remained silent, consumed by remorse. At the restaurant, Lu Xiao dined leisurely with his girlfriend. As the meal progressed, he still wore a faint smile from the victory, casually recounting the finer points of the match. Suddenly, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has completed the mission, face-slapping expert. Match rating exceeds 8.5. Reward 5 attribute points. A glint of sharp light flickered in Lu Xiao's eyes. Without changing his expression, he summoned the latest football attribute template in his mind, already calculating the allocation plan he had settled on without hesitation. Offense-related attributes: short pass 66, long pass 51, ball control 54, dribbling 46, shooting 43, long shots 41, set pieces 39. Core and physical attributes: vision 100, max stamina 81, speed 68. Defense-related attributes: physicality 76, tackling 41, heading 46. I'll stick with what I planned, Lu Xiao decided silently. He added 3 points to ball control, raising it from 54 to 57. This was the most pressing weakness. The aggressive pressing in the championship meant that failing to control the ball would render everything useless. He understood perfectly that 54 ball control was amateur level. During his debut against Leicester City and the cup match against QPR, he had lost possession multiple times due to poor receptions. At 57, he could stabilize his foundation and allow his modules to trigger effectively. He allocated the remaining 2 points to dribbling, raising it from 46 to 48. While he didn't rely on dribbling past opponents, this level was insufficient to shake off pressure. A slight improvement would help him shield the ball when tightly marked, ensuring he didn't lose passing opportunities. As for other attributes, Lu Xiao had a clear perspective. Short pass at 66 was adequate, backed by the golden pass module. Physicality at 76 was sufficient, and with iron body, he could withstand physical challenges. Shooting and long shots didn't need investment. The Shoal's precision long shot module was effective enough, with a success rate comparable to professional standards in matches. Stamina at 81 and speed at 68 were more than enough to handle 90 minutes in the championship. The core logic was simple: modules determined the ceiling while attributes set the floor. Even the best module would be useless if he couldn't control the ball. These 5 points were a lifeline. First, he needed to establish himself in the championship before he could talk about proving himself to the elite clubs. A defiant smile tugged at Lu Xiao's lips as he planned his next steps. First, raise ball control to 65 to cross the professional threshold, then boost dribbling to 55. Sooner or later, he would shed the label of technically rough and transform into an all-around midfielder. On the night of August 14, 2010, London's evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, dispelling the day's heat. The joy of Crystal Palace's 3-0 victory over QPR still lingered in the corners of the city. Lu Xiao strolled hand in hand with Su Qingyuan through the neon-lit streets of London. Standing tall at 185 centimeters, with black hair and dark eyes, his sharp features were etched with his habitual faint smile. His handsome appearance drew frequent glances from passers-by. Su Qingyuan wore a cream-colored knit top, paired with a light gray skirt, her long hair loosely tied back. Her skin was fair and delicate, her features gentle and refined, slender brows, a small nose, and lips coated in a pale pink gloss. As she walked, her waist swayed lightly, exuding a soft water-like grace. The two had just finished dinner, celebrating the team's 3rd consecutive victory. Now they walked side by side, their fingers intertwined, warmth spreading through their palms. The atmosphere was tender and relaxing. You were truly amazing on the field today, beating QPR, Su Qingyuan said, looking up at him. Her eyes sparkled, reflecting the neon lights, her voice soft and filled with undisguised admiration. Lu Xiao lowered his head, pinching her cheek gently. Her skin was soft and smooth under his fingertips, his gaze brimming with affection. Winning is expected, but having dinner and strolling with you makes me happier than any victory. His voice was low, laced with a hint of playful intimacy. He lightly caressed the back of her hand, his possessiveness subtly revealed. This girl's tenderness belonged to him alone. Su Qingyuan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, her ears burning. She averted her gaze shyly, but a smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She could feel the warmth of his palm and the tenderness in his words, filling her heart with sweetness. I knew you'd always cherish me, Su Qingyuan said, wrapping her arms around his and pressing her cheek against his sleeve. Her voice was soft and cozy, her nose lightly nuzzling the fabric, her demeanor both playful and endearing. Lu Xiao's smile deepened as he slipped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer. The gesture was gentle, yet carried an undeniable sense of possession. Silly girl, if not you, then who? The street-side shops glowed with warm yellow lights as pedestrians passed by. Occasionally a fan recognized Lu Xiao and murmured, "That's Lu. He was incredible today." Their eyes shone with admiration, but no one dared to interrupt. Hearing the whispers, Su Qingyuan looked up at Lu Xiao, her admiration deepening. "See, everyone acknowledges you. You're going to become a truly great star." Lu Xiao lowered his head, ruffled her hair, his fingertips brushing through her strands. His tone was gentle, yet carried a hint of defiance. "It's not just about being good. I want the whole world to know that players of Chinese descent can also stand at the pinnacle of football." His goal was clear: win matches, earn honors, wield power, and protect the woman by his side, savoring every moment of this life. 3 consecutive victories were just the beginning. The real show was only starting. After strolling for about half an hour, the evening breeze grew chilly, and Su Qingyuan slightly shrank her neck. Seeing this, Lu Xiao took off his jacket and gently draped it over her shoulders, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her neck. "Don't catch a cold." His voice was tender, his eyes full of concern. He reached out, took her hand, tucked it into his pocket, and held it tightly, passing his warmth to her. Wrapped in his jacket with the clean scent of him lingering around her nose, Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed even more. She obediently leaned close to him, slowing her steps, her heart brimming with happiness and a sense of security. "Let's go home," Su Qingyuan said, looking up at him with a hint of laziness and a trace of hidden anticipation in her eyes. Her voice was soft like a kitten coaxing for affection. Lu Xiao let out a low chuckle, pinched her nose, and said with an ambiguous tone, "All right, let's go home and properly celebrate our 3 consecutive wins." His gaze was deep, concealing an undisguised possessiveness and tenderness. The two walked side by side towards Lu Xiao's apartment, their pace slow, talking in low voices along the way. Su Qingyuan chattered about the little trinkets she had seen while shopping. Lu Xiao listened patiently, occasionally nodding in response, his eyes always fixed on her. Entering the apartment, the warm yellow lights spilled down, dispelling the chill of the night. Lu Xiao let go of Su Qingyuan, took the jacket she had taken off, and hung it up. Turning around, he saw her standing on tiptoe, trying to reach a cup on the cabinet. Her waist was slender, and her back view was charming. He walked over, embraced her from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and rubbed his nose against her neck. His tone was ambiguous. "Silly girl, why didn't you call me when you couldn't reach it?" Su Qingyuan's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed. Her cheeks burned, and a slight shiver ran through her. "I wanted to try it myself," she said, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, carrying a hint of coquettishness. Lu Xiao let out a low laugh, gently stroking her waist with his fingertips, feeling the delicate texture of her skin. "From now on, with me around, you don't have to do anything yourself." He lowered his head and gently kissed her earlobe. Su Qingyuan's heart instantly raced, her ears buzzing, her cheeks so red they seemed about to bleed. She reached out to gently push him, but there was no strength in her touch. She loved his affectionate gestures, her heart full of joy. Lu Xiao watched her charming, alluring expression, a glint of possessiveness flashing in his eyes. He leaned down and gently kissed her lips. His movements were tender, yet carried an undeniable force, lingering and entwining until she was breathless before he let go. "Lu Xiao." Su Qingyuan leaned in his arms, breathing rapidly, her cheeks flushed. Her eyes were misty with moisture, and her long lashes trembled slightly. Her delicate and charming appearance was enough to make one's heart ache. Lu Xiao lowered his head, his nose touching hers, a gentle smile on his lips. "Baby, let me cherish you properly and celebrate our 3 consecutive wins." His voice was low and husky, carrying a clear sexual innuendo. Su Qingyuan gently nodded, her eyes full of submission and anticipation. She closed her eyes, allowing Lu Xiao to lift her horizontally and carry her towards the bedroom. Joy and shyness intertwined in her heart, spreading throughout her body. In the bedroom, the warm yellow light softened the atmosphere. Lu Xiao gently placed Su Qingyuan on the bed, leaned over her, his eyes full of tenderness and adoration. Her skin was as white as snow, tinged with a faint pink blush, and her brows were full of shyness. Su Qingyuan opened her eyes and met his deep gaze, her heart beginning to race again. She instinctively clutched the sheet beneath her. She loved the way he looked at her, full of possessiveness, yet exceptionally gentle. Lu Xiao reached out, gently brushed the stray hair from her forehead, his fingertips tracing her cheek with a light touch. "Qingyuan, you are so beautiful," he said in a low, lingering voice, then bent down to place a tender kiss on her forehead. Su Qingyuan's cheeks grew even redder. Her eyes darted away, yet she couldn't help stealing glances at him. His features were too exquisite, his smile gentle, and every move he made her heart flutter, willingly sinking into him. After their intimate moment, Su Qingyuan curled up in Lu Xiao's arms. Her skin was faintly flushed, and her expression was languid and alluring. Her long lashes trembled slightly, giving her a coquettish look like a docile kitten. Her skin was smooth and delicate, pressed against his body. Her breathing was steady, and her eyes hid contentment. Lu Xiao looked down at her, gently stroking her long hair with his fingertips, his eyes full of tenderness and a faint, barely noticeable possessiveness. "Lu Xiao, will you always be this good to me?" Su Qingyuan looked up, a hint of unease in her eyes. Her voice was soft, afraid that he would leave her once he became famous. Lu Xiao pinched her cheek, a gentle smile on his lips. Silly girl, if I'm not good to you, who would I be good to? No matter where I go in the future, you will always be my one and only preference. His tone was firm, giving her a full sense of security. The unease in Su Qingyuan's eyes instantly dissipated. She broke into a sweet smile, reached out to hug his waist, and pressed her cheek against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, her heart overflowing with happiness. Lu Xiao gently patted her back, a flicker of thought in his eyes. He knew that with his consecutive wins, the eyes of the Premier League giants would all be fixed on him. Transfer rumors would soon fly everywhere, and he had to be prepared. His goal was clear: first, to help Crystal Palace establish a firm foothold. As for a transfer, it would depend on Crystal Palace's subsequent direction, and more importantly, on which giant club could offer him the treatment, power, and respect he desired. Meanwhile, in a cafe near the Crystal Palace training ground, Everton scout Gary Walker was on his phone, urgently reporting to the team's head coach David Moyes. Mr. Moyes' performance has been even better than we imagined. Today against QPR, he scored 1 goal and provided 2 assists, single-handedly creating 3 goals, leading Crystal Palace to a 3-0 clean sheet victory. Gary Walker said, his voice filled with excitement. On the other end of the line, David Moyes' voice was calm, but he couldn't hide a hint of interest. I saw the match report. His passing accuracy and vision are exactly what our team urgently needs. At 18 years old, his potential is immense. Yes, sir. His ball control and dribbling have also improved significantly. He can easily shake off double teams. He is fully worthy of being a championship core player and even surpasses many Premier League players his age, Gary Walker added. Moyes was silent for a moment, then said in a firm tone, I understand. Contact Crystal Palace's management right now and make an offer of $1.5 million to test their stance. Be quick, don't let other clubs get ahead of us. Yes, sir, I'll get on it immediately. Gary Walker hung up the phone, his eyes full of certainty. He knew that Moyes was genuinely interested in Lu Xiao, and he had to push this transfer forward as quickly as possible. At another table, not far away, an Arsenal scout was intently writing a scouting report on his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard, his face bearing a serious expression. He stared at the match statistics of Lu Xiao displayed on the computer screen, his brow slightly furrowed as he pondered internally. Professor Wenger had instructed him to focus specifically on Lu Xiao's passing vision and on-field decision-making to carefully assess his adaptability to the Premier League. Lu, 18 years old, a Chinese player, a product of the Real Madrid Youth Academy. In the first 2 rounds of the championship and the first round of the League Cup, he has single-handedly created 10 goals. His passing is precise, his vision top tier. Though his lack of physical strength is a weakness, there is significant room for improvement. As he typed, he murmured to himself, Professor Wenger values technical play, and Lu's style fits Arsenal's possession-based system perfectly, but since he is currently in the championship, his Premier League adaptability remains unknown. We can only observe for now, but we must not rush to make an offer. After finishing the report, he immediately sent it to Wenger, attaching a highlight reel of Lu Xiao's match footage. As he contemplated the next steps, he decided he needed to continue tracking Lu Xiao's training and matches, meticulously recording every performance. Meanwhile, an Aston Villa scout sat in his car watching Lu Xiao's match footage, repeatedly admiring his 60-meter ground passes and guiding long passes, his eyes filled with appreciation. He took out his phone and dialed the number for manager Holly, speaking respectfully. Mr. Holly, I have finished reviewing all of Lu's match videos. His passes are full of imagination, perfectly aligning with our tactical needs. Holly's voice came through the phone, tinged with satisfaction. I knew this boy was extraordinary. Petrov is getting older and suffers from frequent injuries. Lu is the perfect successor, possessing immense potential. Yes, sir, his defensive interceptions also exceeded expectations. He is a versatile midfielder capable of both offense and defense, worthy of cultivation, the scout hurriedly added. Everton is preparing to make an offer. Should we act quickly? Holly paused for a moment, his tone steady. No rush. Let's wait a few days to see Crystal Palace's attitude and other teams' offers. We will propose a winter transfer window bid of £3.5 million to test the waters. Yes, sir, the scout replied, hanging up the phone. He understood that Holly wanted to be cautious. Although Lu Xiao had performed impressively, he had not yet proven himself in the Premier League, so blind overpaying was not an option. Meanwhile, a Fulham scout stood outside the training ground, observing Lu Xiao's training session in full, notebook in hand, meticulously recording every move, his eyes filled with interest. Watching Lu Xiao assist Zaha's goal with a precise long pass, and then score with an accurate long-range shot during the training match, completely dominating his teammates, he nodded approvingly. This kid lives up to his reputation. His passing ability is truly exceptional. He immediately sent a message to manager Mark Hughes. Mr. Hughes, Lu's performance was outstanding. His passing is precise, capable of linking the flanks with the midfield, perfectly fitting our attacking system. I recommend making a bid as soon as possible. Mark Hughes replied quickly, I understand. Please prepare a detailed report and send it to us. We will propose a winter transfer window bid of £4 million. We must secure him to compensate for our lack of midfield creativity. The Fulham scout smiled upon reading the message, hastening his note-taking speed. He mentally calculated that he must finalize the report promptly to avoid missing this talented youth. Scouts from Bolton, Blackburn, and Sunderland were also busy. Some were drafting reports, others contacting club executives, while others continued observing Lu Xiao's training, each wearing different expressions on their faces. The Bolton scout watched Lu Xiao's passes and thought internally, his passing ability is indeed commendable. He can assist Lee Chung-yong and enhance the midfield creativity. A bid of £5 million should be sufficient. The Blackburn scout, placing greater emphasis on Lu Xiao's counter-attacking passing ability, spoke into the phone. Mr. Allardyce, Lu's counter-attacking passes are precise, fitting our defensive counter-attacking tactical system. I recommend a bid of £2 million. The Sunderland scout appeared somewhat cautious as he spoke to the computer. Mr. Bruce Lu's talent is commendable, but we only need to supplement the midfield rotation. A bid of £8 million will suffice to test the waters. The coaching staffs of various Premier League clubs were also discussing Lu Xiao enthusiastically. Moyes convened his coaching group to carefully analyze Lu Xiao's strengths and weaknesses. His tone firm. We must sign him. He can address our midfield shortcomings. Holly held Lu's match report and addressed his coaching group. This boy is young and has potential. He can serve as Petrov's successor. We will propose a bid of £5 million to test Crystal Palace's bottom line. Mark Hughes watched Lu's highlight reel, his eyes filled with satisfaction. His passing is exactly what we need. Get can supply passes to Dempsey and Zamora. £4 million is worth the investment. Wang sat in his office reading the report sent by the Arsenal scout, his brow slightly furrowed as he pondered internally. He acknowledged Lu Xiao's talent, but due to the debt pressure at the Emirates Stadium, the recruitment budget was tight, and he could not spend money blindly. This Chinese youth indeed possesses talent. His passing is precise, his vision broad, and he fits our possession-based system perfectly. Wang murmured to himself, but he still needs to adapt to the Premier League's pace. Let's observe for 1 to 2 months first. We will decide whether to make a bid during the winter transfer window. He picked up his pen and wrote on the report a winter transfer window bid of 5 to 5 million pounds, with a maximum of £5 million, a never exceeding £6 million. This aligns with our strategy of uncovering potential talent at a low cost. At that moment inside Crystal Palace's conference room, the atmosphere was solemn. Former chairman Simon Jordan sat at the head of the table, his face calm, looking at the investors before him, his tone flat. I am aware of your acquisition intentions. Steve Parrish sat opposite him, dressed in a dark suit, exuding a practical and approachable demeanor, his eyes firm. Mr. Jordan, our CPFC 2010 group truly wishes to save Crystal Palace, inject funds, improve the training facilities, and lead the team out of its difficulties. Another investor added, moreover, Lu Xiao's arrival has skyrocketed the team's performance, triggering a 3-match winning streak that has ignited market enthusiasm. This is the best opportunity for Crystal Palace's resurgence. We will definitely build the team around him. Simon Jordan nodded slightly, his tone flat. I know Lu Xiao is a talent. He can fetch a good price for Crystal Palace. However, I have already stepped down. Whether to sell the team ultimately depends on your negotiations with the third-party administrator. We have already discussed with the third-party administrator. As long as we can raise £15 million, we can complete the acquisition. Steve Parrish stated firmly, originally we planned to observe, but Lu Xiao's performance has prompted us to decide to act early. Simon Jordan looked at him, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. You have good taste. This boy Lu Xiao has limitless potential. With proper cultivation, he will surely become a top star, leading Crystal Palace back to the Premier League. We share the same view, Steve Parrish said with a smile. We plan to complete the acquisition on August 19th, 4 days ahead of schedule. Immediately after, we'll negotiate a new contract with Lu Xiao and do everything in our power to keep him. The others in the meeting room nodded in agreement, anticipation etched on every face. They all understood that Lu Xiao was the beacon of hope for Crystal Palace's revival. As long as they could retain him, the club had a chance to escape its predicament and reclaim past glories. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, with both parties reaching a preliminary acquisition agreement. Pending the final transfer of funds, Steve Parrish would officially become the new owner of Crystal Palace, leading the CPFC 2010 consortium to usher in a new chapter for the club. The next morning on August 15th, when Lu Xiao awoke, Su Qingyuan was still curled up asleep in his arms. Sunlight filtered through the curtain gaps, spilling across her face and outlining her delicate features in a charmingly innocent manner. Lu Xiao lowered his head, his fingertips gently stroking her long hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness and possession. The lingering passion from the night before still echoed in his mind. This gentle girl always brought him a sense of peace and contentment. Before long, Su Qingyuan slowly stirred awake. Opening her eyes, she met Lu Xiao's deep gaze, and a blush instantly rose to her cheeks. She instinctively burrowed closer into his arms, her voice soft and sweet. You're awake. I'm awake, Lu Xiao said, pinching her cheek, gently, a tender smile playing on his lips. Did you sleep well last night? His voice was deep, carrying a husky magnetic quality unique to the early morning. Su Qingyuan nodded lightly, her eyes filled with languid contentment. She wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her cheek against his chest, her voice soft and drowsy. I slept very well. With you here I feel at ease. Lu Xiao bent down, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead, his tone tender. That's good. I'll make breakfast, and after we eat, I'll take you out for a walk. No training today, so I can spend the whole day with you. Sounds wonderful, Su Qingyuan replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling. She obediently released him, watching as he stood up to get dressed, her gaze full of adoration. His tall, straight figure was captivating even in the simple act of putting on his clothes. Just as he finished dressing, his phone rang. It was David Platt, the assistant coach of Crystal Palace. He answered the call, his tone calm as he listened to the report on the other end, a slight sharpness flickering in his eyes. After hanging up, Lu Xiao sat on the edge of the bed. Su Qingyuan leaned over, sensing the change in his expression, and asked softly, "Lu Xiao, what's wrong? Has something happened?" Lu Xiao lowered his head, ruffled her hair, and offered a faint smile, his tone even. "It's nothing. The club is about to get a new owner, and a few Premier League teams are interested in signing me." A flicker of unease passed through Su Qingyuan's eyes. She reached out and tightly grasped his arm, her voice soft, "Then, will you leave Crystal Palace? Will you leave me?" What she feared most was him leaving her. Lu Xiao pinched her cheek, his tone firm. "Don't worry. I won't easily leave Crystal Palace, and I'll never leave you." He bent down and gently kissed her cheek, soothing her anxiety. The unease in Su Qingyuan's eyes gradually dissipated. She nodded, nestling obediently in his arms, secretly relieved that he wouldn't leave her. As long as she could be by his side, she would go wherever he went. Lu Xiao gazed at the morning light outside the window, a contemplative gleam in his eyes as his thoughts drifted back to his past life. He clearly remembered that the CPFC 2010 consortium was one of the most successful fan-owned consortia in Crystal Palace's history. Steve Parish was pragmatic, approachable, valued loyalty, and had a profound respect for heroic players. In his past life, he had championed Zaha as the king. Now Lu Xiao himself was the one being hailed as the new Eagle King. He knew that the CPFC 2010 consortium had limited initial financial resources, with total assets of only about £20 million, far less than Premier League giants. But it was enough to clear debts and maintain operations, and their sincere desire was to save Crystal Palace. In his past life, under their leadership, Crystal Palace successfully avoided relegation, later returned to the Premier League through the promotion playoffs, became a Premier League mainstay, and even reached the FA Cup final, creating the club's most glorious era. Steve Parish, CPFC, 2010. Lu Xiao murmured to himself, a look of certainty flashing in his eyes. Perhaps staying at Crystal Palace following the new owner and leading the team to challenge the Premier League was a good choice. His goal had never been merely to join a top club. His aim was to prove the worth of ethnic Chinese players, bring glory to Crystal Palace, and at the same time enjoy life, beauty, and fine food. Staying at Crystal Palace would grant him more influence and greater control over his own destiny. Moreover, the new owner planned to build the team around him and spare no effort in retaining talent. Exactly what he wanted. As for the offers from Premier League giants, he was in no hurry. He would wait for the perfect opportunity for an offer that could satisfy all his requirements. He looked down at Su Qingyuan leaning against him. She was looking up at him with bright, sparkling eyes filled with dependence. Lu Xiao's eyes were full of tenderness as his fingertips gently stroked her long hair. No matter what the future held, he would protect her well and give her the life she desired. At the same time, he would carve out his own place in the football world, letting the world know that a player of Chinese descent could also become a top superstar. At that moment in the Crystal Palace training ground, the players were also buzzing with talk about the club's acquisition and the rumors of Lu Xiao being courted by Premier League giants. Different expressions played across their faces. Ambrose sat in the locker room looking at his teammates, his voice excited. "Lu is incredible. 3 wins in a row, single-handedly creating 10 goals. Even Premier League giants want to sign him. With him here, we can definitely escape the relegation battle." Harris nodded, his eyes full of admiration. "Yeah, Lu's passes are so precise. I could only score so many goals thanks to his assists. I hope he doesn't leave and continues to lead us to victories." Zaha, young and spirited, had eyes full of worship. "Lu is my idol. His dribbling, passing, and long-range shots are all incredible. I must learn from him and follow him to the Premier League." The other teammates chimed in agreement, each face carrying anticipation. They all knew that Lu Xiao was the team's core, the key to their winning streak. As long as Lu Xiao stayed, Crystal Palace had hope. Yet some harbored a quiet worry. What if Lu Xiao was poached by a Premier League giant? Crystal Palace would revert to its former state, mired in a relegation struggle. But the majority still believed in Lu Xiao, trusting that he would stay and lead the team to create miracles. On August 15, 2010, under the gentle London sun, the press conference hall at Loftus Road Stadium was packed to capacity. Journalists from England and China shouldered their cameras, the cacophony of shutters deafening. Steve Parish, dressed in a dark gray suit with his hair immaculately combed, wore a pragmatic smile on his face. Standing behind the podium, he slowly swept his gaze across the room, his voice steady and understated. He clutched the gilded acquisition document, his fingertips stroking the paper surface, his tone earnest. "Today we officially complete the acquisition of Crystal Palace. Thank you to the fans for their steadfastness. We will never let the club fall." The applause erupted instantly in the hall. Journalists from Fugwa scribbled furiously across their notebooks, while Hua Country reporters Lin Shun and Zhang Yu exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with unconcealed anticipation, waiting for his next words. Parish shifted his tone, his gaze landing precisely on Lu Xiao, who stood at the forefront of the player line. A deeper smile crept into his voice. "Here, I must give special thanks to an 18-year-old youth, Lu." All lenses swiveled in unison toward Lu Xiao. He wore a red training jersey, his posture straight as a pine, with black hair and dark eyes. A faint smile graced his handsome face, and his brows exuded an air of composure. Standing at 185 centimeters with a well-proportioned physique of 78 kilograms, the training kit outlined the smooth contours of his muscles. The chiseled elegance of an Eastern youth blended with the ruggedness of European players, giving him a striking, commanding presence. It was his 2 breathtaking performances that brought Crystal Palace back into the spotlight. He is our new Eagle King, the future core of Crystal Palace. Parrish's voice rang out with conviction, resolute and unwavering. The hall erupted into frenzy. Reporters madly pressed their shutters, flashbulbs flickering without pause. Lu Xiao nodded slightly, the smile on his lips unchanged, but a flicker of barely perceptible pride glinted in the depths of his eyes. He murmured inwardly, "This is the taste of power, being recognized, being pursued, more intoxicating than scoring a goal. What I want, what I truly crave, is this feeling of being the center of attention." Crystal Palace's teammates stood nearby, their eyes filled with admiration. Mackie patted Zaha on the shoulder and lowered his voice. "Lu deserves to be the new Eagle King. He is our leader." Zaha nodded vigorously, a gleam of worship in his eyes, his tone excited. "With Lu we can definitely win more matches. Maybe we can even achieve promotion and escape the relegation mire." The press conference ended. Reporters swarmed forward, crowding Lu Xiao and Parrish so tightly that no gap remained. A Fuwa journalist thrust a microphone forward, his voice urgent. "Lu, how far do you think the new consortium can go?" Lu Xiao raised his hand to signal silence, his smile still faint on his face. His voice was clear and steady. "I trust Mr. Parrish and I trust my teammates. We'll take it step by step, play every match well." His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness without a trace of arrogance. Lin Shun immediately pressed. "Lu, fans back home in Huaguo are cheering for you. What would you like to say to them?" A trace of warmth flickered in Lu Xiao's eyes. His smile softened, his voice gentle yet powerful. "Thank you for your support. I will prove with my strength that a Hua country player can stand firm in the Fuwa football world." After the interview, Parrish patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder, his tone earnest. "Lu, I know your ability. I will build the team around you. I hope you stay at Crystal Palace and achieve promotion together." Lu Xiao smiled and nodded, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. "Mr. Parrish, I also want to lead Crystal Palace to promotion. But everything depends on future performance and the sincerity of the contract. You understand?" He didn't agree outright, nor did he refuse. He gave Parrish face while holding his own ground. A glint of appreciation flashed in Parrish's eyes. This kid, young as he was exceptionally steady. Parrish then took a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Lu Xiao. "This is the initial contract. A weekly wage of £1,200, a 2-year term, and a win bonus of £1,350. Take a look." Lu Xiao took the contract, flipped through it quickly, and raised an eyebrow slightly. A curse echoed in his mind. "Damn it, this treatment is beneath me. It's at the mid-level of the championship. It doesn't reflect my core value at all." He lifted his eyes to Parrish, the smile still on his face, his tone flat. "Mr. Parrish, this contract lacks sincerity. It doesn't match what I can bring to Crystal Palace." Parrish's expression soured with difficulty, his voice resigned. "The club has just been acquired, of finances are tight. 1,200 is already the upper limit at this stage. Once we achieve promotion, I will immediately raise your salary. Verbal promises don't count." Lu Xiao put away the contract, his smile fading slightly. "Let's talk when you have enough sincerity. I believe you won't miss out on me, your core player." Parrish looked at his composed demeanor, knowing full well that Lu Xiao had the confidence to say such words. He could only nod. "All right, I'll reconsider and give you an answer as soon as possible." News of the press conference spread across the internet in no time, setting social media ablaze. Fuwa fans' comments were polarized. Some mocked, "Just a championship youngster, and he's called the new Eagle King." Other fans acknowledged, Lu's performance was indeed stunning. 2 matches, 11 goals created single-handedly. Parrish didn't misjudge him. "I hope he can lead Crystal Palace out of trouble and back to the Premier League." On the comment section of the Sun's official website, fans argued endlessly, "Lu's passes are magical. No one in the championship can stop him. Stop overhyping him. He'll be exposed when he meets Premier League teams." In Huaguo, the fervor was even greater. Weibo and forums were flooded with discussions about Lu Xiao. 3 topics: new Eagle King Lu Xiao, Crystal Palace new consortium, and Lu Xiao's promotion bid. Shot straight to the top of the trending list. Great. With a new consortium, Lu Xiao can focus on playing without worrying about the club going bankrupt. At 18, he's already the core player. Lu Xiao brings so much pride to Huaguo. Awesome. Some rational fans also commented, the consortium only invested a little over £10 million. That's too small. I hope they invest more and get good teammates for Lu Xiao, otherwise promotion is just empty talk. Su Qingyuan sat in her London apartment scrolling through the news on her phone, her face brimming with pride. She wore a white home dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin fair and delicate, her brows and eyes gentle as water. Her clear almond eyes locked onto Lu Xiao's photo on the screen, the corners of her mouth rising uncontrollably. She whispered in her heart, "Xiao, you're truly amazing. I knew it. You would be recognized by everyone." A faint blush tinged her cheeks. Her fingertips lightly traced Lu Xiao's face on the screen. She took out her phone and sent a text. "Xiao, congratulations on being the new Eagle King. Don't train too hard. Take care and rest well." After sending the message, Su Qingyuan hugged her phone, her gaze tender, her heart full of anticipation. She knew Lu Xiao had a strong drive for his career, but she also worried about his intense training. All she wished was for him to be safe and smooth. At that moment, Lu Xiao had already arrived at Crystal Palace's training ground, completely ignoring the outside uproar. He changed into his training kit and began to warm up, his expression focused, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Today, he deliberately tested the effects of his attribute points. Harris and Zaha closed in with a double team. He calmly controlled the ball. His 57-point ball control attribute allowed him to remain unflustered, his movements fluid and natural. Facing the two men's encirclement, Lu Xiao subtly shifted his footwork. His 48-point dribbling attribute shone through as he easily shook off the pressure, gently nudged the ball with his right foot, and delivered a precise short pass steadily to Mackie ahead. Mackie received the ball and immediately shot, but the ball grazed the post and went wide. He turned around, gave Lu Xiao a thumbs up, and shouted, "Lu, you're incredible. Your ball control and passing are so precise." Lu Xiao waved back with a smile, his face still wearing that composed expression. He calculated inwardly, the attribute points work well. I still need to improve further to handle the upcoming matches and the bet. He was determined to win the match against Everton, secure a top-tier contract, take control of the team's core position, and shut up all those who underestimated him. Manager George Burley stood at the sidelines with his arms crossed, watching Lu Xiao's performance with sheer amazement. A smile crept across his face as he murmured to himself, "Remarkable progress. Worthy of a championship core player." Burley secretly felt relieved that he had kept Lu Xiao. This 18-year-old was far stronger than he had imagined, even surpassing many Premier League players of the same age. The training match officially began with Lu Xiao orchestrating the offense. After receiving the ball, he scanned the field, his full vision capturing his teammates' runs. Using Zidane's guided long pass module, he delivered a precise long ball. The football dynamically adjusted its trajectory mid-air, landing perfectly at the feet of the advancing Zaha. Zaha collected the ball, easily sidestepped the defender, lifted his foot, and shot. The ball nestled into the net. Goal! Goal! Lu's assist was perfect. His teammates cheered. Zaha sprinted toward Lu Xiao, embracing him tightly and shouting excitedly, "Lu, thank you. That was incredible." Lu Xiao patted him on the back and said with a smile, "Play well. We'll win together and get promoted." His tone was light, yet carried an infectious confidence that filled his teammates with belief. Then Lu Xiao took possession himself, dribbling laterally to create space before activating Scholl's precise long shot module. With power from his right instep, the ball skimmed the ground and curled into the bottom corner of the net. The crowd erupted in cheers again. Burley clapped vigorously, his face beaming with satisfaction. Lu Xiao raised his hand, forming a smile, gesture his handsome face radiant, drawing frequent glances from scouts on the sidelines. The scouts by the field scribbled notes continuously, their eyes full of surprise. Everton scout Gary Walker's pen moved swiftly across his report, his expression urgent. Gary Walker thought to himself, this young man must be secured as soon as possible before other teams snatch him up. His talent was too rare, he was destined to be a top star. The Arsenal scout focused on recording Lu Xiao's passing vision and in-game decision-making, occasionally pulling out his phone to report to Wenger, "Mr. Wenger, this kid's talent is astonishing." Besides Everton and Arsenal scouts from Fulham, Bolton, Blackburn, and several other Premier League clubs were also present, their eyes fixed on Lu Xiao with covetous intent. Lu Xiao remained indifferent, still focused on training. He knew that the attention of these scouts was just the beginning. He wanted a bigger stage, more power, and greater glory. He aimed to lead Crystal Palace to promotion, to establish himself in the Premier League, to let Chinese players hold their heads high on the world stage, and to enjoy beautifying food and live life exactly as he desired. During a break in training, Lu Xiao took out his phone and saw a text from Suching Yuan. The smile on his lips deepened and his eyes softened with tenderness. His fingers quickly typed a reply, "Got it, babe. I'll be with you when I'm done." He looked at the message, feeling warmth in his heart. Suching Yuan's gentle and understanding nature was a steadiness no other woman could provide. He would cherish this pure and innocent girl. Just then a gentle and pleasing voice sounded, tinged with a hint of hesitation. "Excuse me, are you Lu Xiao?" The voice was soft, carrying a Taiwan accent exceptionally melodious. Lu Xiao turned around, his gaze falling upon the woman who had spoken. A flicker of admiration passed through his eyes. The woman before him was none other than Lin Jiling, Taiwan's #1 beauty and top model. Lin Jiling wore an off-white casual blazer over a light apricot silk camisole. Her long hair was loosely tied up with a delicate pearl necklace subtly adorning her neck. Her makeup was exquisite, her temperament both gentle and aloof. Her skin was fair and delicate, seemingly translucent. Her almond-shaped eyes were clear and bright, her nose small and straight, her cherry lips naturally rosy. Her figure was slender and graceful, every movement exuding elegance. The moment Lin Jiling saw Lu Xiao, her cheeks flushed slightly, her heartbeat involuntarily quickened, and her fingers curled slightly. He was even more handsome than on camera. Black hair, dark pupils, chiseled features, and an imposing presence. She marveled inwardly. Lu Xiao possessed both the freshness of a youth and the composure of a man. He was incredibly charismatic, the kind of man she couldn't help but want to get close to. Lin Jiling took a deep breath, a gentle smile spreading across her face. She spoke again, her voice still soft. "I'm Lin Jiling. I really like your games, so I came specifically to see you." Lu Xiao looked at her, a faint smile on his face, his tone warm. "Hello, Miss Lin. Thank you for your admiration." His gaze swept over her lightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself, a woman this beautiful would be a pleasant diversion, a friendly match, and a night's sleep. But she couldn't replace Suching Yuan. He knew where his heart lay. Lin Jiling looked at Lu Xiao's handsome face and listened to his gentle voice. Her cheeks grew redder, her eyes filled with emotion. She said softly, "I heard you had training today, so I thought I'd come and try my luck." "It's fate, I suppose," Lu Xiao said with a nod and a smile. He boldly reached out and ruffled her hair, his fingers brushing through her soft strands, his tone carrying a hint of flirtation. "Miss Lin, what brings you to England?" His gesture made her heart race even faster. Her cheeks burned, and she averted her gaze. Her voice was so soft it seemed to melt. I'm on vacation with a friend. I knew you were here, so I came to see you. The two stood by the training ground chatting idly. Lin Jieling was gentle and talkative, occasionally flashing a faint smile, her eyes full of admiration and affection for Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao responded with ease, teasing her from time to time, watching her blush and fidget, a smile never leaving his lips. He enjoyed being pursued by beautiful women. Lin Jieling looked at his smile and grew even more infatuated. This young man was not only handsome, but also composed completely different from those rash youths. She was utterly captivated. She ventured tentatively, her tone laced with hope and shyness. Lu Xiao, after your training camp ends, could you show me around London? It's my first time here, and I'm not familiar with it. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile, his tone cheerful. Sure, no problem. Once the training camp is over, I'll take you out. A date with such a beautiful woman. Why not? A delighted smile instantly lit up Lin Jieling's face, her eyes sparkling like stars, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Her voice was cheerful. That's wonderful. Thank you, Lu Xiao. Just as their conversation was flowing, Lu Xiao's phone suddenly rang. He took it out, saw an unfamiliar number on the screen, raised an eyebrow slightly, and answered the call. A steady male voice came from the other end of the line. Is this Mr. Lu Xiao? I'm an agent, and I'd like to discuss potential cooperation with you. Do you have some time? A look of understanding flickered in Lu Xiao's eyes. He knew that as his performances grew increasingly impressive, agents would inevitably come knocking. He did need an agent to handle the signing matters. His tone was flat. All right, tell me the time and place, and I'll make time to come. After hanging up, he received several more calls, all from people wanting to be his agent. Lu Xiao's expression gradually turned serious. He knew that choosing an agent was crucial, directly impacting his future development. He couldn't afford to be careless and had to be cautious. He wanted to select an agent with strength, resources, and a style that matched his own. He didn't like those who were too flashy. He valued pragmatism and long-term planning, someone who could help him achieve his goal of promotion. He turned to Lin Jieling, a note of apology in his voice. Miss Lin, I'm sorry. Something urgent has come up. I need to meet with an agent to negotiate. I won't be able to accompany you shopping today. A flicker of disappointment passed across Lin Jieling's face, but it was quickly replaced by her gentle smile, as she said with understanding, It's all right, take care of your business first. We can meet another time. Despite her inner regret, she knew that Lu Xiao was in the ascendant phase of his career, and his work was paramount. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she whispered softly, May your negotiations go smoothly. I'll be waiting for your good news. Lu Xiao smiled and ruffled her hair, his tone mild. Thank you for understanding. Next time I'll make sure to spend the whole day with you. The gesture was intimate, carrying a hint of reassurance, yet devoid of deeper affection. A faint blush crept onto Lin Jieling's cheeks as she nodded gently, her gaze towards Lu Xiao brimming with admiration. She knew he was never short of female attention, yet she still wanted to try to draw closer to this exceptional young man. After parting ways, Lu Xiao immediately arranged a meeting with his agent. Returning to his apartment, he changed into a black hoodie and jeans, his tall and straight figure looking as handsome as ever. He tidied his hair in front of the mirror, looking at his own handsome reflection, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Handsome as I am, with talent to match, finding a good agent will be a breeze. That afternoon, Lu Xiao arrived at the designated cafe. The first agent to arrive was Paul Stretford, a native British agent who had nurtured Wayne Rooney and had spent 2 decades deeply entrenched in English football. Stretford, dressed in a dark suit, exuded a calm and sharp aura. Seeing Lu Xiao enter, he immediately stood up, offering a polite smile. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Xiao sat down with a smile, extending his hand. Hello, Mr. Stretford. Nice to meet you too. His movements were unhurried, devoid of any nervousness, exuding a powerful presence. Stretford looked at Lu Xiao, his eyes full of praise. I've been watching you since you single-handedly created 4 goals in your League Cup debut. You are a very talented young man with limitless potential. Thank you. Lu Xiao nodded lightly, a faint smile still on his face. Tell me about your plan. I want to know what you can bring to the table. Stretford cleared his throat, his tone sincere. I know the ins and outs of English football. I have close ties with the management of several Premier League clubs. I can help you secure your core position and negotiate the best contract. Once you've adapted to the pace, I can orchestrate a move to a mid-table club like Everton for steady growth without rushing. This aligns with your initial goal of achieving promotion. Lu Xiao listened quietly, weighing his options. Stretford was indeed pragmatic and familiar with local rules, making him suitable for short-term stability. However, for long-term development, he fell short of top-tier international agents. His tone was flat. I understand your point. I need time to consider it. Thank you for the proposal. He neither accepted nor refused, leaving plenty of room for negotiation. Stretford nodded with a smile. No problem. I'll wait for your news, Lu. Choosing me won't let you down. He stood up to leave, his eyes brimming with confidence. After Stretford left, Lu Xiao picked up his coffee and took a sip, thinking to himself, this old fox is capable, but he's not the best choice. Let's see who else is out there. Soon the second agent arrived, Mino Raiola. In 2010, he hadn't yet reached his peak, but he was already influential, known for spotting young talents and his aggressive personality. Raiola, in a casual suit with his hair casually styled, sat down and cut straight to the chase, his tone ostentatious. Lu, I'm Raiola. I can get you the highest salary and the best resources. His eyes were sharp, his tone carrying an unshakable confidence. Everton has already offered a 15 million transfer fee for you. I can drive the price up. You can either stay for a high salary or move to a top club. Lu Xiao looked at him, maintaining his composed demeanor, but felt a sense of aversion inside. Raiola was too aggressive, too focused on short-term gains which didn't align with his goal of achieving promotion first. His tone was calm. Mr. Raiola, my current goal is to lead Crystal Palace to promotion. I'm not in a hurry to join a top club. Your plan might not be suitable for me. Raiola frowned, his tone displeased. Lu, you're too young. Short-term gains are what matter. Everton's offer is already very high. You'll miss this chance if you let it slip. I have my own plans, Lu Xiao said firmly without a trace of wavering. Thank you for coming. I'll consider it. Internally, however, he had already ruled Raiola out. Raiola looked at Lu Xiao, his eyes filled with reluctance, but knowing further argument was futile, he could only stand to leave. I hope you'll think it over carefully. I am the agent who can help you the most. After Raiola left, Lu Xiao rubbed his temples, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this guy is too flashy. Cooperating with him would only bring trouble sooner or later. I don't want to be caught up in his hype machine. Not long after the third agent arrived, Jorge Mendes. By 2010, he had already established himself as a world-class agent, managing top-tier talents like Cristiano Ronaldo and Jose Mourinho, known for his low-key and pragmatic approach. Mendes, dressed in a gray suit with a gentle demeanor and a faint smile on his face, didn't immediately discuss business after sitting down. Instead, he began, Lu, I admire your talent, and I respect your goals. His voice was steady, unassuming, yet radiating immense confidence. I know you want to lead Crystal Palace to promotion. I won't rush you into a transfer. I will help you formulate a step-by-step plan. A glint of interest sparked in Lu Xiao's eyes. He leaned forward slightly, his tone even. Tell me your specific plan. I want to hear what you can secure for me. Mendes smiled, his tone sincere. I will help you negotiate with Parrish for the best new contract. Concurrently, I will have discreet discussions with Arsenal, applying no pressure and creating no hype to protect your reputation. I will help you break into the Chinese market, connect with Chinese brands for commercial endorsements, and arrange for top-tier coaches to help you improve. After promotion, I will orchestrate your move to a top club. Lu Xiao listened quietly, his interest growing steadily. Mendes's low-key pragmatic style and focus on long-term planning perfectly matched his own personality and his goal of achieving promotion before considering a move to a giant club. He thought to himself, Mendes is after my commercial value, not to make me a supporting character to Ronaldo. As long as I'm strong enough, he'll push me all the way. This is the perfect agent for me. Mr. Mendes, I am very interested in your proposal. Lu Xiao said, a faint smile appearing on his face, his tone amiable. But what kind of contract can you secure for me? A flicker of amusement passed through Mendes's eyes as he pulled out a pre-prepared draft contract and slid it across the table to Lu Xiao. This is the proposal I've drawn up for you. Please take a close look. A base weekly wage of £2,000, an annual salary of £1.04 million, a 2-year contract with a 1-year club option, a win bonus of £2,000, a goal bonus of £800, an assist bonus of £500, and a release clause. Lu Xiao picked up the draft contract and carefully reviewed it. The more he read, the more satisfied he became. This contract reflected his core status, while also considering Crystal Palace's finances. It was far superior to the initial offer. He knew well that a weekly wage of £2,000 was already at the top tier of the championship, far exceeding the offers from mid-table Premier League teams, and even surpassing the salary cap for young players at Arsenal. It was a very sincere offer. I highly approve of this proposal, Lu Xiao said, looking up with a faint smile. However, Crystal Palace has just been acquired. I'm not sure Parrish and the others will agree to such a high salary. Mendes smiled confidently. Don't worry about that. I've already communicated with Parrish. They value your worth, they're just hesitant to commit. I proposed a wager. On August 24th, if you lead Crystal Palace to a surprise victory against Everton, they'll sign this contract. Otherwise, we'll renegotiate the salary with no other conditions. Lu Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, a rebellious smile spreading across his face. His voice was resolute. Fine. I accept this bet. Everton, I have the confidence to lead Crystal Palace to victory. He thought to himself, it wasn't just about the contract, it was about silencing his critics. Everton manager Moyes underestimates Crystal Palace, underestimates me. I'll use my strength to hit him hard. Mendes's eyes were full of admiration. I knew you had confidence, Lu. For the next week, train hard. I'll coordinate with the team and gather tactical data on Everton. No problem. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile and extended his hand. Mr. Mendes, it's a pleasure to work together. His smile was brilliant, his eyes determined, exuding the arrogance and confidence of a young man. Mendes shook his hand, a warm smile on his face. It's a pleasure, Lu. I believe we will create a legend together. After the deal was finalized, Mendes stood to leave, adding as a final reminder, Lu, get some rest and stay in shape. The match next week is crucial, it's about your contract. Lu Xiao nodded with a smile. I will, don't worry. Watching Mendes leave, his smile remained unchanged, but his mind was already calculating the match next week. He planned to use his modules and skills to perform at his best, activate the National Soul buff for a 5 all-attribute boost, and then use the Golden Lineage superb through pass to secure the victory. Lu Xiao sat in a cafe, took out his phone, and sent a text to Su Qingyuan, his tone gentle yet proud. Baby, I've sorted out my agent. It's Mendes. Next, I need to prepare for the match against Everton. If I win, I'll get a top-tier contract of £2,000 a week. Once I win, I'll spend more time with you and treat you to some delicious food. Su Qingyuan replied quickly, her tone gentle and firm. Xiao, I believe in you. You will win. Don't overwork yourself, but take care of yourself. I'll be waiting for your good news. Reading the message, Lu Xiao's lips curved into a wider smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Su Qingyuan's gentle understanding always gave him a sense of stability and happiness, something no other woman could provide. He gently stroked the screen of his phone, thinking to himself, I will win. Not just for the contract, but to live up to Su Qingyuan's trust and to the expectations of the Huaguang fans. He put his phone away, stood up, and walked out of the cafe. London's sun was setting golden sunlight, bathing his figure, stretching it long and handsome, resolute and determined. At 18, he had already secured a top-tier agent and the chance to pursue a top-tier contract. Next, he had to defeat Everton, fulfill his promise, and prove his strength. He knew the match next week wouldn't be easy. Everton was a Premier League team far stronger than Crystal Palace, but he wasn't afraid. The more they underestimated him, the more he could create a miracle. National Soul Buff would activate passively, granting a 5 all-attribute boost plus modules like Zidane's long passes and Scholl's long-range shots. He was confident he could lead the team to a surprise victory and secure the top-tier contract. He looked into the distance, a rebellious smile curving his lips. Wait, Moyes. Wait. All those who underestimate me, I'll make you bow with my strength. Soon after, at the Crystal Palace training base meeting room, sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the long table. Lu Xiao wore a black casual suit, sitting beside Mendes, his handsome face expressionless, occasionally glancing at the three opposite him, his eyes hiding calm confidence. Opposite them were Crystal Palace chairman Steve Parish and CPFC 2010 core shareholders Jeremy Hosking and Stephen Brevet, the core team that saved Crystal Palace from bankruptcy in 2010. Mendes wore a fitted gray suit, his hands lightly resting on the table, fingers interlaced, his demeanor gentle yet commanding. He didn't speak first, merely nodding slightly to let the other party speak first, displaying his composure and strategic layout in negotiations. Hosking was a well-known British businessman, co-founder of Marathon Asset Management, holding 25 of Crystal Palace shares, managing the club's financial coordination, controlling the team's purse strings. Brevet was also a core shareholder of the CPFC, specializing in sports investment, responsible for team operations and transfer decisions, overseeing the daily operations of the team and player movements. Parish broke the silence, first his fingers tracing the draft contract on the table, his tone cautious. Mr. Mendes, Mr. Lu, thank you for making time. A £2,000 weekly salary exceeds the team's current financial capacity. Hosking immediately chimed in, his brows furrowed, his tone filled with worry. The team was just acquired and there are many debts to repay. The total player salary is limited. A £1,000 weekly salary is the best option, rising to £1,800 after promotion to the Premier League, which is the top in the championship. Brevet added, Mr. Lu is only 18. Although his recent performance is impressive, we need to see consistent play. A £1,000 weekly salary shows sincerity and leaves room for both parties. It's the safest option. The three worked in harmony. Parish coordinated the overall situation, Hosking applied financial pressure, and Brevet supplemented operational details. It seemed flawless, but they were actually trying to suppress the salary and test the other party's bottom line. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew slightly tense, the air filled with the clash of negotiations. Lu Xiao remained silent, looking up at Mendes, signaling him to handle everything while he would let his strength speak for itself. Mendes slowly raised his hand to signal silence, a faint smile on his face, his tone steady and penetrating, breaking the deadlock as he spoke. Three gentlemen, I understand your concerns, but we're not discussing whether we can pay, but whether it's worth paying. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on Parish, his tone sincere and confident. Lu scored 11 goals in his first 2 matches after joining, greatly increasing the team's attention, broadcasting fees and sponsorships, generating at least an extra £1.5 million annually, easing Hosking's financial pressure. Hosking instinctively countered. These are potential incomes, not guaranteed ones. Players' form fluctuates. You can't offer a top-tier salary based on just 2 matches. Mendes remained calm, his smile unchanged, his tone unhurried. Lu comes from the Real Madrid Youth Academy. At 18, he can lead the championship offense. There are few like him in all of England. Everton and Arsenal have both valued him at £15 million, yet his salary is less than that of an average Premier League player. He paused and pushed a document forward. Here is the 2010 championship salary report. Core players of promotion contenders earn £1,800 to £2,500 weekly. Lu fully deserves it. The £2,000 salary is performance-based, not adding financial burden. This plan just addresses Parish's concerns, keeping Lu without risking a high fixed salary, while also considering Hosking's financial needs and Brevet's operational requirements. Parish flipped through the document, his brows gradually relaxing.